Chapter 1. How can one say there is no garment? We share the same robe. In the vast land of Huaxia, during the nascent years of the nation's establishment, everything lay in ruins and awaited revival. The global situation was fraught with complexity and tension, with foreign foes lurking and the strong growing ever stronger, while the weak faced oblivion. For the nation to secure its footing in such an environment, vigorous development was imperative. There was an urgent need for talents in various fields, including light and heavy industry, military industry, urban construction, and economic development. However, the domestic pool of specialized talents was scant. Consequently, the leadership of Huaxia issued a proclamation to the world, calling upon overseas Chinese elites to return and contribute to the nation's construction. From this profound and ancient civilization, there has always been no shortage of aspirational individuals. In response to the call of Huaxia, overseas Chinese from around the globe rallied together. At the Jinwan port, a scene of exuberance unfolded, with the air filled with the sounds of gongs and drums. The crowd responsible for welcoming the elites was flanked by armed soldiers, standing guard to ensure their safety. As the distant vessels drew nearer, the excitement among the people intensified. Some unfurled red banners while others prepared to ignite the firecrackers that had long been readied. In the early days of nation-building, with everything waiting to be established, the entire spectrum of society from the humble farmers and merchants to the high-ranking officials was filled with anticipation to forge a new homeland. The overseas elites arriving on the ship were destined to become the backbone of this national endeavor, and they were indeed deserving of such a warm welcome. At the forefront of the crowd, as the ship approached the dock, the brow of the high-ranking official Li Qingchuan furrowed with concern. Fearing that the welcome ceremony he had arranged might fall short and dishearten the returning elites. Unfamiliar with foreign customs, he worried that a misstep might offend the overseas talents, who were sure to shine brightly in the nation's future. In a bid to retain these talents, the state offered them the highest of treatments, ensuring that each individual was assigned to significant positions, with living arrangements that were of the finest quality. The deep, mournful sound of the ship's horn echoed like thunder throughout the port. The vessel had docked, and the gangway extended downwards. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, dozens of overseas elites, clad in suits and hats, disembarked from the ship. The welcoming crowd surged forward, and an atmosphere of jubilation filled the air with the clamor of gongs and the crackle of firecrackers. Li Qingchuan took the lead, standing beside the gangway to shake hands with each of the disembarking elites. "Comrades, you have worked hard. The long sea voyage must have been exhausting." As he introduced himself, he engaged in pleasantries with the returning talents, ensuring that no one felt overlooked, for each person was an elite among elites, a beacon of hope for Huaxia's future. It seemed his arrangements for the welcome ceremony were satisfactory, successfully warming the hearts of the overseas talents. The returning elites felt the warmth of the crowd, each wearing a smile as they waved greetings to those who had come to receive them. "Everyone, the journey across the ocean was surely arduous, and you must be quite weary now? The comrades at the guest house have prepared accommodations and dining for you. Please follow me," Li Qingchuan said with a smile, as more than a dozen vintage cars stood ready behind him. In his effort to welcome the overseas talents, Li Qingchuan had truly spared no effort. Not only had he borrowed vehicles from high-ranking officials, but he had also secured a few from local affluent merchants, just enough to form a convoy capable of accommodating all the overseas elites. "Once you have rested, I will promptly arrange for you to be taken to the capital. You should know that many high-ranking officials in the capital are eagerly awaiting to meet you," Li Qingchuan continued, as the drivers opened the car doors. Upon hearing that the high-ranking officials in the capital held them in such esteem, the overseas elites accepted the arrangements with smiles, making their way toward the now open car doors. "Esteemed leader, I shall not accompany everyone to the capital. Please arrange for me to be immersed in work as soon as possible." At that moment, a dashing young man in his 20s, dressed in a suit, pushed through the crowd and stepped forward. "May I ask your name and the field of your expertise, young brother?" Li Qingchuan inquired. "My name is Su Yun, and I hail from a military-industrial background." Upon hearing this, Li Qingchuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Currently, the nation was in desperate need of talent in military industry. "Excellent, Comrade Su Yun. Our nation's Sword Weapons Research Institute is in dire need of someone with your expertise. We can arrange for you to start immediately." The research institute he mentioned was the most prestigious weapons research base in the country, with living conditions for its researchers being of the highest standard. Li Qingchuan was unaware of Su Yun's specific requirements for work, but he could provide only the best. However, to his surprise, Su Yun waved his hand and said, "No, I wish to work at a frontline military factory." Li Qingchuan was momentarily taken aback, though he could not fathom Su Yun's reasoning. He couldn't help but voice his concerns. "Comrade Su Yun, conditions at frontline military factories are quite rudimentary. If you choose to go there, you may not receive the best care regarding living conditions." To Li Qingchuan, the living conditions at frontline military factories were quite poor. He imagined that Su Yun, having grown up in a comfortable foreign environment, had little experience with hardship. Despite Su Yun's seemingly nonchalant attitude, Li Qingchuan feared he might struggle and ultimately leave. Upon hearing Li Qingchuan's concerns, Su Yun shook his head in resignation, his gaze becoming resolute. "I have come here to empower countless compatriots of Huaxia to stand tall in the world and to revive our great nation." As he spoke, Su Yun's eyes deepened with determination. "I am fully aware that this is a long and arduous path. The harsh conditions are a reality, but I wish to convey this. How can one say there is no garment? We share the same robe." Chapter 2. The Great War approaches. Time waits for no one. To revive our great nation, to empower countless compatriots of Huaxia to stand tall in the world. What are the harsh conditions? What of sacrificing our lives and shedding blood? Su Yun's words left Li Qingchuan momentarily stunned, standing there in a daze. After a long pause, he finally regained his composure, his eyes filled with emotion and astonishment. Li Qingchuan had never expected that this overseas youth could articulate such profound sentiments. He had assumed that these individuals were merely capable scions of wealthy families. The reality was indeed as he thought. These returning elites were the nation's treasures, treated with utmost care, nurtured like delicate gems. The arrangements made for them were the finest, and there was a constant worry of inadvertently neglecting them. Yet, at that moment, Li Qingchuan finally realized the truth. As Su Yun had just stated, if I sought comfortable living conditions, I would not have returned home. Indeed, the conditions abroad were incomparably superior to those at home. He had been preoccupied with concerns about living conditions, underestimating their resolve. Contemplating this, a sense of guilt washed over Li Qingchuan's face. "I apologize, Comrade Su Yun. I underestimated you. I thought that you, the returning overseas youth, would find it difficult to endure hardship. Yet I did not consider that you must have already prepared yourself for a life of struggle before returning." As he spoke, the surrounding overseas elites seemed to be inspired, and they began to voice their sentiments. "Exactly. Please, leaders, arrange work for us immediately. We can endure subpar living conditions, but we must maximize our value. We are fully prepared to dedicate ourselves to the construction of a new Huaxia." The crowd erupted in a cacophony of voices, each statement resonating deeply with Li Qingchuan, moving him profoundly. Rarely did one see tears glimmering in his weathered eyes. Yes, not only was Su Yun a remarkable individual, but every returning elite was driven by a purpose beyond mere comfort. They had come to contribute to the rejuvenation of their great nation. From the very beginning, he and his fellow leaders had underestimated them due to their status, which was a grave oversight. "Well done, comrades. You are all commendable. You are the pillars of future Huaxia. I apologize for having underestimated you." With excitement and guilt, Li Qingchuan addressed the overseas elites before him, who had now transformed in his eyes into the ironclad fortress of Huaxia's future, the essential backbone of the great national rejuvenation. For the great revival of the Huaxia nation, for the dignity of countless Huaxia people. Why should we say that Huaxia people are inferior? Do foreigners possess 2 heads more than us? We will show them. The atmosphere became charged with fervor. The overseas elites were visibly moved, their eyes glistening with emotion. Their voices brimmed with ambition. Yet there was also an undercurrent of defiance and unwillingness to yield. Indeed, as descendants of Huaxia, how much disdain had they faced abroad? What did harsh conditions matter? They had come to build, to forge a powerful nation and strike back at those foreign adversaries. Even if they strive to the point of death today, they will never witness this scene. Yet, it matters not as the past stretches over millennia. The land of Huaxia will forever be blessed with successors. Let the future generations take charge. With a surge of fervor, Li Qingchuan gazed once more at the group of overseas elites before him, his eyes now reflecting a glimmer of respect. However, the issue concerning Su Yun remained unresolved. "Leader, please assign me to a frontline position." In response to Su Yun's insistence, Li Qingchuan appeared somewhat troubled. He was acutely aware of Su Yun's determination to immerse himself in this noble cause. Yet, there was an unspoken matter weighing on Li Qingchuan's mind. The reality was that the nation was in dire need of talent in the field of weaponry. Due to various circumstances, overseas military researchers seeking to return home often found themselves detained under pretexts aplenty. Moreover, in the nascent years of the Republic, as the nation endeavored to rebuild, the military research sector was sorely lacking in vital equipment, with even research institutions unable to provide materials in a timely and adequate manner. This predicament had similarly dampened the aspirations of numerous overseas military scientists to return. From what Li Qingchuan understood, Su Yun was likely the sole military-industrial talent among the first wave of overseas elites returning home. To assign such an individual to the front line, rather than allowing him to contribute at the nation's premier weapon research institute, would be nothing short of a tragic waste of talent. Li Qingchuan took it upon himself to articulate his thoughts to Su Yun, gently advising him against the frontline factory position, suggesting instead that he should consider the Weapon Research Institute, where he could truly maximize his potential. "Leader, only on the front line can we swiftly identify and resolve issues. I firmly insist on being assigned to the front line. Please give the order." Su Yun vehemently rejected Li Qingchuan's suggestion, his tone betraying a hint of agitation. It was no wonder Su Yun felt this way. As a time traveler, he was acutely aware of the trajectory of Wuxia's historical future. In the near future, Huaxia would engage in an unprecedented battle against one of the world's most formidable military forces, the Eagle Army. Whether in terms of weaponry or logistical support, the Eagle Army stood unrivaled globally. That battle would claim countless lives and spill an ocean of blood. With his current knowledge, Su Yun understood that his expertise would be rendered futile at the Research Institute, where even the most fundamental research equipment was in short supply. Conversely, by working at the frontline factory, he could directly confront and resolve pressing issues, thereby maximizing his value. Given the complex global situation, the signs of that monumental conflict had already begun to emerge. Time was of the essence. Su Yun had to immediately proceed to the front line to engage in research and innovation. In the face of war, Wuxia's warriors have never flinched from the specter of death. Yet, which of these warriors is not a child of their mother, and which one does not serve as the backbone of the nation? Developing a rifle that will not misfire, creating a grenade that will not fail to detonate, could potentially spare many warriors from the bloodshed and sacrifice in the battles to come. Su Yun's urgency did not lie solely in reaching the front line. He was fervently anxious to save the lives of these soldiers.
Chapter 3. The Emergence of the System, Tenfold Explosion Rate Upgrade. The first armory of Dongbei. In this contemporary era, Dongbei stands as the sole bastion of heavy industry within the nation. Most of the country's heavy industrial armories are concentrated here, with the first armory of Dongbei being the foremost among them. It is capable of producing everything from small ammunition supplies to large artillery. At this moment, numerous middle-aged men clad in Zhongshan suits and wearing glasses congregate at the entrance of the armory. Leading them is Zhang Wanshan, the current director of the first armory of Dongbei. Behind him stands not only several department heads but also numerous technical personnel from the armory. Director Zhang, why do you think the military talent returning from overseas would choose to come to our factory instead of enjoying a good life at the Research Institute in the capital? A relatively young director in the welcoming crowd inquired. What do you understand? This is an arrangement from above. Stop being so inquisitive and focus on your duties. If you were privy to the thoughts of those above, would that be acceptable? Zhang Wanshan's words immediately quelled the boisterous crowd. Noticing the lackluster appearance of those behind him, he continued his admonishment. What on earth are you all doing? Thinking about your wives at home? Let me tell you, the expert coming to our factory is a military specialist who has studied abroad. Such talent is rare. If they choose to come to our factory, you should be overjoyed. I expect you all to be more spirited. If you remain in this state when they arrive, the pork and beans in the cafeteria tonight will be replaced with cornmeal buns. Just as Director Zhang was fervently instructing those behind him, an old-fashioned car approached from the distance, dust swirling in its wake. The vehicle came to a smooth halt before the armory, and Director Zhang immediately smiled and led the group to greet the newcomer. Su Yun, carrying a briefcase, stepped out of the car. You must be Comrade Su Yun. Ah, welcome, welcome. A warm welcome indeed. Director Zhang enthusiastically approached, grasping Su Yun's hand as they exchanged pleasantries, consisting of trivial inquiries about the journey and such. Su Yun reciprocated with smiles, feeling compelled to match the warmth of the director. Comrade Su Yun, you are the military expert returning from overseas. In the future, we will rely on your insights for many important tasks in our armory. Director Zhang continued, while producing an appointment letter from his belongings and handing it to Su Yun. According to the stipulations, your work appointment has been finalized. You are now the technical advisor for the first armory of Dongbei. However, at that moment, he appeared momentarily taken aback. A voice brimming with an electronic mechanical resonance suddenly echoed in Su Yun's mind. Ding? Host information detected. Congratulations on activating the tenfold plunder system. Ding. Tenfold plunder system. Can plunder abilities, entries, from any individual other than the host? With a certain probability of achieving a tenfold upgrade of the plundered abilities. The tenfold plunder system? Su Yun was momentarily dazed, having not anticipated the arrival of the system after traversing through realms for so long. Without further ado, he hastily began to explore the capabilities of the system. The term entry referred to each individual's unique abilities or skills. To plunder an entry signified Su Yun's ability to examine others' capabilities and subsequently seize them. Moreover, there was a certain probability of achieving a tenfold upgrade on the plundered abilities. Entries were categorized into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow, with Heaven being the strongest and Yellow the weakest. Unable to resist, Su Yun first examined his own entries. Su Yun. Learning ability, inferior Heaven grade, physical fitness, medium mysterious grade, knowledge content, medium Heaven grade, operational capability, medium Earth grade, research level, superior Earth grade. Upon reviewing his entries, Su Yun discovered that some of his abilities were indeed exceptional. For instance, his learning ability had reached the inferior Heaven grade, while his knowledge content stood at the medium Heaven grade. Although his research level was slightly lacking, it still ranked as the highest within the Earth grade. Such capabilities, in the contemporary world, could be deemed as quite rare, undoubtedly placing him among the elite few. However, this was not an exaggeration. The accumulation from Su Yun's 2 lives was ample enough to achieve these accomplishments. Comrade Su Yun, it seems you are officially stepping into your role. It is essential to familiarize yourself with the comrades in each department to facilitate your future work. Since everyone is present, allow me to introduce you, Director Zhang said with a smile, leading Su Yun to meet the various department heads and technical personnel responsible for welcoming him. In truth, there was no need for Director Zhang's introductions. Su Yun had already gleaned a clear understanding of these individuals through his ability to investigate entries. This is Xiao Wang, the supervisor responsible for warehouse storage. You can approach him for any materials you may need. Wang Depeo, learning ability, medium Yellow grade, physical fitness, inferior Earth grade, knowledge content. This is Lao Ma, our accountant. All monthly salary settlements must pass through his hands. Ma Guang, learning ability, superior mysterious grade, arithmetic, superior mysterious grade. This is Dali.as. Director Zhang introduced each person. Su Yun greeted them with a smile and a handshake. Just then, Director Zhang pulled forth a middle-aged man wearing round glasses from the crowd. Comrade Su Yun, I must introduce this individual with great care. His name is Zhang Kuanyu, a prominent expert in our factory, possessing core bullet technology from abroad. Although he previously defected during a conflict, he has since reformed, and his skills have significantly contributed to our bullet production. Su Yun smiled and shook hands with Zhang Kuanyu, simultaneously probing into his entries. Upon examination, Su Yun realized that this middle-aged man was indeed remarkable. Zhang Kuanyu, learning ability, superior Earth grade, physical fitness, medium mysterious grade, research level, superior Earth grade, marksmanship, superior mysterious grade, brass bullet manufacturing technology, medium mysterious grade. Before Su Yun could fully comprehend, the system's voice suddenly chimed in. Ding! System gift pack activated, actively plundering entries for the host. Ding! Locking onto target, plundering from Zhang Kuanyu, plundered entry, brass bullet manufacturing technology, medium mysterious grade. Ding! Triggering tenfold critical hit. Ding! Congratulations, host has acquired the ability. Copper-clad steel bullet manufacturing technology, superior Heaven grade. Chapter 4, Copper-clad steel bullet technology. The copper-clad steel bullet technology. Su Yun was initially taken aback, followed by immense excitement. Setting aside other considerations, it was significant to note that, due to resource scarcity and production challenges, only a select few elite units could afford the scarce production of brass bullets. The remaining soldiers and other units were left with inferior bullets, which would often embed into the ground shortly after being fired, resulting in extremely low accuracy and frequent jams. In contrast, the copper-clad steel bullet technology was a breakthrough that would not emerge in Huaxia for many years. It not only reduced resource consumption but also substantially increased both the quantity and quality of the bullets. This technology had no manufacturing restrictions, and given the current technological standards of the armory, it could already be put into mass production. Comrade Su Yun, you must be exhausted after such a bumpy journey. I have instructed the cafeteria to prepare pork and beans, and as dinner time approaches, let us dine first as a way of welcoming you. Director Zhang, being a straightforward individual, proposed to take Su Yun to the cafeteria. I also have 2 bottles of fine wine prepared, of course. We cannot drink during work hours, but a small toast is harmless in light of Director Zhang's enthusiastic hospitality. Su Yun naturally did not decline too much. After all, having been abroad for many years, he truly longed to savor the flavors of his homeland. Just then, a young worker hurriedly ran out from the factory and approached the group breathlessly. Director Zhang, Director Ma, our production line is experiencing issues. Please come and take a look. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent momentarily, and several individuals among those responsible for the welcome let out resigned sighs. Not again. This is becoming untenable. If this continues, we may not be able to complete the mandated tasks from above. Director Zhang, too, was momentarily stunned. Then, with a frustrated stamp of his foot, he spoke, very well, Comrade Su Yun. There have been some issues with the production line. We must address these matters first. I will arrange for someone to take you to rest, and once the problems are resolved, we shall continue to welcome you. From the conversations and the expressions of resignation, Su Yun could clearly discern that the issues with the production line had likely been recurring, and the fact that they remained unresolved was evident from the people's demeanor. Director Zhang, let me accompany you to take a look, Su Yun suggested. However, Director Zhang waved his hand dismissively. No need. You have just arrived here, and your priority should be to rest well. There will be plenty of opportunities for you to witness such matters in the future. In response to Director Zhang's words, Su Yun promptly countered, Director Zhang, since I have already arrived and am officially assuming my role, I am now a part of this factory. If there are issues with the production line, I would like to join you to see if I can be of assistance. Upon hearing Su Yun's words, Director Zhang felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. Many believed that the elites returning from abroad were nothing more than pampered rich kids, incapable of enduring hardship or shouldering responsibilities. Yet, it appears that such notions are unfounded. Su Yun seems to be quite the responsible individual. Consequently, Director Zhang refrained from saying more and declared, very well, Comrade Su Yun. You shall accompany us. This will also serve as an opportunity for you to familiarize yourself with the working environment of our armaments factory. As they entered the factory, a slightly pungent odor of machine oil invaded Su Yun's nostrils. Looking around, he observed a bullet production line. The process involved shaping brass into cartridge cases, filling them with ammunition, primers, and projectiles to ensure proper firing. Presently, all bullets worldwide are made from brass. However, the production of brass bullets is not only complex but also demands a substantial amount of copper ore. Our nation's copper deposits are exceedingly scarce, and those that exist are located in hard-to-extract areas. With the low yield of brass, yet a significant demand for ammunition, we are compelled to rely on imports for mass bullet production. Moreover, the production process for brass bullets is intricate, making it prone to various issues that can halt the entire production line. Given this scenario, it is evident that not only the first armaments factory in Dongbei is facing challenges. Even on a national scale, most factories exhibit low efficiency in bullet production. There's yet another problem here. Director Zhang hurriedly approached the production line and inquired of a nearby worker. Indeed, Director, the production line has halted. If we do not repair the machinery promptly, we may not resume operations for the entire day, the worker replied. Hearing this, Director Zhang sighed in resignation. He then gestured to a few technicians behind him, saying, Old Xian, Xiao Zhang, quickly fetch the tools and help me fix the machines. It is no wonder that Director Zhang and his team were in such a hurry to restore the bullet production line. A sense of worry lingered on their faces. After all, the armaments factory has a designated production quota mandated from above. With the production line halting daily due to issues, considerable time is lost. If this persists, the task of producing bullets may fall short of completion by the deadline. While there may not be severe penalties, in this era of national production for prosperity, Director Zhang felt an acute sense of embarrassment. We are such a large armaments factory. If we can't even fulfill our bullet production quota, it would be truly humiliating. As he led the repair efforts, he encouraged his colleagues. Amidst the conversation, Director Zhang sheepishly smiled at Su Yun. After all, he was an overseas military industry talent, likely witnessing the disarray of a domestic frontline factory for the first time. Comrade Su Yun, I apologize for the mess you've encountered here. This is the reality domestically. Our bullet production line frequently encounters setbacks, and we have few effective means to prevent this. Thus, we must endure, repairing each issue as it arises. In response to Director Zhang's half-hearted lamentations and teasing remarks, Su Yun could only shake his head in resignation. Indeed, if it weren't for the nation's early struggles, leading to the decline of various military industries, and if the weaponry of our Huaxia soldiers could compare even to half of that of the Eagle Army, how could so many heroes have perished in that war? Thankfully, I have arrived. Director Zhang, there's no need to trouble yourselves further. I possess a method to resolve the frequent accidents on the production line, and I can significantly increase bullet production output. Chapter 5. Are you joking? Producing bullets with steel. Upon hearing Su Yun's declaration, everyone present was left momentarily stunned. Director Zhang wore a puzzled expression, seemingly questioning whether his ears had deceived him. The other directors and technicians mirrored his disbelief. Notably, bullet manufacturing expert Zhang Kuanyu gazed at Su Yun as though to say, "Brother, you must be dreaming." It was understandable why they reacted this way. After all, Su Yun's claims sounded almost fantastical to them. Su Yun, did you just say you have a solution to this problem? Moreover, you can increase bullet production? Director Zhang asked repeatedly. It wasn't that he doubted Su Yun's competence. Rather, he found it hard to believe. The production line's malfunctions had plagued the factory for an extended period. These issues had persisted long before the founding of the nation. Experts from the northern regions had previously been invited to inspect the situation, and they too had declared that the current bullet manufacturing technology was simply like this. Problems arising from complex processes were unavoidable in any nation, even in the armaments factories of the northern regions. Now, Su Yun claimed he could resolve these issues. To Director Zhang and the others, it sounded utterly implausible. While Su Yun had indeed returned from abroad, could he truly rival seasoned foreign experts? Facing the skeptical gazes of the crowd, Su Yun calmly nodded and stated, I do indeed possess a newly developed bullet technology that can address the persistent issues of the production line. The group fell silent once more. Their disbelief palpable. It appeared that they remained skeptical of Su Yun's assertions. Director Zhang, still perplexed, inquired with a hint of curiosity, then Su Yun, could you explain this technology to us? Su Yun nodded again. It's quite simple. The frequent issues with the production line stem from the complex manufacturing process of brass bullets. I have a newly developed technology for copper-clad steel bullets. In essence, this technology replaces copper with steel as the primary raw material for producing cartridge cases. Moreover, the operational procedures for this technology are straightforward, which means it will no longer trigger frequent malfunctions on the production line. Not only that, but substituting steel for copper will also alleviate the pressing domestic shortage of bullet raw materials. Production efficiency will increase significantly, while production costs will be minimized, allowing for a several-fold increase in bullet output without the worry of raw material supply issues. Su Yun's words left everyone astonished. Their mouths agape. Director Zhang swallowed hard, instinctively wanting to ask more questions. However, before he could speak, bullet manufacturing expert Zhang Kuanyu interjected, Su Yun, you must be joking. Are you seriously suggesting using steel as a raw material for bullet production? Are you not concerned that the bullets might explode in the chamber before even being fired? With this remark, all eyes turned to Su Yun in astonishment. Zhang Chuanyo's concerns were valid. The choice of brass as a raw material for bullet manufacturing was not arbitrary. The corrosion resistance, lubricity, and superior mechanical properties of brass are critical in ensuring that bullets do not malfunction upon firing and that their trajectories remain true. Furthermore, brass's malleability and toughness allow it to withstand the explosive force within the chamber without rupturing, enabling the bullet to exit the barrel smoothly. To use steel, an unsuitable material, as the primary raw material for bullet production seemed utterly absurd and unfathomable to everyone present. Su Yun nodded in acknowledgement of their doubts and replied, What you say is true, But there is significant technical expertise involved. I cannot convey it all in a few sentences. I will need to draw diagrams and provide materials for you to review. Zhang Kuan-yu shook his head in disappointment, looking at Su Yun with a sigh in his eyes. I must have misjudged you, Su Yun. Your method is absolutely impossible. As a bullet manufacturing technology expert, Zhang Kuan-yu found Su Yun's statements to be an affront. To suggest using steel as the main raw material for bullets was akin to fitting horse legs onto a car as wheels, an utterly nonsensical proposition. You must have studied abroad in the Eagle Nation. After spending so many years there, have you ever witnessed them using steel instead of brass as raw materials for bullets? Zhang Kuan-yu pressed further, adopting a more confrontational tone. Naturally, Su Yun shook his head and responded, I have not seen such practices. This exchange between the two experts left Director Zhang and the others feeling somewhat out of place. They weren't well versed in bullet manufacturing technology, and amidst the confrontation, they found it impossible to discern who was correct. Even the world's leading military power, the Eagle Nation, had failed to develop such technology, making it seemingly impossible to achieve. Zhang Chuanyo's questioning was incisive, and the fact that the Eagle Nation had not developed such technology made Su Yun's claims seem utterly implausible. If even the Eagle Nation cannot resolve these issues, how can we expect to do so with our outdated technology and equipment? Furthermore, the complexity of bullet production technology often leads to malfunctions. This is a dilemma that even the Eagle Nation cannot overcome. Given our country's current situation, it is even less feasible. Zhang Kuan-yu reiterated, his conviction unwavering. Upon hearing this, Su Yun's eyes glinted with a hint of anger. Why should we be incapable of solving problems that the Eagle Nation cannot? Could it be that we, as citizens of our nation, are somehow inferior to the American counterparts? The technology for copper-clad steel bullets is a truly practical innovation that can significantly alleviate the challenges associated with bullet manufacturing. Why are you so unwilling to even attempt this? If everyone were to adopt your mindset, perpetually feeling inferior, when will our nation achieve its great rejuvenation? Chapter 6. If any issues arise, I shall bear the responsibility. Well said. If foreigners can succeed, why can't we? We must act. We must demonstrate to those foreign devils that the people of Huaxia are not only self-reliant, but also superior. With such fervent declarations, the entire production workshop was instantly invigorated. Whatever the foreigners possess, we must acquire. What they lack, we must strive even harder to obtain. Even if the path of development stretches long and daunting like an insurmountable mountain of steel. Even if the early days of our nation were fraught with difficulties akin to a copper net restricting progress. But so what? As long as the sky has yet to fall, the people of New Huaxia will never lack the confidence to stride forth anew. Director Zhang's gaze towards Su Yun was now imbued not only with respect for the foreign technological talents, but also with a hint of admiration. Comrade Su Yun, there's no need for further words. We believe in you. We support you. The technology you mentioned will undoubtedly receive our factory's full cooperation, Director Zhang declared. Although he was not well versed in bullet technology, he could sense the passionate spirit with which Su Yun spoke. Director Zhang knew this individual was extraordinary, capable of achieving great feats and making significant contributions to the nation. Upon hearing Director Zhang's words, the surrounding workers enthusiastically echoed their agreement. Observing such unity among the people stirred Su Yun's heart. As long as they could remain united, nothing would be impossible. Thank you, Director Zhang, and everyone for your trust. I will immediately draft the blueprints for the new bullet technology, as well as the information regarding its production. As soon as the materials are in place, the copper-clad steel bullets can swiftly enter the production line. However, I will need our production line to halt temporarily to facilitate my work. As soon as Su Yun finished speaking, before anyone could react, Zhang Kuan-yu, who had previously quieted down, suddenly became agitated. Director Zhang, our production line cannot stop. If it halts, we risk missing the scheduled delivery time, which could jeopardize everything. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent for a moment, their brows knitting together in concern. Even Director Zhang's expression shifted from excitement to hesitation. Su Yun, it's not that I doubt your capabilities. Our factory is absolutely willing to fully cooperate with your work. But can we avoid halting the production line? Su Yun furrowed his brow, puzzled. Director Zhang, why can't the production line stop? Is there something I should know? Director Zhang sighed and nodded. Su Yun, you've just joined the arms factory, so you may not be aware of many circumstances. The Dongbei First Arms Factory is indeed a top-tier military factory. The various weapons and ammunition we produce not only have production quotas set by higher authorities, but many of these items are urgently needed by frontline troops. They must be dispatched immediately upon production completion. This is why everyone is so anxious about any issues with the bullet production line. The current batch of bullets needs to be completed within the set deadlines and sent to the frontline units promptly. If we halt production, it may delay military operations, Director Zhang explained, laying bare the situation. While they could cooperate with Su Yun on the new bullet technology, stopping the entire production line was indeed a considerable risk. Listening to Director Zhang's explanation, Su Yun gradually relaxed his brow. He had initially thought it was a grave matter, but it turned out to be merely concerns about production delays. Realizing this, Su Yun reassured him, Director Zhang, please rest assured, the production line will not be halted for long. We will soon resume production of the new copper-clad steel bullets. Trust me, once the new bullets enter production, it will significantly accelerate our factory's bullet manufacturing speed. I assure you, we will complete the production task within the stipulated time. Upon hearing this, Director Zhang nodded. Since Su Yun had said so, why not allow the factory to cooperate? After all, if the new bullets prove successful, the entire arms factory would no longer need to worry about bullet issues in the future. However, before Director Zhang could voice his agreement to halt the production line, Zhang Kuan-yu stood up once more. Director, the production line cannot stop. What Su Yun has proposed is still merely a concept. Even if we successfully produce the bullets, what about their quality? What if the bullets fail to fire or cause a catastrophic failure? If our factory were to send a batch of defective bullets to the front line, we would bear significant responsibility. Upon hearing this, Director Zhang's expression darkened once again. Zhang Kuan-yu raised a valid point. Concern gnawed at him, and Director Zhang hesitantly turned to Su Yun again. Su Yun, can we ensure the quality of the new bullets we are about to produce? Su Yun nodded earnestly. Director Zhang, I assure you, once the new bullets are produced, there will be no issues such as catastrophic failures. In fact, due to the technological advancements, the stability and lethality of the new bullets will surpass that of brass bullets. Observing the lingering worry on everyone's faces, including Director Zhang's, Su Yun stepped forward, earnestly assuring them, rest assured. The production of the new bullets will face no issues whatsoever. If any problems do arise, I will willingly bear all consequences. Turning to Director Zhang, Su Yun added, Director Zhang, please issue the order. Halt the production line to facilitate my work in developing the new bullets. Should any issues arise, I alone will take full responsibility. Witnessing Su Yun's unwavering determination, Director Zhang was once again moved. As an expert from the foreign military industry, Su Yun would certainly not engage in any unreliable actions. As the old saying goes, if you suspect someone, do not employ them. If you employ them, do not suspect them. Since Su Yun had taken office as the factory's technical advisor and confidently promised that the new bullets would encounter no problems, it would be unreasonable for Director Zhang to continue doubting him. Very well, we shall trust Su Yun this once. Halt the bullet production line. Fully cooperate with Su Yun. Chapter 7. The bullets are completed. Testing begins. With Director Zhang's endorsement, Su Yun's subsequent work commenced smoothly. The bullet production line came to a standstill, and the workers, under Su Yun's guidance, adjusted the machinery accordingly. The storage department's director also mobilized a batch of high-quality steel as per Su Yun's request for the manufacturing of the new bullets. Observing the orderly progress of various projects, Su Yun announced, Director Zhang, I am now heading to the office to draft the manufacturing blueprints for the new bullets. Once the blueprints are completed, our workers can commence production based on them. After leaving this statement, Su Yun anxiously hurried away. Given the urgency of the situation, the produced bullets must be delivered to frontline troops immediately. Moreover, once the bullets were manufactured, they would require various tests. Su Yun dared not guarantee that the bullets would not have any issues and needed to conduct further adjustments. Thus, with time of the essence, he could not afford to waste a single moment. As Su Yun's figure disappeared from view, the production line was now completely halted. Director Zhang and the others felt a sense of emptiness, akin to birds stripped of their wings. They were left wondering when Su Yun would finish the blueprints. This thought spread among those present. One worker spoke up, Director Zhang, shall we go observe the process of Su Yun drafting the blueprints? It would give us some reassurance. Upon hearing this, Director Zhang shook his head. The situation is urgent, and it's clear that Su Yun is working diligently. We must not disturb him at this time. Since we have chosen to trust him, we must do so wholeheartedly. After Director Zhang's admonition, the workers, who had been slightly restless, settled down. Meanwhile, Zhang Kuan-yu, standing aside, shook his head helplessly, his eyes seemingly blaming Director Zhang for not heeding his earlier counsel. Director, the task at hand for our bullet production line is pressing. We have less than 3 days until the delivery deadline, yet our total bullet production has not even reached 2/3 of the requirement. In the current situation, if we hasten, we might still be in time. If anything goes awry with Su Yun, the entire factory may bear the consequences. Upon hearing these words, Director Zhang let out a long sigh of relief, yet remained silent. Having chosen to trust Su Yun, he understood that he must bear any pressure that came his way. However, the workers nearby, upon hearing this conversation, inevitably grew anxious once more. Just as their unease began to escalate, a new turn of events unfolded. An hour later, Su Yun approached the crowd, briskly carrying several blueprints and documents. Director Zhang, here are the blueprints for the new type of bullet. You should show them to the workers at once. Once everyone becomes familiar with them, we can commence production. As he held the blueprints, Director Zhang's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Su Yun, how could you have designed these blueprints so quickly, when only an hour has passed? Su Yun promptly replied, I had already conducted research on the copper-clad steel bullet technology beforehand. This is merely a matter of redrawing the blueprints, so the speed was naturally swift. The technical information extracted from the system's 10,000-fold critical hit had long been ingrained in Su Yun's mind. At that moment, he was simply transcribing his thoughts onto paper, which he did with remarkable speed. Hearing Su Yun's explanation, Director Zhang instinctively glanced at the blueprints. Although he was not well versed in bullet technology, he could still discern that Su Yun's drawing skills were exceptional. The contents on the blueprints were not only clear and comprehensible, but also featured precise annotations and illustrations, undeniably showcasing the talent of a military-industrial expert returned from abroad. Bullet specialist Zhang Kuanyu also took a look at one of the blueprints, and after seeing its contents, he was momentarily stunned and found himself at a loss for words to refute. Here are the blueprints. Everyone, familiarize yourselves quickly, and we will commence production immediately. The sound of machines restarting echoed incessantly throughout the vast factory. One bullet after another was produced after being shaped and loaded with ammunition. Witnessing the rapid production of the new bullets, Director Zhang's eyes gleamed with excitement. Director Zhang, the production speed of the copper-clad steel bullets is 10 times faster than that of the brass bullets we previously manufactured. This means that, based on our original production techniques, we could produce over 10,000 brass bullets daily. However, with the copper-clad steel bullets, we can produce over 100,000 in a single day. Su Yun, you have truly accomplished a great feat this time. Director Zhang could not help but express his gratitude to Su Yun, his face brimming with excitement. With the production speed of bullets increased tenfold, the entire arsenal would no longer have to worry about production issues. Director Zhang's joy was already quite restrained, given the circumstances. The workers responsible for bullet production were also fully committed to the operation of the production line. The increase in production speed was a boon for everyone. Although the arsenal was a rear-echelon military unit, their work was intrinsically linked to the lives of frontline soldiers. Should the arsenal encounter problems, soldiers could potentially lose their lives due to inadequate logistical support. With the production efficiency of the arsenal significantly enhanced, the outcome would, of course, be entirely the opposite. Yet, amidst the jubilant crowd, Su Yun's brows gradually furrowed. Noticing Su Yun's demeanor, Director Zhang could not help but inquire, Su Yun, what is the matter? The production speed of the bullets has increased so dramatically. You have done us a tremendous service. Su Yun shook his head and replied, Director Zhang, while the production speed of the bullets has indeed improved, there remains one issue that has yet to be validated. That is, we need to ascertain the combat effectiveness of our new bullets. Are they powerful enough? Are they stable upon firing? Upon hearing Su Yun's words, Director Zhang sheepishly scratched his head, realizing that he had gotten carried away with excitement and forgotten this crucial aspect. He then suggested, how about this? Our first batch of new bullets has already been produced. The factory is not short of sharpshooters, so we can test the various performance parameters of the new bullets. As he spoke, Director Zhang picked up a new copper-clad steel bullet from the production line. The bullet appeared identical to the traditional brass bullet, yet it was crafted from a sturdier material. However, it remained to be seen how the two would perform in practical application. Chapter 8, Bullet Testing. Copper-clad steel dominates traditional bullets. Su Yun, allow me to introduce you to Old Wu. He was once a sharpshooter in the military, renowned for his impeccable aim. Unfortunately, he was injured and later transferred to work here at our arsenal. He will test and compare the stability of the new and traditional bullets. Su Yun smiled and shook hands with Old Wu. Then, under Director Zhang's guidance, they proceeded outside the factory. As they walked, Director Zhang explained, Old Wu, Su Yun, and the others have now arrived at an open area outside. They observed that, 100 meters away from the open space, 2 fixed targets had been set up for the bullet stability test. Such tests required a certain shooting distance to be meaningful, and the expertise of an experienced shooter to accurately discern the differences between the 2 bullets. Old Wu held a traditional Type 38 rifle, which was long and suitable for medium to long-range shooting. Old Wu, these 2 bullets are the new type and the traditional one, respectively. Please fire at the 2 targets and tell me which bullet exhibits greater stability. After receiving the 2 bullets from Director Zhang, Old Wu said nothing further. He chambered the traditional brass bullet and began to aim. Bang! A crisp sound echoed as the target attendant shouted the score. 9 rings. Well done, Old Wu. Your skills remain sharp, Director Zhang chuckled, while Su Yun observed the unfolding events in silence. Old Wu, without hesitation, opened the bolt to eject the spent casing and chambered the second copper-clad steel bullet. Bang! Another sharp report rang out, and the target attendant called out again. 10 rings. Impressive, Old Wu. You truly are a sharpshooter who has taken down numerous enemies. The crowd was once again taken aback. After firing the second new bullet, Old Wu's expression was filled with delight. Old Wu, how does it feel? Director Zhang and the others eagerly gathered around, asking. Asking, it seemed, was merely a formality, as Director Zhang's face was already alight with joy. With one bullet hitting 9 rings and the other 10, it was evident that, aside from Old Wu's skill, the quality of the bullets played a significant role. The scores were nearly identical, yet the new copper-clad steel bullet had surpassed the traditional bullet by 1 ring. This proved that, even at its worst, the copper-clad steel bullet would not fall short of the traditional bullet by much, making it suitable for mass production and deployment to frontline troops. Director Zhang. The new bullets designed by consultant Su are exceptional, Old Wu exclaimed. The moment the bullet leaves the chamber, I can distinctly feel that the new bullet is significantly more stable than the brass bullet. Consequently, my aim was steadier, and the new bullet scored 1 ring higher. Upon hearing Old Wu's words, Director Zhang nearly leaped for joy. Not only could the new bullets be produced in large quantities at a rapid pace, but their stability also surpassed that of traditional bullets. Director Zhang had never dared to dream that one day the arsenal could develop such bullets. To eliminate any discrepancies, Director Zhang retrieved a dozen more new bullets, instructing Old Wu to fire again and exhaust the ammunition. The final results still indicated that the new bullets exhibited superior stability. Su Yun, I cannot thank you enough. You have, despite being new here, resolved such a significant issue for our arsenal. I am at a loss for words, Director Zhang exclaimed with fervor. The workers and directors around him echoed their excitement in agreement. Faced with their enthusiastic praise, Su Yun smiled and waved his hand dismissively. This is simply what I ought to do for Huaxia. Then, he added, Director Zhang, now that we have tested the stability, we can proceed to evaluate the power of the bullets. Upon hearing this, Director Zhang wasted no time and quickly arranged for 2 steel plates to be brought in. The steel plates were set up just a short distance away, only a few dozen meters apart. As in the previous test, the 2 bullets would be fired at the steel plates to observe how deeply they could penetrate. Given the earlier test, Old Wu approached the shooting with newfound experience. He loaded several brass bullets into the chamber and aimed at the steel plate. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out, and several dents appeared on the steel plate. 2 bullets created noticeable indentations. Yet that was all. The remaining bullets, while embedded in the steel plate, failed to penetrate it. This indicated that the power of the brass bullets was inconsistent. Bullets produced on the same assembly line exhibited variability in their strength. Observing this, Director Zhang sighed in resignation. Meanwhile, Old Wu did not linger but swiftly loaded several new copper-clad steel bullets into the chamber. Bang, bang, bang. Another series of gunshots resounded. As I raised my gaze, I beheld several bullet holes inexplicably appearing on the steel plate targeted by the new type of ammunition. Each hole was uniform in size, aligned in an orderly manner, making them remarkably easy to compare. Witnessing the new bullets piercing through the steel plate ignited a wave of exhilaration among the onlookers. My goodness! How could the power of the copper-clad steel bullets be so immense, capable of penetrating steel itself? The crowd was utterly astonished, their excitement quickly converging on Su Yun. Director Zhang was nearly beside himself with joy. Were it not for his position, he would have embraced Su Yun in a fervent display of gratitude. The frontline workers, too, were swept up in the excitement upon witnessing this spectacle. The ability of the new bullets to penetrate steel not only indicated a significant enhancement in power compared to traditional ammunition, but also suggested a far greater shooting range. Clearly, the new copper-clad steel bullets developed by Su Yun not only boasted convenient raw material sourcing and a dramatic increase in production, but also exhibited performance metrics that far surpassed those of brass bullets. From the perspective of the arsenal, the advent of these new bullets addressed the pressing issue of production timelines. For the frontline troops, these new bullets, available in ample quantities and superior in various performance aspects compared to the original brass ammunition, represented a substantial enhancement of combat capabilities. Su Yun, we are immensely grateful to you. Although I cannot recall how many times I've expressed this, I cannot help but say it again. Tonight, I will prepare a delightful meal of pork stewed with green beans, and I shall open a couple of cans of peach preserves to properly entertain you. Chapter 9. Exceeding Expectations, Director Zhang's report. There's no need for such formality, Director Zhang. The ammunition production task has yet to be completed. Su Yun replied with a smile, raising a hand dismissively. Now that we have tested the performance of the bullets, and everything appears satisfactory, I suggest we expedite the production process. This, Director Zhang slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Oh dear. I was so caught up in the excitement that I nearly forgot all about the ammunition production." He then added with a smile, "Comrade Su Yun, rest assured, thanks to your expertise, our production line's speed has increased tenfold. I wouldn't be surprised if we complete the ammunition production task by tomorrow." With a deep sigh of relief, Director Zhang reflected on the ammunition production challenges that had plagued the arsenal for an extended period. Now, not only had Su Yun resolved these issues upon his arrival, but he had also significantly enhanced the performance of the bullets. This was indeed a monumental achievement worthy of reporting to the higher-ups. Zhang couldn't help but marvel at the previous mystery surrounding the leadership's affection for these overseas returned elites. Now, it was clear that these experts were worth far more than mere treasures. The following day, in the conference room of the arsenal, "The reason I've gathered everyone here today is simple. It has been quite some time since our factory held a commendation ceremony, hasn't it?" At the forefront sat Director Zhang. Flanked by the internal management team and technical advisors, Su Yun was seated beside him, in the most prominent position. Though billed as a commendation ceremony, everyone present understood that this gathering was essentially dedicated to Su Yun alone. However, there was no envy among the attendees, for Su Yun was indeed a genuine expert, having resolved significant issues for the arsenal just yesterday. Clearing his throat, Director Zhang solemnly announced, "Starting from yesterday, our ammunition production line has fully transitioned to producing the new copper-clad steel bullets. The batch destined for the border troops was completed and delivered by noon today, 2 days ahead of schedule." As he spoke, a smile spread across his face. The leadership of the frontline troops even called to express their disbelief, suspecting I had somehow acquired ammunition from another factory to meet the deadline. Laughter erupted among the attendees, clearly pleased with the arsenal's efficiency. Director Zhang continued, "All of this is thanks to Su Yun. Had he not borne the pressure of assuming full responsibility while developing the copper-clad steel bullets, I dare say many of us would still be fretting over production delays. Thus, this factory formally recognizes Comrade Su Yun for his contributions upon joining us." At this proclamation, the room erupted into thunderous applause. The eyes of the onlookers sparkled with excitement and respect as they regarded Su Yun. The return of such military-industrial talent from overseas was truly remarkable. To forsake a comfortable life abroad demonstrated Su Yun's profound patriotism. His impressive performance thus far promised a bright future as a pillar of the nation. Director Zhang, filled with joy, patted Su Yun on the shoulder. "Su Yun, the conditions within our factory are not ideal, and we have little to offer you in terms of recognition. However, tonight's pork stewed with vermicelli will be plentiful. You may indulge as much as you desire." This remark elicited another round of enthusiastic applause. Undoubtedly, Su Yun's arrival had brought a wave of goodwill to the entire arsenal. The previous evening's pork stew and tonight's pork with vermicelli were merely reflections of Su Yun's influence. As the applause subsided, the ceremony appeared to draw to a close. Yet, at that moment, a voice tinged with jealousy emerged. "So what if we've produced a few extra bullets? The war is over now. What use are all these bullets?" The speaker was Zhang Kuanyu, seated not far from Su Yun as a fellow expert in ammunition manufacturing, he had never received such preferential treatment. Under normal circumstances, Su Yun would have chosen to ignore such comments. However, upon hearing remarks regarding future conflicts, he could not remain indifferent. With a serious tone, Su Yun replied, "The war is far from over as long as this world exists, and as long as disputes between nations persist. War will never disappear. We may very well face even more arduous struggles ahead." The attendees fell silent momentarily before nodding in agreement. Su Yun continued, "A powerful military, along with a robust military-industrial system, is the cornerstone of a prosperous nation. In the absence of war, we must prepare for its eventuality by strengthening our military and research capabilities, always ready for conflict, regardless of whether future wars occur. We, as frontline workers in the military industry, cannot afford to be complacent." This declaration was met with another wave of applause. "Indeed, leader. Not only has the production volume increased dramatically, but the stability and power of the new copper-clad steel bullets also surpassed those of the previous brass ammunition." In his office, Director Zhang was reporting to the higher-ups about the recent developments within the factory and Su Yun's contributions. In reality, the higher echelons were already aware of the copper-clad steel bullet advancements. Though they were not privy to the specific circumstances surrounding it was not merely Director Zhang reporting. The call had been initiated by the higher-ups. Yes, the innovator behind the copper-clad steel bullet technology is indeed Su Yun. I will have the blueprints and bullet samples dispatched to you immediately. After ending the call, Director Zhang sighed with relief, pondering that Su Yun's copper-clad steel bullet technology had garnered the attention of the leadership. Perhaps, following the conclusion of today's commendation ceremony, formal recognition from the higher-ups would soon be bestowed upon Su Yun. Chapter 10. Awarded second-class merit upon taking office. You young man have truly outdone yourself. This copper-clad steel bullet technology has rendered a tremendous service to our nation," Li Qingchuan exclaimed excitedly, holding the blueprints in his hands. After inquiring with the factory's director yesterday, he received the bullet design blueprints and samples today. Upon reviewing the copper-clad steel bullet technology, Li Qingchuan was utterly exhilarated. It was no wonder he was so thrilled. As a high-ranking official, he had long cultivated an air of calmness, but today's news was simply too exhilarating. Su Yun's copper-clad steel bullet technology not only allowed for mass production but also boasted performance metrics that significantly exceeded those of brass ammunition. From the perspective of a leader at Li Qingchuan's level, however, these factors were not the most crucial. The primary significance lay in the fact that the main material of the copper-clad steel bullets was steel, greatly reducing the consumption of brass. Given that our nation is a major importer of copper, many copper mines are located in regions that are difficult to exploit. The intention to mass-produce ammunition while simultaneously relying on imports from foreign nations is indeed a source of considerable frustration. Furthermore, should war break out, it is highly probable that China would face international sanctions, rendering the importation of even the raw materials for bullets impossible. Without ammunition, how can one engage in warfare? Fortunately, the technology developed by Su Yun for copper-clad steel bullets not only addresses this critical issue but also has the potential for widespread application across military factories nationwide. This is a remarkable advancement that aids the entire nation in alleviating the scarcity of ammunition, significantly enhancing the combat effectiveness of the armed forces. It is truly astonishing. With this in mind, Li Qingchuan instructed his secretary, Xiao Wang, "Please send this blueprint to the capital." Once the technology for copper-clad steel bullets is disseminated domestically, the entire nation will no longer need to worry about ammunition shortages. Additionally, ensure that the upper echelons are informed about Su Yun, the mastermind behind this technology. We must duly recognize Su Yun's contributions and not let the talents returning from overseas feel undervalued. As he spoke, Li Qingchuan rose from his seat, realizing that once the commendation from the higher-ups was received, he would personally need to visit the frontline munitions factory. The key technical points here must be analyzed meticulously. Considering the practical applications of weapons in combat situations, the Dongbei 1st Munitions Factory, Su Yun was currently in his office, discussing military manufacturing issues with several other technicians. While it was termed a discussion, in reality, Su Yun was instructing these individuals on weapon production. It was not that the technicians lacked competence. Rather, Su Yun's expertise was evidently superior. He was unperturbed by the prospect of teaching his apprentices, as fostering talent would ultimately contribute to the nation's development. Just then, Director Zhang rushed in, breathless, and upon seeing Su Yun, exclaimed, "Su Yun, stop what you're doing and come with me. The leaders from above have arrived at our factory. They wish to personally commend you." Su Yun was momentarily taken aback, then curiously replied, "Director Zhang, what commendation?" Hearing this, Director Zhang nearly leapt with excitement. "Su Yun, have you forgotten about your research on the copper-clad steel bullet technology? Your innovation has stirred the attention of the higher echelons, and they have sent representatives to confer honors upon you." It was evident that Director Zhang was even more thrilled than Su Yun himself. Seeing that Su Yun was still stationary, Director Zhang took it upon himself to pull Su Yun along to the factory's main hall. Inside the hall, a considerable number of individuals had gathered. In addition to the factory workers, at the center of the crowd stood Li Qingchuan, flanked by several senior leaders. "Leaders, I have brought the person you requested," Director Zhang announced. Su Yun was just busy with work. Li Qingchuan nodded and grasped Su Yun's hand with enthusiasm. "Comrade Su Yun, it is a pleasure to see you again. It has only been a few days since we last met. Li Qingchuan had personally arranged for Su Yun to take on a role at the frontline munitions factory, and he was pleasantly surprised to see him again so soon, especially after Su Yun had achieved such significant accomplishments so quickly. "Indeed, leader, it is good to see you again. How have you been?" Su Yun replied with a smile, engaging with the leader. Li Qingchuan, visibly excited, said, "Comrade Su Yun, thank you for your substantial contributions to our nation and military. Your copper-clad steel bullet technology has garnered high praise from the authorities in the capital. It is set to be implemented in military factories nationwide." Witnessing this moment, Director Zhang and the factory workers felt a sense of pride, as Su Yun's recognition reflected positively on the entire munitions factory. Li Qingchuan continued to express his gratitude and admiration for Su Yun's achievements. However, after completing his praise, he became serious. "Comrade Su Yun, after discussions among the higher-ups, it has been unanimously decided to award you a second-class merit." As he spoke, Li Qingchuan presented a small box to Su Yun. "Second-class merit. Did we hear correctly?" Before Su Yun could respond, the factory workers gasped in astonishment. It was understandable why they were so shocked. A second-class merit could be likened to a lesser version of a death exemption in ancient times, and in modern terms, it carried immense honor. Su Yun had only recently assumed his position and was already being awarded such a distinction. This was extraordinary. Director Zhang swallowed hard, feeling a tinge of envy. Li Qingchuan smiled as he handed the box containing the merit to Su Yun, saying, "Comrade Su Yun, on behalf of the senior leaders in the capital, I thank you for your contributions to our nation and military. I hope you will continue to strive for excellence and develop even more advanced military technologies." As the celebratory banquet progressed, Li Qingchuan remarked, "Comrade Su Yun, you have truly helped our military overcome a significant challenge. If you encounter any issues in your work, please feel free to reach out to me. I will do my utmost to assist." Several leaders who accompanied him to the munitions factory chimed in with agreement. The banquet, attended by Su Yun, Director Zhang, and other technical staff from the factory, was not only a celebration of Su Yun's achievements but also a reflection of the factory's pride in his recognition. Though Director Zhang held a modest position, as the factory's director, he felt compelled to host a banquet for the visiting leaders. Despite their brief stay, he also wanted to celebrate Su Yun's accomplishments. Having not properly welcomed him during his initial days at the factory, as the festivities continued, Director Zhang suddenly recalled something and turned to Su Yun, saying, "By the way, Su Yun, I have someone I would like to introduce to you." He gestured toward a middle-aged man of somewhat portly stature sitting at the table. "This is Lin Ping, one of our factory's rare weapon manufacturing experts. He has made remarkable contributions to the innovation of our rifles." As Director Zhang spoke, Lin Ping stood up and shook Su Yun's hand. "Comrade Su Yun, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. I have heard much about your remarkable work. I was ill for a few days and missed the opportunity to witness your development of the advanced copper-clad steel bullet technology. I have reviewed your design blueprints and am truly impressed." Lin Ping spoke with enthusiasm, well aware of Su Yun's accomplishments. He marveled at the skills of this overseas-returned military expert who had achieved such success shortly after taking office. In comparison, Lin Ping felt a sense of inferiority. Although he himself was quite capable in weapon research, his past experiences had left him in a precarious position at the factory, where he struggled to gain acceptance and often had to tread carefully. Ultimately, Lin Ping's history of having once worked for a rival regime and subsequently switching allegiance left him with a tarnished reputation among his peers. In contrast, Su Yun was seen as an elite talent returning from abroad. creating a stark disparity in their perceived worth within the factory. Nonetheless, Su Yun greeted Lin Ping warmly, unconcerned with any past affiliations. As they shook hands, Su Yun instinctively began to assess Lin Ping's capabilities. Recognizing that as a technical staff member, he must possess unique skills worth exploring. Upon examination, Su Yun quickly realized that Lin Ping was indeed a person of considerable merit. Lin Ping. Research ability, medium level. Learning ability, superior level. Physical fitness, lower yellow level. Semi-automatic rifle manufacturing technology, lower earth level. The emergence of earth-level semi-automatic rifle manufacturing technology left Su Yun momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that Lin Ping's capability in semi-automatic weapon production had already reached a masterful level. Given this level of research proficiency, it was likely that, were it not for his identity, Lin Ping would have been dispatched to work at a research institute. Immediately, the system's capabilities sprang into action. Ding! System activated, actively plundering attributes for the host. Ding! Locking in, plundering target Lin Ping, plundering technology. Semi-automatic rifle manufacturing technology, lower earth level. Ding! Triggering 10,000-fold critical hit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ability attribute. Type 81 automatic rifle manufacturing technology, superior heavenly level. The system's voice resonated continuously. Waves of memories flooded into Su Yun's mind, encompassing firearm design blueprints and a vast array of military manufacturing information. Su Yun was momentarily taken aback, astonished that he had indeed acquired the manufacturing technology for the Type 81 automatic rifle. The Type 81 automatic rifle evolved from the Type 81 automatic rifle, transforming the original wooden stock into a more modern folding steel butt. Utilizing a short-stroke gas piston system, it enhanced shooting accuracy and stability, minimizing muzzle rise and recoil while featuring a bolt hold-open function. This highly effective assault rifle played a significant role in future warfare. It was no wonder that Su Yun felt exhilarated. It is noteworthy that in this era, even the Eagle Army, which stood atop the world in weaponry, predominantly equipped its forces with semi-automatic rifles. In comparison, the Type 81 was superior in weight and firepower, significantly increasing lethality in medium to close ranges. In the past, even if he had obtained this technology, Su Yun would have hesitated to manufacture this rifle. After all, while the Type 81 automatic rifle boasted excellent performance and devastating firepower, its high ammunition consumption posed a substantial logistical challenge. However, with the development of copper-clad steel bullet technology, once the technology became widespread, ammunition supply would no longer be a daunting issue for combat units. The most significant problem had been resolved. At present, Su Yun felt it was time to equip the troops with an automatic rifle that excelled in all aspects. Chapter 12. Approaching Great War, Research and Development of Automatic Rifles. Comrade Su Yun. What are your next plans? Li Qingchuan inquired again at the dining table. His question carried no ulterior motive. It was simply curiosity about any new innovations Su Yun might have at the armaments factory. In response, Su Yun instinctively stated, "Next, I intend to focus on researching and modifying rifles. I aim to upgrade our current rifles and strive to develop an automatic rifle that can be widely deployed in the military." Upon hearing this, those present were momentarily taken aback. As Su Yun spoke, his thoughts drifted to the impending Great War in the near future. During the anti-Eagle War, our troops were poorly equipped. To put it simply, they were armed with little more than millet and rifles. Although termed rifles, most troops still utilized low-quality weapons like the captured Arasaka Type 99 and Hanyang rifles from the war period. In stark contrast, the Eagle Army, leading the coalition forces, wielded semi-automatic and even fully automatic high-firepower weapons. The disparity in combat capability was glaringly evident from the weaponry alone. In future battles, there were reports of a regiment of the Chinese military surrounding a company of the Eagle Army. Yet after days of assault, they failed to capture it, ultimately allowing the enemy to escape. To be blunt, it was not that the Chinese soldiers lacked courage. Rather, the overwhelming inferiority of their equipment was a significant hindrance. The Eagle Army, armed with automatic weapons, enjoyed uninterrupted logistical support for ammunition, with one soldier's firepower equating to that of 7 or 8 of ours. Although it appeared that our side was larger in number, the battle was simply unwinnable. As the saying goes, a rifle is a soldier's second life, and its importance cannot be overstated. Now, for the sake of those warriors who will shed blood on future battlefields, the research and development of automatic rifles is of utmost urgency. After all, The sooner Su Yun could manufacture the automatic rifle, the sooner it would reach the hands of the soldiers. This endeavor not only represented a significant contribution to future warfare, but also had the potential to save countless lives. Yet, Su Yun's declaration rendered the atmosphere instantly silent. It was no surprise, given that what he had just said seemed rather far-fetched for the people of this an automatic rifle, widely deploying them in the military. Even the Eagle Army primarily equipped its forces with semi-automatic weapons, and the technology for mature automatic rifles was still in its infancy globally. Although Su Yun's intentions to equip the troops with automatic weapons were sincere, he needed the capability to back them up. Well done, Comrade Su Yun. Should you encounter any issues during the research and development process, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I will do my utmost to assist you. Li Qingchuan suddenly stood up, speaking seriously. He was not oblivious to the difficulties of developing an automatic rifle, but seeing Su Yun's unwavering determination, he was keen not to dampen the confidence of the overseas researchers. Moreover, it was imperative for future China to possess its own standard automatic rifle. Thus, regardless of the challenges, he would wholeheartedly support Su Yun's work. Furthermore, given Su Yun's groundbreaking achievement in copper-clad steel bullet technology, Li Qingchuan firmly believed that Su Yun could create another miracle. Director Zhang and others, while still astonished by Su Yun's earlier remarks, were encouraged by the leader's support. Director Zhang also stood up and said, "Comrade Su Yun, the armaments factory will certainly provide strong backing for your research and innovation. Focus on your work, and if you encounter any problems, feel free to approach us." Observing this scene, the nearby weapons expert Lin Ping felt a surge of excitement. In truth, he had long desired to initiate a project for weapon research and upgrades, but had been hindered by his identity. His private research had yielded no significant breakthroughs until now. With Su Yun advocating for the development of automatic rifles, if anyone else had made such a claim, he would have dismissed it as a joke. However, given Su Yun's expertise in military technology, he found himself unexpectedly hopeful. "Comrade Su Yun, I specialize in research on light and heavy infantry weapons. If you encounter any issues during your development, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." The atmosphere became harmonious, with everyone rallying around Su Yun's research efforts. Following the meal, Li Qingchuan departed the armaments factory, escorted by the others. At the factory's entrance, after bidding farewell to the leaders with a smile, Director Zhang pulled Su Yun aside. "Su Yun, do you truly intend to pursue the development of automatic rifles?" As he spoke, Director Zhang quickly added, "I am not doubting you, that it's just that there is currently no mature technology for automatic rifles worldwide. I am somewhat concerned." Hearing Director Zhang's words, Su Yun shook his head in exasperation, thinking to himself that, in essence, Director Zhang still harbored some skepticism about him. However, Su Yun did not hold this against him, as the development of automatic rifles was indeed a somewhat fantastical ambition in the current era. Then, Su Yun replied, "Rest assured, Director Zhang, if I say I can develop it, I will surely do so." Upon hearing Su Yun's conviction, Director Zhang nodded thoughtfully, contemplating something. After a moment, he asked, "When do you plan to begin the development?" Su Yun pondered for a moment before responding, "It's a bit late today, and I've had some drinks, so I'll start the development tomorrow." With the Great War looming, time was of the essence. Thinking of the soldiers who would sacrifice their lives in future battles, Su Yun wished he could work around the clock to expedite the weapon development process. Seeing Su Yun's determination, Director Zhang nodded, choosing not to voice any further concerns. Nevertheless, he remained somewhat apprehensive about Su Yun's ambition to upgrade weaponry with automatic rifles, considering that Su Yun was an overseas military technology expert capable of shining brightly anywhere. If the development of automatic rifles were to fail, it would be a tremendous waste of valuable time. However, seeing Su Yun's unwavering confidence, Director Zhang ultimately decided to trust him, recalling that this young man had previously created miracles. "Very well, Comrade Su Yun. While I may not be able to assist with research matters, please do not hesitate to reach out if you encounter any other difficulties." Upon hearing Director Zhang's words, Su Yun smiled and nodded in agreement. The next morning, Su Yun arrived early at the workshop dedicated to firearm production. Chapter 13. Manufacturing Constraints, Handcrafting the Type 81. In this current era, conditions in various aspects were quite poor. Although the first armaments factory in Dongbei was regarded as the best first-tier military industry enterprise in the country, the facilities within the firearms manufacturing workshop remained appallingly inadequate. While some forging equipment and lathes were present, these machines were outdated, and due to the backwardness of the era, the lathes were still manually operated. Tio aspired to a future where, armed solely with manufacturing blueprints, a template could govern a production line that operates ceaselessly day and night is utterly implausible. The craftsmanship involved in the production of the Bai rifle is a testament to ingenuity, distinctly different from the firearms produced in later eras that necessitate precision instruments for their creation. With the materials and tools available in the workshop, it is still feasible to fabricate it through diligent effort. Surrounded by the pervasive scent of machine oil and gazing at the array of antiquated machinery before him, Su Yun shook his head in resignation. It appears that manufacturing the Bai rifle will require not only machinery but also the manual crafting of numerous components. The intricate details of the rifle's various parts were indelibly etched in Su Yun's mind. The challenge he faced was not a lack of technical skill, but rather the absence of a large cooking pot for stir-frying. Nevertheless, he was undeterred. His goal was to expedite the development of the firearm, minimizing the bloodshed and tears of the soldiers on the front lines of the future. If machines were unreliable, he would resort to handcrafting the components. For the internal parts that were too small and intricate to be made by hand, he would resort to casting if necessary. He was determined to create the firearm. Without further ado, Su Yun approached the lathe and began manually crafting the external components of the rifle. The Bai rifle, with its shell and stock made of high-grade steel, featured relatively large parts. Once he mastered the operation of the lathe, he could produce them without excessive precision using a manual machine. The sounds of machinery grinding filled the workshop. Observing this scene, the other workers could not help but wear expressions of bemusement. The news of Su Yun's ambitions to upgrade the firearm had circulated throughout the arms factory. Initially, many workers, including some of the foremen, assumed Su Yun was merely speaking idly, perhaps influenced by the revelry of the previous day's celebration. After all, upgrading a firearm is no trivial matter. Even the research institutes in the capital lacked the capability to produce a standardized automatic rifle for the troops. Even if Su Yun was serious, it would likely be regarded as a long-term project, given that the technology for fully automatic rifles had yet to mature. How could one possibly manufacture a fully automatic rifle in such a short span? Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Su Yun was indeed attempting to construct a fully automatic rifle using the rudimentary facilities at his disposal, and he had already commenced production the very next day. Whether he had even sketched the design blueprints remained a mystery. In a moment of surprise, the workers dared not disturb him, merely waiting in anticipation to see if Su Yun could truly elevate the rifle to a fully automatic status. Under the manual lathe, Su Yun swiftly crafted the external shell of the Bai rifle. The shell was substantial, its surface dark yet gleaming with metallic luster. Of course, the shell and stock were the simplest and most straightforward components to manufacture. However, to forge the entirety of the rifle's components, Su Yun still had a considerable journey ahead. The primary components of an automatic rifle include the bolt assembly, which encompasses the bolt carrier, firing pin, and other elements responsible for the automatic loading, firing, and ejection of cartridges, the magazine, which stores and supplies ammunition, and the sights, primarily the iron sights for aiming. Additionally, there were the barrel, recoil spring, safety mechanisms, muzzle device, various connectors, and fasteners, among others. To replicate these components entirely was no small feat for Su Yun alone. While larger parts were manageable, the intricate and delicate components consumed a significant amount of his effort. Ultimately, Su Yun found himself examining the rifle barrel he had partially crafted, contemplating the rifling process. It is well known that crafting an exceptional rifle necessitates the inclusion of rifling in the barrel. The rifling not only enhances bullet accuracy and reduces air resistance upon exiting the barrel, but it also extends range, increases lethality, and improves trajectory and penetration, as well as delaying barrel wear, thereby prolonging the firearm's lifespan. Typically, there are several methods for rifling a barrel. The most conventional is the pull-through method, which employs a specialized rifling cutter and a pull-through device to create stable spiral grooves along the barrel's inner wall through mechanical force. However, this method was not an option for Su Yun due to the absence of a pull-through device. A skilled artisan cannot create a feast without ingredients. The extrusion method, which uses mechanical pressure to deform the interior of the barrel to produce rifling grooves, also proved impractical given the material constraints of the current conditions. Ultimately, the only viable option for creating rifling in the barrel was manual craftsmanship. Su Yun resorted to the most traditional method of rifling, employing a rotating mandrel with blades to engrave the grooves inside the barrel. This technique, however, demanded a high level of skill from the worker. Even a minor error could render an entire barrel useless. Yet, for Su Yun, This posed no significant challenge. With a background in overseas military industry, he not only possessed the ability to draft research blueprints, but also had honed his practical skills. Now, armed with the blade-equipped mandrel, he delved into the barrel's interior, meticulously crafting the rifling. The surrounding workers looked on in disbelief, shaking their heads not in disapproval but in astonishment at witnessing something unprecedented. No one had anticipated that Su Yun could fabricate so many firearm components by hand, let alone personally engrave the rifling in the barrel. As a result, an air of anticipation filled the workshop. Could Su Yun truly craft a rifle through sheer manual labor? Under the watchful gaze of his peers, Su Yun successfully rifled the barrel. Peering into the dark muzzle, one could see the meticulously engraved grooves glistening within. This accomplishment exhilarated Su Yun, for most of the components had now been produced, and the most challenging task of rifling the barrel had been completed. Next, he needed only to cut a few remaining components before he could fully assemble the bi-automatic rifle. With that thought in mind, Su Yun wasted no time and energetically set about crafting the final few necessary components for the firearm. Chapter 14. The successful manufacture of the rifle, the arrival of the director, at last. It was done. Gazing at the array of components laid out on the table, Su Yun exhaled a sigh of relief. Crafting the rifle by hand had indeed been an exhausting endeavor. Yet, every ounce of effort had been worthwhile. The rifle's components were now fully produced, and once assembled, the bi-rifle could be brought to fruition decades ahead of its time. After a brief respite, Su Yun refocused his energy, his eyes fixed intently on the workstation before him. He quickly assembled the rifle's magazine, opting to craft several simultaneously for practical use. Next, he turned to the rifle's body, skillfully picking up each component and rapidly securing the external parts with screws and pins. Gradually, the entire body and stock of the rifle began to take shape. As Su Yun continued his work, the onlooking workers were left in awe. It seemed that he truly intended to create a rifle from scratch. As for the absence of Director Zhang during this momentous occasion, it was quite simple. The arms factory had received notification that an important military leader, Director Cheng, was visiting for an inspection. He was currently at the entrance of the factory awaiting the arrival of his entourage. Likely preoccupied with matters far removed from Su Yun's rifle-making efforts. Director Cheng, I can hardly believe you have come in person, exclaimed Director Zhang, brimming with excitement as he shook hands with the esteemed leader at the factory entrance. Accompanied by a throng of officials, no wonder Director Zhang was so animated. Standing before him was Director Cheng, a top figure from the Huaxia Military Research Institute, renowned for overseeing military-industrial development and wielding significant authority over military operations. Such a versatile superior was a rarity globally. Had Director Cheng not personally arrived, Zhang would have thought he was dreaming, for someone of his stature had no need to visit in person. Noticing Director Zhang's enthusiasm, Director Cheng smiled and explained, the logistics unit is here to collect ammunition from the arms factory for delivery to the border. Since I also intended to visit the border, I decided to accompany them and take a look at our factory while en route. Given the urgency of military affairs and the potential for conflict at the front lines, as the highest advisor, I deemed it prudent to inspect the situation firsthand. Before arriving, Director Cheng had heard of the first arms factory's success in resolving the ammunition issue for the troops. Since he was passing through, he thought it an opportune moment to see for himself. I have been informed that the new overseas talent at your factory has developed a novel ammunition technology that not only significantly increases production but also enhances performance compared to brass ammunition, thereby greatly bolstering the combat capability of our forces. I am here to meet that comrade personally. Upon hearing Director Cheng's words, Director Zhang responded with a smile. Rest assured, Director Cheng, now that you are here, you will surely meet Su Yun. Director Cheng continued, casting a casual glance at the crowd behind Director Zhang. Where is that comrade now? Seeing the leader's attention and realizing that Su Yun had not accompanied him to greet Director Cheng, Director Zhang quickly clarified, Director Cheng, Comrade Su Yun is currently engrossed in research and has not had much time to join us. However, please rest assured, Director Cheng, since you have arrived, you will certainly meet Su Yun. Upon hearing this, Director Cheng was momentarily taken aback, followed by a hint of perplexity. Has Comrade Su Yun, who has just developed the copper-clad steel bullet technology, already immersed himself in another research project? It is truly unexpected that an elite returning from overseas possesses such dedication. He is indeed a commendable comrade. As he pondered, Director Chung couldn't help but grow curious about what research Su Yun is currently engaged in. Naturally, upon being questioned, Factory Director Zhang did not dare to be negligent. Su Yun is presently working on upgrading firearms. According to him, he aims to develop a fully automatic rifle that can be mass-produced for the military. This statement left seasoned Director Chung momentarily stunned. What? Researching a fully automatic rifle? As he spoke, Director Chung couldn't help but chuckle. While Comrade Su Yun's intentions are commendable, developing a fully automatic rifle is no simple feat. At present, the military has yet to popularize semi-automatic rifles. The young comrade ought to adopt a more pragmatic approach. Although Director Cheng's remarks seemed to critique Su Yun, they were laden with admiration. Almost bursting forth. Indeed, an elite returning from abroad aspires to tackle the most challenging and finest endeavors. However, considering the current situation of the military and the armaments factory, it is clear that many non-frontline units are still using older models like the Hanyang rifle. Su Yun's ambition to develop a fully automatic rifle for the military might be a tad unrealistic. Yes. Upon hearing Director Cheng's words, Factory Director Zhang chimed in. I also believe that Comrade Su Yun's endeavor to develop a fully automatic rifle is somewhat impractical. However, he is wholeheartedly committed to this research and has assured us that it can be accomplished, which is why the factory has fully supported his work. As he spoke, Factory Director Zhang added. Director Chung, Su Yun did not come out to greet you. He must be busy working on the rifle. Upon hearing this, Director Chung burst into hearty laughter. Since Comrade Su Yun does not wish to meet me, I shall personally visit your factory to meet this talented individual who has greatly assisted our military. Just as they were about to proceed into the armaments factory, a worker hurriedly approached, his face betraying a mix of anxiety and excitement. What is the rush? Can't you see that Director Chung has arrived? Seeing the worker's flustered demeanor, Factory Director Zhang couldn't help but reprimand him softly. Yet, Director Chung waved his hand with a smile. No worries. Young comrade, you seem quite anxious. Please share with us what has transpired. The young worker, startled to see Director Chung, quickly regained his composure and exclaimed joyfully. Report, Director, and you too, Factory Director. Comrade Su Yun has completed the development of the rifle. He wishes for the Factory Director to come and take a look. This statement left everyone present momentarily dumbfounded. Director Chung was silent, but particularly for Factory Director Zhang, his jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Are you joking? Su Yun has developed the rifle? If I'm not mistaken, he only began working on it yesterday. How could he possibly have completed it today? Chapter 15. The Automatic Rifle of August 1 SD. Director Cheng's astonishment. Xiao, Director Chung is right here. You aren't jesting with us, are you? Factory Director Zhang instinctively grabbed the worker's arm and inquired, his eyes bulging as if to devour the young worker. Director Chung, standing nearby, furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend what was happening in the armaments factory. With talk of rifles and successful manufacturing, could it be that the factory was merely putting on a show for him? After confirming the news with another worker, Factory Director Zhang swallowed hard and addressed Director Chung. Director Chung, according to the workers, Su Yun has indeed developed the rifle, and he has invited us to come and see it. Without further ado, Director Chung motioned ahead. Lead the way. Let us go see. Oh my. This is truly an excellent rifle, indeed. It looks shiny and well-crafted. The firepower must be substantial. If this weapon were on the battlefield, it would surely wreak havoc upon the enemy. Inside the firearms workshop, a crowd of workers had gathered, their eyes filled with curiosity about the latest rifle developed by Su Yun. Everyone, make way, Comrade Su Yun. Where are you? Our Director Chung has come to see you. As Factory Director Zhang's voice echoed, the workers quickly parted to create a path, and Su Yun stood up in response. I am here. Factory Director Zhang hurried over. Su Yun, allow me to introduce you. This is Director Chung, the head of the Weigor Research Institute and the highest advisor to the military. Turning to Director Chung, Factory Director Zhang added with a smile. Director Chung, this is Su Yun. Gazing at the young man before him, Director Chung smiled faintly and extended his hand. Comrade Su Yun, I thank you for your contributions to our armed forces. Su Yun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied with a shy smile, I apologize, Director Chung. My hands are dirty. As he extended his hand, it was evident that it was covered in grease. Director Chung paused, then laughed heartily as he grasped Su Yun's hand. Your hands, Comrade Su Yun, are those of someone who has developed new bullet technology. It is my honor to shake hands with you, dirt and all. Su Yun felt a surge of emotion at the gesture. After exchanging pleasantries with Su Yun, Director Chung couldn't help but inquire curiously, "Comrade Su Yun, I have heard that you have developed a new rifle. Since it is completed, let us see it." The recent development of bullets had already astonished Director Chung, and now with Su Yun having developed a rifle, he was determined to see it for himself. Upon hearing this, Su Yun did not dare to delay and immediately dove back into the crowd. When he emerged, he was holding a rifle. The appearance of the rifle was starkly incongruous with the contemporary firearms of the era. The long magazine hung beneath the barrel, giving the weapon an impressive heft. The body was crafted from steel, gleaming with an oil finish that suggested substantial weight. Just a glance caused Director Cheng's eyes to brighten instantly. Setting aside other considerations, the rifle's design alone indicated that it was no ordinary weapon. "Comrade Su Yun, please introduce this rifle to everyone." In response, Su Yun lifted the rifle and began his explanation. This rifle weighs between 3.4 to 3.5 kilograms. The overall length is 99.5 centimeters, and with the attachment of a bayonet, the length extends to 110.4 centimeters. Su Yun's detailed introduction prompted approving nods from the audience. They had not anticipated such thorough design considerations from Su Yun. However, as he continued, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. This assault rifle has a magazine capacity of 30 rounds, and it can be adjusted for either single or continuous fire. Theoretically, the firing rate can reach 600 to 750 rounds per minute. This declaration left everyone momentarily speechless. Even Director Cheng's eyes widened involuntarily. As a top expert in military technology, he had never heard of anyone in contemporary times developing such an impressive weapon. Factory Director Zhang, his face a mask of disbelief, pointed at the rifle in Su Yun's hands and stammered, "Comrade Su Yun, you're not joking with us, are you? This firing rate rivals that of a machine gun. If what you say is true, 30 rounds could be expended in mere seconds." It was understandable why Factory Director Zhang reacted this way. As the head of the armaments factory, he was well versed in various weapons. Yet, the rifle Su Yun held, both in design and performance, far exceeded his expectations. It seemed to amalgamate the advantages of both semi-automatic rifles and machine guns. If Su Yun's claims were accurate, this rifle was undoubtedly exceptional. But could it be trusted? In the face of their skepticism, Su Yun nodded affirmatively. After all, it is a fully automatic assault rifle. If it did not meet this standard, there would be no point in developing it. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into silence, astonished that Su Yun had indeed managed to develop a fully automatic rifle, and at such a rapid pace. Meanwhile, Director Cheng's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance. It was evident to all that he too was quite excited. "Comrade Su Yun, could you elaborate on the primary functions of this rifle?" Su Yun nodded and began, "Certainly. This rifle has an effective kill range of 400 meters. For group targets, it has an effective range of 500 meters. In practice, the rifle remains effective at approximately 1,800 meters, retaining a significant lethality within 2,000 meters. This revelation caused the eyes of everyone present to widen once more. Including Director Cheng. It must be said that, given the current circumstances, Director Chung harbors some doubts about whether Su Yun is being entirely truthful with him. When it comes to firearms, the first weapon that springs to mind for Director Chung is the renowned Thompson submachine gun. Famously wielded by the Eagle Army, however, its effective range barely exceeds 100 meters. In contrast, the rifle in Su Yun's possession boasts a rate of fire comparable to that of a submachine gun, with an effective killing distance reaching an astonishing 400 to 500 meters. Such a feat seems almost impossible in this era. Yet, as his thoughts meander, a flicker of excitement glimmers in Director Cheng's eyes. If Su Yun's claims hold any truth, equipping the troops with such weaponry could potentially amplify the entire unit's combat effectiveness by an unfathomable margin. The sole concern that lingers among the onlookers is undoubtedly, "Su Yun? Are you truly not deceiving us?" Chapter 16. The real-world test of the Type 81 rifle. A shockwave across the room. Of course not. I can assure you that every aspect of this rifle's performance is accurately reflective of reality. If anyone remains skeptical, I encourage you to conduct a test at the shooting range. Su Yun responded candidly to the inquiries of the crowd. "That's splendid. I happen to have some time. Let us proceed to the shooting range to examine this rifle." Director Chung exclaimed, his eyes betraying a mixture of excitement and anticipation. After all, should Su Yun's assertions prove factual, this rifle would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable weapon on the battlefield. "Everyone, follow me," Director Zhang instructed. guiding the group toward the factory's designated shooting range. However, as he spoke, a sense of trepidation began to bubble within him. If Su Yun's rifle indeed performs as claimed, all would be well, but if discrepancies arise, it would reflect poorly on their factory, essentially leaving Director Chung feeling duped. Nevertheless, having reached this juncture, Director Zhang felt it unwise to voice further concerns, silently hoping that the weapon Su Yun had developed in just a day or two would indeed possess the terrifying power he professed. Before long, Director Chung, accompanied by a host of others, arrived at the factory's shooting range, an expansive area where fixed targets had been set up 100 meters ahead. Xiao Lu, come forward and give this rifle a try. Director Chung waved his hand, summoning his bodyguard to step up and test the weapon. Xiao Lu, who was well-versed in various firearms despite his embarrassment at the unfamiliar Type 81 rifle, approached to receive it from Su Yun. Of course, with Su Yun present, any uncertainties regarding the operation of the rifle would be manageable. This is the safety for the rifle. Simply disengage it to fire. Moreover, the rifle can be used for both single shots and automatic fire. The soldier can control the firing by pulling the trigger, as Yu Yun explained, and Xiao Lu nodded, expressing his gratitude before raising the rifle to aim at the target 100 meters away. The initial test would assess the rifle's stability and accuracy, so Xiao Lu opted for single shots first. Bang! A crisp shot rang out, the muzzle of the Type 81 rifle emitting a brilliant flash of flame. The target announcer, holding a megaphone, then called out loudly, "Hit! 10 ring." Upon hearing this, all present were instantly illuminated with excitement. Regardless of Xiao Lu's marksmanship, the fact that he was Director Cheng's bodyguard implied he must possess considerable skill. Judging by the rifle's accuracy, it indeed appeared to be impressive. Xiao Lu, how does it feel? Director Cheng inquired eagerly. Xiao Lu, his expression brimming with excitement, replied, "Director, this rifle is fantastic. The recoil is minimal, and it is incredibly stable. In single-shot mode, it surpasses our military's conventional rifles by a significant margin." This proclamation only served to heighten the excitement among those present. In no time, all eyes were fixated on Su Yun. Having only recently joined the factory, he had already developed such an impressive rifle. He truly was a genius in military engineering. Yet, the testing had only just begun. Director Cheng, undeterred, announced, "Wasn't it stated that the rifle's effective range is around 400 meters? Bring the fixed target out to 400 meters. Xiao Lu, use this rifle to test its stability at that distance," Director Cheng instructed. The crowd quickly prepared as Xiao Lu took position, adopting a prone shooting stance. 400 meters might not sound far, yet to the naked eye, the target appeared as little more than a dot. This test would not only examine the rifle's performance, but also Xiao Lu's marksmanship. "Xiao Lu, when you are ready, fire," Director Cheng commanded. Bang! Another shot resounded, and the target announcer at 400 meters shouted, "10 ring." The remarkable accuracy left even Director Cheng, seasoned in leading troops for many years, momentarily stunned. Xiao Lu then stood, rifle in hand, exclaiming, "Director, this rifle is incredible. Its stability and precision are astonishing. It's almost as if it hits wherever I point." No wonder Xiao Lu was so thrilled. After years of service, he had never encountered such an effective weapon before. Holding the rifle sparked a desire within him to claim it as his own. Observing this new model, Director Cheng nodded repeatedly. Setting aside other considerations, it was evident that Su Yun's claims regarding the rifle's stability held true. Director Cheng was well aware of Xiao Lu's marksmanship. Typically, hitting a 10-ring target at 400 meters was achievable. However, given the strong winds today, Xiao Lu's ability to maintain accuracy was a testament to the rifle's exceptional precision and stability. "Do you see that bird's nest in the tree over there? Bring it down." Director Cheng pointed towards a nest nearly 500 meters away. To the naked eye, it appeared merely as a small speck. Without hesitation, Xiao Lu raised the rifle, took aim, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Another shot echoed through the air, and the bird's nest fell from the tree. This spectacle elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. What remarkable marksmanship! What a rifle! That nest was over 500 meters away, and he hit it in one shot. The power of the bullet is extraordinary. The crowd erupted in admiration. Director Cheng, brimming with excitement, turned to Su Yun and exclaimed, "Comrade Su Yun, you have truly accomplished a great feat. The stability of this rifle will undoubtedly prove invaluable on the battlefield." Yet, in response to Director Cheng's praise, Su Yun waved his hand, saying, "Director, please do not rush. This test only assessed the rifle's stability and precision in single-shot mode. We have yet to evaluate its performance in fully automatic mode. Taken aback by Su Yun's confidence in his weapon, Director Chung replied, "Very well, let us fulfill Comrade Su Yun's wishes. Let us test the performance of this fully automatic rifle in continuous fire." Chapter 17. Full Automatic Shooting, a Firepower Beast. Xiao Lu, an experienced soldier, was no stranger to automatic firearms. The shooting range was soon adorned with several targets once again. With Su Yun's assistance, Xiao Lu reloaded the magazine with fresh ammunition, aiming at the targets 100 meters away, ready to open fire at Director Cheng's command. "Fire!" Director Cheng gestured with a flourish, and Xiao Lu instantly squeezed the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. The crisp sounds of gunfire echoed like a series of firecrackers during a festive celebration. The muzzle flared with vibrant flames as Xiao Lu's shoulder began to shake from the sustained impact. Although the Type 81 rifle's recoil was manageable, the force from continuous fire was undeniably potent. However, for a seasoned veteran like Xiao Lu, it was hardly a challenge. Before the captivated audience, bullets sliced through the air, leaving luminous trails as they struck the targets with relentless precision. The scene left everyone speechless. Witnessing such overwhelming firepower, Director Zhang, astonished, remarked, "This firepower is astonishing. As the factory director, this is my first encounter with a rifle capable of such formidable output in the hands of infantry. While submachine guns may have rapid firing rates, they simply cannot compare to the effective range of 500 meters of this fully automatic rifle. This is nearly on par with a machine gun." It was difficult to fathom the sheer magnitude of firepower that would arise if every soldier were equipped with such a weapon. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Even Xiao Lu, who had just emptied a magazine, wore an expression of exhilaration, turning to the equally stunned Director Cheng and proclaiming, "Director, this rifle's firepower is truly extraordinary." Director Cheng gazed at the formidable weapon before him. Momentarily taken aback, however, regaining his composure, he promptly inquired, "Xiao Lu, could you elaborate on the performance of this rifle during sustained fire?" Xiao Lu, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, "It is remarkably stable. While continuous firing does induce some recoil, this rifle's stability remains commendable. Its accuracy has not diminished in the slightest." Such declarations astonished those present. It became evident that, apart from its relatively small magazine capacity of 30 rounds, the other capabilities of the rifle developed by Su Yun seemed to surpass those of a machine gun. One could scarcely imagine the devastation it could wreak on the battlefield if wielded stealthily. Could it not eliminate an entire squad in a single barrage? Listening to Xiao Lu's commentary, Director Chung called out to the distance, "Target reporter, please provide the score." Upon hearing this, the target reporter, after a moment of confusion, reluctantly shouted into a megaphone, "Director Chung, the target has been utterly destroyed. We are unable to report a score." The crowd was initially taken aback, but soon erupted into laughter. After all, with 30 rounds fired in rapid succession, how could the target remain intact? Yet, from this incident, it was clear that the rifle developed by Su Yun was truly a masterpiece of its time. "Comrade Su Yun, could you share more about the advantages of this rifle?" Director Cheng inquired, his face betraying an unmistakable excitement. "As you have just observed, this automatic rifle boasts formidable firepower. In combat, it can effectively cover enemy positions." Su Yun explained, "If a soldier is equipped with this rifle and sufficient ammunition, their firepower would surpass that of an entire squad of our forces. Should an entire squad be armed with this rifle, their firepower would exceed that of a reinforced platoon within our conventional units." At this proclamation, Director Chung could hardly contain his exhilaration. As the highest military advisor, he was acutely aware of the significance of firepower. He had not only heard about the rifle's performance, but had also witnessed it firsthand. In this era, a soldier's combat effectiveness was heavily reliant on weaponry. If this rifle were to be widely adopted by the troops, it would not merely exceed expectations, it would effectively dominate the enemy forces. Yet, amidst his excitement, a trace of concern crept into Director Cheng's voice as he asked, "Su Yun, I have one more question. You know our troops face harsh conditions, and our logistical support is severely lacking. While this automatic rifle performs admirably, frequent malfunctions would pose a serious issue." Upon hearing this, Su Yun remained silent, instead taking the rifle from Xiao Lu's hands. Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, he reloaded the magazine and proceeded to plunge the entire weapon into the sandy ground of the shooting range. When he lifted the rifle again, Its exterior was caked in dirt, and sand began to ooze from within. This spectacle left the onlookers in shock. Su Yun, what are you doing? Are you not ruining a fine piece of equipment? Director Zhang exclaimed, feigning an attempt to intervene. It was no wonder he was alarmed. Everyone understood that the rifle Su Yun was handling was indeed a valuable asset. Subjecting it to sand was hardly a prudent act. Would it even function afterward? Without responding, Su Yun merely shook the sand from the rifle and aimed once more at the distant target, squeezing the trigger. The ensuing barrage of gunfire silenced all skepticism. Bang, bang, bang. A rapid succession of shots rang out, and the rifle showed no signs of jamming. By the time Su Yun discharged the last round, aside from a faint reddening of the muzzle and a wisp of blue smoke, the weapon appeared no different from before. Director Chung, as you can see, our automatic rifle not only boasts high accuracy and substantial firepower, but it also exhibits remarkable adaptability. It can function effectively in diverse environments including plateaus, deserts, and frigid tundras. Listening to Su Yun's description, Director Chung could not help but swallow hard. It was undeniable that this rifle was extraordinary. Despite being subjected to an onslaught of sand, it continued to fire flawlessly, exhibiting no signs of malfunction. This rifle not only excelled in various performance metrics, but was also perfectly suited to the current needs of the Chinese military. It was nothing short of exceptional. The atmosphere among the attendees was palpable with excitement. Even Director Chung felt a twinge of eagerness, wishing to try the rifle himself. This rifle is indeed impressive, Director Chung exclaimed with admiration. Observing the situation, Su Yun quickly discerned Director Cheng's intentions and proposed, Director Chung, why not give it a try yourself? Chung had been eagerly awaiting this suggestion and immediately accepted the rifle from Su Yun's hands. He scrutinized the external structure of the weapon before aiming it towards a nearby target. After firing a few controlled shots, he transitioned to full automatic fire, emptying the magazine. Upon finishing, a look of fascination lingered on Director Cheng's face as he cradled the automatic rifle. Seeing this, Director Zhang and others could not suppress their laughter. At that moment, Director Chung gently stroked the rifle and remarked, "What a fine weapon! If only we had possessed such advanced firearms back in the day. How much blood and sacrifice might we have spared our soldiers?" As he spoke, his thoughts seemed to drift back to the tumultuous years of conflict. As the highest advisor, Director Chung had once commanded on the battlefield. Harboring deep sentiments for those valiant soldiers who had fought bravely, now, with superior weaponry and military supplies at hand, he could not help but remember those comrades who had fallen in battle. Indeed, had these advancements existed then, how different things might have been. Though it is often said that a man's heart is as hard as iron, human emotions are tender. Even the mightiest generals are not immune to such feelings. This reflection cast a solemn mood over the gathering. Yet, Su Yun's gaze had grown even more resolute. The sacrifices of the fallen would not be in vain. The current development of these weapons was not without purpose. The automatic rifle was merely the beginning. In the future, Su Yun aimed to create even more formidable armaments. This endeavor was not for naught. It was to ensure that soldiers would shed less sweat and blood in the impending conflicts. This rifle is indeed remarkable. It should be mass-produced. Director Chung nodded in agreement. Although the automatic rifle consumes ammunition at a significant rate, with the technology of copper-plated steel bullets, ammunition supply has become manageable. I do wonder, however, how many units can our armory produce in a day if we fully commit to manufacturing this weapon? With this exchange, the attendees unanimously recognized Su Yun's rifle, instinctively beginning to discuss the processes involved in its production. At this juncture, Director Chung spoke up, "Su Yun, if this rifle were to be adopted by the troops, it would undoubtedly enhance the Army's combat capabilities. However, I am curious if it can be produced in large quantities?" Upon hearing this, Su Yun nodded. "Certainly, Director Chung, however, to ramp up production, we will require assistance from higher authorities." As Su Yun spoke, he emphasized, "As long as there are no technical issues, the rest will not pose a problem for you." Director Chung. With a decisive wave of his hand, Director Chung responded, "Whatever issues or requirements you have, feel free to bring them to me. If I cannot resolve them, I will escalate them to the capital to ensure your needs are met." As he spoke, Director Cheng's demeanor shifted, yet he added, "But Su Yun, you must promise me one thing. Expedite the integration of this automatic rifle into our troops." Su Yun nodded. "Very well, Director Chung. My request is straightforward. Our armory currently lacks certain machinery necessary for firearm production. These machines are imperative for mass-producing rifles, Additionally, to expand production capacity, the armory must undergo renovations to maximize output. In essence, Su Yun's statements boil down to a need for personnel, funding, and materials. Director Cheng nodded in agreement, seemingly acquiescing to Su Yun's requests. After all, facilitating the large-scale production of this rifle warranted the allocation of funds and resources to the armory. Contemplating this, Director Cheng once again inquired. However, Su Yun, could you provide more specifics? How much funding do you require for production, and what are your needs regarding personnel and materials for the armory's expansion? Watching this exchange, Director Zhang's eyes gleamed with anticipation, nearly drooling at the prospect as he pondered the implications of the situation. The intention to expand the munitions factory had long been established, yet the higher-ups remained reluctant to allocate the necessary funds. Today, it is indeed thanks to Su Yun that we find ourselves in this predicament. The crowd buzzed with speculation, unaware that Su Yun's subsequent remarks would nearly leave everyone present in utter disbelief. Even Director Cheng nearly lost his footing and stumbled to the ground. Director Cheng, I will prepare a materials list for you shortly, Su Yun declared. As for the expansion of the munitions factory and the mass production of rifles, I require 100 million in funding, along with the addition of at least 8,000 workers. Upon hearing this, the attendees felt as though they had been struck by a thunderbolt, nearly rendered senseless. 100 million? 8,000 workers? Su Yun, surely, you must be mad. This is beyond a mere lion's share. It is akin to a black hole. Director Cheng was momentarily taken aback by Su Yun's demands. After all, who would have anticipated such a substantial request? In this era of hardship, where every corner of the nation is tightening its belt, 100 million is an astronomical figure, to say nothing of other institutions. Even the Weapon Research Institute in the capital operates with budgets of mere hundreds of thousands to millions. And yet, here is Su Yun, asking for 100 million and an additional 8,000 workers. While Director Cheng was stunned, the personnel at the munitions factory also found Su Yun's demands excessively extravagant. However, Su Yun's rationale behind such a lofty request was not without merit. In truth, he did not genuinely expect the higher-ups to allocate such vast resources to the factory. By presenting such a high figure, his intention was to negotiate down later. After all, a great war looms on the horizon, and Su Yun's current and future weapon research necessitates a significant infusion of manpower and resources to ensure the frontline soldiers are adequately equipped. Should he develop advanced weaponry only to be hindered by a lack of resources, he would be left in despair. Chapter 19. Su Yun, your demands are rather excessive, Su Yun. We understand your fervent passion for the nation and its people. But your requests are somewhat excessive this time. Indeed, we are not abroad. How can we mobilize so much manpower and resources all at once? Perhaps you might reconsider and ask for a lesser amount. After Su Yun finished speaking, the crowd began to urge him to temper his demands. Even factory director Zhang joined the chorus, not out of a lack of desire to expand production, but rather because Su Yun's audacity requires the higher-ups to be able to meet such demands. Unmoved by their pleas, Su Yun remained resolute. Given the current circumstances, the production capacity of the Dongbei munitions factory is woefully inadequate to meet the needs of the future frontline troops. To catch up. A substantial investment is essential, alongside both weapon production and factory expansion. This matter cannot be delayed, and no one could dissuade Su Yun at that moment. A production supervisor from the factory spoke up. Comrade Su Yun, your requests are truly excessive. Under the current situation, it suffices to produce your rifles. There is no need for the factory to expand. This statement elicited nods from the assembled crowd. Why is it unnecessary to expand the factory? The answer is simple. The war has just concluded, and it is unlikely there will be any new conflicts in the near future. Moreover, in the early days of nation building, many sectors require urgent development and also need substantial funding. Given the current scarcity of resources, it seems imprudent to allocate such significant funds for factory expansion when those resources could be better utilized by other departments to expedite their production and development. Indeed, there is no war to fight. Resources should be allocated to other departments. The crowd began to murmur once again. Upon hearing this, Su Yun's brow furrowed slightly as he interjected, "Who says there are no wars to fight?" His words left the attendees momentarily speechless. They were baffled, unsure of what he meant by that. What do you mean, there are no wars to fight? However, Director Cheng seemed intrigued by Su Yun's assertion. Su Yun, what are your thoughts? Please share them with everyone. Su Yun nodded and began. It is true that the war has passed, but the international situation remains volatile, making it difficult to guarantee that our nation will not face conflict again in the near future. Upon hearing this, Director Cheng's eyes narrowed, and he asked, "Then, Su Yun, where do you foresee future conflicts arising?" Su Yun shook his head. "I cannot say for certain. But as it stands, there are nations bordering us that are at risk of conflict. Take the island nation, for instance. It is a country divided into two entities, and it has been embroiled in ongoing disputes. Should they descend into civil strife? The island nation is in close proximity to Dongbei, which is currently one of the most crucial provinces for our country. Most heavy industries relied upon by various nations are concentrated in this region. If the island nation were to go to war and foreign forces intervened, it would pose a significant threat to our nation. Of course, these are merely my analyses based on the existing conditions. I cannot guarantee that what I have said will inevitably come to pass. However, as long as there are threats of war, I believe our country, be it the munitions factory or the military, must be on high alert. If there is a war, we must be prepared for it. Even in the absence of conflict, we must remain ready at all times." Su Yun's remarks left many of the factory's leaders puzzled, while Director Cheng, standing before him, grasped the meaning perfectly. Su Yun spoke wisely. Although there is no war at present, the specter of conflict remains ever close. Even if hostilities are absent now, we must remain prepared for the future. Director Cheng affirmed Su Yun's perspective, internally marveling at the overseas talent who not only possesses profound insights into military technology but also displays keen analytical skills regarding global affairs. Moreover, Su Yun's recent statement resonated deeply. Director Cheng now possessed valuable intelligence regarding military affairs. It is highly likely that the island nation is indeed on the brink of war, which could pose a significant threat to our nation. However, such concerns were not something he would share with the others. "Director Cheng, do you concur with my requests?" Upon hearing Director Cheng advocate for him, Su Yun eagerly inquired. With adequate funding, he could guarantee the mass production of automatic rifles for the frontline troops. Director Cheng nodded, but then shook his head. "While I agree, Su Yun, your initial demands are indeed excessive. 100 million in funding and nearly 8,000 workers is nearly impossible." Hearing this, Su Yun sensed a glimmer of hope. "Ultimately, Director Cheng, please consider alternative solutions. I could always request a lesser amount." Director Cheng glanced at Su Yun with resignation, contemplating before responding. "How about this? I will relay your request regarding the automatic rifle you developed and all your requirements to the capital. I will do my utmost to secure the maximum manpower and resources necessary for the factory's future development. As for how much we can ultimately obtain, that will depend on how the higher-ups view this matter. However, what I assured you earlier is still attainable." Upon hearing Director Cheng's words, Su Yun chose to remain silent. He understood that Director Cheng, as a commander, had limited capacity to mobilize resources outside the military. Reporting to the capital to advocate for the factory's interests was already a significant effort on his part. Su Yun would not press further for concessions. "Thank you, Director Cheng. The munitions factory will do its utmost to support the frontline troops in production." Chapter 20. Funds received, factory expansion. Why thank me? However, you must ensure that the frontline troops are sufficiently equipped with automatic rifles. Director Cheng chuckled as he patted Su Yun on the shoulder. Su Yun replied, "Rest assured, Director Cheng, as long as the manpower and resources are in place, these issues will not pose any challenges." Director Cheng smiled once more and said, "Su Yun, remember, it's not just the rifle. I also look forward to other surprises from you." The crowd erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Director Zhang and others stood agape, nearly dropping their jaws at the unfolding scene before them. They never anticipated that Su Yun had not only engaged in business with Director Cheng, but had actually succeeded in sealing the deal. The question lingered, however, regarding how much manpower and resources Director Cheng would be able to allocate to the arsenal. "Su Yun, I cannot thank you enough this time. I never imagined you could secure such substantial funding from the higher-ups. The scale of our first arsenal will undoubtedly multiply several times over," exclaimed Director Zhang with palpable enthusiasm in the office. At that moment, all the necessary materials, funds, and personnel for the arsenal began to flow in. Upon learning about the Type 81 automatic rifle, the capital directly allocated a significant amount of manpower and resources to the arsenal. While the 30 million in research and development funds fell short of the billions Su Yun had envisioned, it was still a considerable sum. As for personnel, Director Cheng had straightforwardly reassigned an entire regiment from the subordinate production arsenal to bolster the workforce. Instantly, the arsenal gained 5,000 highly obedient and hardworking laborers. Such developments left Director Zhang in a state of exhilaration. He felt as though he might as well hand over the factory director's hat to Su Yun. After all, without Su Yun's intervention, how could the factory have absorbed such a vast influx of manpower and resources from above? Amidst Director Zhang's incessant chatter, Su Yun found himself overwhelmed by the noise. Although the factory's productivity had significantly increased, it was not entirely advantageous. He had his own set of challenges ahead. The newly assigned workers, despite being military personnel, lacked the technical skills required for production at the arsenal and would need training before they could commence work. The arsenal had not yet completed its expansion, with several large workshops still under construction. Most of these issues fell under Director Zhang's purview. Meanwhile, Su Yun was contemplating how to utilize the 30 million in allocated funds to purchase specialized equipment from overseas. It was crucial to note that the arsenal was currently in dire need of machinery for manufacturing high-precision weaponry. It was impractical for thousands of workers to handcraft automatic rifles like he did. However, the procurement process posed quite a dilemma for Su Yun. While some foreign equipment was indeed commendable, it came with exorbitant prices and additional shipping costs. If transported by sea, various tariffs would incur significant expenses. Conversely, some countries offered cheaper prices, but the quality of their equipment was subpar, often inferior to what the arsenal currently possessed. This predicament left Su Yun in a quandary. If he spent the 30 million on military equipment, it could quickly vanish like water flowing through fingers. Conversely, if he opted for the cheaper equipment and it proved unusable, the funds would be wasted. After much contemplation, Su Yun concluded that if necessary, he would shamelessly seek assistance from Director Chung once again. Alternatively, he could reach out to Li Qingchuan, who had previously expressed a willingness to help solve any issues faced by the arsenal. Ultimately, with the looming conflict, it was imperative for Su Yun to acquire these essential devices promptly. Report to Director Chung. This is a notification from the capital. At that moment, Director Chung was engrossed in examining the map of the island region when a guard entered, presenting a document to him. Without delay, Director Chung opened the document upon receipt. It turned out that a military delegation was scheduled to visit the Bear Nation, necessitating his personal attendance for strategic discussions with officials there. Reading through the document, a smile crept onto Director Cheng's face. What was termed strategic exchange was, in essence, a mutual acquisition of interests. The rationale was simple. Our nation was just beginning to develop and had extensive demands for not only manpower and resources, but also various technologies. The Bear Nation, on the other hand, possessed many of the technologies we sought, such as military weaponry technology, advanced industrial techniques, military industrial equipment, and even mushroom egg technology. While our country naturally desired the mushroom egg technology, whether the Bear Nation would provide it was another matter entirely. Conversely, the Bear Nation also had certain needs from us. Overall, whether viewed as a strategic exchange or a mutual acquisition of interests, there was no significant issue at hand. However, the document explicitly mentioned a crucial point. Our country could send military personnel to engage with the Bear Nation's military experts for technological exchanges. This aspect undoubtedly captured Director Cheng's attention. It was well known that the Bear Nation currently possessed many military technologies that were scarce in our country. If we could obtain assistance from them in this regard, it would significantly bolster our military's development and combat capabilities. As for who would accompany him to visit the Bear Nation, Director Chung quickly settled on Su Yun. Su Yun, having returned from overseas, was already familiar with foreign cultural environments. Engaging in discussions with foreigners would undoubtedly come more naturally to him than to some experts who had never left the country. Furthermore, Su Yun was a talented individual in the military industry, possessing high qualifications. Bringing him along would ensure he would not be out of his depth and subject to disdain. It was essential to maintain a good impression during international exchanges. While the Bear Nation was a senior partner, it could still be quite disconcerting if they were to look down upon us. With this in mind, Director Chung summoned the guard who had just exited. "What's the matter, Director Chung?" asked Guard Liu upon entering. "Send a telegram or make a call to the first arsenal in Dongbei. Inform Su Yun to temporarily halt his current work and come here." Director Chung began, but then waved his hand. "Never mind, Liu. I'll handle it myself." Chapter 21. The delegation gathers. Off to the Bear Nation, Su Yun. "Please prepare yourself promptly. Director Chung has given the order to take you to the Bear Nation." Director Zhang rushed into the office. Excitement evident in his demeanor. At that moment, Su Yun was contemplating the next steps for the arsenal's development. He was momentarily taken aback by Director Zhang's announcement. "What's going on?" I've been working fine at the arsenal. Why am I being taken to the Bear Nation? And Director Chung is going too. Has something happened? Su Yun inquired, perplexed. Director Zhang chuckled and explained, what do you think? It's because Director Chung values you. Su Yun, I must tell you, I've heard that Director Chung is heading to the Bear Nation for some military strategic exchanges. Besides the military discussions, the Bear Nation has also arranged for military experts. They definitely want you to engage with the Bear Nation's experts to see if we can acquire some innovative technologies. Upon hearing this, Su Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. The military experts from the Bear Nation were among the most technologically advanced in the world. Currently, the arsenal needed to continue its development. While manpower and resources were nearly sufficient, there remained a significant deficit in suitable military technologies. If they could obtain some useful technologies from the Bear Nation as a supplement, it would be a monumental boon for the entire arsenal. Su Yun was resolutely determined to go, and also hoped to procure some military equipment from the Bear Nation, which excelled in that regard. Director Zhang, when do we depart? He inquired. This matter is urgent. Pack your belongings immediately. I will arrange for someone to escort you to Director Cheng. As he spoke, Director Zhang couldn't help but marvel at how much Director Cheng valued Su Yun, specifically requesting him for the visit to the Bear Nation. This was undoubtedly a positive development for the entire arsenal. If Su Yun could glean useful technologies from the Bear Nation, the arsenal would undoubtedly reach new heights. At the airport, Director Chung addressed the assembled personnel. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to embark for the Bear Nation. However, before we depart, there are a few matters I must clarify. At this moment, all military personnel dispatched to the Bear Nation had gathered. Besides several high-ranking officers specifically chosen by Director Chung, there were also Su Yun and other military industry talents present. Our visit to the Bear Nation is not only for strategic exchanges with their military officers, but also to inspect their various modern military facilities. This is why we have brought along military industry talents. Upon hearing this, everyone present nodded in agreement. Director Chung then continued, however, there is another crucial task we must undertake during this trip. That is to discuss whether the Bear Nation's leadership is willing to share their mushroom egg technology with us. Upon hearing about the mushroom egg technology, Su Yun's eyes lit up with interest. He had never anticipated that the nation would already be preparing to develop mushroom bombs at this juncture. It is essential to recognize that whoever possesses mushroom bombs in the current world can assert dominance globally, establishing themselves as a formidable power. Our country initially suffered considerable nuclear extortion precisely because we lacked such a capability. Reflecting on this, Su Yun could not help but let out a weary sigh. The development of mushroom bombs was far from a simple task. In the future, our country would expend untold human and material resources, facing immense pressure and making countless sacrifices before finally succeeding in creating mushroom bombs, thereby standing tall in the world. Upon hearing this, the gathered individuals began to murmur among themselves. The technology behind mushroom bombs is currently the most formidable weapon manufacturing technology in the world. The detonation of a single mushroom bomb could annihilate an entire city. Such a precious technological endeavor left many pondering. Even though the Bear Nation is our elder brother, and we might feel inclined to ask them for assistance, would they be willing to share it? Amidst the discussions, Director Chung discerned the sentiments of the crowd. He smiled and remarked, I needn't elaborate on the significance of mushroom bomb technology. Whether the Bear Nation is willing to share is one matter, but we must certainly make an attempt. Director Chung was well aware that the Bear Nation would never willingly provide this technology to China. Even if they did, it would undoubtedly come at a steep price, potentially leading to significant sacrifices for our nation. However, one must make an effort, regardless of the outcome. Everyone should be prepared, especially those talented individuals in military technology who would be engaging with their counterparts in the Bear Nation. It is imperative to discuss military technology issues deeply. Thus, even if we cannot acquire the mushroom bomb technology, we can still gain some valuable insights. As he spoke, Director Chung sighed inwardly, acknowledging that the current situation stemmed from the exceptionally harsh conditions faced by the nation during its early years. Many technologies and equipment were severely outdated and required assistance from other countries. After all, who would willingly seek help in military matters? It is widely believed that self-developed and created technologies are the most reliable. At that moment, Su Yun suddenly interjected, Director Chung, I believe we should bring the newly developed fully automatic rifles from our arms factory when we go to the Bear Nation for technical exchanges. Upon hearing Su Yun's suggestion, Director Chung paused momentarily before reflecting on it. Considering the automatic rifle he had developed, It was likely that the Bear Nation had yet to achieve such technology. Director Chung replied, "Very well, let us take the fully automatic rifle along. It will showcase to the Bear Nation our military technology. Although we may lag behind them in certain aspects, we certainly possess our own strengths." Su Yun smiled in response, for he had already brought the rifle to the airport and was merely informing Director Chung now. This somewhat resembled the notion of acting first and seeking approval later. Yet Director Chung did not dwell on the matter excessively. After some further discussions, they did not delay any longer. Ultimately, Director Chung, accompanied by a group of military and industrial talents, boarded the plane bound for the Bear Nation. Chapter 22. Otherwise, shall we compare? Dear Dave Alisher, you have finally arrived. After a series of twists and turns, Su Yun and his companions followed Director Chung into the territory of the Bear Nation. Upon disembarking from the plane, they were warmly welcomed. The welcoming party consisted of the current military commander, Likov, along with a group of military and industrial experts. "Greetings," Director Chung smiled as he exchanged pleasantries with Likov. Introducing one another as Su Yun and the others also greeted the Bear Nation's military personnel with friendly smiles. It was evident that the Bear Nation's representatives were quite cordial. Following some conversation, Likov proposed, "Since it is still a bit early for dinner, why not allow me to show you the representatives from China around our arms factory?" Upon hearing this, Director Chung responded with enthusiasm, "That sounds wonderful. We would be grateful if General Likov could lead us." The military and industrial talents accompanying Su Yun could barely contain their excitement at the prospect of visiting the Bear Nation's arms factory, as they were eager to learn from their advanced military facilities. In no time, under Likov's guidance, everyone made their way to the nearest arms factory. The Bear Nation's arms factory was significantly larger than the first arms factory in Dongbei. The manufacturing equipment was remarkably sophisticated, with workers diligently engaged in production, creating an orderly environment. Upon entering the factory, the military personnel from the Bear Nation held their heads high, fully aware of the current state of China's military industry, which could only be described as lagging. Naturally, the pride exhibited by the Bear Nation's representatives stemmed not solely from the disparity in military-industrial strength between the two nations, but also from the envious glances cast by the members of the Chinese delegation as they surveyed the factory. How wonderful it would be if our country had such an arms factory! Indeed, our largest arms factory likely does not even compare to half the size of this one. The machinery here is astonishingly advanced. Many of these machines we have never even seen before. The members of the Chinese military-industrial delegation were oblivious to the ongoing discussions and were captivated by the various equipment within the factory, as if they wished to consume these marvels. The mere thought that their own arms factory could possess even half of what the Bear Nation had seemed like a distant dream. "Everyone, this arms factory is indeed quite substantial. To complete the tour, we must proceed step by step. Let us first visit the rifle and ammunition production workshops," Likov stated with a smile. As they entered the workshop, the sound of machinery humming filled the air. Several production lines were neatly arranged throughout the workshop. On the ammunition production line, brass bullets were being manufactured and subsequently packed into ammunition boxes. Meanwhile, the rifle production line was busy turning out numerous rifle components. The sight of these production lines in operation evoked further envy among the members of the Chinese delegation. Even Director Chung wore a look of admiration. How wonderful it would be if our nation could have production lines like these. At that moment, a military personnel from the Bear Nation approached the group with an assembled rifle, explaining, "Behold, this is our latest semi-automatic rifle. It has an effective range of 400 meters and can fire in bursts, demonstrating tremendous power in mid-range combat." As he spoke, the Bear Nation's military personnel wore an expression of pride. While there was a hint of boasting in his tone, it was undeniable that the capability to mass-produce such rifles showcased the Bear Nation's military-industrial strength. Just then, Su Yun, who had been silent for a considerable time, spoke up. "This rifle is indeed impressive. However, it does not compare to our country's latest model." At these words, the attention of the Bear Nation's representatives, including General Likov, instantly turned to Su Yun. "Ha ha, ha ha ha," in an instant. The room erupted in laughter from the Bear Nation's representatives. Amidst the laughter, a military advisor remarked, "I wonder what this comrade means by saying your rifle is more advanced. If I recall correctly, your nation has yet to develop the technology to support rifle production, right? I've heard that your troops are still equipped with the outdated rifles captured from the Japanese during the war." This statement elicited another round of laughter from the Bear Nation's representatives. It was no surprise they reacted this way. After all, Su Yun's claim seemed utterly ludicrous to them. How could a nation whose military lacked even decent rifles dare to assert superiority over their advancements? The words from the Bear Nation's representatives caused the members of the Chinese delegation to flush with embarrassment. However, Director Cheng's expression remained unchanged, as did Su Yun's. At that moment, another military member from the Bear Nation chimed in. "Comrade, you must be joking. Many of your weapons have been provided by us, the Bear Nation. How can you claim to have more advanced rifle technology? Moreover, your country is currently in a dire situation, with many unable to afford food. How could you possibly have the funds to develop new weaponry?" The members of the Bear Nation were quite forthright in expressing their thoughts, believing they were justified in their ridicule of Su Yun's claims. Little did they know, despite the mockery from the Russian people, Su Yun remained unfazed and calmly stated, "If you all harbor doubts, I happen to have with me our nation's latest innovation, a fully automatic rifle. This presents a perfect opportunity to showcase it to you." Upon hearing this, the Russian officers present were momentarily taken aback. A fully automatic rifle. Are you jesting? Does Huaxia possess the technology to develop such a weapon? As soon as Su Yun's words left his mouth, astonishment washed over all the Russian officers gathered. Even General Lekhoff, at the forefront, appeared bewildered. According to their knowledge, Huaxia's current military-industrial capabilities were at their lowest ebb. Not to mention a fully automatic rifle, they were hardly capable of developing standard single-shot weapons, were they? "Comrade, are you pulling our leg again? The technology for fully automatic rifles is still immature. Even we cannot produce them. How could your armaments factory manage such a feat?" General Lekhoff directed his inquiry towards Su Yun. "Indeed, we have already perfected the technology for fully automatic rifles. Furthermore, we have developed one and brought it here to Russia." At these words, Lekhoff was still somewhat incredulous, his eyes darting towards Director Cheng, who simply nodded in affirmation. Only then did he speak. "Then we kindly request the Huaxia delegation to present the fully automatic rifle for our inspection." As he uttered this, the Russian officers regarded Su Yun with expressions of incredulity. Up until now, they remained convinced that Su Yun was spinning tales. However, when Su Yun retrieved the automatic rifle from his luggage, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. As Su Yun lifted the rifle, all the Russian officers were momentarily stunned. "And my heavens! This truly resembles a fully automatic rifle. This cannot possibly be a weapon developed by Huaxia," they exclaimed, and in an instant, the Russian officers clustered around Su Yun, scrutinizing the gleaming rifle in his hands. Meanwhile, Su Yun patiently elaborated on the specifics of the rifle: its length, rate of fire, magazine capacity, range, lethality, and so forth. A few Russian officers attempted to reach out and touch the rifle but were deftly evaded by Su Yun, who insisted, "You may observe, but touching is off limits." Listening to Su Yun's words, the Russian officers were once again filled with astonishment. Yet amid their awe, doubts lingered in their minds. Could it be that this fellow is concocting such elaborate fabrications to deceive us? "Comrade, the performance of this rifle is simply astounding. We find it hard to believe." General Lekhoff was the first to voice his skepticism. Upon hearing this, the surrounding Russian officers echoed his sentiments. Indeed, how could Huaxia possibly develop such advanced weaponry? At this moment, Director Cheng interjected with a smile, "Su Yun, since our Russian comrades remain unconvinced, why not demonstrate the performance of this rifle for them right here?" Upon hearing this, both Su Yun and the Russian officers nodded in agreement. "Talk is cheap. Let's put this to the test." The Russian officers insisted on witnessing the rifle's capabilities firsthand. "Very well, but do we have a shooting range available?" Su Yun replied thoughtfully. "Follow me. I will take you to the range." General Lekhoff said, leading the group outside at the shooting range. The Huaxia delegation mingled with the Russian officers, all eyes fixed on Su Yun, who held the rifle. The Russian officers were particularly intent, eager to ascertain the truth behind Su Yun's claims regarding the rifle's power. Su Yun positioned the rifle, facing a large brick wall. Under the attentive gaze of the onlookers, he loaded the ammunition and disengaged the safety. The wall was broad enough that no precise aiming was necessary, and he effortlessly squeezed the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. A rapid succession of gunfire erupted, the sound accompanied by the rush of bullets slicing through the air. The automatic rifle unleashed a torrent of fire, striking the wall with the force of a raging torrent. Witnessing this spectacle, the Russian officers were initially taken aback. their pupils dilating in disbelief. They had not anticipated that Su Yun's assertions were entirely true. This fully automatic rifle indeed displayed such formidable power. Setting aside other considerations, the weapon's rate of fire and firepower rivaled that of a machine gun. My heavens, this is truly a fully automatic rifle. And its firepower is astonishing. Observing the astonished expressions of the Russian officers, they were left incredulous. Is this truly a weapon that Huaxia can manufacture? Even the Eagle Army would find it challenging to possess such advanced technology. The Russian officers appeared dazed, while the Huaxia delegation could not suppress their laughter. It seemed that these arrogant individuals were not omnipotent after all. There remained things they had yet to witness. As the gasps of astonishment filled the air, Su Yun quickly emptied the magazine of the rifle. However, he swiftly loaded another magazine. Bang, 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 bang. Another series of gunfire rang out, unleashing a barrage of bullets upon the brick wall. The previous round of fire had already marred the wall, and now, another volley struck. Before Su Yun could completely deplete the ammunition, a resounding crash echoed as the brick wall crumbled to the ground. The sheer firepower left everyone present in awe. The Russian officers collectively swallowed hard, never having anticipated that Su Yun's description of the rifle's capabilities was not only accurate but exceeded their wildest imaginations. If this rifle were equipped with specialized armor-piercing rounds, it could potentially penetrate an armored vehicle. The Russian officers gaped, their eyes wide in disbelief, frozen in place. Observing this spectacle, Director Cheng chuckled softly, likely realizing that the worldview of the Russian officers had been utterly upended. They could hardly fathom that Huaxia could produce such a high-performance fully automatic rifle. Well, what do you think? Am I speaking the truth? Su Yun inquired, having completed the demonstration of the rifle's capabilities. At this moment, the officers remained unresponsive to Su Yun's words. It was not that they still regarded him with disdain. Rather, the rifle's performance had far surpassed their expectations, leaving them momentarily speechless. Is it possible for you to share the technology behind this rifle with us? Is it truly developed by your Huaxia? General Lekhoff asked incredulously. Absolutely genuine, Director Chung affirmed with a nod and a smile. The production technology for this rifle is now fully matured, and we are preparing for mass production in our armaments factory to equip our troops. As he spoke, Director Chung gestured towards Su Yun, saying, "It is this comrade Su Yun who recently pioneered the technology for this rifle." Upon hearing this, the eyes of everyone present refocused on Su Yun. The Russian officers were taken aback, realizing that the mastermind behind the fully automatic rifle was none other than him. However, observing Su Yun's yellow skin and features, General Lekhoff inquired of Director Cheng. As far as I know, Huaxia does not possess such exceptional military engineering talent, does it? In response, Director Cheng huffed and puffed. Lekhoff, what are you saying? Su Yun is undoubtedly one of us from Huaxia. As he spoke, Director Cheng smiled. Upon learning that Su Yun was a military engineering talent returning from overseas, General Lekhoff nodded in understanding, as if it finally dawned on him why Huaxia could develop such high-tech rifles. Comrade Su Yun, the rifle you developed is indeed impressive. Both its firepower and rate of fire far exceed our expectations. We must admit, we underestimated you earlier. General Lekhoff stepped forward, extending his hand to Su Yun. Su Yun smiled and shook his hand, though he felt an unsettling gaze from General Lekhoff. Is this fellow attempting to win me over to Russia? Director Cheng seemed to sense the underlying tension and quickly pulled Su Yun behind him. Smiling as he addressed General Lekhoff, since there are no further issues, shall we continue our tour of your armaments factory? General Lekhoff chuckled awkwardly. Of course, no problem. Just then, one of the military experts from the Russian Welcoming Committee spoke up. I have a question I would like to pose to Comrade Su Yun, the developer of the fully automatic rifle. Hearing this, Su Yun smiled and replied, What is your question? The Russian military expert inquired with curiosity. Comrade Su Yun, I must say, the various performances of the fully automatic rifle you developed are indeed remarkable. However, to equip the military with such firearms, one would likely require robust logistical support, not to mention transportation. The sheer volume of ammunition consumed by these rifles raises the question of whether you can sustain such supply. This is a query from a Russian military expert who, to be frank, seems to harbor some disdain for China's defense manufacturing industry. Upon hearing this, Su Yun could only manage a wry smile, responding, Do you truly believe that while we can develop fully automatic rifles, we cannot adequately address the ammunition issue? In response, the Russian expert nodded and stated, Indeed, I recently visited China's ordnance factories. Your ammunition production lines frequently halt due to various issues. This alone significantly hampers production speed. Moreover, China is a country lacking copper mines. I find it hard to imagine how your military industry can support the ammunition consumption of such rifles. Upon hearing this, Su Yun was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that this Russian expert had indeed been to China and had even assessed the conditions of its ordnance factories, which provided him the confidence to speak so openly. You are correct. These issues have indeed troubled us for quite some time, Su Yun replied. However, through military research and development, we have resolved these problems. This statement left the Russian military expert stunned. That is impossible. The slow production of brass ammunition is something your China cannot possibly rectify. Furthermore, lacking copper mines, even if you resolve the production delays. Where will your materials come from? Will you have to import them from abroad? In response to the expert's remarks, Su Yun refrained from further discussion and instead retrieved a document from his belongings, graciously presenting it to the Russian military expert. What is this? The expert inquired. This is our technology for resolving ammunition production issues. Copper-clad steel bullet production technology, Su Yun explained. This technology is a unique method tailored to China's circumstances, one that, even if disclosed, would pose no threat to other countries since they do not require it. Unless all nations, like China, also lack copper mines and the specialized equipment necessary for producing brass ammunition. After meticulously examining the blueprints and documents, the Russian expert was left astounded. My goodness. You actually use steel as the primary raw material for bullet production, and this technology is entirely feasible. As he uttered these words, all the Russian officers present were equally astonished. They had not anticipated that China had not only developed fully automatic rifles, but had also addressed the ammunition issue comprehensively. In that moment, the Russian officers were left speechless. Is this truly the China we know? And if they can develop these two technologies, what other superior technologies might their military industry possess? General Likov remarked. Director Cheng chuckled and replied, well, it's not too shabby, but compared to our great Russian brothers, there is still much room for improvement. Although Director Cheng's words were lighthearted, they carried a hint of mockery. Upon hearing this, General Likov initially hesitated, then recalled how he and his compatriots had looked down upon China's military industry, which caused his face to flush with embarrassment. After much contemplation, General Likov finally said, what I mean to convey is that your technology is quite impressive. Would it be possible for you to share the development techniques for this fully automatic rifle and the ammunition production? It was not that General Likov was lacking in humility. Rather, the rifle developed by Su Yun was simply too enticing. If such powerful weaponry were to be incorporated into the Russian military, it would undoubtedly enhance the combat capabilities of the entire unit manifold. However, General Likov's request left the Chinese delegation momentarily stunned. Wait, are the Russians seeking our technology? We came here to learn from you. It seemed as though the roles had reversed. The Russians had become the students while the Chinese had assumed the role of the teachers. Nevertheless, this was fortuitous, for both parties understood that a negotiation was imminent. The Russians, having revealed their urgent needs, had inadvertently placed China in a favorable position for the upcoming discussions. In response to General Likov's inquiry, Director Cheng smiled but remained silent, casting a glance towards Su Yun, who understood the cue and promptly stated, General Likov, let us not rush into technical discussions just yet. For now, please continue to show us around the ordnance factory. Upon hearing Su Yun's words, General Likov was taken aback but quickly agreed, saying, very well. We can discuss this later. For now, let me guide you further through the factory. With these exchanges, the Russian officers resumed their tour of the ordnance factory. However, this time, their demeanor had shifted. They no longer regarded the Chinese delegation with the same condescension as before. While they believed their military technology to be superior overall, the current situation called for a more respectful approach, as they were clearly in need of assistance. This is our tank production workshop. Please, feel free to take a look. As they arrived at the tank production area, General Likov warmly welcomed them. At that moment, the members of the Chinese delegation, including Su Yun, were completely captivated by the sights within the tank workshop. Countless workers, aided by cranes, were assembling massive vehicles, with tanks still in production featuring cannon barrels as large as fists, robust steel tracks, and thick armor that drew the attention of everyone present. Gazing at the spectacle, they couldn't help but express their admiration. If only our country had such capabilities. If you have any questions, feel free to ask Aleka. He is a renowned tank manufacturing expert in our country, General Likov continued, pulling a military expert from the crowd. Not one to hold back, Su Yun immediately approached Aleka and inquired, "Could you tell us what model of tank is currently being produced in the workshop, along with its specifications?" "Of course," Aleka replied. "The workshop is currently producing the T-34 tank. The frontal armor features a slope design, with the armor thickness increased to 60 millimeters. The tank is equipped with an 85 millimeter main gun, capable of engaging most enemy tanks on the battlefield. Furthermore, it employs a diesel engine, providing superior speed and off-road capability." After this introduction, the members of the Chinese delegation were envious, as the T-34 tank was undoubtedly the face of Russia's armored forces in this era, having proven itself through various achievements in past wars. Fast, powerful, and heavily armored with a slope design that causes shells to ricochet upon impact, it poses little threat to the tank's interior. Moreover, its simple overall design makes it suitable for mass production. Who wouldn't be envious? The members of the Chinese delegation praised the tank's merits, while Su Yun appeared momentarily dazed, fixating his gaze intently on the tank expert Aleka. This was a top-tier tank specialist, and now was the perfect opportunity to assess his credentials. Aleka: research level, superior grade, learning ability, lower grade, practical ability, middle grade, tank manufacturing technology, lower grade. Aleka's credentials gradually appeared before Su Yun's eyes, prompting him to marvel at the expertise of the Russian specialist. Just then, the system's voice unexpectedly chimed in. "Ding! System activated, actively plundering the credentials of the host." "Ding! Locking onto the target, plundering technology. Tank manufacturing technology, lower grade." "Ding! Triggering 10,000-fold critical hit." "Ding! Congratulations, host has acquired the ability credential, Soviet-style T-80 main battle tank manufacturing technology, upper grade." As the system's voice echoed in his mind, a wealth of information flooded into Su Yun's consciousness, encompassing not only the performance parameters of the T-80 tank, but also its design blueprints and operational methods. This left Su Yun immensely exhilarated. His trip to Russia had proven incredibly fruitful. After all, the T-80 tank dwarfed the T-34 in terms of capabilities. With a gas turbine engine, it could reach speeds of up to 70 kilometers per hour. Its composite armor, with outer layers of high-strength steel plates and a middle layer of fiberglass, boasted exceptional resistance to impact. The 125mm smoothbore cannon, capable of firing various types of ammunition, is renowned as the harbinger of destruction on the battlefield. It can be said that the famed Sherman tank of the Eagle Army pales in comparison to the T-80, resembling but a diminutive toy in its shadow. With a single shot, it effortlessly dispatches its targets, leaving no room for doubt. As for the firepower of this toy, it could easily be dismissed as mere tickling in the presence of the T-80. Su Yun was brimming with excitement, never expecting that a visit to the Bear Country would yield such advanced tank technology. This trip was certainly a windfall. In Huaxia, one could only pilfer some rudimentary rifle and ammunition technology, whereas in the Bear Country, one could immediately seize top-tier tank manufacturing techniques. Su Yun was not one to scoff at the technologies acquired in Huaxia. Rather, the advancements obtained in the Bear Country were simply astonishing. He wondered if further exploration would lead to the acquisition of even more sophisticated weaponry technologies, such as artillery, aircraft, naval vessels, and even submarine technology. It seemed that this journey with Director Chung to the Bear Country would indeed prove to be extraordinarily lucrative. After touring the tank manufacturing workshop, there remained many areas within the armory that the Huaxia delegation had yet to explore. Soon, General Lekhoff guided Su Yun and the others to the workshop dedicated to artillery manufacturing. Here lay the artillery production facility, housing everything from light mortars to mountain guns and close-in defense artillery, all available for public viewing. Should any questions arise, our experts stand ready to assist. As the members of the Huaxia delegation observed the myriad processes of artillery manufacturing, they could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Chapter 26. A Bountiful Harvest. This truly was a remarkable windfall. Within the artillery workshop, various types of cannons stood before them, including self-propelled artillery vehicles produced by the Bear Country. Witnessing this spectacle, the members of the Huaxia delegation were again overwhelmed with envy. In terms of artillery, it seemed that aside from the Eagle Army, no other military in the world could rival the Bear Nation. Indeed, when it came to ground artillery, Even the Eagle Army would feel humbled in the presence of the Bear Country's prowess. It is well known that in this era, the Bear Country boasts unparalleled superiority in armored warfare. To the extent that rumors have circulated suggesting that if the Bear unleashed its full might against the West, the combined forces of the West would likely succumb within a mere week under the relentless tide of steel. At this moment, a cannon manufacturing expert from the Bear Country stepped forward to elaborate for the audience. As you can see, our artillery workshop produces a wide array of cannons, including howitzers, mortars, and self-propelled artillery vehicles. Each type of artillery serves a diverse range of purposes. Yun understood that these weapons were indeed the decisive factors for victory on the battlefield. They could obliterate ground targets, various defensive installations, and other military facilities, as well as incapacitate armored targets and fulfill specialized firing missions. Furthermore, they could suppress enemy forces by annihilating and neutralizing both personnel and advanced weaponry, thereby influencing the battlefield dynamics. They could even target aerial and naval threats, effectively destroying aircraft and vessels. As he pondered, Yun discreetly examined the expert's credentials. Ivanov. Research level, upper mystic, practical skills, medium mystic, learning ability, lower earth, artillery manufacturing technology, upper mystic. As he scrutinized the artillery expert's credentials, Yun felt a surge of excitement as the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. System activated. Initiating the acquisition of credentials. Ding. Target acquisition locked. Ivanov. Acquiring technology. Artillery manufacturing technology, upper mystic. Ding. Triggered a 10,000-fold critical hit. Ding. Congratulations. Host has acquired the ability credential. Soviet Su-152 self-propelled artillery manufacturing technology, upper heavenly. At this moment, Yun was utterly exhilarated. What he had acquired was indeed a remarkable treasure. The Soviet Su-152 self-propelled artillery, a devastating weapon on the battlefield, is dubbed the nemesis of tanks and fortifications. This self-propelled artillery is equipped with a 152mm caliber gun, boasting a direct fire range of 700 meters, and even includes wireless communication systems within the vehicle. Moreover, it utilizes the chassis of advanced tanks. Even against heavy tanks, a single shot from this artillery can easily secure victory. One could hardly imagine the impact if such self-propelled artillery were deployed on the battlefield by Huaxia in the future. It would surely dazzle the enemy. Yun marveled at this journey to the Bear Country. Truly, it had not been in vain. Having just acquired tank manufacturing technology, now with self-propelled artillery technology as well, he hoped to seize even more valuable acquisitions in the time to come. This would indeed be an extraordinary windfall. After concluding the visit to the artillery workshop, the delegation was promptly escorted to the military truck manufacturing facility. Within the workshop, smoke filled the air as workers assembled various troop transport vehicles. Besides standard personnel carriers, there were also numerous types of armored vehicles, eliciting another wave of envy from the Huaxia delegation. Military trucks may appear devoid of combat prowess, yet they are indispensable for armies on the march and in battle. The inclusion of military trucks enhances the overall speed of troop movements and provides robust logistical support for ammunition supply. Huaxia had suffered significant setbacks in past conflicts due to the absence of military trucks, frequently losing due to inadequate logistical support and transportation challenges. Additionally, the workshop also produced armored vehicles, which are vital tools on the battlefield, often employed for reconnaissance, rapid support, troop transport, and protection. This is our military truck workshop. Should you have any questions, please feel free to ask me. Another expert from the Bear Country stepped up to address the Huaxia delegation. While the Huaxia delegation marveled at the advanced military production capabilities of the Bear Country, they could not help but admire the countless talented individuals present. At this moment, Yun's attention shifted to the expert, and he began to scrutinize his credentials. Karelevsky. Research ability, upper mystic, practical skills, lower earth, learning ability, medium earth, armored vehicle manufacturing technology, lower earth. The system's voice chimed in once more. Ding. System activated. Initiating the acquisition of credentials. Ding. Target acquisition locked. Karelevsky. Acquiring technology. Armored vehicle manufacturing technology, lower earth. Ding. Triggered a 10,000-fold critical hit. Ding. Congratulations. Host has acquired the ability credential, BA-64 light armored vehicle. Had it not been for the multitude of onlookers, Yun would have truly laughed heartily. Another splendid acquisition. the light armored infantry fighting vehicle from the Bear Country boasts powerful firepower and swift speed, serving vital roles in support and reconnaissance on the battlefield. Such assets are in dire need back in Huaxia. However, just then, the smile on Su Yun's face faded, replaced by a hint of worry. It was not unfounded. Although the visit to the Bear Country's armory had indeed yielded numerous practical technologies, to call it a bountiful harvest would be an understatement. Yet, upon reflection, even with the technologies for artillery, tanks, and armored vehicles in hand, Huaxia's current military manufacturing capabilities were woefully inadequate to produce these advanced systems. It is important to note that the Huaxia military is still in the era of light infantry, lacking the assembly lines necessary for tank and armored vehicle production. Furthermore, manufacturing such equipment requires the support of a robust heavy industry. While there are resources available domestically, they are considerably outdated. For a moment, Su Yun could not help but feel a sense of melancholy. Acquiring technology without the means to produce it renders the notion of a bountiful harvest almost meaningless. It is akin to having gained nothing at all. Well, the hour is growing late, General Lekhoff announced, just as the group was concluding their observations of the workshop. Most of the facilities within the armory have been thoroughly examined. We have arranged a special banquet to welcome you all. Let us proceed to the feast together. Chapter 27. The Mushroom Egg? Do you really dare to ask for it? On the way to the banquet, Su Yun and Director Chung engaged in a private exchange. So, Su Yun, what did you glean from the observations at the Bear Country's armory? Did you acquire any useful technologies? I did indeed learn some valuable insights, though I am uncertain whether our domestic military industry can produce them given our current capabilities. Upon hearing this, Director Chung could only smile helplessly. Indeed, with our domestic military manufacturing level, even if we acquire the Bear's technologies for tanks and armored vehicles, we would still lack the capacity to produce them. However, as long as we are determined to develop, I believe we will eventually achieve this. After a brief pause, Director Chung continued, Su Yun, tonight at the banquet, we will be negotiating with the Bear delegation. Whether we can secure some useful technology from them, perhaps even the mushroom egg technology, will depend on tonight's discussions. Su Yun nodded and then spoke. Director Chung, if you trust me, why not allow me to lead the negotiations this evening? Director Chung chuckled. Actually, I had that very idea in mind. You were just displaying our fully automatic rifle to entice those Bear folks, weren't you? I am aware of the strategy you are employing. Tonight's negotiations will be led by you. You must strive diligently to secure more favorable technological advancements for us. Cheers. Cheers. At the banquet, representatives from the Russian Bear and Huaxia sat on opposite sides of a long table. The Russian Bear's attendees were jovial upon encountering alcohol, creating a naturally lively atmosphere. However, Su Yun and his companions merely toasted with the Russians without mentioning the matter of the fully automatic rifle. Instead, they discussed trivial international affairs and the trends of future world development. Although the ambience appeared harmonious, it was evident that General Lekhoff, leading the Russian Bear delegation, was becoming somewhat impatient. After all, the fully automatic rifle that Su Yun demonstrated earlier was undeniably a formidable weapon on the battlefield. If it were to be integrated into the Russian Bear's military, their overall combat effectiveness would significantly increase. Originally, General Lekhoff believed that after a few rounds of drinks, the Huaxia delegation would naturally bring up the subject. After all, Su Yun had already promised during the day that the matter of the fully automatic rifle would be revisited later. Yet, seeing that Su Yun and his companions remained silent, he could no longer contain himself. Comrade Su Yun, I wonder if you recall our request for the fully automatic rifle production technology? Lekhoff initiated, hitting the nail on the head in negotiations. The party that reveals its demands first often finds itself at a disadvantage, allowing the other to leverage their needs to propose their own terms. Listening to Lekhoff's words, Su Yun's expression changed, revealing a hint of difficulty. This reaction further heightened the impatience of the Russian Bear representatives. What is going on? Could it be that this individual is reluctant to share the technology with us? Comrade Su Yun, we are indeed in dire need of the manufacturing technology for the fully automatic rifle. If you are willing to impart this technology to us, we assure you that you will not be shortchanged. General Lekhoff spoke once more. Setting aside other matters, he appeared quite sincere. Logically, at this juncture in the negotiations, Su Yun should take advantage of the moment to state his demands. Yet, he refrained. Clearing his throat, Su Yun wore a troubled expression as he replied, General Lekhoff, you are aware that the manufacturing technology for the fully automatic rifle is one of our country's latest developments. As such, we are currently not considering sharing it externally. Upon hearing this, the Russian Bear delegation's expressions grew increasingly urgent. Observing the scene, Chang, who had remained silent thus far, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He had not anticipated that Su Yun was not only a talent in military industry but also an adept negotiator. In truth, Chang had long understood Su Yun's intentions in conversing with the Russian Bear representatives. However, he had not expected the negotiation to proceed so smoothly at this stage, something he himself could not surpass. Comrade Su Yun, we truly require the technology for this fully automatic rifle. Please feel free to present any demands you may have. We are open to discussion. A military expert from the Russian Bear could no longer contain his eagerness. General Lekhoff nodded in agreement. Indeed, Comrade Su Yun, please state any requirements you might have. Seeing that the conversation had reached this point, the fire within the Russian Bear delegation was stoked. Su Yun lightly coughed and smiled as he began. Since everyone is so eager, it is worth noting that Huaxia and the Russian Bear are indeed good friends. It is not impossible for us to share the technology for the fully automatic rifle. But naturally, we have our own demands. Upon hearing this, the members of the Russian Bear delegation brightened with excitement. Their greatest fear was not that Su Yun would present demands, but rather that he would refuse to share the rifle technology altogether. As for the requirements proposed by Huaxia, they were hardly a concern. Many military-industrial issues that pose significant challenges for Huaxia could be easily resolved by the Russian Bear. Assisting a needy brother in exchange for such crucial fully automatic rifle technology was, in the eyes of the Russian Bear delegation, an undeniably profitable deal. Comrade Su Yun, please, do not hesitate to state your demands, General Lekhoff urged. Yet, Su Yun feigned contemplation before shaking his head and responding. General Lekhoff, I believe it is best to let this matter rest. After all, our demands may be too substantial for the Russian Bear to fulfill. As soon as these words left his lips, the members of the Russian Bear delegation were momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Although they could not fathom Su Yun's evident pretense, his words clearly suggested an air of arrogance. What could he possibly demand that the Russian Bear could not satisfy? Did he wish to build a rocket to the moon? Surely, Comrade Su Yun was jesting. Whatever your demands may be, we assure you that the Russian Bear can fulfill them. General Lekhoff laughed heartily. At that moment, Su Yun ceased his pretense. Very well. Since General Lekhoff has said so, I shall not hold back. To acquire the technology for the fully automatic rifle, you must exchange it for the mushroom egg technology. Chapter 28. The mushroom egg technology is within reach. I require your mushroom egg technology. Su Yun stood, his piercing gaze lending him an air of aggression. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, the previously lively gathering fell into an utter silence. Every individual present, be they Russian Bear officers or members of the Huaxia delegation, was rendered speechless by Su Yun's statement. Chang, the director, looked on in astonishment at Su Yun. He had anticipated that Su Yun was leading the Russian Bear members on, waiting for the opportune moment to make a bold demand, but he had not expected Su Yun to directly request the mushroom egg technology right off the bat. What was the mushroom egg technology? It was a capability that could empower a nation to dominate the world. How could Su Yun expect the Russian Bear to comply with such a request? In an instant, Su Yun's bold pronouncement left the Huaxia delegation in a state of silent unease. As anticipated, the Russian Bear representatives were initially stunned, only to be followed by expressions of disbelief. General Lekhoff spoke. Comrade Su Yun, did we hear you correctly? You wish to obtain our mushroom egg technology? Su Yun nodded resolutely, maintaining his unwavering stance. Are you jesting with us? Do you truly believe you can barter the fully automatic rifle technology for our mushroom egg technology? Who in the world would engage in such a transaction? General Lekhoff responded incredulously, viewing Su Yun's proposition as beyond mere folly. It was outright extortion. More outrageous than extortion. I can tell you now. Trading rifle technology for mushroom egg technology is utterly impossible. In the face of General Lekhoff's words, Su Yun chuckled softly, having anticipated this reaction. Yet he was prepared to argue his case, for the outcome of today's negotiations hinged upon securing the Russian Bear's mushroom egg technology. General Lekhoff, you have misunderstood me, Su Yun began. General Lekhoff, somewhat irritated, retorted, misunderstood. You are clearly trying to exchange rifle technology for our mushroom egg technology. How could I possibly misinterpret that? Su Yun pressed on, his gaze steadfast. You are indeed mistaken, General Lekhoff. You must understand that the Russian Bear and Huaxia have been good friends since time immemorial. At present, we are comrades in the same camp. Given this relationship, we should advance together and strive for mutual progress. As he spoke, Su Yun's voice grew louder. We are willing to share the rifle technology not for the sake of commerce, but because we are good friends and brothers who ought to assist one another. Thus, we wish to acquire the mushroom egg technology based on the principle of mutual advancement. The exchange you proposed, General Lekhoff, is an insult to the noble relationship between our two nations. His words left the Huaxia delegation, led by Cheng, utterly speechless. The Russian Bear representatives were equally taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Here I am discussing camaraderie, while you emphasize profit. Now that I speak of profit, you revert to discussing friendship. After a prolonged silence, General Lekhoff struggled to formulate a rebuttal to Su Yun's assertions. Eventually, he reluctantly conceded, Su Yun, you are correct. Our two nations are indeed good comrades and brothers. We ought to support one another. However, General Lekhoff's brow furrowed as he continued, yet the demand you have presented is, quite frankly, excessive, and we lack the authority to grant you access to the mushroom egg technology. Why not propose a different request? Upon hearing General Lekhoff's words, Su Yun nodded in agreement. He was well aware that acquiring the mushroom egg technology could not be achieved solely through persuasion. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yun spoke. General Lekhoff, I concur with your request. The mushroom egg technology may not be granted to us. However, if our great nation of Huaxia aspires to advance further, it is indeed essential that we acquire knowledge in this domain. Our domestic research on mushroom eggs is set to commence shortly. If it proves unfeasible, you might consider sending an expert in this field to impart some wisdom to us. Su Yun articulated his thoughts. He recognized that should the Bear Nation agree to dispatch an expert in mushroom egg technology to Huaxia, even if that expert were reluctant to divulge substantive knowledge, he could still leverage his system to extract valuable information. Upon hearing Su Yun's proposal, General Lekhoff slowly nodded, deep in thought. After a brief pause, he replied, very well. We can send an expert in this area to assist Huaxia. However, it may not be possible immediately. As our specialists are currently engaged in significant research and development, Su Yun, after considering this, nodded firmly in acceptance. All right then. Given the current circumstances, reaching this point where the Bear Nation is willing to send an expert in mushroom egg technology is already quite commendable. He understood it would be inappropriate to push for more at this juncture. Observing the scene, the representatives from Huaxia were left astounded. Even Director Cheng gazed at Su Yun in shock. It must be said that Su Yun had indeed accomplished a great feat for the nation. Merely armed with a rifle, he had managed to pry loose the Bear Nation's mushroom egg technology. Although it was not a direct transfer, the agreement to send an expert to share insights was remarkable in itself. Previously, it was merely an idealistic notion to hope for any technology from the Bear Nation, and the reality was that even acquiring some ordinary military technology seemed highly improbable in a moment. The Huaxia delegation buzzed with excitement. Su Yun had truly rendered a great service to the country. Amid the conversations, General Lekhoff spoke again. Su Yun, may we now discuss the transfer of rifle technology? Hearing this, Su Yun shook his head. I have one more request that requires the Bear Nation's assistance. Chapter 29. What use is a production line without technology? I have another demand, Su Yun declared. Observing his demeanor, the members of the Bear Nation felt a sense of helplessness. Not to be rude, but why do you have such lofty expectations? We are already willing to send an expert in mushroom egg technology. What more could you possibly want? General Lekhoff inquired, exasperated. He believed that the rifle technology was no longer of paramount importance, but seeing as they were already offering so much, surely Su Yun could not make any unreasonable demands. The situation was such that they had already conceded a great deal, and thus, General Lekhoff decided to acquiesce to Su Yun's wishes. We are prepared to share the technology for fully automatic rifles and copper-jacketed ammunition with the Bear Nation. However, I have one further request, the complete military production lines from our factories. This statement left the attendees momentarily speechless. Rather than lamenting Su Yun's excessive demands, they were filled with confusion. For a nation like the Bear Nation, renowned for its heavy industry, such production lines seemed trivial. Yet, they questioned, what purpose would these serve for Huaxia? The current projects they were developing and deploying hardly required the Bear Nation's production lines. General Lekhoff asked, puzzled, Su Yun, what type of military production lines are you seeking? As he spoke, he could not help but swallow hard. You don't expect to take them all, do you? Su Yun chuckled softly and shook his head. Of course not. What I desire are the production lines for heavy machinery such as tanks, artillery, and armored vehicles. Upon hearing this, it was not only the Bear representatives who were bewildered, but even the Huaxia delegation found themselves perplexed. At present, Huaxia's military forces were still in the light infantry era. If they were to seek a production line, it would be more reasonable to request those for ammunition and rifles. After all, other production lines held no utility for Huaxia. General Lekhoff, astonished, queried Su Yun. What do you intend to do with these? He continued. As far as I know, your country cannot even produce trucks, yet you wish for tank production lines? It was no wonder General Lekhoff was taken aback. Huaxia was far from capable of manufacturing even basic civilian vehicles, let alone the sophisticated technology required for tank production. General Lekhoff, as for our intent with these production lines, you need not concern yourself, Su Yun replied. I have my own plans. Hearing this, Director Chung was equally perplexed. The situation had escalated to such an extent that he could not fathom Su Yun's intentions. Yet, despite his curiosity, the moment was not appropriate for inquiries. Since Su Yun had made his request, it was clear that he had his reasons. Regardless, Director Chung was unwavering in his support for Su Yun. General Lekhoff and the other officers from the Bear Nation fell into a contemplative silence after hearing Su Yun's words. After a lengthy pause, General Lekhoff spoke, Comrade Su Yun, I fear we cannot acquiesce to your demand. Although we can indeed provide tank production lines, it would require a significant investment that we are unable to bear. Such production lines cannot be exchanged lightly. Su Yun had anticipated that the Bear Nation would not agree so readily. After a moment of silence, he replied, General Lekhoff, our military factory has not only developed the technology for fully automatic rifles, but also various light weapons, including light machine guns, grenades, and military supply technologies, which we are currently researching. It will not be long before these technologies yield results. After a brief pause, Su Yun continued, if the Bear Nation is willing to provide us with the production lines, we would be more than willing to share our future advancements in light infantry weapon technologies with you. This proclamation once again plunged the room into silence. Several experts from the Bear Nation, including General Lekhoff, huddled together for a hushed discussion. Logically speaking, the Bear Nation had little regard for Huaxia's technological developments. However, the situation had changed. Huaxia had managed to produce such outstanding fully automatic rifles and ammunition technology, which, by preliminary estimates, were at least a decade ahead of their time. With such potential, it was conceivable that Huaxia could develop even more advanced technologies in the future. Now that Huaxia was willing to share their advancements in light infantry weaponry, it presented a considerable temptation for the Bear Nation. After some deliberation, General Lekhoff stated, I believe we can grant the tank production lines to Huaxia. However, before we proceed, we have one more request, Su Yun nodded, signaling General Lekhoff to continue, if in the future, Huaxia develops high-tech heavy weaponry, such as tanks or artillery, we would expect to be informed and have access to that technology as well. Su Yun immediately and firmly shook his head. General Lekhoff, that is simply not feasible. It is not that we do not wish to share. You are well aware of Huaxia's current situation. Our ability to develop light infantry weaponry is already a considerable challenge. We lack the capacity to develop technologies for tanks or similar weaponry. While Su Yun's statement was somewhat disingenuous, it mattered little in the grand scheme of things. Regardless of the technologies acquired from the Bear Nation, he had no intention of freely offering them in the future. General Lekhoff nodded in understanding. His initial comments had stemmed from a general approach, and Su Yun's reasoning made sense. He thus chose not to dwell on the matter further. Very well, let us proceed as you proposed. Huaxia will provide us with the rifle and ammunition technology, and in return, we shall furnish you with an entire set of heavy industrial military production lines. After extensive discussions, the arduous negotiations reached a conclusion, thanks to Su Yun's efforts. At this moment, including Director Chung and the other members of the Huaxia delegation, everyone felt as if they were in a dream. It was truly remarkable. The technology for fully automatic rifles and ammunition had been exchanged for such a wealth of resources from the Bear Nation. Had they not pinched themselves, they might have thought they were dreaming. Chapter 30. Negotiations concluded. A bountiful harvest. Ha ha ha. With the negotiations complete, both parties accepted each other's terms. The Huaxia delegation, in particular, was thrilled to have secured such substantial advantages. They began to relax and enjoy themselves, drinking heartily with their counterparts from the Bear Nation. Although the Bear Nation had offered much assistance to Huaxia, however, after a negotiation, they were not entirely empty-handed. At the very least, the technology surrounding rifles and ammunition was laid bare before them. Moreover, it would not be long before the Bear Nation would integrate fully automatic rifles into their military, which would significantly enhance the combat effectiveness of their entire force. In comparison, it could be said that everyone emerged from this encounter with gains. Before long, most had indulged sufficiently in drink and withdrew from the banquet. After General Lekov arranged accommodations for the Chinese delegation, he too departed, leaving only the members of the Chinese delegation behind. It was not until this moment that hearty laughter erupted among them. In the midst of their jovial banter, the members of the delegation lavished praise upon Su Yun. Even Director Chung, with a smile, remarked to Su Yun, "We owe you a great debt this time. Although we did not acquire the mushroom egg technology, the Bear Nation is willing to send experts to guide us in our studies, which is already quite commendable indeed." Director Chung had initially believed that acquiring the mushroom egg technology from the Bear Nation was utterly impossible. Yet now, it is evident that everything Su Yun has accomplished is nothing short of heroic. The Bear Nation's willingness to send experts to assist us means that China's research into mushroom eggs could potentially be expedited from 10 years to 8, 5, or even 3 years, with the possibility of even shorter timelines should significant breakthroughs occur. In this tumultuous world, it is not merely a matter of years. Transformative changes could occur in just a month and a half. The mushroom egg, without a doubt, stands as a pillar that allows China to remain steadfast amidst upheaval. This negotiation has afforded us considerable time, and Su Yun's contributions cannot be overstated. I truly did not bring you along in vain. Initially, I only intended for you to learn some military technology from the Bear Nation's experts. I never anticipated that you would play such a pivotal role in this negotiation, Director Chung sighed, filled with immense appreciation for Su Yun. You are too modest, Director Chung. It is only right that I contribute to the nation. Su Yun replied with a smile. Just then, Director Chung furrowed his brow and asked, "But Su Yun, may I inquire about your intentions regarding the heavy industrial production lines from the Bear Nation?" Hearing this, before Director Chung could further elaborate, Su Yun interjected with a smile. "You wish to ask me why I sought the heavy industrial production lines from the Bear Nation, correct?" Director Chung nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I know that you have grand aspirations, and I am confident you will develop even more advanced military technology in the future. However, given our country's current conditions, even if we were to acquire these heavy industrial production lines, they would not have much impact on our arms factories, would they?" In truth, Director Chung had long wished to pose this question, but refrained due to the presence of the Bear Nation's representatives. Now, he seized the opportunity to inquire about Su Yun's plans. Su Yun sighed and responded, "Director Chung, you are well aware of our country's circumstances. Even if we were to obtain the production lines, they may not serve any substantial purpose in the immediate term. However, from a long-term perspective, our nation's capabilities in heavy military industries, particularly in tanks and other armored vehicles, can be likened to a blank slate. As we progress into the future, our military will increasingly modernize, and these machines represent a vital step in that modernization journey. Tanks are the kings of land warfare. Even if China currently lacks the capacity to produce such equipment, we must lay the groundwork for the future. This is precisely why I insisted on acquiring the production lines from the Bear Nation." Upon hearing Su Yun's words, everyone present was filled with admiration. This discourse not only underscored Su Yun's expertise in military technology, but also revealed him as a visionary in the field of science and technology. Perhaps the efforts he was making now would not yield immediate results, but they could very well serve as the cornerstone for the future strength of the Chinese military. "I never imagined, Su Yun, that you would possess such foresight," Director Chung affirmed, nodding approvingly at Su Yun. While many in the domestic sphere were eager to serve their country, few were willing to forego immediate gains for the sake of China's future development. Individuals like Su Yun were indeed rare. The other members of the Chinese delegation echoed their admiration. Indeed, if it weren't for Su Yun today, how could our negotiations have gone so smoothly? With a military expert like Su Yun on our side, how could China's military-industrial sector not thrive? Seeing the enthusiasm around him, Su Yun chose not to elaborate further. In truth, there were other reasons for seeking the heavy industrial production lines from the Bear Nation. In the impending conflict over the small island, various heavy military machines from the coalition forces would play a significant role in both supply and combat. the thunderous roar of machinery would undoubtedly pose substantial challenges for the Chinese military. It could be said that the Chinese military was engaged in a battle of flesh against steel. There had been an instance where the Chinese military successfully destroyed a bridge, effectively cutting off the retreat of the Eagle Army. However, the Eagle Army dispatched advanced transport aircraft equipped with steel girders to repair the damaged bridge, allowing their forces to escape unscathed. This exemplified the power of machinery, a force the Chinese military had yet to encounter. Su Yun's pursuit of production lines was not without purpose. If China could deploy its own tanks, armored vehicles, and even fighter jets in the forthcoming conflict, the impact on the battlefield would be unimaginable. Indeed, the war was approaching, and Su Yun had no certainty that he could develop a significant number of heavy military machines before the onset of hostilities. Nevertheless, the Chinese soldiers were fearless warriors. Yet they were also human beings with families and emotions. Time was of the essence, by exerting every effort to develop effective military weapons for the battlefield now. In the future, Chinese soldiers could shed fewer tears and blood. Chapter 31. Turbulent Times, War on the Horizon. Well then, our negotiations with the Bear Nation have been quite fruitful. Everyone, prepare yourselves. We shall return tomorrow, Director Cheng announced with a smile that, this. Smiles broke out among those present. Not only had they secured support for production lines from the Bear Nation, but in a short while, the Bear Nation would also send military experts to assist. It was truly a bountiful harvest. Su Yun, too, was filled with excitement. Before long, he would utilize the Bear Nation's production lines to manufacture some artillery and armored vehicles. While domestic capabilities for mass production were currently lacking, producing a small batch for experimentation and testing was entirely feasible. Su Yun, how did you manage to achieve this? At the Dongbei First Armaments Factory, Factory Director Zhang watched as large armored production machines flowed in and out, his emotions a mix of excitement and confusion. Though he could not fathom why the Bear Nation would so generously provide production lines to China. After all, they were not fools. He surmised that Su Yun and Director Cheng's delegation must have put in considerable effort. Nonetheless, Director Zhang was both thrilled and puzzled. Director Zhang's excitement stemmed from the fact that the factory was expanding and had developed the capacity to manufacture large military equipment. These production lines from the Bear Nation were not given freely. They would undoubtedly provide substantial assistance to the factory. His confusion, however, arose from the fact that while they now had manufacturing capabilities, the technology and resources necessary to support the production of heavy military equipment remained absent. Director Zhang, these production lines are indeed support from the Bear Nation. Upon hearing Su Yun's words, Director Zhang could not help but ask, but given our domestic conditions, we are still lacking in both the manufacturing technology for heavy military equipment and the raw materials needed for production. Upon hearing Director Zhang's concerns, Su Yun smiled helplessly and replied, Director Zhang, there is no need for you to delve deeper into this matter. I have my own plans for acquiring these production lines, and you will understand in due course. With that, Director Zhang ceased his inquiries. Su Yun was a military talent from overseas, with many technological plans in mind. Even if he were to explain, Director Zhang might not fully grasp the intentions behind them. As he turned to lead his team in setting up the heavy industrial production lines in the factory workshop, he was suddenly interrupted by Su Yun. Wait a moment, Director Zhang. There is one more thing I need to ask of you. Hearing this, Director Zhang smiled and suggested, why not take a break for now? We can discuss any matters tomorrow. Su Yun shook his head and insisted, Director Zhang, this matter is quite urgent. I need you to select 500 capable workers for me. I have grand plans. This statement caused Director Zhang's brow to furrow. Su Yun, I want to pry into your intentions, but the workers we expanded our workforce with are all currently occupied with their tasks. Where am I supposed to find so many workers for you at this moment? Su Yun spoke up once more, saying, Director Zhang, if it comes to it, even 300 workers will suffice, I assure you. I am indeed of use. Please assist me by freeing up some manpower. In essence, Su Yun's request for such a substantial number of workers was a clear indication of his intent to get the production line for the Maoxiong operational. With the impending war looming, time was of the essence. Since the production line was already in place, it essentially meant that the conditions for manufacturing heavy military equipment were met. Naturally, arrangements had to be made promptly. After all, the production lines for armored vehicles and artillery were vastly different from those for rifles. While Su Yun could skillfully craft fully automatic rifles by hand, he was utterly incapable of producing artillery and tanks in the same manner. Should technology become widespread and materials for armored vehicles no longer scarce in the future, The mass production of various types of tanks would necessitate not merely 300 workers, but potentially 1,000 would still fall short. At the very least, the scale needed to match half that of the Maoxiong armory. Well, since you insist, I shall inspect the production line at the factory and see if I can allocate more personnel for you. Director Zhang responded with ANOD.AS always. Su Yun was a talented individual with both skill and capability, having previously assisted the armory in developing numerous valuable technologies. Now that he required manpower, Director Zhang was naturally inclined to help him resolve this issue. After some discussion, Director Zhang assured Su Yun that he would provide 300 workers by the following day, and that the production line brought from Maoxiong would be appropriately arranged in the workshop. Su Yun felt a surge of excitement. He could hardly wait for the next day when he could commence the manufacture of artillery and armored vehicles. Director Chung, this is a confidential letter from the capital. Guard Xiao Lu handed a letter to Director Chung before stepping out of the room. Upon opening the letter and perusing its contents, Director Chung couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. Could it be that war was truly on the horizon? The letter was straightforward, informing him of the recent turmoil on the small island, which hinted at the possibility of conflict. The higher-ups in the capital had instructed the chief military advisor stationed at the border to be prepared. This preparation was not merely to involve our troops should war break out on the small island. It was primarily due to the island's proximity to our northern borders, where our nation's largest heavy industrial concentration lay. If unrest were to occur on the island, it would undoubtedly affect our side. The letter served as a reminder for Director Chung to be vigilant and ensure that our nation remained untouched by the fires of war. Alas! Director Chung sighed heavily. It was no wonder he felt this way. The current era had seen China just emerge from several brutal conflicts, and its recovery was still underway. Now, with significant neighboring countries experiencing upheaval, it was a source of great concern for Director Chung. Even more troubling was the potential collusion between the southern part of the island and the Eagle Army. If war were to erupt, and the Eagle Army intervened, it would pose a monumental challenge for the entire nation of China. Of course, these were merely worries for now. If a great war were to truly break out, as long as orders came from above, Director Chung would undoubtedly rally the soldiers to protect the country without hesitation. Chapter 32. The heavy industrial production line is completed. Su Yun, what do you think? Director Zhang inquired with a smile as he surveyed the workshop, which was now equipped with a variety of large-scale production facilities and a substantial number of newly organized workers. The workforce numbered over 300. Brought over by Director Zhang in accordance with Su Yun's earlier request. Observing the scene before him, filled with massive manufacturing machinery and robust workers, Su Yun nodded in satisfaction. Su Yun, tell me, are you planning to develop some new weaponry this time? It seems you're preparing to create something quite significant, Director Zhang asked curiously. Since yesterday, he had been intrigued by the influx of materials and equipment, which clearly indicated Su Yun's intention to embark on a major development project. However, the specifics of what he intended to create would need to be divulged by Su Yun himself. Indeed, Director Zhang, Su Yun replied with a smile, I do have some new developments in the works. However, as for what kind of weaponry, you'll have to wait and see. As he spoke, Su Yun continued, additionally, Director Zhang, I have a few matters I need your assistance with. Taken aback by Su Yun's request, Director Zhang responded, Su Yun, isn't what you asked for yesterday sufficient? With a resigned shake of his head, Su Yun explained, Director Zhang, you're aware that this production is a substantial endeavor. There are numerous preparations that need to be in place ahead of time. Seeing Su Yun's earnestness, Director Zhang chose not to press further. He had previously instructed Su Yun to bring up any issues he encountered, and now was the time to fulfill that promise. Very well, what do you need? Director Zhang inquired. Without hesitation, Su Yun replied, aside from some components, the main thing is I need your cooperation to procure some vehicles. Puzzled, Director Zhang asked, Su Yun, aren't you focused on research? What do you need vehicles for? And how many do you require? Raising a finger, Su Yun stated, I need military trucks. Director Zhang scratched his head in exasperation. Military trucks may be a bit challenging to acquire. The entire military across the nation is in dire need of such vehicles. However, if it's just one, I can try to think of a solution. But Su Yun shook his head, clarifying, Director Zhang, you've misunderstood. I'm not asking for one. I need 100. Director Zhang was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as his jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Once he regained his composure, he exclaimed, Su Yun, did I hear you correctly? You want 100 military trucks? You're aware of the current situation nationwide. acquiring even one is a struggle, and you expect me to procure 100? That's simply impossible. It was understandable for Director Zhang to react this way. Even an entire army might not muster 100 military trucks. For Su Yun to demand such a quantity seemed laughable. Su Yun, you must realize that even elite units are struggling to be equipped with a few military trucks. Upon hearing this, Su Yun's expression grew serious. Director Zhang, is there truly no way? These vehicles are crucial for my upcoming research and will significantly aid the project. Director Zhang sighed in resignation and replied, Su Yun, I'm afraid I genuinely cannot assist you with this matter. However, if we report this to Director Chung, perhaps he could find a way to help you. Su Yun understood that while this request was difficult, it might still be solvable. He knew well that 100 military trucks were vital resources for the entire nation. Yet, his research heavily depended on acquiring these vehicles. If he couldn't secure military trucks, the progress of his research would be stalled, and he would have no choice but to report to higher-ups to request such a substantial allocation. Very well. I'll go speak with Director Chung shortly. Just let him know that Su Yun requires 100 trucks for the upcoming research. Director Zhang responded, adding, however, Su Yun, I advise you not to have overly high hopes. Even for Director Chung, procuring 100 military trucks will undoubtedly be a daunting task. Su Yun nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Director Zhang. At that moment, Director Zhang, still perplexed, asked, Su Yun, why do you need so many vehicles for your research? And while research is indeed important, military trucks are meant for transporting goods and personnel. How will they serve your purpose? Faced with Director Zhang's inquiry, Su Yun hesitated to reveal his true intentions. He feared that disclosing his actual reasons for needing 100 military trucks would jeopardize the possibility of obtaining them. If Director Zhang were to learn of his genuine motives, he would undoubtedly refuse to assist him. With a smile, Su Yun replied, Director Zhang, I appreciate your assistance with the military trucks. As for what I will develop next, you'll find out in due time. Hearing this, Director Zhang waved his hand in resignation, saying, all right, I won't pry any further. Su Yun, you focus on your work in the workshop. I'll notify the higher-ups of your request. With that, Director Zhang stepped out of the workshop, still pondering the implications of Su Yun's request for 100 military trucks. In his office, after much deliberation, Director Zhang eventually dialed the number for Director Chung. To be frank, acquiring 100 trucks under the current circumstances would require mobilizing resources from across the nation. This was a task only Director Chung could manage. However, whether he would be willing to assist was another matter entirely. And given the urgency of the request, Director Zhang was apprehensive about facing Director Cheng's ire. Director Chung, here lies the first arsenal. The reason I have called you this time is to beseech your assistance with a matter. Now, Director Chung, please do not scold me. These 100 military trucks are required by Su Yun. I am not entirely clear on the specifics of the research he wishes to conduct, but it is evident that Su Yun has expressed a pressing need for them. Chapter 33. The arrival of the trucks? Research commences. Very well. I shall devise a solution for this matter. Director Zhang, please inform Su Yun not to worry about anything else and to focus solely on his research. After giving Director Zhang a few instructions, Director Chung hung up the phone, his mind already contemplating how to procure 100 trucks for Su Yun's investigation. Director Chung, what has transpired? One of the officers inquired. I heard you cursing just moments ago. At that moment, the officer, who had been discussing recent military intelligence from the small island with Director Chung, noticed the sudden change in his demeanor after the phone call. Curiosity piqued, the officer pressed for information. The first arsenal in Dongbei requires 100 military trucks for research, Director Chung stated. Upon hearing this, the officer was momentarily stunned, then asked, Director Chung, am I mistaken? 100 trucks. What does the arsenal intend to do with them? Director Chung shook his head and replied, I do not know, but since it is Su Yun's research requirement, I suppose we must endeavor to fulfill it. After all, this young man often surprises us. But Director Chung, the officer continued, these are 100 military trucks, essential supplies for the army. Where are we to find them? Director Cheng exhaled deeply and smiled. 100 trucks can still be managed for Su Yun. I refuse to believe that a thorough search through the entire army and even all of Dongbei cannot yield 100 military trucks. One by one, the military trucks began to roll into the arsenal. The sounds of honking filled the air as the procession of 100 trucks advanced, leaving the workers at the arsenal unable to suppress their collective gulp. It is worth noting that this is not a time reminiscent of a later era. Many may never have seen what an automobile looks like in their lifetime. Thus, The sight of 100 military trucks slowly making their way into the factory was indeed grand in the eyes of the onlookers. Observing the continuous influx of trucks, Director Zhang could not help but swallow hard before exclaiming, "Su Yun, I never expected Director Chang would truly gather over 100 vehicles for you." As he spoke, Director Zhang marveled at the level of trust and importance Director Cheng placed on Su Yun, considering these military trucks to be vital resources within Dongbei. What if Su Yun fails to achieve any results? Would all these trucks be for naught? Yet, what exactly does Su Yun intend to accomplish? Pondering this, Director Zhang could not resist asking once more. At this moment, Su Yun finally ceased to conceal his intentions from the others. The purpose of these trucks was quite simple: to aid in the development of self-propelled artillery and armored vehicles. Those present were taken aback by Su Yun's declaration. Director Zhang, astonished, responded, "Su Yun, are you jesting? You truly intend to develop such things? Are you not aware that we lack the technological capability to create them?" His words elicited a wave of confusion among the other technicians present. The current Chinese military was still entrenched in the era of light infantry, entirely incapable of developing or utilizing the machinery Su Yun envisioned. While his ideas were commendable, to put them into action seemed as unattainable as a castle in the air. In response, Su Yun elaborated, "Had this been in the past, we would indeed have been unable to develop these items. However, now that we possess the production line from the Bear Nation and 100 military trucks as material support, I firmly believe we can manufacture a batch of heavy military weapons ready for immediate deployment in the army." As he spoke, Su Yun briefly explained the manufacturing techniques for armored vehicles and tanks to those present. Yet, after hearing Su Yun's words, the others were not only perplexed but even more bewildered. "Su Yun, what are these techniques you just mentioned? We find ourselves utterly lost," inquired an expert from the arsenal. In response, Su Yun could only smile in resignation, realizing that the factory was filled with specialists in light infantry weaponry, completely unfamiliar with the mechanics of tanks. "I believe your approach may be overly hasty. Su Yun, even with the technology and production line, it is unrealistic for our arsenal to develop tanks and armored vehicles in such a short time frame." Another expert chimed in. Upon hearing this, the other experts could not help but engage in a flurry of discussions, expressing their belief that Su Yun's ambitions were indeed far too ambitious. To expect the development of armored vehicles in a brief period was nothing short of impossible. Moreover, Director Chang was perceived as overly indulgent towards Su Yun, having arranged for such a large number of trucks to facilitate his research. If this continued, there was no telling what complications might arise in the future. Enough. Let us not dwell on this." Recognizing the situation was spiraling, Director Zhang hastily dismissed the assembly. Turning to Su Yun, he added, "Su Yun, do not let their words dissuade you. Focus on your research and feel free to approach me with any issues." With everything in place, Su Yun expressed his gratitude to Director Zhang and made his way to the heavy machinery research workshop. In truth, he had not taken the experts' comments to heart. They were not ill-intentioned. It was merely that his endeavors were somewhat ahead of their time, and their lack of understanding was understandable. Furthermore, had it not been for the imminent threat of war, Su Yun would not have been so eager. In the heavy machinery workshop, he commanded, "Everyone, follow my lead. Disassemble this military truck. Extract the engine." Within the workshop, Su Yun had gathered the workers, all of whom were now diligently engaged. The purpose of acquiring these military trucks was straightforward: to develop heavy armor. Currently, China possessed no materials for manufacturing engines or certain components. Thus, by disassembling these trucks, they could utilize the valuable parts within to reconstruct combat vehicles. Moreover, the engines and fuel tanks used in military trucks were made from military-grade materials. Repurposing these salvaged components to assemble new combat vehicles was indeed a commendable choice. Although this approach might seem akin to robbing Peter to pay Paul, necessity dictated that Su Yun had no other option. However, he was confident that while he might dismantle one wall, the result would undoubtedly be the construction of a formidable steel barrier. Chapter 34. The Emergence of the Armored Vehicle. Personal testing of performance. As the workshop workers were primarily ordinary laborers, the process of manufacturing heavy military equipment required both practical experience and training. Nevertheless, with the necessary skills and materials in hand, these challenges were surmountable. Through Su Yun's continuous guidance, the workers swiftly mastered the operation of the production line and the assembly of vehicles. The heavy machinery workshop of the arsenal witnessed the birth of its first armored vehicle. The armored vehicle stood proudly within the workshop, drawing the attentive gaze of many workers. Measuring 6.74 meters in length, 2.49 meters in width, and 2.07 meters in height, its streamlined exterior concealed a fierce beast within. With a combat weight of 13.3 tons, it was designed to accommodate a crew of 3 and transport 8 armed soldiers. Capable of reaching a speed of 65 kilometers per hour, the vehicle was equipped with a single-man turret on its roof, housing a small-caliber smoothbore gun and a machine gun. The vehicle's armor was capable of withstanding fire from heavy machine guns. Such a weapon not only served to transport troops on the battlefield but also provided substantial fire support. In this era, this type of armored vehicle was truly a nemesis to light infantry. One could scarcely imagine the impact such an armored vehicle would have on the battlefield. Even the Eagle Army could not produce such an advanced armored infantry vehicle. As the workers admired the imposing exterior of the armored vehicle, resembling a fierce beast, they could not help but express their awe. Director Zhang, too, was astonished, exclaiming, "Su Yun, I never anticipated that you would actually develop an armored vehicle. I truly did not see this coming." In response, Su Yun simply smiled. The development of this armored vehicle was merely the first step in the future. Not only should they aim to produce more similar equipment, but they must also strive for mass production. At this moment, Director Zhang approached the armored vehicle, gently patting its robust exterior and stating, "I wonder how this vehicle will perform." Upon hearing this, Su Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Shall we find out?" With that, he opened the door and stepped inside the armored vehicle. "Su Yun, what are you intending to do?" Director Zhang spoke up. Naturally, he wished to test the performance of the armored vehicle. Observing the indecisiveness etched on Director Zhang's face, Su Yun realized that he wanted to join him. However, testing the armored vehicle required meticulous observation of its operational conditions throughout the journey. If Director Zhang were to accompany him, Su Yun would undoubtedly be overwhelmed by his incessant chatter, leaving him no room to focus on the vehicle's assessment. "Su Yun, can you take me along?" Director Zhang exclaimed with enthusiasm. Su Yun shook his head and replied, "Director Zhang, I cannot bring you this time. But rest assured, when the vehicles enter mass production and we conduct test drives, your presence will be indispensable." As he spoke, Su Yun closed the heavy door of the armored vehicle and hastily made his way to the driver's cabin. Taking the seat behind the wheel, he felt an exhilarating fire igniting within him. The thrill of commanding such a steel behemoth was exhilarating for any man. With a thunderous roar, the armored vehicle sprang to life. The engine's growl reminiscent of a wild beast. A plume of black smoke billowed out as the armored vehicle exited the workshop. The sight stirred envy among the workers inside the facility. The armored vehicle sped along the road, and Su Yun, within the cabin, wore an expression brimming with excitement. It must be said that the vehicle's performance was indeed flawless. Yet, Su Yun was not yet satisfied. To thoroughly evaluate its capabilities, he needed to push the vehicle's speed to its limits. With a sudden press of the accelerator, the armored vehicle surged forward, its speed escalating once more. Su Yun, behind the wheel, was engulfed in pure exhilaration. "Oh no, I think I'm lost. We are in a military-restricted area. You all must keep a vigilant watch over the sentry post. Not even a sparrow must slip past." Captain Lee, responsible for the guard duty, was addressing a few newly arrived soldiers at the entrance of the military management zone. "Don't worry, Captain. We will ensure the task is completed," the two soldiers replied in unison. Captain Lee nodded, recalling a recent incident at a nearby military base where a foreign espionage infiltration occurred, resulting in the dismissal of the base commander. Ever since, all military management zones had heightened their security, with orders issued to fire first and report later upon identifying any potential threat. At that moment, one of the sentries suddenly pointed to the distance and exclaimed, "Captain Lee, look over there," with his back to the sentry. Captain Lee could not see what was happening behind him. Reacting instinctively, he turned around. "What's all the fuss about?" Holy smokes! He was taken aback to see a steel beast slowly approaching the sentry post, its massive and formidable exterior startling the soldiers on duty. Inside the armored vehicle, a lost Su Yun had been driving around for quite some time. Just as he was about to give up, he spotted several soldiers in uniform not far ahead. "What luck? I can ask them for directions," Su Yun thought, not wanting to spend a night in the wilderness in the armored vehicle. He pressed the accelerator again and sped towards the sentry post. "Captain Lee, could it be a spy?" one of the sentries stammered. The soldiers were already shocked by the armored vehicle's imposing appearance, and seeing it accelerate towards them sent them into a panic. Captain Lee was momentarily stunned, watching the approaching vehicle with confusion. Logically, even the boldest spy would not dare to drive such a vehicle straight into a sentry post. However, the design of this armored vehicle was entirely unfamiliar to them. It was clearly foreign-made. Setting aside the possibility of espionage, it was evident that this was not one of their OWN. As the armored vehicle drew near, Captain Lee shouted, "Open fire! Open fire!" Chapter 35. Don't shoot. It is one of us. In a state of chaos, the sentries opened fire on the armored vehicle. The soldiers were not lacking in resolve. Given the orders from above, they were compelled to act swiftly. Moreover, it was evident that this massive machine was not of their military's design, so they naturally held nothing back. Gunfire erupted, bullets striking the armored vehicle's surface, only to ricochet off harmlessly. Witnessing this, Captain Lee and the others were momentarily dumbfounded. What in the world was happening? Bullets couldn't penetrate it. Was it a tank? At this moment, Su Yun, inside the vehicle, was startled by the gunfire directed at him. Why are they shooting? Realization dawned upon him. It must have been the armored vehicle's intimidating appearance that frightened the sentries into firing. Given the current tense atmosphere, they likely mistook him for a spy, especially since the soldiers were unfamiliar with this model. Thinking quickly, Su Yun decided to open the vehicle door to explain himself. After all, it was not a grave matter. A simple clarification would suffice. However, before he could act, another barrage of bullets struck the vehicle. Infuriated, Su Yun thought, "Damn it! Are you really shooting at me without giving me a chance to explain?" A relentless hail of bullets hammered against the armored vehicle, and stepping out now would surely turn him into a target. Realizing the futility of explaining, Su Yun instead focused on maneuvering the armored vehicle to retreat. Survival took precedence over everything else. Fire at will. The vehicle is undoubtedly carrying foreign spies, Captain Lee bellowed, now perceiving the armored vehicle as a formidable enemy. After all, such a beast had no place in their ranks. Yet, he was perplexed as to how enemy spies managed to bring this monstrous vehicle here. With the order given, the sentries aimed their weapons and began shooting at the approaching armored vehicle. The light machine guns unleashed a torrent of fire, engulfing the armored vehicle in a relentless barrage. Under such concentrated firepower, it was unimaginable that any vehicle would withstand the assault unscathed. Yet, the scene that unfolded left the soldiers in awe. Most bullets merely grazed the surface, sparking as they ricocheted off. What on earth was this machine? Even the light machine gun fire seemed utterly ineffective. Captain Lee, what is going on? Our bullets can't penetrate this thing, one soldier shouted. Captain Lee was momentarily taken aback. Struggling to find a response, he had never encountered such a peculiar vehicle before. Simultaneously, he speculated about this bizarre contraption that resembled neither a tank nor a car. Logically, with such a barrage, a typical vehicle would have exploded by now. Keep firing, Captain Lee urged, urgency overriding his confusion. Since they had confirmed the target as an enemy, there was no reason to hold back. If the bullets were ineffective, they simply hadn't fired enough in an instant. A renewed volley of fire rained down upon the armored vehicle. Amidst the storm of bullets, the armored vehicle, seemingly unfazed, executed a slow but deliberate turn and began to retreat rapidly. The surface of the armored vehicle continued to be peppered with bullets. Yet it appeared unaffected in the midst of the onslaught. It calmly turned around and roared to life, leaving the soldiers in a state of disbelief. Captain Lee's eyes widened in frustration, his anger boiling over. After years of experience in combat, he had never seen anything like this. What in the world was this contraption? Logically, Captain Lee should have immediately instructed his men to pursue. However, with only a handful of soldiers at the sentry post, if they all chased after the armored vehicle, there would be no one left to guard. Moreover, the armored vehicle was far too fast. Even if the soldiers tried to run, they would never catch up. In desperation, Captain Lee grabbed the walkie-talkie to report the incident to higher authorities. Report. Please connect me to the commander immediately. We are under attack. A spy is driving a vehicle that resembles nothing we've seen before. Our bullets can't penetrate it. Commander, urgent news from Military Zone 3. They have been attacked by a vehicle that looks neither like a tank nor a car. In the command center, upon hearing the messenger's words, the commander's brow furrowed. What is the situation? What kind of vehicle is neither a tank nor a car? The messenger shook his head and reported, "Sir, the frontline soldiers are utterly unable to discern what it is. However, according to their accounts, that peculiar vehicle moves at remarkable speed and is impervious to bullets. The soldiers fired repeatedly, yet ultimately allowed it to escape. They suspect that this incident may very well be the work of a spy." Upon hearing this, the commander furrowed his brow even tighter, his heart brimming with confusion. The vehicle of such an odd design breaching the checkpoint, and one that cannot be penetrated by bullets? Could it truly be the handiwork of foreign spies? Might this so-called peculiar vehicle be a new military invention of the enemy? If that were the case, the audacity of these foreign spies would be astonishing. After a moment's reflection, the commander spoke with piercing intensity. "Send out orders. Additionally, ensure our soldiers seal off the roads surrounding Military Zone Number 3. Regardless of where this strange vehicle hails from, it must not be allowed to escape." In an instant, the previously tranquil command post erupted into a flurry of activity due to the appearance of this enigmatic vehicle. Chapter 36. The entire army mobilizes for a carpet search. It is imperative to recognize that in this sensitive era, the issue of espionage is exceedingly grave. The emergence of a spy, armed with valuable information, poses a significant risk to national stability. Today, a spy brazenly drove a bulletproof, military-like vehicle through our checkpoint, only to escape in a manner that seemed almost mocking. Such an occurrence undoubtedly captured the attention of higher authorities. Consequently, local military forces sprang into action, dispatching hundreds, if not thousands, of soldiers to investigate the espionage incident. In the square, thousands of soldiers were urgently mobilized. They stood in formation, weapons slung over their shoulders, ammunition belts wrapped around their bodies. Their eyes blazed with determination, and the gathering of these brave warriors, seasoned in numerous conflicts, cast a palpable air of solemnity over the square. The mission at hand was to search for one or more spies hidden within our territory. Today, a spy drove a peculiar vehicle, brazenly breaching our military checkpoint. Now, the spy had fled in that vehicle. Our objective is to completely seal off the area and conduct a thorough search. Under no circumstances should we allow this despicable individual to evade capture. Facing the assembly of soldiers, the commanding officer delivered a final rallying cry. "Remember, the actions of this spy are an outright provocation to our forces. We must dig deep and unearth him." Once the orders were issued, the soldiers dispersed, swiftly deploying to the vicinity of the checkpoint where the incident occurred. In an instant, the once quiet mountains were teeming with armed soldiers. Their gazes were resolute. Having received orders that upon encountering the aforementioned peculiar armored vehicle, they were authorized to open fire at the slightest hint of retreat. Many soldiers even armed themselves with rocket launchers, ready to confront the vehicle's formidable ballistic defenses. The entire region of Dongbei was abuzz with activity due to this incident, and even nearby military commanders dispatched their troops for support. How audacious to brazenly breach our checkpoint! These spies possess an alarming degree of boldness. A dozen soldiers were engaged in sealing off a critical roadway. In addition to their rifles, they were equipped with heavy rocket launchers. The road they were blocking was a major thoroughfare. If that peculiar truck were to appear, it would undoubtedly face dire consequences. "Comrades, stay alert and vigilant. We must guard this intersection." The squad leader addressed his team. "Should you encounter any suspicious targets that do not heed our commands to halt, you are to open fire immediately." Upon hearing this, the soldiers responded in unison. "Rest assured, squad leader. If that spy dares to pass through here, we will ensure he faces the consequences." Indeed, the audacity of these spies is utterly intolerable. "Squad leader, the rocket launcher is ready. They say the spy's vehicle is bulletproof. I am eager to see if it can withstand a rocket. What a strange predicament. It seems one cannot drive recklessly in this area any longer." As he drove the armored vehicle, Suyun quietly reflected. The successful development of the armored vehicle had filled him with excitement, causing him to overlook the fact that this is a particularly sensitive era. Driving such a massive machine around, being shot at is a common occurrence. Not being shot at would be the anomaly. Perhaps he had inadvertently trespassed into a military-restricted zone. He would need to exercise more caution in the future. Suyun mused to himself, feeling a sense of helplessness. He had not anticipated that merely testing the armored vehicle's capabilities would nearly lead to his demise. Fortunately, he had emerged unscathed. After a series of trials, he emerged from the vehicle and surveyed its exterior. Remarkably, despite enduring numerous impacts, There was not a single bullet crater to be found. Only scratches marred the surface of the armored vehicle in light of such intense assaults. The fact that no significant dents had formed was a testament to the exceptional quality of the vehicle's external armor. Su Yun smiled broadly. Not only had he tested the armored vehicle's speed, but its ballistic resistance had also been evaluated. It must be said that in this era, the performance of Su Yun's armored vehicle was indeed impressive. Its speed was commendable, and as for its bulletproof capabilities, they were beyond reproach. Heavy weaponry such as rocket launchers and missiles could easily penetrate it, but when it came to infantry weapons, whether automatic rifles or light machine guns, even heavy-caliber machine guns would struggle to inflict any damage on the interior of the armored vehicle. Looking at the armored vehicle before him, Su Yun smiled again. Despite the challenges encountered during this test outing, the results of the new armored vehicle's field trial were undeniably positive. It boasted speed, simplicity of operation, and excellent defensive capabilities. If such armored vehicles could be mass-produced and deployed on the battlefield, they would undoubtedly provide significant support to our military. As for the recent incident involving the soldiers at the checkpoint, Su Yun gave it little thought. After all, he had driven such a formidable machine into view, and it was only natural for those who saw it to be startled enough to open fire. In retrospect, Su Yun felt somewhat guilty. He certainly did not intend to provoke them. After all the commotion surrounding the development of the armored vehicle in recent days and the subsequent road testing, he returned home with a sense of relief. Su Yun stretched and, after parking the vehicle in the workshop, headed to his bedroom to rest. He paid no mind to the events that had transpired. Completely unaware that outside, chaos had erupted. Chapter 37. How did the spy get into the armaments factory? Report, Commander. This is the very location where the confrontation just occurred. Captain Lee, who had just experienced the one-sided battle, spoke loudly. The commanding officer stood before him. The incident involving the peculiar vehicle breaching the military checkpoint was no trivial matter. After issuing search orders to the troops, the commander had come to the scene himself, eager to observe the situation firsthand. Please describe the appearance of that peculiar vehicle to me in detail, the commander said sternly. Upon hearing this, Captain Lee hesitated momentarily, then frowned and replied, Commander, this is the first time we've encountered such a machine, so we are unsure how to describe it accurately. However, if I must say, it was quite large, nearly the size of a tank, and had a formidable appearance. Upon hearing Captain Lee's description, the commander furrowed his brow in contemplation. A vehicle that large, comparable to a tank, and capable of withstanding bullets. He found himself at a loss, pondering what this peculiar vehicle truly was. Could it possibly be the latest military vehicle developed by foreign forces? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the commander made his way toward the area where the armored vehicle had been fired upon on the ground. In addition to deep tire tracks, there were numerous bullet casings scattered about. The commander crouched down, picking up a bullet casing and inspecting it closely. The once sharp tip was now completely flattened, and the remaining casings exhibited similar damage. From the evidence at hand, the commander surmised that the bullets had struck a hard object, losing their velocity upon impact. The hardness of the object must have been extraordinary to have even flattened the bullets. With this realization, the commander's brow furrowed even deeper. What sort of object could not only withstand bullets but also deform them in such a manner? As he contemplated this, the commander became increasingly convinced that this unidentified vehicle that had breached the checkpoint was anything but ordinary. It is undoubtedly the foreign spies who have come to provoke us. After all, within our military and the entire Dongbei region, one would be hard-pressed to find such a peculiar vehicle. Our forces certainly lack the technical expertise and capability to manufacture such contraptions. It must be the advanced high-tech equipment of foreign militaries. They have come here to test the waters. We must capture this behemoth. We need to pry open its iron shell and discover who is inside. The commander spoke with grave seriousness. In this era, it is impossible to completely seal off the borders. While the notion of foreign special vehicles infiltrating our territory may seem exaggerated, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. Given the circumstances at hand, this is the only explanation for the incident. Thus, it has been established that this is indeed an advanced vehicle from foreign forces. The commander is determined to hunt it down. Setting aside issues of honor and intelligence, if we can locate that bulletproof oddity and present it to our military experts, it's conceivable that our forces could soon be equipped with such technology. Report, Commander. At that moment, a messenger approached the commander. The latter waved his hand, signaling him to speak. However, the words that followed from the messenger caught everyone's attention. Report, Commander. Our reconnaissance team has discovered traces of the vehicle's movement. They are currently pursuing the tracks. I believe it won't be long before we find that peculiar vehicle. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere was filled with excitement. Captain Lee silently vowed that once they found that vehicle, he would extract the driver and interrogate him thoroughly. Good. Inform the reconnaissance team to pursue swiftly. Ensure that the suspicious vehicle does not escape. The commander said with elation. At this juncture, the messenger spoke again. Commander, the reconnaissance team has reported that they require assistance. Considering the speed and armored characteristics of the peculiar vehicle, the soldiers of the reconnaissance team are lightly equipped and lack the heavy firepower necessary to confront it. Therefore, they hope that the commander can quickly mobilize a unit to accompany them in the search for the armored vehicle. Upon hearing this, the commander nodded emphatically. Inform the reconnaissance team. I will immediately dispatch a squad to support them. Moreover, I will personally be present, as I must see for myself what this foreign vehicle truly looks like. The personnel on site sprang into action. A team of soldiers was dispatched to assist the reconnaissance team. While the commander boarded a vehicle, hastening towards the location indicated by the reconnaissance team. Squad leader. Look, this is the spot. The reconnaissance team followed the tire tracks and soon arrived at the vehicle's final destination. However, upon seeing the site, the soldiers, including the squad leader, were left dumbfounded. The tracks led directly to a large sign that read, Dongbei 1st Armory. The soldiers were momentarily stunned, and a young soldier could not contain himself, exclaiming, Squad leader, what is going on? Could it be that our armory is colluding with the enemy? Hearing this, the squad leader was equally taken aback. At that moment, the personnel were still at a distance, and the armory workers had yet to notice their presence. The squad leader was uncertain about how to proceed. After all, their assigned task was to locate the foreign spy vehicle. Now that they had found it, how could they possibly attack? Logically, the reconnaissance team should have discovered a secret base established by foreign spies within our territory. Yet, how could this so-called secret base be none other than our own armory? The squad leader scratched his head and said, This situation is far too complex. Perhaps we should refrain from alarming the enemy and wait here for a while. The commander is on his way, and it would be best to let him decide. No wonder the squad leader felt this way. As previously stated, if they discovered the enemy, they could strike immediately. However, the enemy might very well be hiding within their own military installation. The uncertainty was immense. They certainly could not leap forth with weapons drawn against their own comrades, could they? The squad leader would not take it upon himself to make a decision. They would wait until the commander arrived to discuss the matter. If all else failed, they would let him negotiate with the armory. Chapter 38. Spies? I see you as the spy. At this moment, the entrance of the Dongbei 1st Armory was swarming with armed soldiers. The commanding officer, who had rushed to the scene, pointed incredulously at the armory's sign and inquired of the reconnaissance squad leader, Is this truly the location where the peculiar vehicle was hidden? It was understandable why the commander would react this way. After all, this was their own facility. The reconnaissance team surely could not have made an error. Rest assured, Commander, the reconnaissance team will not make mistakes. The squad leader replied, indicating the tire tracks on the ground. Commander, look, we have followed the tracks here. That peculiar vehicle cannot have escaped. Upon hearing this, the commander's expression grew stern. Setting aside the issue of friend or foe, if it turned out that foreign spies were indeed concealed within the armory, what should they do? What are we waiting for? Quickly dispatch personnel to search the premises. At the commander's order, the armed soldiers hurriedly prepared to storm into the armory. Wait, what do you intend to do? Just then, Director Zhang, accompanied by the factory workers, rushed to the scene. Director Zhang was understandably irate. This was a military facility dedicated to arms development, a site of utmost importance. The sudden appearance of so many soldiers, who intended to charge in without explanation, was unacceptable. What is happening here? Do you know this is the 1st Armory? By what right do you intend to storm in unannounced? Director Zhang reiterated, and the soldiers who had just begun to charge halted in their tracks. The commander's brow furrowed even deeper. Are you the head of this armory? Director Zhang nodded. Might I ask which unit you represent? Commander, I am unfamiliar with you. The commander, uninterested in engaging in lengthy dialogue with Director Zhang, stated directly, We suspect that there may be spies within your armory. A thorough investigation of the entire facility is necessary. Upon hearing this, Director Zhang was momentarily taken aback, but then his anger flared. He was not someone to be trifled with. He was a dignified factory director, having already shown considerable restraint in the face of the soldiers' rudeness. Director Zhang could not accept the accusation of spies within his facility. In this era, reputation held more weight than life itself. To claim that there were spies in the armory was an affront to the entire establishment. On what grounds do you make such an assertion? When has our armory ever harbored spies? It is one thing to kill, but quite another to be insulted. How dare you slander our armory? Spies? You brazenly charge into our allied facility, and I see you as the real spies. Before Director Zhang could speak again, the workers behind him were incensed and began to shout at the soldiers. At that moment, Director Zhang, maintaining his composure, quelled the workers' outcry and turned to the commander. Commander, the term spies is not to be thrown around lightly. If you claim that our armory harbors spies, does that mean we can also accuse your unit of having spies and conduct a search? Director Zhang's words were a tit-for-tat response. Upon hearing this, the soldiers behind the commander grew restless. In these times, anyone labeled a spy would be furious. Since you claim that there are spies in our facility, then tell us, where do you believe these spies came from? Director Zhang pressed on. The reconnaissance squad leader stepped forward and spoke. Earlier today, a peculiar vehicle breached our checkpoint. Following its tracks, we discovered that it entered your armory. Upon hearing this, Director Zhang's fury intensified. Are you insinuating that we are harboring spies within our armory? Setting aside the question of the vehicle, to be accused of concealing spies is utterly intolerable. Furthermore, the armory is in constant receipt and dispatch of supplies and munitions, having recently received 100 trucks. The tracks here are plentiful. Just because there are tire tracks at our entrance does not mean we are hiding spies. How can you be so certain that you are not mistaken in your pursuit? Director Zhang retorted, his words growing increasingly heated. Whether or not there are spies, we will know for certain once we conduct a search. The commander declared that as soon as the words left his mouth, the soldiers surged forward, intent on storming inside. Stop them! Block their way! Director Zhang shouted, and the workers rushed to confront the soldiers. What do you think you are doing? Do you intend to break in? Stand aside. You will answer for any delays in military operations. On what grounds do you accuse us of being spies? We could easily accuse you of the same. In an instant, the atmosphere became tumultuous. Workers and soldiers began to jostle each other, and regardless of whether spies had been found, it was clear that they were all on the same side. The workers hesitated to strike, and the soldiers dared not fire their weapons. Yet, it was precisely this tension that plunged the scene into a state of unbearable anxiety. On one side were the workers from the armaments factory, feeling wrongfully accused, and on the other were the soldiers, determined to apprehend any spies. Caught in this dilemma, a standoff ensued where neither side was willing to yield. The soldiers could not gain entrance, and the factory workers could only stand guard at the entrance. What right do you have to force your way into our factory? If this continues, do you believe we won't call Director Chang to mediate? He just visited us not long ago. Seeing the situation escalate, Director Zhang shouted in anger. However, upon hearing this, the military leader responded loudly, "Very well, then summon Director Chang. Let him see whether there are indeed spies in your factory." At that moment, the scene became utterly uncontrollable, with neither side willing to compromise. Ultimately, both Director Zhang and the military leader opted to call for Director Chang to settle the dispute. What? A spy has appeared in the first armaments factory? How can this be possible? Upon receiving the call, Director Chang exclaimed, "This is impossible. Is there a mistake?" As his words left his lips, the voice on the other end of the line continued to speak fervently. Listening closely, Director Chang's brows furrowed. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Tell the crowd at the factory gate that no one is to make a move. Wait for my arrival, and I will handle this matter." Chapter 39. What? You are a spy. Step aside. Otherwise, we will take action. At the entrance of the armaments factory, the argument between both parties intensified, with neither side willing to yield. Observing this, the military leader began to grow anxious, contemplating whether to force their way through. "Everyone, halt!" A booming voice rang out. Following the sound, they beheld Director Chang stepping down from his vehicle, a look of fury etched upon his face. "What are you doing? Why are you turning against your comrades?" With Director Chang's arrival, who appeared to be quite irate, the previously quarrelsome crowd fell into an immediate silence. the leaders from both sides approached Director Chung, exclaiming, "Director Chung, you must arbitrate this matter for us. These individuals are attempting to breach our armaments factory, claiming we harbor spies." Director Zhang was the first to speak. "Director Cheng, you know our factory well. Many of our workers are former soldiers from the military. How could there possibly be spies in our facility?" At this moment, the military leader chimed in, "Director Chung, our soldiers do not err. The spy is indeed within the armaments factory. Yet these individuals keep obstructing our soldiers from entering to conduct a search. If we allow the spy to escape, who will bear the responsibility for that?" Both men stood by Director Chung, each presenting their case. In response, Director Chung raised his hand decisively, commanding, "Silence." He then continued, and upon the utterance of his words, both men fell silent. The military leader began, "Director Cheng, here is the situation. This morning, our military outpost was attacked by spies. Subsequently, through investigation, we discovered that the vehicle used by the spies had its final destination at this armaments factory." After hearing this, Director Cheng's brow furrowed deeply. A vehicle breached the outpost, and it couldn't be penetrated by bullets? The tracks of the vehicle ultimately led to the entrance of the factory. Not only did Director Cheng furrow his brow in contemplation, but even Director Zhang appeared somewhat bewildered after hearing the military leader's account. A vehicle of that nature? Breaching a military outpost? Is it possible that this so-called spy, along with that peculiar vehicle, is truly within the armaments factory? But that cannot be the case. The workers in the factory are no fools. How could they allow a spy to enter? Moreover, what sort of vehicle is that? Oh dear, the commotion outside is quite severe. Indeed, they claim there are spies in our armaments factory. How could that possibly be true? Director Chang has arrived. I dare say this matter has escalated significantly. In the dormitory, Su Yun was peacefully asleep under the covers, but was awakened by the chatter of several technical experts. Curious about the commotion, Su Yun approached the group and inquired, "What is happening?" The experts promptly relayed the recent events to Su Yun and Su Yun. "You have no idea. They are claiming that there are spies in our armaments factory. Moreover, it is said that the spy drove a peculiar vehicle, not only breaching the military outpost but ultimately escaping into our factory." Upon hearing this, Su Yun was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the audacity of the spies. But then a realization struck her. Wait, a spy? A peculiar vehicle breaching an outpost? Sweat began to bead on Su Yun's forehead. Could it be that they are referring to me? Su Yun grimaced, and noticing her reaction, the nearby experts instinctively asked, "Su Yun, what is the matter?" "The entrance to the factory is still in an uproar." The experts nodded in unison. "The ruckus is quite fierce. It is on the verge of escalating to violence. Even Director Chang has been summoned." Suddenly, Su Yun sprang up, hurriedly donning her clothes and racing towards the door. Observing this, the experts couldn't help but tease. Who would have thought that a military expert returning from overseas would be so eager to join the fray? Given the circumstances, if it comes to it, we may have no choice but to let the soldiers conduct a search. At the entrance of the armaments factory, Director Chung furrowed his brow and spoke. Upon hearing this, Director Zhang was the first to voice his objection. "Director Chung, we cannot allow these individuals to search our premises. I guarantee you, there are no spies in our factory. If we let them search, it would be tantamount to admitting that we harbor spies. Even if nothing is found, it still casts suspicion upon our factory." It is no wonder Director Zhang was so anxious, regardless of whether spies existed. Allowing the soldiers to search the factory would imply guilt. Even if nothing were discovered, it would not absolve the factory of suspicion. "Director Chung, you must give the order. I assure you, we will uncover any spies hiding within the factory." In the heat of the moment, both Director Zhang and the military leader pressed Director Chung, while the soldiers and workers at the factory gate began to argue once more. "Make way! Your factory surely has spies. Otherwise, why are you so afraid of a search? On what grounds do you claim there are spies in our factory? I believe you are the spies. If you continue to speak recklessly, I will strike you." Who is afraid of whom? Shall we settle this with a duel? The atmosphere once again erupted into chaos, and it seemed that if this continued, a confrontation was imminent. Enough of this noise. At that moment, a voice rang out from afar. Su Yun rushed to the forefront of the crowd and addressed everyone. "We are all comrades. Why must we escalate things to this extent?" As her words echoed, it was as if they had ignited a powder keg, and the scene erupted once more. "Su Yun, They claim we are spies. Your factory harbors spies. I see you are the real spies. Are you bullying us because we are outnumbered? Faced with such turmoil, Su Yun felt a surge of frustration and shouted, "Everyone, quiet down." Then, with all eyes upon her, Su Yun pointed to herself and declared, "Is it possible that I am the spy you speak of?" Chapter 40. Is this armored vehicle your invention? With those words, the scene fell into a profound silence. Aside from the workers and soldiers, even the three leaders, Director Cheng, Director Zhang, and the military leader, were momentarily taken aback. Su Yun, have you lost your senses? Do you realize the magnitude of the implications of what you just said? Furthermore, as a military expert returning from overseas, why have you come here to stir up trouble instead of focusing on your research? In an instant, all eyes were fixated on Su Yun, awaiting a command, fearing that the soldiers might rush forward to disarm her. Su Yun, what nonsense are you spouting? Director Zhang hurriedly approached her, speaking in a hushed tone. Such words cannot be uttered lightly. Do you realize that spies in our country face execution? One must never jest about such serious matters. With a grave expression, Director Cheng turned to Su Yun and stated, "Su Yun, are you a spy? The implications of espionage are no triviality. A spy can potentially jeopardize an entire battalion." Across the nation, all soldiers harbor a profound loathing for those two words, wishing nothing more than to see them eradicated. At this moment, Su Yun's words, seemingly unscathed, are only permitted because Director Cheng stands here, refraining from issuing orders. He is willing to grant him an opportunity to clarify. Otherwise, Director Zhang hastily interjected, "Director Cheng, please do not heed Su Yun's reckless claims. He must have become muddled from his recent research endeavors, prompting him to utter such nonsense." Surely, Director Zhang was well aware of whether Su Yun was a spy or not. His frantic efforts to smooth things over were driven by the fear that Su Yun's errant words might ensnare him too. After all, he was the most exceptional military talent within the factory. Should he be implicated, the reputation of the armaments factory would be the least of their concerns. Countless research projects would be left unattended. Sensing the intense scrutiny from those around him, Su Yun quickly realized the gravity of the situation. He waved his hands in a gesture of negation, exclaiming, "Everyone, you have misunderstood. I am not claiming to be a spy. Rather, I mean to say that you have mistaken me for one." Upon hearing this, the assembly fell into a momentary silence, perplexed by the notion of being misunderstood. To be a spy is to simply be one. And not to be one is equally clear. What could misunderstanding possibly mean? Director Cheng urged him, "Su Yun, please express your thoughts openly to everyone." Nodding in agreement, Su Yun hastily elaborated, "Just recently, was there not an incident where a strange vehicle attacked a military outpost?" The crowd nodded in acknowledgement. Su Yun continued, "That vehicle is not what you think. It is my latest invention, an armored vehicle." The military commander gasped in astonishment. "You mean to say that vehicle, which even bullets cannot penetrate, is your creation?" Su Yun reluctantly confirmed, recounting the entire event. "I had gone out to test the vehicle, but I lost my way. Thinking to ask for directions at the nearby outpost, I was instead met with gunfire from the sentries." At that moment, a soldier from the crowd shouted, "If you were one of our own, why did you flee?" This remark nearly provoked a frustrated retort from Su Yun. "What nonsense! Why don't you try being sprayed with bullets from a light machine gun? Let's see if you wouldn't run for your life." At that point, not fleeing would truly invite death. Hearing Su Yun's exclamation, the crowd stood in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances. Was it truly possible that the impenetrable vehicle was his creation? The military commander, his eyes filled with skepticism, spoke up. Although the misunderstanding had been clarified, another perplexing matter loomed. Everyone was well aware of the domestic conditions. It was already a challenge for the armaments factory to continuously produce rifles and ammunition. Now, Su Yun claimed they had developed a large armored vehicle capable of withstanding bullets. At that moment, Director Cheng suddenly appeared excited. "Su Yun, have you truly developed the armored vehicle?" Director Cheng was privy to the ongoing project. He had even allocated 100 military trucks to assist Su Yun's research. Thus, upon hearing Su Yun's declaration, his excitement was palpable. Who would have thought that within such a short time frame, Su Yun had genuinely produced an armored vehicle? Su Yun smiled and nodded. "Yes, Director Cheng, I owe it all to your support. The armored vehicle is currently stationed in the workshop." As he spoke, Su Yun added, "It is the very vehicle that was attacked by the soldiers this morning." With those words, the misunderstanding was entirely resolved. Since the matter of espionage was merely a misconception, the workers and soldiers no longer held their standoff. At that moment, the military commander approached Su Yun. Inquiring curiously, Comrade Su Yun, may we see the armored vehicle that you have recently developed? It was no wonder the commander was eager. After all, he had already inspected the site of the earlier incident. Naturally, he was curious about the appearance and durability of the so-called armored vehicle that had withstood bullets. Director Chung chimed in with enthusiasm. Su Yun, why not take everyone to see your impressive achievement? As the crowd began to murmur, with Director Chung having already spoken, Su Yun cheerfully replied, "All right, please follow me. I will show you what the latest armored vehicle looks like." Setting aside any other concerns, Su Yun was determined to dispel any lingering suspicions by allowing everyone to witness this new weapon he had developed. Momentarily, under Su Yun's guidance, Director Chung and the others excitedly made their way to the workshop where the vehicles were stored. As Su Yun slowly opened the workshop door, a flood of light illuminated the interior, revealing the armored vehicle in all its glory. Its beast-like, streamlined exterior elicited gasps of astonishment from those present. My goodness, this is no mere armored vehicle. It resembles a tank. In my recollection, even the Soviet Union could not produce such a behemoth. They exclaimed in awe. Incredible. Su Yun, you have truly accomplished something remarkable. Chapter 41. The armored vehicle is impressive enough, but is there more? The armored vehicle's exterior, now fully revealed, left everyone momentarily speechless. After a brief commotion, Director Chung spoke up. Fantastic, Su Yun. I cannot believe you have developed this magnificent creation in such a short time. There was no need for elaboration. The pride etched on the faces of Director Zhang and the others was unmistakable. It is vital to recognize that the development of the armored vehicle was not solely Su Yun's achievement. The factory workers had also contributed significantly. Meanwhile, the military commander and the soldiers behind him were once again rendered speechless by the armored vehicle's imposing stature. One soldier excitedly shouted, "Yes, that's the very vehicle that charged into our outpost this morning. It was impervious to bullets." The soldier's remarks reaffirmed that the day's events had stemmed from a complete misunderstanding rather than a spy infiltration. Director Zhang, I sincerely apologize. We indeed misjudged your armaments factory today. A mistake must be acknowledged, the military commander stated. Director Zhang waved his hand dismissively, smiling. Commander, you jest. This incident is partly our fault for not informing you in advance. Otherwise, such misunderstandings could have been avoided. The crowd buzzed with conversation. In an instant, the previously tense atmosphere transformed into one of calm. Observing this scene, Su Yun couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his brow. Ultimately, he was the catalyst for this situation, and fortunately, it had not escalated into a grave incident. Otherwise, he would have felt a burden on his conscience. Who would have thought that Comrade Su Yun's research capabilities were so extraordinary? Could you provide us with a detailed introduction to the armored vehicle's performance? The military commander asked, his face alight with excitement and eagerness. Clearly, upon learning that the armored vehicle was a product of their own, he had grown quite fond of this formidable creation. Indeed, Su Yun. This matter ultimately stemmed from your actions. Since we are all here, why don't you take the lead in explaining? Director Chung suggested with a smile. With the situation resolved and the factory now hosting such an impressive creation, even high-ranking military advisors like Director Chung were filled with curiosity. Very well. I shall redeem myself by explaining the capabilities of our new armored vehicle, Su Yun declared cheerfully, stepping forward to address the crowd. Pointing to the vehicle's exterior, Su Yun began, the armored vehicle's outer shell is constructed from specially synthesized steel plates. The frontal armor boasts a thickness of 60 millimeters, capable of withstanding both light and heavy machine gun fire. Even against standard rocket launchers, there is a significant likelihood of ricochet, thus inflicting minimal damage to the entire vehicle. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in excitement and anticipation. The military commander exclaimed, I cannot believe the external armor is so robust. No wonder the soldiers' rifles had no effect on the armored vehicle this morning. Director Chung nodded in agreement, marveling at the beast before them. An armored personnel carrier of this caliber had never graced his tactical considerations before. The mere thought of its superior speed and formidable defensive capabilities was enough to leave him in awe. Director Chung is acutely aware that such innovations could wield significant influence on the battlefield. At this moment, Su Yun opened the vehicle door. inviting Director Chung and the others to explore the interior of the armored vehicle. As they looked around, they noted that the compartment could accommodate 8 soldiers. In the driver's cabin, there was space for 3 drivers and a gunner. This means that on the battlefield, the armored vehicle could transport 8 soldiers safely to designated locations in one trip. Upon hearing this, the attendees, including the factory workers, who, although many were former soldiers, refrained from overthinking the implications of Su Yun's words. However, Director Chung and the commanding officer present were different. Their eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this revelation. Historically, in countless wars, our soldiers suffered the most casualties while charging ahead. If the troops were equipped with armored vehicles capable of withstanding gunfire, they would no longer need to brave the hail of bullets to seize strategic points and provide rapid support. This advancement would significantly preserve the fighting force and enhance the soldiers' combat effectiveness. Marvelous, truly remarkable, exclaimed the commanding officer, who then turned to Director Chang and said, "If our troops were outfitted with dozens of these armored vehicles, I can confidently assert that our soldiers could capture an enemy stronghold with 0 casualties." Director Chang nodded with a smile, unable to contain his curiosity, and inquired, "Su Yun, does this armored vehicle come equipped with armaments?" Su Yun promptly replied, "Of course, Director Chung. The top of the armored vehicle can be fitted with a heavy machine gun. Beyond transportation, it can also serve as a mobile fortress, providing rapid support to suppress enemy fire." He continued, "Moreover, in addition to light and heavy machine guns, the vehicle can be equipped with a small caliber artillery piece. While its firepower may not be overwhelming, it can still deliver devastating blows to enemy armored equipment." Su Yun's remarks elicited further astonishment from those present. "Ha ha ha! Su Yun, you have truly achieved something remarkable this time." Director Chung laughed heartily, then remembered to ask, "But Su Yun, how many of these armored vehicles can your factory currently produce?" With a smile, Su Yun waved his hand, saying, "Director Chung, I will brief you on that later. Since you are here, I have an even more impressive piece of equipment to show you." Upon hearing this, Director Chung was momentarily taken aback, expressing his skepticism. "Su Yun, did I hear you correctly? You claim there is an even more formidable weapon than this armored vehicle to showcase?" Chapter 42. You and your shelter are equally ridiculous. Director Chang's words left the soldiers present perplexed. The fact that Su Yun managed to develop an armored vehicle was already impressive. Now he was suggesting there was something even better. What a joke. "You haven't possibly invented a tank, have you? Ha ha ha, follow me, and you shall see." With anticipation in their eyes, Director Chung and the others were led by Su Yun to another workshop. As the workshop doors slowly opened, the attendees were greeted with a sight that left them utterly astounded. A heavy machine that resembled a war vehicle, yet distinctly different from a tank, stood before them, complete with a large caliber gun barrel. "Su Yun, what is this? It looks quite like a tank, but this beast is much larger." The crowd erupted into discussion. Curiosity piqued as they circled the heavy military vehicle. After observing for a moment, Director Chung spoke up, "Su Yun, please explain to everyone what this impressive machine is and its purpose." Without hesitation, Su Yun responded, "Director Chung, this magnificent creation is called a self-propelled artillery. To put it plainly, it is a large-caliber artillery piece that can move on its own." The crowd erupted in excitement at this proclamation. The commanding officer remarked, "So, Comrade Su Yun, does this self-propelled artillery not possess substantial firepower? Considering that our military is still in the light infantry era and many officers are unfamiliar with large equipment." Su Yun nodded with a smile and elaborated. "The self-propelled artillery enhances fire support during combat while allowing for high-precision strikes and rapid firing." He gestured toward the cannon, which was nearly the size of a soccer ball, stating, "Take our self-propelled artillery, for instance. It boasts a caliber of 135.6 millimeters. It can fire directly and even elevate its barrel to 90 degrees for curved shots, extending its firing range. Its direct fire range is 2.56 kilometers, and a single shell can destroy an enemy heavy tank. Concrete military fortifications would crumble like tofu before this artillery." Upon hearing this, the crowd could hardly contain their excitement. They were astonished by the immense power of this self-propelled artillery. Indeed, after all these years in the military, this is the first time I've seen such an impressive beast. If only we had one of these during past battles. The soldiers began animatedly discussing their thoughts. Clearly, Su Yun's claim about having something even more formidable was well-founded. Likewise, the self-propelled artillery possesses armor as robust as that of a tank. The light and heavy firepower of infantry would be utterly ineffective against it. As Su Yun spoke, the onlookers were captivated by the multitude of benefits provided by the self-propelled artillery. Not only does it offer substantial firepower, but it can also swiftly maneuver to provide precise support. The firing rate is an impressive 8 rounds per minute. While a single automatic cannon may not seem formidable, when 10 or even dozens of them converge, the destructive capability against enemy forces becomes overwhelming. Su Yun continued, and his words left the audience in awe. This machine is truly a remarkable asset. In the past, our forces often charged into battle against the enemy's relentless gunfire. Particularly for local troops assaulting fortified positions, countless soldiers sacrificed their lives. Had we possessed such artillery then, the enemy's fortifications would have been rendered obsolete. One shot would suffice. If we had multiple self-propelled artillery pieces, how many valiant soldiers might have been spared in those large-scale conflicts? What an extraordinary asset! If only we had this equipment back then, we would have driven the enemy into the sea. The commanding officer lamented, a seasoned veteran who had once faced the enemy in fierce battles. His reflections were heartfelt, born from years of experience. Director Cheng nodded in agreement, contemplating the present moment. In truth, acquiring such equipment now is not too late. There is no need to dwell on past events. For the future of our nation to ascend to greatness, a powerful military presence is essential. The emergence of these advanced weapons, if mass-produced, would significantly reduce the sacrifices of our soldiers in any future conflicts. The crowd shared a collective sigh of realization. At this juncture, Director Chung interjected, Su Yun, if your equipment is integrated into the military, it will substantially enhance the combat capabilities of our forces. I must ask, can you produce these self-propelled artillery pieces and the armored vehicles in large quantities? His words laid bare the urgency of his thoughts. Not only was Su Yun eager to see the troops equipped with such innovations, but Director Chung was equally impatient to expedite their deployment. Reflecting on Director Cheng's inquiry, Su Yun considered the situation. Following the factory's expansion, the production line for light infantry weapons was now capable of mass-producing copper-clad steel bullets and fully automatic rifles. He surmised that these items would soon be in widespread use among frontline combat units. As for the armored vehicles and self-propelled artillery, Su Yun replied earnestly, Director Chung, due to material constraints, I can currently guarantee the production of 40 units each of the self-propelled artillery and armored vehicles for deployment. However, this will require some time. As you know, these items are not as easily manufactured as rifles. As Su Yun spoke, he was mentally calculating. However, if Director Chung could assist in resolving some issues related to manpower and resources, the production of self-propelled artillery and armored vehicles could indeed be significantly increased. In Chapter 43, the urgency of the war loomed, and the mass production of new weapons was imperative. Ultimately, if Director Chung could provide further assistance, I can assure you that our various weapons can be produced in large quantities. Furthermore, I plan to develop some new innovations in the future. Su Yun expressed this fervently, aware that the daily grind was fraught with challenges. The ability of the arms factory to produce armored vehicles and self-propelled artillery was heavily reliant on Director Cheng's support. Now, to expand production, it would be far more convenient to continue leaning on Director Cheng's expertise. You rascal! Director Chung feigned annoyance, yet his face betrayed a sense of delight. What truly concerned him was not Su Yun's request for equipment and materials, but rather the fear that Su Yun might fail to develop any new technologies and would not ask for anything at all. Very well. You shall continue your research and develop more armored vehicles and heavy artillery for me. Whenever you find yourselves lacking anything, feel free to come directly to me, Director Cheng declared, patting his chest with assurance. Upon hearing this, Su Yun couldn't help but smile with excitement. Director Cheng, with your word, I am completely at ease. Rest assured, our first arms factory will not fail in its mission. The atmosphere was exceedingly pleasant. Hearing Su Yun's words, Director Cheng burst into hearty laughter. Excellent. Su Yun, you can rest assured that we will produce armored vehicles and self-propelled artillery. You, my friend, have accomplished great things. When the commendations arrive, I will personally present them to you. Amidst the exchange of words, Director Chung and the military leaders were sent off by the arms factory personnel. After their departure, Director Zhang couldn't contain his excitement. Su Yun, you have truly brought honor to our arms factory this time. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. His exhilaration was evident in his words. It was no wonder that he felt this way. Director Chang had announced that he would soon come to award Su Yun for his achievements. How could Zhang, the head of the arms factory, not feel elated? Director Zhang, are you quite pleased? Su Yun inquired, noticing the almost comical excitement on Director Zhang's face. Taken aback by the question, Director Zhang replied, Su Yun, what do you mean? Although the credit is yours, our entire arms factory shares in this glory. What's wrong with me being a little happy? Su Yun chuckled, Director Zhang, I didn't mean to imply you shouldn't be happy. My point is that you may be celebrating a bit too early. Suddenly, Su Yun's expression turned serious. Director Zhang, as you just heard, Director Chang wants us to mass-produce the newly developed equipment and swiftly equip the troops. However, the research and manufacturing of large machinery are severely lacking in manpower. Therefore, my request is simple. I need you to allocate 300 more personnel. Director Zhang was taken aback, and upon realizing the implications, his face turned a shade of despair. Internally, he grumbled. No wonder Su Yun was being so cryptic earlier, implying I was too early to celebrate. He was waiting for this moment. Su Yun, it's not that I am unwilling to assist you, but you know how busy our arms factory is. We're barely managing as it is. You can't expect 300 people. Even 3 would be a challenge for me to allocate, Director Zhang lamented, his face reflecting desperation. There was no way around it. Su Yun's demands were simply too great for him to fulfill. If he were asking for a bride, such a request would have him reconsidering the marriage entirely. Yet, Su Yun was far more valuable than any bride. Su Yun, I mean no offense, but could you possibly lower your demands? Director Zhang implored once more. Yet, Su Yun remained silent, disregarding Director Zhang's pleas as he strode directly toward the workshop. Seeing this, Director Zhang, with a pained expression, hurried after him. Would 100 personnel suffice? I truly cannot spare any more. 150, and I will work alongside you. Our factory has very few capable hands left. What about 200? My dear ancestor, please do not torment me further. Our arms factory genuinely cannot find that many people. Director Zhang, as promised, sent 300 workers to Su Yun's production line. Soon, Su Yun and the workers were fully immersed in their tasks. Although many of the workers were unfamiliar with the installation of heavy machinery and had to learn on the job, they were all fervently dedicated. While their skills may have been lacking, their spirit of serving the nation was unwavering. Although the production of heavy military equipment was limited, the factory still managed to manufacture 30 armored vehicles and 30 self-propelled artillery units. That moment. These formidable machines lay within the workshop, akin to ferocious beasts sealed away, gathering strength and awaiting the call to battle. Just as Su Yun and his team were diligently working in the workshop, Director Cheng arrived. His purpose was not for mere pleasantries, but to present Su Yun with the commendation he had earned. Su Yun, this is yours. In front of eager onlookers, Director Chang handed Su Yun a box containing a first-class commendation. Instantly, the room erupted with applause and cheers. Clearly, everyone was thrilled and astonished by Su Yun's achievements. Compared to the seasoned veterans like Director Zhang, Su Yun had barely settled and yet had already secured a second and then a first-class commendation. While the crowd expressed envy, they all understood that Su Yun had rightfully earned this recognition. Confused, Su Yun asked, Director Cheng, why the rush? Since you are here, why not stay for a meal before leaving? To this, Director Cheng chuckled and replied, Su Yun, I initially intended to dine with you all to celebrate your success. However, given the urgent situation in Shillong, I fear I do not have the time for a meal. I must depart for Shillong immediately. In Chapter 44, the new weapons were deployed, leaving the enemy bewildered. Despite the establishment of the nation, certain regions still remained under the enemy's control. These enemies had entrenched themselves due to the advantageous terrain and heavy defenses. The situation in Shillong was no secret. The entire nation was aware, and Director Chang had no need to conceal it. Upon hearing this, Su Yun stepped forward to state, Director Chang, we have produced 30 armored vehicles and 30 self-propelled artillery units. While these may not be many, they can certainly form a substantial force in battle. If possible, please send these weapons to the Zilong front. Director Chang was momentarily taken aback, not by the request itself, but by the rapidity with which Su Yun had manufactured such a significant number of armored vehicles and artillery. Su Yun nodded with a smile. Additionally, Director Chang, our factory has also produced a new batch of fully automatic rifles. Let us send all these new weapons to the front lines. Su Yun's actions were driven by 2 motives. Firstly, to assist our military in regaining control over all territories swiftly. Secondly, The newly developed equipment had yet to see action on the battlefield. Now that the newly forged weapons were ready, they simply needed their trial by fire. Excellent! I will make the arrangements immediately to dispatch all these new weapons to the front lines of Shillong, Director Chung responded with enthusiasm. The military leaders were well aware of the power of the weapons Su Yun had developed. Thus, they readily agreed to Su Yun's proposal. On one hand, the situation in Shillong had reached a critical stalemate, and it was indeed time for decisive action. On the other hand, Director Chung was eager to witness the impact these armored vehicles. Self-propelled artillery and fully automatic rifles would have once deployed on the battlefield. What marvelous rifles! Truly exceptional weapons. When did we ever manage to produce such fine firearms? Behind the Shillong front line, soldiers came to collect the new weapons. Expressing their astonishment, squad leader Liu from the Vanguard squad, holding an automatic rifle, couldn't help but exclaim, with this firepower, a single burst at close range could wipe out an entire enemy squad. At that moment, a soldier from the Vanguard squad interjected, "Leader, what are our rifles compared to those massive machines over there? I never imagined we would one day have access to such weaponry." The warriors expressed their awe in succession. As their gazes turned toward the distance, they beheld an array of self-propelled artillery vehicles, meticulously aligned before them. Under the radiant sunlight, the heavy military machinery gleamed with a formidable luster, exuding an air of majesty. This very apparatus had always been wielded by the enemy against us. It remained uncertain whether, with our acquisition of such equipment, we could finally seize the heights today. The temporary command post. One could hear jubilant exclamations. "Ha! Truly, fortune smiles upon us." 30 self-propelled artillery units, accompanied by 30 armored vehicles, informed Director Chung that if we do not capture the heights this time, I shall present my head to him as a night pot. The frontline commander, unable to contain his excitement, bellowed with fervor. Though he was perplexed as to how Director Chang had amassed such a formidable arsenal, he recognized that with these assets, the frontline command was resolute in their determination to decisively eliminate the enemy entrenched in the region. As he spoke, the frontline leader again lifted his binoculars, scrutinizing the distant enemy stronghold. Hill number 3, a pivotal strategic point in the ongoing conflict, was currently under enemy control. Securing this elevation would enable our forces to establish a firepower net, facilitating a broad infiltration of troops to encircle and annihilate the enemy forces once and for all. The enemy, well aware of the importance of the heights, had extensively fortified their defenses, deploying an array of light and heavy weaponry with reckless abandon. Our soldiers had repeatedly charged forward, yet many had perished on the battlefield without breaching the stronghold. Damn it! I will not relent this time. Gather all firepower and personnel. This time, we shall capture the heights. The frontline commander resolved, determined to seize the hill in one swift action. As time pressed on, with the commander's orders echoing, the first shot rang out. The long stagnant battle erupted once more, within the temporary command post. The frontline leader peered through the periscope, observing the unfolding events on the hilltop. Boom, boom, boom. The self-propelled artillery, akin to an ancient beast, roared with hunger. With a caliber exceeding 100 millimeters and a firing rate of 8 rounds per minute, multiplied by 30, the artillery unleashed a rapid barrage, enveloping the distant heights in a shroud of smoke and flames. At such a rate of fire, even the smallest of creatures daring to remain on the ground would be reduced to mere ashes. Then, the sound of the charge sounded. 30 armored vehicles aligned in formation, their engines roaring to maximum power as they surged toward the heights, recently ravaged by artillery fire. The enemy atop the hill reacted swiftly, unleashing a cacophony of gunfire from light and heavy machine guns. A torrential rain of bullets descended upon the armored vehicles. Yet, atop these 30 vehicles, heavy machine guns retaliated, swiftly suppressing the enemy's fire. "Ha! Well done!" The frontline commander, observing through his binoculars, couldn't help but shout in exhilaration. The armored vehicles swiftly ascended to the crest of the hill. The heavy machine guns continued their relentless roar, expelling all their firepower. The rear doors of the vehicles swung open, and soldiers armed to the teeth poured out. "Brothers, let us fight." The battle cries erupted as the soldiers unleashed their automatic rifles. Rat-a-tat-tat. With 30 armored vehicles and over 100 soldiers wielding automatic rifles, their firepower was comparable to that of a reinforced battalion. In an instant, the enemy atop the hill faced devastation. Some were killed, others wounded, and many fled. Watching the scene unfold through his binoculars, the frontline commander clenched his fist and declared, "We have finally captured it." Chapter 45. The Recapture of Shifeng, a national celebration. Ha! Well done. Director Chung couldn't contain his excitement upon receiving the battle report from the frontline. It was no surprise that he felt this way. The frontline commander had personally written to inform him that the recapture of Shifeng was imminent in this frontline conflict. The self-propelled artillery, armored vehicles, and automatic rifles of light infantry had all played crucial roles. Without these assets, our forces could not have so effortlessly taken the heights. Even if they had succeeded, it would have come at a significant cost in manpower. Now, having secured the heights, our forces had effectively sealed off the enemy, rendering their retreating troops incapable of forming a cohesive resistance. Our military could now afford to wait, blocking all routes and preparing to ensnare the remnants of the enemy forces. While it may be premature to declare complete victory, one could confidently assert that the Shifeng region was on the path to full recovery. Excellent. It has been far too long since we have experienced such triumph. This Su Yun has truly aided our military immensely. Overcome with joy, Director Chung could no longer contain his enthusiasm. He reflected that had it not been for the weapons developed by Su Yun, the war would not have concluded so swiftly. Let us find a time to express our gratitude to Su Yun. Ha, comrades, wonderful news. Shifeng has been completely recaptured. At the Dongbei First Arsenal, Director Zhang, Su Yun, and others sat in the viewing area, overlooking a sea of workers below. As Director Zhang spoke, the workers erupted into thunderous cheers. Indeed, Shifeng has finally been reclaimed. The soldiers of Shifeng have truly done us proud. Their excitement was understandable. Since the founding of the nation, the Shifeng region had posed a persistent threat. As long as the enemy occupied Shifeng, the citizens of the nation would live in unease. Now that Shifeng had been recaptured, the celebration at the arsenal was merely a small part of a nationwide jubilation. Moreover, during the recapture of Xifeng, the new weapons developed by our arsenal's technical advisor, Su Yun, had played a pivotal role. To be honest, the successful recovery of Xifeng is a testament to everyone's contributions. Director Zhang enthusiastically proclaimed. His words ignited another wave of jubilation among the workers, who reveled in the recognition. Though his praise may have been somewhat embellished, the fact that the new weapons significantly impacted the battlefield was undeniable. Thus, Director Zhang's remarks were well-founded, and the workers' elation was equally justified. Seated beside Director Zhang, Su Yun couldn't help but laugh heartily. With the Shifeng threat eradicated, the military could now concentrate its efforts on upcoming conflicts. Naturally, the arsenal must accelerate its production of weaponry. However, a sense of concern gnawed at Su Yun. As time marched on, the commencement of hostilities drew ever closer. Although the arsenal had resolved the ammunition issue and developed automatic rifles, as well as heavy artillery and self-propelled guns, these were still insufficient in the face of the Eagle Army. Time was of the essence. They needed to hasten their research and production. Comrades, I know you are all elated. Director Zhang exclaimed, his face glowing with genuine joy. Not only is this a moment of celebration for us, but it is a nationwide festivity. To commemorate this achievement, I have reported to the higher-ups, and they have decided to grant our arsenal a month-long holiday due to our significant contributions in the recapture of Shifeng. This announcement left the entire assembly momentarily stunned. Then, the workers erupted into exuberant cheers once more. However, Su Yun suddenly furrowed his brow and rose from his seat. Director Zhang, given the current circumstances, the arsenal absolutely cannot afford to take a holiday. A month is far too lengthy, Su Yun declared emphatically, his urgency palpable. Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. Not only Director Zhang, but even the workers were perplexed by Su Yun's statement. Su Yun, what is the matter? We are celebrating nationwide, and our arsenal has achieved great success. Isn't this a good thing? Director Zhang inquired, bewildered. Su Yun quickly responded, the arsenal must not take a holiday. Our priority is to mass-produce ammunition and weaponry. We cannot afford to pause. If production targets are not met, we will need the workers to put in overtime. His words left the assembly in a state of confusion. In this era, there was no concept of idle leadership. The workers at the armament factory endure hardship and toil. Yet for them, such tribulations are hardly significant. However, Su Yun, you do not allow anyone to rest. Surely, there must be a rationale behind such insistence. Furthermore, the demand for overtime to produce ammunition and weaponry is perplexing. The crux of the matter is that there is no ongoing war. The conflict in Shillong has concluded. What purpose does this relentless push for production serve? Are we merely to let these weapons gather dust in storage? Even the higher-ups are inclined to grant the armament factory an extended holiday for this very reason. It is natural for the armament factory to manufacture military equipment, yet an excess of production without utility leads to waste over time. The leaders are evidently apprehensive about this situation, which is why they have specifically approved the extended holiday for the factory, Su Yun. Why is this so? Director Zhang inquired, his confusion palpable, this moment. He too struggled to comprehend Su Yun's intentions. Chapter 46, War erupts. Ha ha ha, Director Chung remarked. The victorious smiles from the recent war still linger on the faces of the people. Indeed, we owe a great debt of gratitude to Su Yun for developing those innovative military devices. Without them, the war could not have proceeded so smoothly. The officers nearby chuckled in agreement, secretly contemplating a visit to the armament factory to meet this military talent. Among the overseas military elite, not just the general staff, but all who have the chance wish to personally meet Su Yun. From their exchange, it was evident that the atmosphere in the command post was notably relaxed. A natural consequence given that the Shillong region has been reclaimed, and domestic threats have been largely mitigated. The foreign situation could also be deemed stable. In truth, the most enthusiastic about the absence of conflict were the likes of Director Cheng. Just then, the telegraph operator in the command post suddenly rose and announced, "Report, Commander. An urgent telegram has arrived from the capital." This statement shattered the tranquility within the command post. Director Chung and the senior generals momentarily froze, their expressions swiftly shifting to one of seriousness. It was understood that with the reclamation of Shillong, something significant must be afoot. Director Cheng's voice pierced the tension as he read aloud the telegram from the capital. Today, tensions have escalated in the island region. Jin Daong has suddenly launched an attack on the southern forces, seizing control of the southern territory. Hostilities have commenced. The island region borders our Dongbei. Any disturbance there could affect domestic stability. The frontline commander is urged to bolster border defenses and must not be negligent. Director Chung and his companions furrowed their brows, the general staff murmuring in confusion. How could conflict erupt so swiftly? Jin Daong is truly impulsive. Director Cheng's expression was grave as he remarked. Jin Daong's forces are robust. It would be astonishing if they could refrain from a full-scale assault on the island. Jin Daong's troops far surpass the southern military in strength. It is only natural that he would not consent to a peaceful demarcation with the south, and now his offensive aligns with logic. Yet, none had anticipated the war on the island would ignite so quickly. Following Director Cheng's words, the atmosphere grew tense once more. It was no surprise that everyone felt this way. Although the possibility of conflict in the island had long been anticipated, its sudden outbreak caught many off guard. How shall we respond to this situation? Director Chung queried. Though the conflict on the island is an internal struggle, its ramifications will inevitably impact our region. Therefore, it is imperative to deliberate on a response strategy. Upon hearing this, the room fell into silence. Eventually, a member of the general staff spoke up. Director Chung, we have received orders from above to strengthen our border defenses. I believe there is no need for excessive measures. We should simply adhere to the directives. The others nodded in agreement. Given the internal turmoil on the island, it would be unwise for Huaxia to intervene. Yet this conflict could affect our territory. Thus, the only recourse is to fortify the defenses along the Dongbei border with the island forces. Transmit my orders. Deploy 2 additional regiments to the border for reinforcement. Moreover, equip these border regiments with automatic rifles. Should anyone attempt to cross the border and resist, our forces may fire upon them, Director Chung declared with gravity. Though there is no immediate conflict, it is prudent to prepare strategically. Such is the way of a commander. However, at that moment, a member of the general staff furrowed his brow and interjected, Director Chung, while reinforcing the border with 2 regiments is feasible, we previously diverted a significant amount of weaponry to reclaim Shillong. Our military warehouses are now depleted. It is one thing to equip the border regiments with automatic rifles, but if hostilities ensue, we may find ourselves short on ammunition. Director Chung nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing the validity of this concern. Yet, it is not insurmountable. We shall expedite production at the first armament factory. Ammunition and weaponry shortages will soon be remedied. Perhaps we can even send some armored vehicles and self-propelled artillery to support the frontline soldiers. The general staff sighed. Director Chung, that is precisely what I wish to convey. Currently, with the reclamation of Shillong, the entire nation is celebrating with a holiday. Aside from us frontline soldiers, the armament factory is also on holiday. Upon hearing this, Director Chung was momentarily taken aback, followed by a furrowed brow. This is truly unfortunate. The war on the island could not have erupted at a more inconvenient time than during the national celebration. Whether it hampers others is uncertain, but it certainly complicates matters for us. If only we could pause the workers' holiday and resume production. Given the pressing situation, though it may inconvenience the factory workers, it appears there is no alternative. The general staff nodded in agreement, conceding that they would have to impose upon the workers for now. As the discussions continued, a suggestion arose. How about this, Director Chung? If we explain the situation to the workers, I believe they will understand and harbor no resentment. Director Chung concurred, indeed. If we elucidate the reasons behind the change, our workers will not only refrain from complaints, but may even increase their production efforts. As he spoke, Director Chung could not help but marvel at the dedication of these patriotic individuals. With such committed citizens, the future of Huaxia is undoubtedly bright. However, there is no need for you to handle this matter. General Staff, I shall personally pay a visit. Chapter 47. You are quite the talent. Alas, it seems we must inconvenience the workers at the armament factory this time. With a sigh, Director Chung disembarked from the vehicle and made his way toward the factory. The event was sudden, and he had not notified the workers in advance, thus no one was present to greet him at the factory entrance. At this moment, Director Chung was unconcerned about such formalities. His sole focus was to meet with the factory leadership. However, upon entering the factory, he was taken aback, furrowing his brow in surprise. The factory, contrary to his expectations, was not tranquil following the workers' departure. Instead, it was filled with the cacophony of production lines roaring to life. Director Chung was puzzled. Had the workers not been granted a holiday? That seemed improbable, as the holiday notice had been communicated to the factory well in advance. At that moment, a group of workers happened to pass by Director Chung. Initially startled by his sudden appearance, they quickly saluted and greeted him. Director Chung, greetings, Commander. What brings you to our factory unexpectedly? Seeing a few familiar faces, Director Chung responded warmly, I came to observe the factory. He then inquired, but I thought you were on holiday. Why are there still people working? Could it be that the factory is staggering its holidays? Upon hearing this, the workers replied, Director Chung, you are mistaken. Every single one of us is still hard at work. Director Cheng's curiosity was piqued. What is the reason for this? The workers exchanged glances and smiled. We are not quite sure. We simply follow the directives from our superiors. One worker chimed in, Director Cheng, you may not be aware, but we are currently busier than ever. The workers are putting in extra hours. Hearing this, Director Chung felt a surge of happiness. Although he was uncertain why the workers had not taken their holiday, their industriousness was in alignment with his hopes. But there is no war now, and we have already produced so many weapons and ammunition. Is it not sufficient? In light of the current circumstances? It seems that the arms factory is not only working continuously, but has also taken to overtime. One worker could not help but voice his inquiry. This remark, though somewhat indiscreet, echoed the sentiments of all the workers at the arms factory. While it is acceptable for the workers to put in extra hours for the sake of the nation's resurgence, surely a valid reason must be provided. Just as Director Chung was about to respond, a voice approached from afar. What are you all doing here? Director Chung has arrived without notifying me. Hurry back to work and refrain from idle questioning. As the voice drew nearer, Factory Director Zhang also came to stand among the workers. Seeing Zhang's arrival, the workers ceased their inquiries and promptly returned to their tasks. Zhang, puzzled, turned to Chung and asked, Director Chung, what brings you here? Why have you personally come to the arms factory, Director Zhang? Your factory is now fully operational. How are the production levels of various weapons, equipment, and ammunition supplies progressing? Upon hearing this, Director Zhang quickly reassured him, Director Cheng, you need not worry about this matter. Our arms factory's output is currently above average levels. In just the past few days, we have produced over 1,000 automatic rifles, and as for ammunition supplies, I can only say that our warehouses are nearly full. Hearing this, Director Chung felt an immense sense of relief. Initially, he had been anxious about replenishing the supplies for the border defense soldiers, but now the arms factory had provided him with a pleasant surprise. Unbeknownst to Zhang, the reason for Cheng's visit was still unclear. Director Chung, we were actually planning to take a break. Upon hearing this, Chang was taken aback. He had thought that the factory's vigorous production was a direct order from Zhang. To his astonishment, it turned out to be the idea of Su Yun. A wave of curiosity washed over him. Had Su Yun already learned of something that prompted such a fitting course of action? Where is Su Yun? Take me to see him, Cheng exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement. Zhang, misinterpreting Cheng's urgency as anger, instinctively shivered and replied, Director Cheng, Su Yun is currently on the production line in the heavy machinery workshop. However, please do not hold this against him. Cheng, however, was oblivious to Zhang's murmurs and was solely focused on meeting Su Yun to clarify matters. Director Cheng, what brings you here? Su Yun asked in surprise upon seeing him in the workshop. Su Yun, I must inquire. Why have you chosen to have the workers toil overtime during the holiday? Su Yun immediately understood the reason for Cheng's visit. It is as follows. Director Cheng, although the West has been reclaimed and the entire nation is celebrating a holiday, while the citizens may rest, we in the military industry and the armed forces cannot afford to let our guard down. Cheng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, pray tell, why is that? Su Yun nodded and explained, despite the recovery of the West, taking it back required considerable manpower and resources. Currently, our arms factory has allocated many supplies to the West, causing our warehouses to gradually empty. If a conflict were to arise at this moment, our soldiers would find themselves without weapons or ammunition. Cheng, filled with appreciation, marveled at Su Yun's foresight. Not only had he provided crucial assistance, but he had also earned Cheng's renewed respect. Amidst the national celebration, only Su Yun could discern the underlying risks. This young man was not only a talent in military production but also possessed exceptional strategic insight. Chapter 48. Military industry experts should refrain from strategic discussions. Cheng expressed his admiration. I did not expect you to consider this aspect, Su Yun. Truly commendable. This acknowledgement made Su Yun realize that Cheng's visit was likely not one of reprimand. He then inquired, Director Cheng, your visit cannot solely be for my input, can it? Cheng paused, reflecting that with Su Yun resolving this issue, there was no pressing matter left at hand. Nonetheless, after a moment's thought, he replied, I came to request the allocation of some military supplies to enhance the combat capabilities of the border defense troops. Su Yun nodded. We have produced a considerable amount of military supplies. If you need anything, please feel free to have someone retrieve it from the warehouse. He then asked, Is there something else that has occurred? Upon hearing this, Cheng hesitated for a moment, then stated, Some matters have arisen, but I shall not discuss them with you just yet. In a couple of days, there will be a major conference. I would like you to attend with me. At the Border Defense Conference venue, a substantial quantity of military supplies had already been dispatched to the border defense troops. The frontline soldiers in the northern winter had seen a significant increase in both numbers and combat effectiveness. Should any issues arise along the border, we would have ample time to respond. At the conference table, Cheng sat at the forefront, summarizing with 2 rows of officers. The purpose of the Border Defense Conference was not for mere formality, but to alert the entire Winter Northern Army of the precarious situation concerning the island, which could threaten the northeastern borders, urging everyone to prepare in advance. Among the attendees were senior military officers from the Northern Winter Forces. Surprisingly, despite it being a military strategic preventive meeting, Su Yun was also present among the ranks. This was due to Cheng's special invitation for him to attend as a military industry expert and observe the proceedings. Director Cheng, I believe that even if a conflict were to arise with the island, their forces would be unable to significantly impact us, one officer suddenly remarked. This statement garnered some agreement, as it was not without merit. Although Huaxia's military might be lacking, it was essential to consider relative strength. The combined forces of the island were insufficient to pose a threat to Huaxia. Hence, many officers viewed the conference as somewhat of an overreaction. The island can act as it pleases. It would not affect our nation in the slightest. Cheng, observing the relaxed demeanor of the officers, felt a frown forming on his brow. Just as he was about to interject, his gaze fell upon Su Yun, whose expression starkly contrasted with the officer's levity. Revealing hints of concern, Su Yun, do you have something you wish to express? Cheng suddenly asked. At this, all eyes turned to Su Yun, and the room filled with a sense of curiosity and confusion. Typically, Su Yun, as a military industry expert, would not be called upon to share insights in such a context. Yet, Cheng's invitation for him to speak prompted further bewilderment among the officers. What could a military industry expert possibly contribute to this discussion? However, respecting Cheng's authority, no one dared to voice their objections. In response to Cheng's inquiry, Su Yun began. In my view, the situation regarding the island appears superficially favorable. However, any misstep could lead to a severe backlash, potentially resulting in the complete loss of the island. At that point, our northern winter border would also be plunged into turmoil. Upon hearing Su Yun's words, the officers became visibly unsettled. Some even furrowed their brows at him in disbelief. One officer finally spoke up, "Comrade Su Yun, what do you mean by that? I find your statement somewhat perplexing. Currently, General Jin Daeng's forces have already decimated the southern garrison, nearly driving them into the sea. Such a defeated army will hardly be capable of mounting a counteroffensive, let alone a substantial defensive stand." As soon as these words were uttered, they were met with immediate agreement from the audience. In an instant, the gazes directed at Su Yun grew increasingly peculiar. This military industry expert seemed utterly oblivious to military matters. It was baffling to witness him ramble on. Haha, Comrade Su Yun is indeed a military industry expert. He is undeniably talented in that field, and it is quite normal for him to lack knowledge in military affairs. I believe it would be wise for everyone not to linger on this matter any longer. Observing the crowd's discontented stares converging upon Su Yun, a military officer suddenly stood up, unexpectedly coming to Su Yun's defense. Of course, the two were unfamiliar with each other. However, this officer had previously served as a commander on the battlefield of Shilling. Having witnessed firsthand the significant impact of the military weapons developed by Su Yun on the battlefield's dynamics. Indeed, the weaponry Su Yun researched had considerably aided him. Naturally, he felt compelled to speak a few words in Su Yun's favor. Little did he know that his remarks would provoke a hornet's nest. The venue erupted once more into a cacophony of discussions, punctuated by voices of discontent. What is the point of attending the meeting if one knows nothing? Isn't that just creating chaos for everyone? Chapter 49. What if the Eagle Army intervenes? The atmosphere was tumultuous, with discontented murmurs directed at Su Yun. It was evident that the attendees not only held little faith in Su Yun's words, but also regarded him with palpable disdain. Ahem! At that moment, Director Chung cleared his throat twice, and the previously raucous assembly fell silent. He then spoke with evident interest. "Su Yun, could you elaborate on your perspective?" As he spoke, Director Chung took care to explain to the military officers present. "You all know this well. Allowing him to share is merely a way to broaden our horizons." This statement left the military officers without a rebuttal, each adopting a posture of attentive listening. Yet, their compliance stemmed solely from Director Cheng's intervention. Their skepticism regarding Su Yun remained unchanged. What profound insights could someone entrenched in military industry possibly offer? At this juncture, Su Yun nodded and began. "What I previously stated is that if Jin Dayang's troops make a single misstep, all their prior efforts could be rendered futile. There are numerous reasons for this, which I shall elucidate one by one." Rising from his seat, Su Yun approached the assembly, gesturing towards several points on the map as he spoke. Currently, Jin Dayang's forces have seized control of several major cities on the island, and they are advancing southward, seeking to capitalize on their momentum to completely conquer the entire island. Su Yun's assertions and his pointed gestures at the map momentarily stunned many of the military officers present. His ability to articulate such thoughts indicated a certain level of understanding of the situation on the island, a fact that had not crossed their minds. Su Yun continued. "Although Jin Dayang's forces are exhibiting remarkable momentum, this may not be entirely beneficial upon closer analysis. In reality, the situation for Jin Dayang's troops is precarious." With his finger tracing the island's map, he elaborated, "The main body of Jin Dayang's forces has largely descended southward, stretching their front lines considerably. This not only hampers the transportation of supplies and personnel, but also makes them vulnerable to being encircled and annihilated by the enemy." Upon hearing this, the audience fell silent, for Su Yun's words held an undeniable truth. Even Director Chung could not help but nod in acknowledgement. It seemed he had been right to include Su Yun in this discussion. Just then, another military officer spoke up. "Comrade Su Yun, your analysis is indeed astute. Jin Dayang's forces have stretched their lines excessively, something we are aware of. However, do you believe that given the current capabilities of the southern troops, which are barely able to defend themselves, they possess the capacity to dispatch a unit to sever Jin Dayang's lines and launch an attack?" At this, the venue erupted in discussion once more. In summary, although Jin Dayang's forces had indeed committed the error of overextending their lines, their adversaries appeared to be in no position to exploit this weakness. Su Yun, unable to suppress a smile, responded, "The southern troops are indeed at a loss. But what if other forces were to intervene? What if that force were none other than the world's most formidable Eagle army? Upon hearing this, the attendees were momentarily taken aback, then fell into contemplation. After a pause, a military officer stood up again, saying, "Comrade Su Yun, your hypothesis seems rather far-fetched. I understand that the southern troops are indeed pro-Eagle. However, given how far the conflict has escalated, it appears the Eagle army has no intention of intervening at this juncture." In response, Su Yun could only offer a resigned smile. In the realm of great power dynamics, anything is possible. This statement left the audience momentarily bewildered as they struggled to grasp Su Yun's meaning. Before anyone could inquire further, Su Yun continued, "The conflict on the island may outwardly appear to be a struggle between two factions. But in reality, both factions are backed by two superpowers." His words elicited no immediate reaction from the audience, as they were well aware of the truth in his statement. Jindaeng aligned with the Bear faction, while the southern forces served as the Eagle's staunch allies. With the southern troops pushed to the brink, it was inevitable that the Eagle would lose its grip on the region. Would the Eagle acquiesce to such a scenario? Su Yun pressed on, "According to my current analysis, the Eagle army will undoubtedly land on the island. Once that occurs, can Jindaeng's forces withstand the Eagle army's advance? If the entire island falls into enemy hands, the northern territories will be in grave peril." Upon hearing this, the audience furrowed their brows, as if they had begun to grasp the implications of Su Yun's assertions. The room fell silent. Indeed, it seemed plausible that the Eagle army would intervene. Should events unfold to such an extent, our nation would undoubtedly be affected. Just then, another military officer broke the silence, stating, "Comrade Su Yun, your reasoning is indeed sound. Given the current situation, the Eagle army's involvement is certainly possible. However, if the Eagle army intervenes, the Bear will inevitably support Jindaeng's forces." This declaration jolted the attendees back to reality. Indeed, if the Eagle cannot afford losses, how could the Bear tolerate them? Drawing upon a familiar analogy, if the Eagle were to lend support to the southern faction, would the Bear, as the elder brother, not rally to Jindaeng's aid? If that were to transpire, it seemed likely that Jindaeng would ultimately emerge victorious. Leaving our territory unscathed, upon hearing this, Su Yun could only respond with a wry smile. "You all are vastly underestimating the situation. Do you genuinely believe the Bear will intervene?" Chapter 50. The Eagle's Landing. It has indeed come to pass. The Eagle cannot afford to lose control over the island. For should it relinquish the island, its influence over all neighboring countries, including Huaxia, will be significantly diminished. The Bear will not intervene. They have already secured an advantageous position in this affair. From the Bear's perspective, if Jindaeng prevails, it will be a mutually beneficial outcome. However, should the Eagle army land, even if Jindaeng were to lose the island entirely, the Bear would still emerge unscathed. Ultimately, the greatest victim of losing the island would be Huaxia. At that point, a significant portion of Huaxia's military strength would be tied down by the Eagle's forces occupying the island. While the Bear may lose control over the island, it could seize this opportunity to establish military bases in Huaxia under the pretext of aiding against foreign threats, potentially even acquiring a northern coastal port for rapid naval deployment. If circumstances were to develop to such an extent, it would no longer be a matter of whether Huaxia would grant territory to the Bear, but rather a necessity. In that scenario, while the Bear may have lost control over the island, it would have gained control over Huaxia. The Eagle, in turn, would occupy the island entirely, resulting in a situation where both superpowers found themselves in an advantageous position, leaving everyone else as mere spectators. In truth, from the moment the conflict on the island erupted, Huaxia had already found itself perilously ensnared in a quagmire. Overall, the conflict on the island will undoubtedly pose a monumental challenge for our nation in the future. As Su Yun concluded his remarks, the assembly descended into silence. This was not due to any lack of insight, but rather because Su Yun's analysis was undeniably accurate. Instantly, the expressions of those present grew grave. Most of the commanders present at the venue, despite lacking systematic training, were still able to comprehend Su Yun's remarks. This individual's analysis was not without merit. In fact, it was quite astute. It seems that the commanders on site had not approached the situation from a holistic perspective, but rather viewed the island war merely as an internal conflict of a small nation. Comrade Su Yun was indeed correct. We had misjudged the situation. Thankfully, Su Yun enlightened us. Otherwise, we would have faced significant losses in the future. In an instant, the atmosphere in the venue became tumultuous, but this time, The clamor was no longer directed at condemning Su Yun. Instead, it was filled with exclamations of astonishment and the voices of officers who, upon recognizing the gravity of the situation, became increasingly concerned. Even Director Chung, at that moment, appeared visibly altered after listening to Su Yun's analysis. It must be said that Su Yun's insights were remarkably accurate. However, if we were to follow his analysis, it seemed inevitable that Huaxia would suffer considerable losses in the events to come. Moreover, as the Supreme Commander, Director Chung did not merely focus on the internal strife of the small nation like the other officers. He had contemplated the future progression of this war from a broader perspective and concluded that the island conflict could indeed have significant ramifications for our nation. Yet, he had never anticipated that Su Yun's analysis would be so profoundly insightful. In that moment, Director Chung could not help but furrow his brows. If events truly unfold as Su Yun suggested, then not only would the threat from the island not be entirely resolved, but our nation's future could also be fraught with peril. What, then, should we do? The officers on site could not restrain themselves from engaging in heated discussions. According to Su Yun's analysis, Huaxia had seemingly already entered a deadlock. Regardless, the Eagle Army would undoubtedly deploy troops to the island, while the Bear would refrain from offering assistance. Once the Eagle Army set foot on the island battlefield, the most formidable military force in the world would undoubtedly turn the tide of the entire situation. Should that time come, not only would the Dongbei region be affected, but the entire Huaxia could be ensnared and potentially dragged into a dire quagmire. The only solution to this predicament would be for Huaxia to send troops to assist the island in winning this battle. However, with the Eagle Army's mechanization and possession of the most devastating weaponry, the mushroom bomb, could Huaxia's light infantry truly stand against them? Comrade Su Yun, can you be certain that the Eagle Army will indeed land on the island? At that moment, another officer spoke up. In truth, Su Yun's earlier analysis had already convinced the officers present to a considerable extent, yet they were still reluctant to acknowledge this grim reality. Thus, they continued to pose questions to Su Yun, hoping he might offer some alternative perspectives beneficial to our nation. However, Su Yun could only shake his head in resignation, stating, "Based on my calculations, the Eagle Army will absolutely land on the island. Moreover, as I mentioned, Jin Daiyang's forces have stretched their lines far too thin. If the Eagle Army manages to land on the island and delivers a decisive blow to Jin Daiyang's troops, it won't be long before the entire battlefield undergoes a dramatic reversal." These words compelled those present to grit their teeth in apprehension. In an instant, the previously relaxed expressions of the officers transformed into one of tension. At that moment, the door of the conference hall was suddenly flung open, and a messenger rushed in with urgency. "Report to Director Chung. Urgent military telegram." Under normal circumstances, the conference hall should not have been disturbed. However, given that the messenger held an urgent telegram, no one raised any objections. Nevertheless, curiosity compelled everyone to glance at the telegram in Director Cheng's hands, eager to discover its contents. Director Chung swiftly scanned the paper, only to be rendered momentarily speechless. "Director Chung, what has happened?" "Yes, Director Chung. Why are you so stunned?" "What is the matter, Director Cheng? Can you share the information with us?" Observing Director Cheng's demeanor, the officers present could no longer contain their curiosity and began to inquire. Yet, Director Chung seemed at a loss for how to convey the news, as Su Yun had indeed been correct. An urgent telegram had arrived from the capital, stating that today, the Eagle Army had landed on the island, specifically at Renchuan, Chapter 51. "You are truly a polymath, Director Chung. It can't be some emergency, right, Director Chung? Could there be more news from there?" The officers in the conference hall could not help but query and discuss amongst themselves. After all, since receiving the urgent telegram, Director Chung had remained silent, his expression betraying a hint of astonishment. Any event capable of eliciting such surprise from Director Chung surely could not be trivial. Amidst the murmurs, Director Chung finally spoke. "I have just received an urgent telegram from the capital. The Eagle Army has already landed on the island to engage in battle." Upon hearing this, Su Yun's brow furrowed in realization. It seemed that what was inevitable had finally arrived. The other attendees initially stood in stunned silence, the conference room instantly engulfed in a deafening hush. After a moment, all eyes turned towards Su Yun. This fellow had actually predicted correctly. The Eagle Army had truly landed on the island. In that fleeting moment, the officers present, overwhelmed with astonishment, found their emotions spiraling into panic. Now that the Eagle Army was involved in the island conflict, it was clear that forthcoming events would undoubtedly unfold as Su Yun had foreseen, leading to a significant turning point. The ramifications of this shift, as Su Yun had indicated, could very well prove to be detrimental to Huaxia. What could be done now? Jin Daong's troops might fare well against the southern military, but when faced with the Eagle Army, it would be akin to offering a sacrifice. This was disastrous. If the Eagle Army engaged in combat, the entire island would likely fall into their hands. Should events progress to that extent, our Dongbei would undoubtedly face tremendous peril. In an instant, the entire venue erupted into chaos. The officers, who had previously appeared complacent, now seemed to grasp the severity of the situation. Amidst the commotion, only Director Chung remained fixated on Su Yun, his gaze unwavering for an extended period. It was no wonder that Director Chung held Su Yun in such regard. In his eyes, Su Yun had become almost enigmatic. Initially, when Su Yun had delivered his insights, Director Chung had merely regarded him as possessing a unique strategic vision. He had thought that this overseas expert was not only a talent in military technology but also a genius in strategic foresight. Individuals like Su Yun were rare even among high-ranking commanders. However, now that everything Su Yun predicted had come to pass, it was evident that he was not merely an extraordinary talent. The ability to foresee events with such clarity was a rarity. Reminiscent of Zhuge Liang from thousands of years ago. Director Chung, where did the Eagle Army land? Su Yun inquired, brow furrowed. Director Chung, not hesitating, promptly revealed the landing location. Today, the Eagle Army landed at Renchuan. Upon hearing this, Su Yun hastily approached the map and marked the position of Renchuan for everyone to see. Here, this is Renchuan on the island. The island is bordered by the sea on both the east and west. And Renchuan is situated in the central region of the island. The Eagle Army's decision to land here clearly indicates their intention to launch a surprise attack, swiftly severing the connections of Jin Daong's forces. If the Eagle Army achieves this strategic objective, Jin Daong's troops would likely be routed in a remarkably short time. As Su Yun articulated this, all present could not help but express their astonishment. It must be acknowledged that while the officers present had not undergone formal training, they were nonetheless senior military personnel. Faced with numerous tactical and strategic goals, they could easily discern the implications of the current situation. What Su Yun articulated was undoubtedly the true intent behind the Eagle Army's landing at Renchuan. Su Yun was indeed correct. If this situation persisted, Jin Daong's forces would struggle to hold out much longer. Should the Eagle Army gain control over the island, they would undoubtedly mobilize substantial military resources, posing a significant threat to the Dongbei region. What could be done? Now that the Eagle Army had landed on the island, there was no one who could withstand their advance. The officers were engaged in fervent discussions, their admiration for Su Yun evident in their eyes. Truly, this military expert was nothing short of a prodigy. Not only could he swiftly synthesize the global situation, but he could also foresee the Eagle Army's intentions to support the island. Furthermore, he was able to discern the overall strategic objectives from the Eagle Army's initial maneuvers. In this instance, every officer present, collectively, might not possess the clarity of thought that Su Yun exhibited alone. In a flash, the officers' expressions turned grave. These individuals were all high-ranking commanders stationed in Dongbei. If events unfolded as Su Yun predicted, the consequences would be dire. At that time, the Eagle Army would completely unify the small island, and they would become the first group to resist the invasion of the Eagle Army. Upon contemplating this, the faces of the people inevitably revealed expressions of concern. The strength of the Eagle Army is well known. If our own military were to confront the Eagle Army, what would be the outcome? Just then, Director Chung suddenly spoke. Su Yun, let me ask you, if, and I stress if, the situation on the small island truly evolves into what you described, that the Eagle Army completely occupies the island and poses a threat to our northern territories, what do you think we should do? We will issue a declaration to the world, and our military will enter the small island for forceful mediation. We shall drown the Eagle's delusions of threatening our internal affairs before they even unfold. The essence of Su Yun's words required no further elaboration. His stance was quite clear. The small island must not be left defenseless. Since the bear is unwilling to intervene, we shall take action. We cannot allow the Eagle Army to fully unify the entire island. After hearing Su Yun's words, a profound silence fell over the assembly. The officers exchanged glances, each unwilling to voice their thoughts. This was due to the undeniable fact that the Eagle Army is the world's foremost power, possessing unparalleled military might. Our nation, having endured tumultuous battles since its founding, has yet to regain its vitality. If we were to deploy troops at this juncture, the overall strength of our military would undoubtedly lead to defeat. As the silence lingered, Director Cheng, after a moment of contemplation, turned to Su Yun and said, "Su Yun, we have received an urgent dispatch from the capital, not only informing us about the situation on the small island, but also summoning me to Beijing for a meeting to discuss this matter. You will accompany me to this meeting." Chapter 52. Peace must depend on ourselves. In the highest military conference hall of the capital, dozens of officers and senior leaders were seated. These individuals are the pillars of the nation post-establishment, dispatched to various regions to serve as governors, safeguarding the territory. Among them were Su Yun and others who had arrived from the north. However, in this hall filled with such distinguished figures, an eerie silence prevailed, with no one daring to break the quiet for an extended period. The war on the small island, after all, is a conflict at our doorstep. Thus, we should prepare in advance and ensure that the flames of war do not reach our homeland. Given the prior circumstances, should Jin Dayang's forces completely occupy the small island, we would not need to expend much effort over this matter. Yet now, at this moment, the senior leader sitting at the forefront spoke. His voice imbued with authority now. With the Eagle's involvement in this war, the situation has become complicated. With the Eagle's assistance, can Jin Dayang withstand the pressure? If he falters, our northern territories will undoubtedly be affected, perhaps even engulfed in flames of war. If such a scenario were to unfold, what shall we do? His words served to clarify the entire situation for everyone present, as well as the challenges our nation currently faces. Does anyone have any viable solutions for this matter? The senior leader inquired once more. As these words left his lips, the previously disturbed assembly fell silent again. After a moment, a senior officer rose and spoke. "In my opinion, while Jin Dayang's troops may be capable of engaging in the south, they would be utterly powerless against the Eagle Army. Thus, the probability of the entire small island being occupied by the Eagle Army is quite high. If our nation wishes to avoid being affected by this war, I suggest we negotiate with the Eagle in advance. Perhaps we could sign an agreement ensuring that the Eagle cannot encroach upon our borders." Once this suggestion was made, the hall erupted into a flurry of discussion. The attendees quickly rallied in support of this official's words. Although this course of action might appear to border on selling out the small island, it was Jin Dayang's forces that impulsively took the first action. The benefit of this approach is that even if we lose the island, we would not face threats from the Eagle for the time being. At the very least, with a contract in place, the Eagle would not dare to brazenly strike against our nation after seizing the small island. I support this viewpoint. It is best for us to refrain from intervening in the small island conflict. Preserving our own safety is already a significant achievement. Indeed, given the current circumstances, this is undoubtedly the best solution. Even if signing an agreement is merely a delaying tactic, it is the most suitable and prudent measure for our nation at this time. As discussions ensued, more individuals expressed their opinions, endorsing the idea of a delaying tactic through a contract. This scene, however, prompted Su Yun to shake his head in disapproval. He did not resent the senior officials for their fear of the Eagle Army's military might, which deterred them from aiding the small island. Such apprehension was, after all, understandable. Our nation is still in its infancy, having just emerged from several recent conflicts, and war is not a trivial matter. Every soldier's life is precious. Furthermore, facing the Eagle Army intensifies the stakes. Yet, despite understanding this, Su Yun still felt a sense of regret regarding the perspectives of those present. The notion of signing a contract with the Eagle Army? Although the present does not foreshadow an impending crisis, and the Eagle has yet to commit further acts of shamelessness, their audacity is certainly proportional to their military strength. As the saying goes, using land to negotiate with Qin is akin to stoking a fire with firewood. If the firewood is not exhausted, the flames will not be extinguished. Are we not facing a situation reminiscent of the tyrannical Qin in history? Signing such an agreement with the Eagle Army can only serve as a delaying tactic, and an unwise one at that, which may ultimately harm our nation. Just then, another official stood up and spoke. In my opinion, signing a peace agreement with the Eagle is utterly unreliable. Once the Eagle gains the upper hand in the small island, they will not hesitate to disregard our borders. Instead, I believe we should send representatives to the Bear, uniting forces to jointly discuss resisting the Eagle Army. The implication of this statement was clear. The small island would undoubtedly be unable to hold out, and our homeland would face threats. A contract with the Eagle Army is simply not a viable option. However, negotiating with the Bear could be worthwhile. After all, Jin Daiyang's troops are the Bear's subordinates, and the leader cannot turn a blind eye when the subordinate is in crisis. As this idea was presented, the hall erupted into further discussion. This notion is excellent. While the Eagle may overpower Jin Daiyang, they would undoubtedly struggle against the Bear. Indeed, if the Bear were to intervene, even if the conflict on the small island does not conclude swiftly, the Eagle would find victory far from easy. If the Bear were to deploy troops, we could join forces with them to support the small island. The assembly buzzed with excitement. Clearly, the second proposal appeared to be more favorable than the first in the eyes of the attendees. After all, in the current world, the only power that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Eagle is the Bear. Should the Bear be willing to intervene, the situation on the small island would become significantly more manageable, and the outbreak of war could yield beneficial outcomes for our nation as well. As everyone continued to deliberate on how to respond, Su Yun, seated beside Director Chung at the front of the hall, suddenly rose and spoke. I believe that if we wish to protect our homeland from threats and ensure peace, we must rely on our nation's own strength. His words instantly enveloped the hall in silence. No one quite grasped the meaning behind Su Yun's declaration. At this moment, the senior leader at the forefront inquired, "Young comrade, do you have any effective strategies for handling the small island war?" Meeting the gaze of the senior leader, Su Yun nodded earnestly and replied, "To achieve peace, we must rely on ourselves. To avoid being threatened by the Eagle, we must send our troops to assist the small island in expelling the Eagle Army." Chapter 53. Strike the Eagle Army? What nonsense is this? Su Yun's declaration left the entire assembly momentarily stunned. No one had anticipated that such a young individual would voice such sentiments in the conference. Instantly, the hall was once again filled with chatter. Did I hear that correctly? Strike the Eagle Army? While it is indeed a potential solution, is the Eagle Army truly so easily confronted? Indeed, provoking the Eagle Army could lead to unimaginable consequences. The Eagle Army is not as formidable as you claim. But I too cannot endorse the idea of engaging them in battle. The discussions grew lively, and the attendees wore expressions that suggested disbelief as they reacted to Su Yun's proposition. This time, they had mostly come to recognize Su Yun's identity as a military expert returned from overseas. Upon realizing this, the high-ranking officials felt a sense of resignation. Indeed, only an inexperienced, radical youth like Su Yun could utter such words about striking the Eagle Army. As the gaze of the assembly turned toward him, Su Yun noticed that the majority of those present seemed to reject his perspective. However, he did not dwell on this too much. The current situation undeniably highlights the vast disparity in military strength between our forces and the Eagle Army. Moreover, should one provoke the Eagle Nation, the consequences may be utterly unimaginable. A sentiment that is not entirely devoid of understanding. It is not that these high-ranking officials are timid. Rather, they are acutely aware of the horrors of warfare. Among them, at least 80% have experienced combat firsthand. Now residing in positions of power, they naturally bear greater responsibility and are thus reluctant to engage in conflict with the Eagle Nation. However, the current situation is pressing. Should we choose not to fight, the ultimate outcome is unlikely to be any more favorable than if we were to engage. Consequently, Su Yun reiterated his stance, stating that the trust in the Eagle Nation is evident to all. As the ancient proverb goes, dealing with Qin through land is akin to carrying firewood to extinguish flames. If the fuel does not cease, the fire will not die. Our present circumstances mirror those ancient times. If we cower before the might of the Eagle Nation and refrain from taking action, then today they may occupy one territory and tomorrow 10 more. This is a ceaseless endeavor. Su Yun's words were not without merit. At first glance, they seemed quite reasonable. Yet, for the high-ranking officials present, his discourse appeared to have little effect. After all, they understood the principles Su Yun articulated. Instantly, discussions erupted anew. Director Chung, observing the scene, shook his head in quiet disapproval. His discontent was not due to Su Yun's arguments being flawed. Rather, he recognized that failing to confront the Eagle Nation was likely untenable. He lamented that, given Su Yun's circumstances, persuading the high-ranking officials present to deploy troops would be a formidable challenge. At that moment, a senior official stood up and remarked that the young man's assertions held considerable truth. Engaging the Eagle Nation was undoubtedly the optimal solution to our current predicament. However, as everyone is aware, Our military remains in a state of disrepair. It is not just that our soldiers lack adequate sustenance and warmth. Many are still armed with antiquated weaponry such as the Hanyang rifle and the Type 38 rifle. Moreover, the equipment currently in service is outdated, not only ineffective but also prone to malfunction. In such circumstances, how can we confront the Eagle Nation? As these words were spoken, the room fell into a profound silence, only to be followed by another wave of discussions. This reasoning was indeed sound and did not stem from a desire to bolster the enemy's confidence at the expense of our own. It is an objective reality that our military's equipment is lacking. Yet, what of the Eagle Nation? They possess formidable naval fleets, including aircraft carriers on land. Their soldiers enjoy ample provisions and superior weaponry, including semi-automatic rifles, with comprehensive logistical support ensuring an abundant supply of ammunition. This does not even account for their heavy ground artillery, tanks, armored vehicles, and artillery pieces. In comparison, our capabilities are simply incomparable. While they can call upon air support during combat, what can we do? Engaging the Eagle Nation under these conditions appears impractical. We must seek alternative solutions. Indeed, at present, no military in the world can rival the forces of the Eagle Nation. Our soldiers may possess military prowess comparable to theirs, yet our weaponry is simply too antiquated. Under these circumstances, should we choose to engage the Eagle Nation, we would not only suffer the needless sacrifice of many soldiers, but also achieve little to no impact on the war. This would be a venture with steep losses. Who would willingly partake in such folly? Consequently, discussions erupted once more. It seems that Su Yun's earlier arguments, rather than garnering support for striking at the Eagle Nation, instead sparked sentiments of anti-war among the officials present. This is hardly surprising, given the overwhelming strength of the Eagle Nation. When comparing the two forces, it is evident that the Eagle troops are decades ahead of ours, rendering such a disparity in warfare insurmountable. Furthermore, should conflict arise with the Eagle Nation, we would inevitably face their retaliation. With such a significant disparity in strength, if the Eagle Nation were to counterattack, could we withstand it? If we cannot endure their retaliation, we would be relinquishing the initiative entirely, thereby granting them the opportunity to strike back at us. Another senior official voiced his thoughts, prompting further discussion. It cannot be denied that his points were quite reasonable. If the Eagle Nation were to retaliate, and since our military cannot hold its ground against them, we would certainly be unable to withstand their counteroffensive. At that point, they would have justification for attacking us, leaving us in a position of vulnerability. Once again, the room buzzed with conversation. Ultimately, while alternative strategies may be contemplated, the notion of engaging the Eagle Nation is absolutely untenable. Just then, Su Yun spoke up, asserting that while confronting the Eagle Nation may present numerous challenges, failing to act would lead to even greater and more formidable problems in the future. Surely, these principles are not lost on anyone present? As Su Yun's words hung in the air, a profound silence enveloped the room. It must be acknowledged that while the attendees were averse to war, Su Yun's arguments were not without validity. Chapter 54. Standing firm against opposition, urgent dispatches arrive. Following this exchange, the attendees could not help but engage in further debate. Despite Su Yun's thorough elucidation of the rationale, the high-ranking officials remained convinced that his perspective was excessively radical. On one hand, the domestic conflict had only recently concluded, leaving many issues unresolved, such as eradicating banditry and eliminating remnants of enemy forces. With both internal and external challenges, the nation's vitality had yet to be fully restored, making it illogical to deploy troops to assist another country in warfare. Furthermore, it is worth noting that war is not fought on one's own soil. As the saying goes, a righteous cause must be justified. Would our nation gain international support by recklessly intervening? I do not concur with Comrade Su Yun's viewpoint. His ideas are far too extreme. Indeed, warfare is not a matter to be undertaken lightly. Hasty engagement could plunge the nation into utter despair. Our country has weathered countless trials, and it is high time we take a moment to recuperate. In an instant, the attendees could not restrain themselves from countering Su Yun's views. At this juncture, a senior leader raised his hand to quell the din, stating that the idea of dispatching troops to assist the Jindaeng forces was not without merit. However, since the topic of troop deployment had arisen, it would be prudent to allow the military representatives to voice their opinions on whether this war could be waged. Following the senior leader's remarks, a group of military commanders began to deliberate and subsequently express their thoughts one after another. A general rose to speak, stating, "Considering the actual circumstances, I believe we should refrain from engaging in this conflict. The disparity in strength between our forces and those of the Eagle Nation is simply too vast. Furthermore, the Eagle forces have already landed on the small island. If we were to launch an offensive now, we would be significantly delayed. We risk suffering a defeat." Upon hearing this, the attendees nodded in agreement. When it comes to the decision to engage in war, these military leaders undoubtedly possess the most authority. Given their consensus that we cannot engage, it is clear we should not proceed. Moreover, the general's observations were astute. Should we indeed find ourselves in combat with the Eagle Nation, their mechanized units would easily overpower our light infantry, akin to flesh colliding with steel. Not only that, but the same general continued, "If we are defeated, will our rash assault provoke the Eagle Nation? At that point, the initiative regarding whether to attack our nation would lie entirely with them. If the Eagle forces were to march toward our borders, how would we defend ourselves? Would we even be able to withstand their advance?" This statement elicited furrowed brows among the attendees. It is undeniable that the general's analysis was incisive. Should we initiate an attack against the Eagle Nation and achieve victory, all would be well. However, if we were to face defeat, the repercussions could be dire. If our military cannot prevail against the Eagle forces on the small island, how could we possibly expect to defeat them on our home soil? In such a scenario, shortly after establishing our nation, we would be subject to foreign invasion, and the invaders would be none other than the Eagle Nation. Ultimately, this war is fundamentally unwinnable and must not be pursued. Upon hearing these remarks, Suyun straightened his posture and declared, however, "If we neglect our responsibilities and allow the Eagle Nation to invade the small island, who can guarantee that they will not turn their sights upon us in the future? It is precisely because of the vast disparity in strength between our two armies that this battle must be fought." Upon hearing Su Yun's assertion, one of the generals interjected, "Then what strategy do you propose for engaging the Eagle Nation? With their mechanized forces, do we stand a chance in this conflict?" In response, Su Yun began to analyze the situation for those present, stating, "Our military certainly possesses the potential to repel the Eagle Nation. First and foremost, the Eagle Nation's invasion of the small island is driven by their overconfidence. As the adage goes, arrogant troops are destined to fail. Should they fall into this trap of hubris, they cannot expect to be invincible. Furthermore, the Eagle Nation has recently endured a fierce battle. The combat effectiveness of the entire army has diminished considerably." As he spoke, Su Yun began to elucidate the situation of our military. "Admittedly, our equipment does not match the advanced technology of the Eagle Nation. However, our soldiers are seasoned veterans, battle-hardened and fiercely courageous, possessing ample combat experience. When the two armies collide, the outcome of the battle remains uncertain." In the course of his discourse, Su Yun managed to articulate the distinctions between the two forces. After hearing Su Yun's remarks, the military personnel couldn't help but acknowledge that some generals found his assertions to carry a semblance of truth. They had witnessed the prowess of the Eagle Nation firsthand, back in the days of confronting the bald-headed adversary. Despite their inferior weaponry, their troops had relentlessly pursued the Eagle Nation's forces. This clearly illustrates that warfare is not solely determined by equipment. At least in terms of troop numbers and the fighting quality of our soldiers, our military is undoubtedly superior to the Eagle Army. Just then, another senior officer interjected, stating that there was no pressing need to initiate hostilities. Setting aside other considerations, the Eagle Nation's current objective in landing on the island is not to annihilate Jin Dayang's forces. Upon hearing this, the assembly erupted into discussion, as the statement held a degree of validity. Should the Eagle Nation cease their offensive, the northern territories of the island, bordering our winter north, would remain under Jin Dayang's control. At the very least on land, we would not be constrained. Su Yun shook his head in exasperation, silently reflecting that the public's perception of the Eagle Nation remains overly favorable. It is no wonder that Su Yun would express such sentiments. After all, in the current era, if we consider the preceding conflicts, our nation had, at times, been aligned with the Eagle Nation as comrades in arms, having received their support. Furthermore, the Eagle Nation has yet to reveal the predatory nature that it would later exhibit. All these factors combined led some attendees to believe that the Eagle Nation was indeed benevolent, prompting such statements. However, the reality of the situation is far from this. Chapter 55. The Eagle Nation crosses the line. Will Jin Dayang's forces falter so soon? If the Eagle Army succeeds in severing Jin Dayang's front lines, they will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to advance, possibly not stopping at the 38th parallel but marching all the way to our doorstep. Should that scenario unfold, if the Eagle Nation is adequately prepared, it would be too late for us to mobilize our forces. At this moment, Su Yun was disinclined to engage in lengthy explanations with those present and stated his viewpoint directly. His words sparked yet another round of discussions among the attendees. Although they had to concede that Su Yun's perspective held a measure of truth, many remained unconvinced. On one hand, they believed that the Eagle Nation was not as nefarious or shameless as Su Yun claimed. On the other hand, they questioned whether a young individual like him could truly foresee events with such precision. Just then, the doors of the conference hall were abruptly pushed open and urgent military news interrupted the meeting. Though the situation was pressing, the message was straightforward. The Eagle Nation, leading a coalition of allied forces, had cut off Jin Daong's lines of communication, rendering them unable to coordinate effectively. Currently, Jin Daong's troops were in disarray, urgently retreating to consolidate their defenses. Meanwhile, the Eagle Nation's coalition forces had surged across the 38th parallel, launching further assaults on Jin Daong. The urgency of the situation compelled Jin Daong to request assistance from our nation. Given the circumstances, it was highly probable that the island would soon fall entirely into enemy hands. Upon receiving this news, the attendees were met with a chilling silence, their faces betraying profound shock. 2 points astonished them. First, the Eagle Nation's speed was unexpectedly swift, and second, Jin Daong's forces had collapsed to such an extent. How could they have been so thoroughly bested in such a short time? Moreover, the crowd turned their astonished gazes towards Su Yun, who had seemingly predicted the Eagle Nation's transgressions. What was the meaning of this? Could this young man truly possess the foresight of a sage? In the midst of their astonishment, a cloud of worry began to envelop their expressions. The Eagle Nation's incursion was clearly motivated by their intent to fully occupy the island. If this were to transpire, the future of our nation would indeed be under the Eagle Nation's influence. Naturally, the military personnel were the most concerned about this development. The faces of the commanders were etched with worry. It appeared that engaging in combat with the so-called world's foremost Eagle Army was absolutely inevitable. If a confrontation was destined to occur, it would be wiser to initiate it sooner rather than later. If that is indeed the case, we must consent to mobilize our forces. A military representative suddenly rose and stated, "The Eagle Nation's advance across the line is a deliberate attempt to seize the entire island. Their intentions are unmistakable, and in the future, they will use this to exert pressure on our nation. Whether now or later, if we wish to free ourselves from the Eagle Nation's constraints, we must face this battle. At present, engaging sooner is preferable to delaying." Following this discourse, other senior officials remained silent, while the military, after deliberations, surprisingly concurred with Su Yun's perspective. The military's shift in attitude did not require extensive explanation. Since this battle was inevitable, it was certainly better to confront it sooner rather than later. On one hand, if we allowed the Eagle Army to fully control the island and establish defensive lines along the border, they could strike at us with ease, while our counteroffensive would face significant challenges. Additionally, the Eagle Nation's attempt to quickly occupy the island also mirrored the same flaw exhibited by Jin Daong's forces, an excessively extended front. Although the Eagle Nation had naval and aerial support, this also presented challenges, making this the optimal moment to repel their advances. Furthermore, despite having endured numerous conflicts, our nation had cultivated a wealth of military talent. The commanders, not to mention the soldiers, exhibited remarkable qualities, with an unwavering fighting spirit. Thus, should a confrontation arise, while our forces may still be at a disadvantage against the Eagle Army, we are not devoid of advantages. This battle certainly holds the potential for victory. The military representative's remarks effectively opened a dialogue in a previously unified assembly against participation in the war. Consequently, the high-ranking leaders fell into a contemplative silence. Although warfare is ultimately a national affair, it is fundamentally the responsibility of the military. Now that the high-ranking officials of the military had gritted their teeth in agreement, even if they harbored reservations, they would refrain from voicing them. Just then, another voice emerged, presenting a dissenting opinion. However, this dissent did not come from the military or the senior leaders, but rather from the overseas returnees attending the conference alongside Su Yun. These elite individuals, representing various sectors, included many who had performed admirably and were invited to provide alternative viewpoints to broaden the perspectives of the high-ranking officials and military officers present. 1 Man. with long hair and glasses, who appeared cultured, stood up and spoke. Although we are returnees from abroad, it does not mean we do not support our country. However, he paused briefly before continuing. However, based on our meticulous calculations, should our nation engage in conflict with the Eagle Army, the inevitable outcome would be defeat. A resounding defeat. This declaration incited another wave of commotion within the assembly. Everyone was perplexed as to why this overseas returnee would make such a statement. Su Yun inquired, "What is the rationale behind this?" The overseas talent responded gravely. "Currently, in terms of per capita income and various production capacities, our nation pales in comparison to the Eagle Nation. The conflict between the two armies essentially mirrors a confrontation between two nations. With such a disparity in national strength, our military stands no chance against the Eagle Army." Chapter 56. Without a chance of victory, how can we fight? The commentary from the overseas talent, Li Jun, provided a fresh perspective to the attendees. Curiosity sparked among them regarding how Li Jun and his colleagues had assessed the situation. At this moment, Li Jun continued, "Prior to this meeting, we had already gathered data on the disparities between the two countries. The conclusion drawn is that in the event of war, our nation would undoubtedly face defeat." As he spoke, Li Jun shared the statistics with those present. Steel production. Our nation produces 600,000 tons annually, whereas the Eagle Nation's output reaches an astounding 85 million tons per year. The disparity between the two is an astounding 141.6 times. In terms of per capita income, the average annual income in Huaxia stands at a mere $24, whereas in Eagle Country, it reaches an impressive $1,600, marking a difference of 66 times. Regarding electricity generation, Huaxia produces 4.6 billion kilowatt-hours, while Eagle Country boasts a staggering 334 billion kilowatt-hours annually. As for crude oil production, Huaxia generates 200,000 tons each year, in stark contrast to Eagle Country's colossal 260 million tons annually. When it comes to mushroom eggs, they are available in Eagle Country but not in Huaxia. As Li Jun's voice resonated through the gathering, an unsettling silence enveloped the room, and with each word, the countenance of some attendees grew increasingly somber. Indeed, this illustrates the chasm between Eagle Country and Huaxia. Merely observing these figures suggests that even with a century of relentless effort, Huaxia would struggle to catch up to Eagle Country. The gulf between the two nations is nothing short of astronomical. Under such circumstances, how could our military possibly contend with the Eagle forces? Our soldiers would be doomed to failure merely in terms of logistical support. Instantly, the venue erupted into discussion once more. Indeed, the disparity in capabilities between the two nations is so vast that engaging in conflict seems utterly futile. The development of a nation directly impacts the logistical sustenance of its armed forces, and the level of advancement in Eagle Country renders it virtually invincible on the global stage. We are not merely lagging behind Eagle Country by a slight margin. The difference is monumental. In such a comparison, we stand no chance of victory. Consequently, the morale of those present dwindled once again. The flicker of determination that had just ignited was swiftly extinguished. Even the military delegation that had previously expressed a desire to engage in battle fell silent. Each lost in their own thoughts. It is no wonder that everyone feels this way. After all, the calculations of these overseas elites are not without merit. In warfare between two nations, it is not just the military that fights, but rather the comprehensive national strength of the two countries at play. In this comparison, Huaxia appears to possess no semblance of a fighting chance. Furthermore, the data provided by the returning overseas elites merely highlights the developmental gap between the two nations. If the statistics regarding military equipment were to be compiled as well, the disparity would likely be even greater. Thus, it is evident that our country lacks the fundamental conditions necessary to deploy troops to the island. Therefore, I believe that while the issue of the island exists, any method of resolution that involves direct confrontation with the Eagle military must be categorically dismissed. Li Jun spoke again, and the atmosphere descended into a profound silence. The situation had become a dilemma. The occupation of the entire island by Eagle Country is an undeniable reality. If we engage in battle, our military stands little chance of success. It would be a fruitless endeavor. However, if we choose not to fight, we risk being led by the nose by Eagle Country in the future, potentially losing our territorial sovereignty altogether. In this predicament, no one seems to have a viable solution. At this moment, Su Yun interjected, "I disagree with this perspective. The current situation is such that if we engage in battle, we still have a fighting chance. If we do not fight, we will undoubtedly be completely under their control. As soon as Su Yun's words left his lips, the overseas elites quickly responded, but if we engage in this war, not only will we suffer significant casualties, but we also stand little chance of victory. This confrontation with Eagle Country is utterly meaningless. The implication of Li Jun's argument was clear. Even if we were to send troops to support the Jindaong forces, the ultimate outcome would still be a retreat and defeat, allowing Eagle Country to fully seize control of the island. What difference does it make whether we engage or not? If we refrain from fighting, we can at least minimize the loss of soldiers and supplies. With a hint of reluctance, Su Yun's lips curled into a faint smile. Comrade, you seem to have little understanding of our nation. As these words echoed, the room fell silent once more, with some furrowing their brows in confusion as they turned to Su Yun. Including Li Jun.at that moment, Su Yun continued, first scanning the assembly of generals and senior leaders, his eyes reflecting profound insight. Then, his gaze fell upon Li Jun as he spoke. I would like to ask everyone present. In the period before the establishment of our nation, which battle did we fight from a position of advantage? When we engaged in conflict with the Japanese, our soldiers did not even possess decent rifles. Many fought valiantly with nothing but machetes. Meanwhile, the enemy's forces were well organized, fully equipped with weapons and ammunition, supported by artillery and even aircraft. Yet, what was the outcome? We successfully expelled the Japanese from Huaxia. I ask you, did our nation's data at that time surpass that of the Japanese? As Su Yun's words resonated, the attending military officials and leaders were momentarily taken aback. Gradually, expressions of excitement and sorrow began to emerge in their eyes. As if they were recalling the arduous days of resistance, in an instant, the atmosphere shifted to one of fervor. Indeed, back then, the gap between us and the Japanese was vast, yet we ultimately prevailed in driving them out. If we were to judge solely by the data, one might argue that our country should have surrendered outright. Yes, from the very beginning, we have misunderstood the nature of this conflict. It is not that we do not wish to fight, but rather that we must fight. In an instant, the emotions of those present surged with fervor. Su Yun's words had pulled them from the depths of fear. Indeed, the disparity between us and the Japanese at that time was immense. But did we ever succumb to fear? Did we surrender simply because of the differences in national data? Did we not fight valiantly and ultimately achieve victory? What then is Eagle Country? Chapter 57. A single blow to open the way. What then is Eagle Country? Are they not aware that their occupation of the entire island constitutes an infringement upon Huaxia's territorial sovereignty? They undoubtedly know. But why do they persist in this action? They believe we will cower. They believe Huaxia will be afraid. Su Yun's impassioned speech stirred the emotions of everyone present. Senior leaders and military officers, upon hearing such words, displayed expressions of indignation. Indeed, why does Eagle Country dare to seize the island? In essence, they perceive our nation as easy prey. They are convinced that we, as a nation, will not dare to deploy troops. Let us reflect honestly. Are we truly afraid of Eagle Country? Do our frontline soldiers genuinely fear the Eagle forces? Eagle Country is merely a paper tiger, all bluster and no substance. The more they believe us to be weak, the more we must demonstrate what Huaxia's might truly represents. With these words, the room erupted with excitement. Indeed, what is there to fear from Eagle Country? They are merely bullies who prey on the weak. In such circumstances, the more one displays weakness, the more they will be taken advantage of, the more one retreats. The further they will encroach, until, ultimately, Huaxia loses its sovereignty. Our military supports the decision to deploy troops. Let us show these rascals that Huaxia is not to be trifled with. We also agree to send troops. They have already encroached upon our doorstep. Shall we simply stand by and await their assault? Even a cornered rabbit will bite. A single blow to open the path, lest we suffer 100 blows. If we show cowardice this time, we shall be bullied into oblivion. In an instant, the senior leaders and military officers stood up, voicing their agreement to deploy troops against Eagle Country. Witnessing this scene, the overseas elites wore expressions of confusion. Li Jun shook his head and spoke, but if we deploy troops, our military will undoubtedly face defeat. This is a war we cannot win. Why must we engage in it? On what basis do you believe we can achieve victory against Eagle Country? Because only by winning this battle can we ensure the survival of the people of Huaxia and uphold our dignity. Su Yun raised his eyes, scanning the assembly once more, and declared, "The goal of our nation's establishment is to ensure stability and happiness for our people. If Eagle Country remains poised on the island, prepared for conflict, how can we speak of stability for our nation or happiness for our people? Are we to sit idly by and await their intrusion, allowing them to oppress our citizens?" With these words, the room fell silent once more. Indeed, if we do not engage in battle, the goals of stability and happiness for our nation will become mere illusions. At that moment, the overseas talents, upon hearing Su Yun's impassioned speech, fell into silence. They may lack understanding of national affairs, but Su Yun had articulated the gravity of the situation to such an extent that they could not help but grasp its significance. This is a national crisis, one that cannot be resolved without conflict. Although engaging in battle may lead to defeat, can we truly allow them to invade our nation without resistance? Su Yun continued, addressing everyone in truth. We are not without a fighting chance in this battle. It is not merely a case of eggs against stones, wasting our military strength in vain. I have summarized several reasons why engaging in this battle would yield us immeasurable benefits while incurring no harm. Conversely, should we choose to abstain from this confrontation, we would inevitably find ourselves at the mercy of others, akin to fish awaiting slaughter. As I spoke, Su Yun articulated all the advantages we possess. Should we refrain from fighting, the Eagle Nation would continue to amass troops on the island. At that point, any attempt to infringe upon our territorial sovereignty would be as effortless as piecing together a puzzle. By then, we would be akin to fish on a chopping block. If we wish to retaliate thereafter, it would be too late. Furthermore, at that juncture, our forces would still need to engage with the Eagle Army. We cannot simply allow them to invade, can we? Thus, this battle is inevitable. The sooner we engage, the greater our advantage. Why delay? Moreover, should we choose to deploy our troops, with the battle-hardened prowess of our soldiers and the strategic acumen of our commanders, even if we face disparities in weaponry and national power, we might not necessarily be defeated. Should we emerge victorious, not only would we expel the Eagle Army from our borders, but the entire world would witness this conflict. It would undoubtedly become a battle that elevates our national prestige, securing a peaceful development for our nation for at least 3 decades. In conclusion, striking a decisive blow now will prevent a barrage of attacks later. If China wishes to establish a firm foothold in the world, this battle is necessary, and it must be won. As I delivered this impassioned discourse, the eyes of everyone present widened in astonishment. Indeed, it seems this battle is destined to occur. Not only must we fight, but we must ensure victory. From an emotional standpoint, each individual present has been tempered by countless battles. Who among them would willingly accept subjugation? From this perspective, since the Eagle Nation dares to provoke us, we must retaliate. What if they are the world's foremost power? Rationally speaking, this battle is unavoidable. Engaging now would not only bolster our national prestige, but also stabilize our nation after its founding. It would compel neighboring nations, which eye us with suspicion, to realize that we are not easy prey. We must fight. This battle must take place. What of the Eagle Nation's advanced weaponry? Humans possess but 2 shoulders to bear 1 head. I refuse to believe that the Eagle Nation cannot be vanquished. The advantages of engaging in this battle far outweigh the risks. If we do not fight, we will eventually see our territorial sovereignty divided. This confrontation is imperative. The Eagle Nation relies on its might to bully us. We cannot afford to retreat. Instantly, the atmosphere in the room erupted once more. Even the overseas talents felt that this battle must be fought. Resist the Eagle Nation, protect our homeland. At that moment, Su Yun passionately proclaimed the call to arms. The crowd could no longer contain their fervor. Resist the Eagle Nation, protect our homeland. Resist the Eagle Nation, protect our homeland. After a chorus of fervent cries, the senior leaders seated at the front spoke up. Very well, let us proceed to a vote. The outcome of this vote will determine whether we deploy our troops. The commotion settled as the attendees began to cast their votes regarding military action. Ultimately, the result was unanimous. All were in favor of deploying troops against the Eagle Nation. Following this, discussions ensued regarding the specific matters following deployment. Director Chung could not help but turn to Su Yun and say, "Thank you for your contributions. It seems bringing you along this time was indeed the right choice." In truth, upon learning of the Eagle Nation's incursion into the island, Director Chung had already resolved that our nation would inevitably deploy troops. He had invited Su Yun to express his thoughts at the conference, but never did he expect that Su Yun would not only voice the necessity of military action but also persuade everyone to support it. You were absolutely right in your address. We must engage the Eagle Nation in battle. The benefits of fighting far outweigh the drawbacks. If we do not fight, we will ultimately become prey. Director Cheng's remarks further solidified the validity of Su Yun's earlier statements. Frankly, even Director Cheng had not anticipated Su Yun's impressive capabilities in articulating his arguments and swaying the entire assembly. Take, for instance, the opinions expressed by the overseas elites. After reviewing the data on national strength, even Director Cheng, who supported military action, found himself momentarily shaken. Yet Su Yun managed to identify the advantages of engaging in this conflict and convinced everyone present. Director Cheng, I must emphasize that without your guidance, the final voting outcome could have been quite different, he replied. Upon hearing this, Su Yun refrained from further comment. Instead, Director Cheng inquired, Su Yun, what are your thoughts regarding this war? As the highest military advisor, Director Cheng's inquiry was unmistakably aimed at seeking Su Yun's insights. Su Yun responded, Director Cheng, I do not have much to say regarding strategies and tactics against the Eagle Nation, as I lack expertise in this area. However, he quickly added, I do have some opinions to share. While the Eagle Nation boasts the most advanced weaponry in the world, surpassing our capabilities, we must also prepare for logistical support in advance. As he continued, Su Yun conveyed his perspective to Director Cheng. The prospect of war with the Eagle Nation had become inevitable. While troop mobilization was one aspect, it was time to ensure the army was well equipped with various military supplies, with firearms and ammunition being of utmost importance. Upon hearing this, Director Cheng nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom of preparing supplies before deployment. Su Yun continued, Moreover, Director Cheng, our arms factories must also be prepared in advance. I believe our future conflict with the Eagle Nation may lead to a protracted war. Our arms factories must ramp up production and increase manpower to continuously supply the frontline troops with necessary provisions. Only then can we ensure our soldiers are adequately prepared for sustained operations on the island. Director Cheng nodded, looking at Su Yun with reassurance. With you overseeing this, I have no need to worry. His implication was clear. As long as Su Yun was in charge of the arms factory, logistical production would not be a concern. Su Yun affirmed, Rest assured, Director Cheng. Once the war commences, as long as I am alive, I will ensure the factory operates at full capacity. In that moment, Su Yun appeared deep in thought, his brow furrowing with concern. This sudden change in demeanor caught Director Cheng off guard. Just moments ago, Su Yun had eloquently convinced everyone to resist the Eagle Nation. Yet now he exhibited signs of worry regarding the specifics of confronting the Eagle Army. Director Cheng, curious, asked, Su Yun, what troubles you? Without hesitation, Su Yun replied, Director Cheng, I believe we must not only prepare weapons and equipment for our soldiers, but also ensure adequate resources for their daily needs, especially winter clothing. As he spoke, Su Yun's thoughts drifted toward the future conflict. In his past life, during wartime, non-combat casualties had been significant, primarily due to the harsh winter conditions on the island. These were valuable talents for the nation, and their sacrifices in battle were already tragic enough. The thought of some soldiers perishing from the cold on the snow-laden roads filled Su Yun with profound sorrow. Director Cheng interjected, Su Yun, winter has not yet arrived. Why prepare winter clothing so early? Su Yun shook his head and replied, Director Cheng, while it is not yet winter, the island's climate becomes exceedingly frigid once the season arrives. Engaging in combat against the Eagle Nation on the island could lead to a prolonged conflict. Preparing these supplies in advance will greatly benefit our soldiers in battle. Su Yun's assertion prompted Director Cheng to nod in agreement. Unexpectedly, Su Yun not only considered the current matters at hand but also contemplated the implications of future battles. After a moment of introspection, Director Cheng spoke up, saying, Su Yun, there is a task I would like you to assist with. Su Yun promptly replied, if it pertains to the matters concerning the island conflict, do not hesitate to speak, Director Cheng. Director Cheng continued, I wish for you to take on the role of Chief Logistics Officer during this military deployment to the island, responsible for the transportation, assembly, and manufacturing of all logistical supplies during combat. At these words, Su Yun was momentarily taken aback. The position of Logistics Officer bore immense significance, and he had not anticipated that Director Cheng would entrust such a responsibility to him. Chapter 59. Successful Appointment, Preparation at the Factory. What say you? Are you willing to accept this task? Director Cheng inquired. Su Yun, though initially stunned, quickly regained his composure and confidently declared, Director Cheng, I accept the position of logistics officer. Observing Su Yun's earnest demeanor, Director Cheng smiled with satisfaction, realizing that this individual was far more capable than he had initially perceived. As for what would transpire thereafter, whether Su Yun could effectively manage this responsibility remained to be seen. However, it must be noted that despite his swift agreement, Su Yun had indeed wrestled with the decision internally. The role of logistics officer carried significant weight, with many decisions directly impacting the safety of the frontline soldiers. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences, and the stakes were high. Yet, by assuming this position, Su Yun would be better positioned to execute his plans and offer substantial support to the soldiers on the front lines. Thus, he felt compelled to accept the task. Director Cheng nodded in acknowledgement, stating earnestly, Su Yun, the affairs at the rear shall be entrusted to you. We are all aware of the situation. Since the Eagle Nation dares to invade our homeland, there is nothing more to discuss. We shall engage them in battle. At the Winter North Arsenal, upon seeing Su Yun's arrival, Director Zhang spoke excitedly. He had long held disdain for those foreign interlopers. Why should they meddle in the affairs of the island? If it were up to Director Zhang, the military response should have been initiated long ago. Indeed, those foreign devils must think us easy prey to act so audaciously. With this military deployment, our forces will surely drive those foreign devils off the island. The Eagle Nation harbors no good intentions. Once they secure the island, they will undoubtedly target us next. It would be better to strike them down now. Not only Director Zhang but also the workers behind him echoed their sentiments. In reality, the military operation concerning the island was classified. However, such secrecy was only maintained from the general populace. The Winter North Arsenal was, after all, an entity of the military, and as the primary supplier for the frontline soldiers in the impending conflict, the notification had already been disseminated among the workers. Naturally, they were aware that Su Yun had been appointed as the logistics officer, and their faces now reflected a newfound admiration for him. Whatever tasks you require, just let us know, and we shall ensure their completion, Director Zhang reiterated, with the workers wholeheartedly agreeing in the face of war. The people of Huaxia, regardless of age or gender, were united in their fate. The soldiers on the front lines would soon be engaged in fierce combat, and those supporting from the rear were equally compelled to labor tirelessly in production. Witnessing their fervor filled Su Yun with both excitement and gratitude. Let us not dwell on further details. Director Zhang waved his hand dismissively. Su Yun, you speak as if we were merely involved in production. If our frontline soldiers are insufficient, we are willing to take up arms ourselves. What are foreign devils to us? What are advanced weapons to us? If I were to step onto the battlefield, I would surely extract their ribs to use as drinking vessels. As he spoke, Director Zhang added, by the way, Su Yun, it is thanks to you that our entire arsenal has been able to operate around the clock. Truly, had you not decisively organized the factory's operations, it would have been impossible to produce such a volume of weaponry. Take as much as you need. Bring those armored vehicles and other equipment to the front lines, and let us thoroughly thrash those foreign devils, Director Zhang continued enthusiastically, but Su Yun raised a hand to interject. Director Zhang, for the time being, we do not need to transport armored vehicles and similar heavy equipment to the front lines. I am here to requisition some fully automatic rifles and ammunition. Upon hearing this, Director Zhang and the others were momentarily taken aback. Director Zhang then responded, Su Yun, we have an abundance of firearms and ammunition. Should we run low, we can continue production. But why not send armored vehicles and heavy weaponry to the front lines? It was no wonder Director Zhang was puzzled. With such resources, it would surely be sufficient to put the Eagle Nation's forces in their place. Why delay their deployment? Su Yun, however, was forthright, explaining, Director Zhang, I will not conceal this from you. Our advance into the island is classified and executed covertly. Bringing such equipment would be too conspicuous and may jeopardize our mission. So for now, it is indeed unnecessary. However, rest assured, these resources will ultimately be utilized. Upon hearing Su Yun's explanation, Director Zhang and the others ceased their inquiries. Very well, Su Yun, we shall adhere to your directives. Su Yun nodded in agreement and then addressed Director Zhang. Director Zhang, the Southern 4th Field Army has already mobilized and will soon arrive in Winter North. I wish for all the soldiers in these units to be equipped with fully automatic rifles. Can our production of rifles and ammunition meet this demand? Director Zhang nodded, replying, Do not worry, Su Yun. Our warehouses are stocked to capacity with various military supplies, and as soon as the soldiers arrive, they will be fully equipped. As for the ammunition, there is no need for concern. With these arrangements in place, Su Yun felt a sense of relief. The task of equipping the military was now complete. However, there remained another pressing matter to address: the winter uniforms for the troops. Although winter had not yet arrived, preparations for these supplies needed to commence immediately. The goal was to ensure that our soldiers were outfitted with winter supplies before their deployment to the island. After all, Su Yun understood well that once the war commenced, logistical support would not be easily managed. Chapter 60. Troops equipped, ready for battle. General Liu. Logistics Officer Su Yun has instructed me to deliver all supplies and weapons. At this moment, the 4th Field Army had entered Winter North and was undergoing rest before launching an assault on the island. General Liu's advance unit welcomed the first batch of supplies arranged by Su Yun. Upon seeing the trucks laden with crates of weapons, ammunition, and various supplies, General Liu could not help but break into a broad smile. Ha ha ha. Please convey my gratitude to Minister Su Yun. Tell him that the soldiers of the 4th Field Army will undoubtedly eliminate numerous foreign devils and will not betray his earnest efforts. It was no surprise that General Liu was so elated. After years of fighting, this was the first time he had encountered such a considerate logistics officer. As soon as they arrived, the supplies were already prepared for delivery. In contrast, Su Yun's dedication was evident. Moreover, the weapons being distributed to the soldiers were the most advanced automatic rifles available. Order the soldiers. Everyone is to be equipped with the new weapons. Once we reach the island, let us strike down those foreign devils fiercely. We must not let our logistics comrades down. I never thought I would get to handle such a weapon in my lifetime. Even the Eagle Army's infantry cannot compare to the weapons we have just received. One soldier remarked. Honestly, I was a bit intimidated by the Eagle Army. After all, their equipment is formidable. But now, once I step onto the battlefield, I will make sure to eliminate 100 of them. The soldiers lined up to receive their Type 81 automatic rifles. Upon receiving their weapons, the faces of all the soldiers radiated boundless joy. It must be said that these rifles were exceptional, fully automatic. Rapid fire, high ammunition capacity, great power, and extended range. The firearms were remarkably stable. Armed with such weapons, even the Eagle Army, the world's foremost military, would find themselves at a disadvantage. Amidst their exhilaration, the morale of the entire unit surged significantly. I can hardly wait to hit the battlefield and show those foreign devils what we are made of. They have openly invaded our territorial sovereignty. The Eagle Nation clearly underestimates us soldiers. There is nothing left to say. Let us give it our all, brothers. I shall not say more. We shall meet on the battlefield. This vanguard unit preparing to enter the island consisted of seasoned veterans. And now equipped with fully automatic rifles, they were invigorated in an instant. The already high fighting spirit of the soldiers soared to new heights, ready to embrace the impending battle. The warriors are merely waiting for orders from above, ready to seize the moment and swiftly advance onto the island. What news from the front lines? Has there been any report? Can Jin Dayang's troops hold their ground? Where are the Eagle forces at this moment? Director Chang of the frontline command post spoke with urgency. As soon as he finished, the telegraph operator hastily interjected, Director Chang, I have just received word that Jin Dayang's forces have completely lost their capacity to resist. They have been driven back to the point of no return, with no escape left, and are on the verge of being annihilated by the Eagle forces. As for the Eagles, they will reach our borders within the next 3 days at the earliest. Upon hearing this, Director Chung furrowed his brow in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Jin Dayang's troops would crumble so easily, nor had he expected the Eagles to advance with such speed. It was clear that troops should be dispatched to the island without delay. Just then, the telegraph operator spoke again, Director Chung. A telegram has also just arrived from the capital. Today, our borders have come under artillery fire from the Eagle forces, resulting in countless civilian casualties. Following this, the Eagles publicly apologized, claiming it was a misunderstanding. They hope we won't make too much of this incident, lest it provoke international disputes. As the telegraph operator continued, Director Chung was momentarily taken aback then. His face turned ashen as he slammed his fist onto the table with a resounding thud. How outrageous! Deliberately shelling our territory and expecting us not to take issue with it? Or else, we would bear the responsibility for inciting international disputes? A bunch of scoundrels. They have taken the lives of my citizens. Director Chung was seething with rage, unable to fathom the audacity of the Eagles. It seemed the time had come to send troops to the island and let these ruffians experience the taste of bombardment themselves. Report, Commander. We have just completed a round of artillery fire on the Huaxia border. Should we continue the bombardment? In the Eagle Force's frontline command post, upon hearing the report from the General Staff, Commander Hank chuckled before replying, "Of course. Now that we have reached this point, we must let Huaxia experience the taste of our shells. Relay my orders to prepare for the next round of bombardment immediately." Upon hearing this, the General Staff couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from their brows. "Commander Hank, we have already launched a significant number of shells towards Huaxia's territory today. If you ask me, we should take a break." The orders from above were merely to fire one round as a demonstration to deter Huaxia from sending troops. However, our artillery coverage may have already resulted in casualties among the Huaxia populace. In response to the General Staff's concerns, Commander Hank laughed dismissively. "Huaxia? I have no regard for that country whatsoever. It is a nation born of servitude, where the lives of its citizens are of little consequence. What does it matter if we take a few of them out? Furthermore, in such a backward nation, their military equipment is relics from the last century. Even if they were to send troops, what is there to fear? Relay my orders to continue the bombardment into Huaxia," Hank declared shamelessly, his eyes glinting with ambition. In truth, he had already surmised that once the situation on the island stabilized, higher-ups might order them to continue their invasion of Huaxia. Since the decision to invade Huaxia had already been made, what significance did it hold to prevent their troops from advancing? It would be better to provoke these individuals into striking first. Allowing the Eagle forces to invade Huaxia legitimately, Hank could hardly contain his eagerness. Decades prior, his great-grandfather had invaded this land. According to his great-grandfather, this territory was teeming with gold, fine wine, and beautiful women. He was more than ready to follow in his ancestors' footsteps and invade this land. Chapter 61. If that is the case, then let us fight. In the command center, report, Director Chung. The 2 regiments of the 1st Army have completed their re-equipping. With a total of over 5,000 troops, the soldiers are fully prepared and await orders to infiltrate the island. Upon hearing this, a spark of determination ignited in Director Cheng's eyes. "Excellent. Let these 5,000 men serve as our vanguard in the battle for the island." As he spoke, a fierce fire glimmered in his gaze. Up to this point, the Eagles had relentlessly bombarded our borders, causing countless civilian casualties, showing no sign of halting their aggression. Now that the troops were prepared, it was high time to show these scoundrels the consequences of their actions. "Director Cheng, when will our soldiers be deployed?" The General Staff inquired. It was not only Director Chung. All the officers in the command room were seething with indignation at the actions of the Eagles. With the troops ready, everyone was growing increasingly impatient. Director Cheng glanced at the map, pondered for a moment, and then commanded, "Relay my orders. Have our soldiers hold for a moment longer. Nightfall is imminent. Let them stealthily set out under the cover of darkness. We must ensure our movements remain concealed. Once we infiltrate the island, if we encounter the advance units of the Eagles, strike them with all our might." The night was as dark as ink. Under the shroud of night, the sounds of rustling grass filled the air, continuous and unmistakable, marked by a sense of urgency and discernible rhythm. A beam of moonlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the once desolate ground now teeming with countless shadows. The tightly packed crowd moved cautiously yet swiftly in a singular direction. The 2 regiments of the 1st Army, comprising over 5,000 warriors, had now crossed the border and were on the brink of entering the territory occupied by the Eagles. As they marched onward, the soldiers exhibited an extraordinary sense of excitement and fervor, with many displaying expressions of anger. It was no wonder they felt this way. During the mobilization, they had learned of the Eagles' relentless bombardment of their borders, resulting in the deaths of numerous innocent civilians. Now, their hurried steps bore no hint of fatigue. Fueled by the pent-up frustration, they were determined to unleash upon the Eagle forces. According to the intelligence provided by Jin Dayang's troops, the location they were approaching was the encampment of an Eagle advance unit. The recent bombardments that had claimed the lives of countless compatriots were likely the handiwork of this very unit. Knowing this, the soldiers were resolute. Even if they were to collapse from exhaustion, they were determined to reach the Eagles' encampment and unleash their fury upon a few foreign adversaries. The squad leader of the vanguard unit noticed a few soldiers lagging behind and called out, "Keep up, everyone. No one is allowed to fall behind." The new weapons have been distributed. Once we arrive, let loose and show them the might of our new arsenal. With this exhortation, the soldiers surged forward, their earlier fatigue vanishing in an instant. Commander Hank, the security around our base is alarmingly lax in my view. We should deploy additional soldiers for patrols and establish more fire points in several locations. Within the Eagle Advance Unit's headquarters, the General Staff spoke, concern etched on their faces. It was no surprise he felt this way. After a series of successful military campaigns, it was evident that the entire unit, from soldiers to commanders, had grown complacent. Take tonight, for instance. Several patrol posts had been dismantled, which was unacceptable. Should an enemy ambush occur, the advance unit could suffer devastating losses. In response, Commander Hank took a deep drag from his cigarette, then lazily sipped his coffee, saying, General Staff, your worries are entirely unwarranted. The patrol posts were ordered to be dismantled by me. After such a prolonged period of conflict, it is time our soldiers had a chance to rest. The General Staff shook his head in exasperation. But Commander Hank, if this continues, should we encounter an ambush, the consequences would be dire. At this, Commander Hank nearly burst into laughter. What did you say? An ambush? Dire consequences? My dear General Staff, Jin Dayang's troops have been beaten down to the point where they are left with nothing but their underwear. They lack the courage to even attempt an ambush on our base. Even if they did, what would they use to attack us? Just their remaining undergarments? Ha ha ha. The General Staff was momentarily rendered speechless by Hank's words. While that may be true, Commander, our management of the base is indeed lax. Even if there are no enemies infiltrating, this is still against protocol. Besides, I have a lingering feeling that something unfortunate may occur tonight. Upon hearing this, Commander Hank erupted into another fit of laughter. Ha ha ha, Mr. Zongsan, you are overly concerned. In my opinion, you seem to be rather tense. Why not join me for a cup of coffee? As he spoke, Colonel Hank instinctively lifted his coffee cup. The war has concluded, and the enemy lacks the capability to launch a counterattack against us. Under such circumstances, our troops have little to fret about. Is it possible that Huaxia would send troops to assail us? If they dare, we shall show them what true death looks like. At this point, Zongsan noted that Colonel Hank remained steadfast in his convictions. He pondered that perhaps Hank was not entirely incorrect. Indeed, the current station posed little danger. His own anxieties might be a touch excessive. Colonel Hank, perhaps the series of battles has left me somewhat on edge. As he spoke, Zongsan approached Colonel Hank, found a chair, and sat down. Is there still coffee? Please bring me a cup as well. Just then, as the two savored their coffee, a sound like thunder reverberated in their ears. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Upon hearing the noise, Hank and Zongsan immediately sprang to their feet. Astonished. Gunfire. Chapter 62. What is happening? Has Huaxia truly deployed troops? Colonel Zhao, we have arrived at the Eagle Army's encampment. The reconnaissance unit has reported that there are approximately a battalion of Eagle soldiers stationed ahead. This must be the Eagle's advance unit. The artillery fire during the day was likely their doing. In the dark jungle of the night, rows of soldiers lay flat on the ground, gripping their rifles, their gazes fixed intently on the brightly lit area ahead. Excellent! We have finally pierced the lair of the foreign devils, Colonel Zhao exclaimed excitedly, then turned to the messenger beside him. Go report to Colonel Wang of the other battalion. Chief Chang has given the order. Upon encountering the Eagle Army, we are to launch an immediate attack. We must drive the Eagle Devils out of our borders. Subsequently, Colonel Zhao issued combat orders to the soldiers. When I fire my weapon, the 1st Battalion will feign an assault from the front, while the 2nd Battalion will flank the enemy from the east. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Gunfire erupted continuously, and the shouts of soldiers occasionally reached the command tent. Damn it! Wasn't Jin Dayang's unit already dispersed? Where did these bastards come from? Oh my god! The enemy's firepower is overwhelming. Where is the support? The enemy is here. Everyone, wake up! Hurry! Otherwise, you may meet your maker before seeing your mothers again. In an instant, the entire encampment was thrown into chaos. At that moment, a messenger rushed into the tent, reporting to Colonel Zongsan. Our front has come under attack by an enemy force. Zongsan quickly inquired. How many enemy soldiers are there? Which unit are they from? The messenger shook his head helplessly. Unfortunately, this information is currently unclear, but the enemy attacking from the front possesses formidable firepower. They may be an elite unit. However, Those attacking from the front do not seem to exhibit strong fighting spirit. It appears to be merely a feint. Upon hearing this, Colonel Hank burst into laughter, then jestingly remarked, "It is likely a small guerrilla unit of Jin Daong?" As he spoke, a fierce glint ignited in Hank's eyes. How bothersome! They know they cannot take our encampment yet still come to harass us. Relay my orders. Our troops should simply defend. There is no need to engage. Just drive these flies away. Zongsan interjected, "Colonel Hank, this seems somewhat inappropriate. After all, they are enemy troops. I suggest we concentrate our firepower and eliminate them all at once." Colonel Hank shook his head and replied, "The guerrilla units from the island are like insects on the ground. They are simply inexhaustible. Moreover, these fellows cannot harm us. Driving them away will suffice." With Colonel Hank's order, the Eagle Army began to counterattack. However, the more they fought, the more they felt something was amiss. "I feel as though 100 light machine guns are sweeping our position. Colonel Hank, the enemy's firepower is exceptionally fierce. It does not appear to be Jin Daiyong's troops. Furthermore, we have suddenly come under attack from our flank, and our casualties have exceeded 100. Inside the command tent, the messenger once again reported the situation to the higher-ups. Upon hearing this, Colonel Hank was taken aback, and Zongsan was even more so. What is happening? How could Jin Daiyong's troops possess such formidable firepower? Moreover, how could we sustain over 100 casualties in such a short time? It is no wonder the two were so astonished. The report from the messenger had completely surpassed Colonel Hank's understanding. First, Jin Daiyong's troops could not possibly possess such potent firepower. Second, during the previous large-scale battle, Hank's battalion had pursued Jin Daiyong's brigade. And even then, their casualties had barely exceeded 100. How could this ambush result in such rapid losses? Who exactly are these enemies? Are they divine beings descended from the heavens? After a moment of contemplation, Colonel Hank's expression gradually grew grave. Find out. Investigate the identity of this enemy unit that has ambushed us. Also, gather reinforcements to our flank to halt the enemy's assault. After issuing commands, Colonel Hank muttered to himself, "Damn it, this is truly bizarre. Where could such an enemy have come from?" Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. A barrage of bullets rained down upon the Eagle Army's position. In an instant, several Eagle soldiers fell dead on the spot. "Damn it! This enemy is far too fierce. We cannot hold our position. Where is the messenger? Why hasn't Colonel Hank sent reinforcements yet?" Amid the fierce gunfire, the commander responsible for defending the flank couldn't help but curse loudly. He had not anticipated that this enemy ambush would be so ferocious. Upon reflection, this was the most devastating battle he had fought since arriving on the island. His company had already lost a third of its soldiers in such a short time. While cursing, the commander fired a flared AT. This moment, the enemy attacking the position was already within striking distance, shouting in a language they could not comprehend. Seizing the opportunity provided by the flare's illumination, the commander quickly grabbed his binoculars to observe, but upon seeing, he was utterly stunned. The enemy's attire was distinctly different from Jin Daiyong's troops, and the weapons they wielded were fully automatic rifles. In an instant, the commander felt his scalp tingle. My heavens! This is not Jin Daiyong's unit. Could it be Huaxia's troops? No, it is indeed Huaxia's troops. The commander's expression tightened. He had never imagined that Huaxia would actually send forces to the island. Moreover, hadn't it been rumored that this unit was severely outdated? Where did these fully automatic rifles come from? Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. He glared angrily at the messenger beside him and commanded, "Go tell Colonel Hank. The attackers are very likely Huaxia's troops. Urge him to send reinforcements immediately. The enemy's firepower is simply too overwhelming. We cannot hold out much longer. If not, we will have to retreat, and let him come to the battlefield himself with a helmet to fight." Chapter 63. God is on the other side. Report to Colonel Hank. We have confirmed the enemy's identity. They are Huaxia's troops. Moreover, their forces are equipped with fully automatic rifles. There have already been over 300 casualties among our soldiers, and our eastern position is on the verge of collapse. Inside the command tent, upon receiving this news, Colonel Hank's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. What? Huaxia has truly sent troops. These bastards have killed so many of my soldiers. Colonel Hank felt both furious and shocked. He could hardly believe that Huaxia's troops had genuinely become involved in the island's conflict. Furthermore, my forces are not even equipped with such impressive weaponry. For a moment, Colonel Hank felt as though he were dreaming. All soldiers, I command you to mount a vigorous counterattack, Colonel Hank bellowed, fully acknowledging the urgency of the assault. He surveyed the maps surrounding the position. Strategizing with Zhongsan for a counteroffensive. Colonel Hank, perhaps we should consider a retreat. Setting aside the origins of these Huaxia soldiers, if this continues, our men may not withstand the onslaught. At this moment, Zhongsan suddenly interjected. Until now, neither of them had grasped the true nature of this ambushing Huaxia unit. After all, the situation had unfolded far too suddenly. According to reason, how could Huaxia dare to send troops across the small island to attack its own forces? Furthermore, how could such an underdeveloped Huaxia army possibly be fully equipped with automatic rifles? This situation is indeed extraordinarily bizarre, and the general staff believes it is best to retreat for the time being. No! How can our regiment bow before the Huaxia people? With proper deployment, our soldiers will surely annihilate this enemy force. Colonel Hank shouted loudly, his face seeming to ignite with fervor. At this moment, he still felt that, despite being Huaxia's troops, they were merely a small contingent. They had merely caught him off guard, and that was why they had gained a slight advantage. Now that he had fully reacted, the Huaxia troops could no longer gain the upper hand. Moreover, wouldn't that be a source of mockery for himself? Order our soldiers to organize an effective counterattack. The Huaxia forces cannot hold out for long. God is always on our side. Commander, we have already circled to the enemy's rear. What do you think? Give the order to commence the attack. Under the cover of the front line, a squad of soldiers had infiltrated the rear of the Eagle Army. Fire! The 2 battalion commanders who had infiltrated the rear of the Eagle Army simultaneously issued the command. And in an instant, a multitude of soldiers surged forth. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The automatic rifles unleashed a torrent of fire, eliminating any Eagle soldiers that appeared before them. Indeed, the Eagle Army was not to be underestimated. The frontline commanders quickly reacted, dispatching personnel to thwart the enemy's advance, in the ensuing stalemate. Although our soldiers also suffered casualties, the majority of the dead were from the Eagle Army. Were it not for the Eagle Army deploying armored vehicles to assist, our soldiers might have already breached their camp. Report, Colonel. A large number of enemy troops have suddenly appeared behind our position, inflicting significant damage on us. Our soldiers have sustained nearly 1,000 casualties. The messenger cried out anxiously. Upon hearing this, Colonel Hank and the general staff were left utterly stunned. Damn it! How on earth is this battle being fought? Why is the Huaxia army behaving so unpredictably? Colonel Hank, infuriated, felt a pang of heartache at the thought of 1,000 casualties. What a joke! Is God no longer on our side? It must be noted that Colonel Hank's entire reinforced regiment comprised fewer than 3,000 men. In such a short duration of combat, nearly 1,000 of his soldiers had perished. Even during the entire small island operation, they had not suffered such heavy losses among the Eagle soldiers. Had they? Moreover, wasn't it said that the weapons used by the Huaxia forces were relics from the last century? Where on earth did these automatic rifles come from? Was it not already agreed that the combat capability of Huaxia soldiers was exceedingly poor? Here they were, being besieged from all sides, annihilating nearly 1,000 of his men, and they called that weak combat effectiveness? In that moment, Colonel Hank could no longer contain himself. Call headquarters and report. Request air support immediately. Hurry, hurry. The general staff spoke urgently. Colonel Hank, have you lost your mind? It is nighttime. Our aircraft cannot take off. Even if they did, our forces have already engaged with the Huaxia army. Bombing would annihilate us as well. Colonel Hank was momentarily taken aback, then spoke again. Then let the higher-ups send reinforcements to our location quickly. If we delay any longer, not only will we lose the frontline border area, but our entire force will be utterly annihilated. The general staff sighed in exasperation. Colonel Hank, our current position is already forward. There are no allied forces nearby, and the rear troops have already come to assist. But due to nighttime marching, they won't arrive until tomorrow noon at the earliest. What? Tomorrow noon? If we wait until then, our soldiers will have long been exterminated. The general staff declared. Colonel Hank, at this moment, we have no choice but to consolidate all our forces and retreat under the cover of armored artillery. Otherwise, our soldiers will truly be worn down here. Colonel Hank stood in a daze, lost in thought, then shouted loudly, retreat, hurry and retreat. On the battlefield, our soldiers' assault was extraordinarily fierce. The troops pressed on relentlessly and quickly seized several positions from the Eagle Army's front line. Just then, the Eagle Army unexpectedly began to withdraw their forces as a whole. "Commander! These foreign devils must be frightened. It looks like they want to escape." This scene prompted the soldiers of the Vanguard Company to erupt in exclamations. "Damn it! Trying to run? Let us see if your grandfather's rifle agrees." Vanguard Company, everyone, fix bayonets, shoot from a distance, and use bayonets up close. The more these foreign devils try to flee, the more we must fight for our lives. Chapter 64. The First Battle, a Perfect Conclusion. Report, Director Chung. Frontline battle reports have arrived. The soldiers of the First Army's 2 regiments fought bravely and have completely repelled the Eagle Army, reclaiming the border area of the small island. In this battle, our army suffered over 300 casualties. The Eagle Army's advance unit incurred approximately 2,000 casualties. During the battle, we eliminated nearly 1,000 enemies, and as the Eagle Army retreated in a maneuvering battle, our soldiers relentlessly pursued and eliminated about another 1,000 of their forces. This battle yielded countless spoils of war, capturing 125 Eagle soldiers. In an instant, the entire command post erupted into a lively buzz. "Excellent! Eliminating over 2,000 soldiers from an Eagle advance unit. Surely this regiment has been decimated, leaving perhaps only 300 to 500 men. Ha ha ha! Our soldiers are truly valiant. I never expected our first battle to be fought so beautifully. They were not so formidable after all. Even after being beaten, they still know how to flee." At this moment, a triumphant smile adorned Director Cheng's face. Although this battle did not completely annihilate the Eagle Army, to take down over 2,000 of their soldiers in one engagement was certainly a remarkable achievement. Splendid. With the border area secured, our army can smoothly advance into the small island, Director Chung remarked joyfully, then began discussing the next steps in our military strategy with the officers around him. Given the significant losses the Eagle Army sustained, they will undoubtedly retaliate against us. Moreover, with the border now open, our forces can smoothly deploy more troops towards the small island. Director Chung and his colleagues had a multitude of tasks to arrange. These Eagle canned goods are quite palatable. Indeed. There's even meat in here. Let us eat quickly. What is this black powder? It looks like explosives, and it smells burnt. Why do I see Eagle soldiers using this to brew tea? On the front lines, the soldiers began sorting through the spoils of war. Enjoying the Eagle Army's canned food, and couldn't help but discuss, I must say, the Eagle Army is indeed quite wealthy. Not only do they have meat cans, but also plenty of sugar cubes and other treats. For our soldiers, these are excellent supplies. What should we do with the semi-automatic rifles left by the Eagle soldiers? Looking at the Eagle Army's semi-automatic rifles, Commander Zhang disdainfully remarked, "Let us just stash them away in the rear. Even a dog wouldn't want this junk. If it were in the past, the weapons of the Eagle Army would have been top tier in our hands. Had it not been for logistical issues preventing the mass production of ammunition for the Eagle Army's weapons, all these captured rifles would have been put to use. However, at present, in the eyes of our soldiers, these guns are simply seen as weaklings compared to their own." Speaking of which, Commander Zhang couldn't help but fondle his automatic rifle. "This gun of ours is truly the real deal." Upon hearing this, the soldiers present nodded in agreement. It must be said, the automatic rifle sent down from above is simply too effective. It has a long range, large ammunition capacity, and high stability and accuracy. With a single burst, it can take out several Eagle soldiers. Moreover, reloading is quick. Unlike before when you had to load each bullet individually, now you just swap out the magazine and can fire another burst at the Eagle Army. "Yes, Commander. This rifle of ours is indeed incredibly useful. Without it, we could not have fought this battle so easily. I just took out an entire squad of the Eagle Army with one burst. If we had been using our previous weapons, it would have been unimaginable." In that moment, the soldiers were abuzz with enthusiasm. After a single battle, the morale of the entire unit began to soar dramatically. "Damn it! How could this battle have resulted in such heavy casualties? You ought to go meet your maker right now." In the Eagle Army's rear command post, the commander of the 1st Corps spoke furiously. The surrounding officers fell silent, each one at a loss for words. In merely a single night, the front line of the small island under our control inexplicably fell entirely into the hands of the Huaxia forces. As the commander, how could you possibly have allowed this to happen? The commander bellowed once more in fury. At this moment, Colonel Hank, retreating from defeat, began to speak in a tone that was growing increasingly feeble. Report to the commander, the speed of the Huaxia troops is simply astonishing, and they are armed with advanced weaponry. Even if God himself donned a helmet and joined the fray, it would be unlikely to withstand their onslaught. Upon hearing this, the commander of the Eagle Army's First Corps was momentarily taken aback. Are you jesting with me? The Huaxia soldiers wield new weaponry? Colonel Hank nodded affirmatively. Indeed. The Huaxia soldiers are equipped with fully automatic rifles. Their firepower is overwhelmingly formidable. Moreover, we never anticipated that they would dare to cross the line and open fire on our troops, leading to our defeat. The commander's brow furrowed, his face painted with a deep sense of bewilderment. It was no wonder he felt this way. After all, the description of the Huaxia army provided by Colonel Hank seemed utterly preposterous to him. According to the commander's understanding, Huaxia soldiers were not only physically frail but also lacked combat training. The entire unit could not even muster a few decent heavy armored vehicles. How could there possibly be a force fully equipped with automatic rifles? Yet, to declare it impossible would be erroneous. Logically speaking, the Huaxia soldiers should not have been able to annihilate a forward detachment of ours so swiftly. It appeared that this enemy force was shrouded in mystery and should not be underestimated. Murmuring to himself, the commander declared, "We cannot allow the Huaxia army to advance any further. Let us convene a meeting to strategize on how we might obliterate this Huaxia contingent." With that, the commander cast a glance at the disheveled Colonel Hank, adding, "As for you, Hank, your military career has reached its conclusion. Prepare yourself for a military tribunal." Chapter 65. Reactions from all sides. A greater war is about to unfold. Report, Director Chung. The entire force of the 4th Field Army has completed their equipment upgrades and is gradually entering the island. Upon hearing this, Director Chung nodded, silently expressing his gratitude for Su Yun's weaponry and the valor of the frontline soldiers. Without their efforts, how could our army have so easily commenced operations on the island? Had any missteps occurred that allowed the Eagle Army to react, they could have effectively sealed off the border, making it immensely difficult for our troops to enter. Gazing at the map before him, the Chief of Staff suddenly spoke. "Director Chung, you must already have some ideas regarding the upcoming operational plan, correct?" Hearing this, Director Chung smiled and replied, "The first battle has already commenced, and there will be no stopping it now. With the subsequent troops having arrived, it is time to show the Eagle Army what we are truly capable of." In no time, Director Chung and his colleagues began to make arrangements. Upon the troops' entry to the island, they contemplated their strategy. The preliminary plan was straightforward: to conduct a joint assault on the Eagle Army forces stationed in the northern part of the island. The Eagle Army was not to be trifled with. Everyone should be prepared, for there were many fierce battles awaiting us. After a thorough discussion, Director Chung began to motivate his troops, emphasizing that as long as our forces advanced further and struck at the Eagle Army, they would subsequently need to arrange for deeper combat operations on the island. Indeed, Director Chung, however, I am somewhat concerned about logistical issues. After all, with prolonged combat, if our soldiers' supplies do not keep pace, we may suffer significant losses. Director Chung replied with a smile, "Fear not, the logistics have been entirely entrusted to Su Yun. With his assistance, I am confident." At the Dongbei Armaments Factory, the atmosphere was bustling with activity. Workers throughout the factory were fully immersed in their tasks. As the war had commenced, the factory was producing essential supplies desperately needed by the frontline soldiers. Just as the frontline troops had entered the island, news of successes began to pour in. Under such circumstances, how could the workers not exert every effort in their production? Naturally, this was also due in part to Su Yun's mobilization efforts. The factory had not only become a primary support point for weapon production, but various supplies such as food, blankets, and military uniforms were also gathered there, all orchestrated by Su Yun. The factory's proximity to the front line made it advantageous for the distribution of supplies. Su Yun. The frontline soldiers have eliminated over 2,000 enemies, all of whom were Eagle Army troops. Our fully automatic rifles have proven invaluable in the combat, Director Zhang exclaimed excitedly. Meanwhile, Su Yun was busy coordinating the logistics within the factory. Seeing Director Zhang incessantly chattering before him, Su Yun, feeling somewhat impatient, assigned him a significant task. "Director Zhang, I've been quite occupied these days. I appreciate your assistance with our production lines. Now, how many self-propelled artillery pieces and armored vehicles have we manufactured?" Without delay, Director Zhang responded. "Regarding the self-propelled artillery, Su Yun, didn't you previously mention that we should expedite production? Currently, we have amassed a total of 100 self-propelled artillery pieces. Upon hearing this, Su Yun nodded with satisfaction. Now I must trouble you with one more task. Retrieve all our self-propelled artillery and armored vehicles from storage. They are to be transported to the front line immediately. Director Zhang, perplexed, inquired, Su Yun, weren't we previously advised against mobilizing these? That was during our covert operations. These weapons could easily compromise our position and serve little purpose. Now that we have secured portions of the island, the timing is ripe. Not to mention, future deep combat will necessitate substantial artillery support, and to hold this area, we require ample firepower. Upon hearing this, Director Zhang ceased to question further, affirming, rest assured, Su Yun, I will immediately follow your orders to mobilize all our artillery and armored vehicles for the battlefield to deliver a severe blow to those foreign devils. As he spoke, Director Zhang pondered whether the self-propelled artillery developed by their factory would be sufficient to give the Eagle Army a run for their money. All right, this is the overall offensive plan. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Within the Eagle Army command tent, after a thorough discussion, the commander issued the final command. The specific operational plan was, in essence, quite simple: to mobilize a significant number of artillery units for a comprehensive bombardment of the Huaxia-occupied territories. Following recent assessments, the Eagle Army discovered that the Huaxia soldiers who first entered the island possessed commendable combat skills, and they were armed with fully automatic rifles. If we were to send troops to engage them directly, even with tank support, it might not guarantee success. However, such a strategy would likely incur substantial losses. Instead, it would be wiser to concentrate artillery fire and bombard them first. Your Huaxia forces may wield formidable light weaponry. Though the origin is unknown, your heavy artillery capabilities surely cannot compare, correct? In this era, the logistical support for various Huaxia divisions was severely lacking. A single army could scarcely muster a few decent artillery pieces and was critically short on ammunition. Since their soldiers were indeed formidable, it would be prudent to avoid direct confrontation and engage them in an artillery duel. Chapter 66. A Rain of Shells. The Eagle Army's full counterattack. This time, let us see whether the Huaxia forces can withstand the onslaught. With a single command from the Eagle Army's commander, legions of soldiers mobilized, marching towards the regions occupied by the Huaxia forces. At this moment, the faces of the Eagle Army soldiers were etched with defiance. Their motivation was clear: to avenge their previous defeat and launch a comprehensive counterattack against the Huaxia forces. The command center had assembled a tank reinforcement battalion, comprising 8 Sherman tanks, alongside an artillery battalion armed with a total of 18 various artillery pieces capable of sustained bombardment. Additionally, a fully equipped Marine combat regiment, boasting over 3,000 elite soldiers, was prepared for action. With a thunderous roar, the sound of tanks charging forward resonated like the harbinger of doom, as if seeking to devour all life on the island. Everyone, stay alert. Ensure that the bomb shelters are dug deep and well prepared. We achieved victory yesterday, and the Eagle Army will undoubtedly retaliate. Comrades, we must withstand this assault and demonstrate the true might of our Huaxia forces. On the Huaxia forces' front line, the soldiers were diligently preparing for the impending battle. Countless troops were engaged in digging trenches and fortifying high ground in anticipation of the forthcoming conflict. Following the previous day's engagement, our soldiers remained vigilant, not allowing complacency to take root. It is widely acknowledged that the artillery of the Eagle Army is among the most advanced in the world. In order to withstand the onslaught of the Eagle forces, various tunnels and bunkers must be excavated in advance. To firmly secure the border positions and allow more soldiers to successfully access the island for combat. This battle is imperative. Company Commander, when will the foreign invaders arrive? We can hardly contain our anticipation. At this moment, the soldiers of the frontline defense position are visibly agitated. The previous night's battle has significantly demonstrated the might of our army. All soldiers now eagerly await the continued arrival of the Eagle forces, preparing to deliver a resounding blow to them. You lot, do not become overly complacent too soon. The bunkers must be dug deep and well. The Eagle Army is certainly not to be underestimated. So mobilize everyone. When battle commences, we must not only annihilate the enemy but also be cautious of artillery fire and protect ourselves, the company commander stated. Though he did not wish to undermine the soldiers' confidence, the disparity in strength between the two sides was evident. Such arrogance cannot be tolerated. Report to the commander. Our troops have arrived at the combat zone. An excited messenger shouted within the Eagle Army command tent. Upon hearing this, Commander John S.'s expression gradually transformed into one of enthusiasm. Good, relay my orders. All artillery, adjust your positions and commence firing a substantial number of shells at the Huaxia forces. Once the artillery has finished firing, the tank battalion will lead the charge, followed closely by the remaining soldiers to attack the positions of the Huaxia troops. As he spoke, a gleam of excitement appeared on John's face. Foolish Hank, over 2,000 of our soldiers were eliminated by the Huaxia forces in just one night. Did he come to the training camp merely to waste time? Today, I shall teach him how warfare ought to be conducted. With these words, John's gaze was fixed intently on the map of the Eagle forces. In his view, the heavy losses sustained by Hank the previous night were due to underestimating the enemy. As the most basic patrols were not properly established, making them easy targets for ambush. Moreover, Hank had demonstrated sheer incompetence, failing to leverage the Eagle Army's heavy firepower advantage. Thus, they suffered such a dismal defeat. Now, John recognized that the Huaxia forces lacked heavy artillery. Therefore, he intended to exploit their weaknesses by utilizing his own strengths. He anticipated that with the full force of the tank and artillery battalions, it would not be long before the Huaxia soldiers would be unable to withstand the assault and would be forced to retreat in disarray. Boom, boom, boom. A relentless barrage of shells rained down upon our positions, akin to thunder from the heavens, leaving devastation in its wake. Some soldiers, unable to evade, vanished as the smoke from the explosions cleared. The artillery bombardment persisted for nearly half an hour before it gradually subsided. Comrades, prepare yourselves. The Eagle Army is about to charge. Give them everything you've got. At this moment, our soldiers emerged from the bunkers, taking their positions on the defensive line. Their faces were ablaze with fury, ready to unleash their pent-up wrath upon the advancing Eagle forces. The roar of engines reverberated like the growl of a beast. The tank treads carved deep ruts into the ground as they advanced through the thick smoke, revealing the tanks at the forefront of our positions. Following closely behind were the infantry of the Eagle Army, coordinating their assault. Onward. Show these Huaxia people what we are capable of. Not even the Almighty can save these Huaxia soldiers now. Let us decisively seize their positions. In an instant, a deluge of bullets and artillery rained down upon our defenses. .8 Sherman tanks from the tank battalion roared toward our positions, their mounted machine guns incessantly barking. It was at this moment that our soldiers profoundly realized the true strength of the world's foremost military. Within moments, numerous casualties emerged on our side. Yet, our warriors were undeterred by the onslaught of the Eagle forces. They quickly regrouped and launched a vigorous counterattack despite the overwhelming firepower. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that our main weaponry consisted primarily of light arms. While automatic rifles inflicted significant harm on enemy soldiers, their effectiveness against heavily armored tanks was minimal. Yet, amidst the chaos, our forces managed to eliminate a considerable number of enemy troops, with one soldier even using a rocket launcher to destroy an opposing Sherman tank, causing the enemy's armored division to hesitate in their advance. After a fierce struggle, we successfully repelled the first wave of the Eagle Army's assault. What are you all doing? I have provided you with the most formidable artillery and the assistance of a tank battalion. Yet you tell me that the position remains unbreached? Not only have over 100 soldiers been lost, but we also suffered the destruction of a Sherman tank? Inside the command tent, John bellowed, his face a mask of fury. Chapter 67. Artillery arrives. Unleash a barrage. Have the artillery strike the Huaxia positions with a substantial number of shells. Immediately organize a second wave of attack. We must capture the Huaxia positions before nightfall. John shouted, his breath growing increasingly unstable with each word. He had never anticipated that amidst such overwhelming firepower, the Huaxia forces would manage to hold their ground. In that moment, John felt a profound sense of humiliation. Yet, he was confronted by the seemingly backward Huaxia forces. Comrades, we must hold our ground. The higher-ups have informed us that our logistical support units are on their way. By nightfall, our artillery will arrive to provide assistance. Everyone must endure. On our side, the company commanders rallied their soldiers for the impending battle. As the motivational words were spoken, the soldier spirits surged once more, upon hearing that artillery support would soon arrive. The faces of the soldiers, obscured by dust and ash, lit up with excitement. Rest assured, Commander. For the sake of our artillery, I will give my all to withstand the Eagle Army's onslaught. Absolutely. What is so great about the Eagle Army? They only have a few battered tanks and outdated artillery. Once our heavy firepower arrives, we shall show them our might. Just then, the Eagle Army commenced its second wave of artillery fire. Countless shells rained down upon our positions, prompting our soldiers to swiftly retreat into the foxholes for cover. Once the Eagle's bombardment ceased, the tanks at the forefront of their forces resumed their relentless advance toward our positions. Despite the fierce artillery fire, our soldiers displayed no signs of fear. Gritting their teeth, they valiantly returned fire at the approaching Eagle forces. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Although our weaponry was light, it must be noted that the firepower from our positions was still formidable, causing the Eagle forces to falter. Nearly every soldier who attempted to leave cover faced immediate danger from enemy bullets. Subsequently, the Eagle Army launched multiple assaults. The bombardment continued to rain down upon our positions as our soldiers fought fiercely to resist. It was only with the onset of night that the Eagle forces finally ceased their attacks. Useless. A pack of useless fools. At that moment, Eagle Army Commander John felt his scalp prickling with rage. Throughout the day, after 8 assaults, supported by tanks and heavy firepower, his soldiers failed to dislodge the Huaxia forces from their positions. This inflicted a profound sense of shame upon John, at the same time. A deep sense of confusion ignited within him. Why? How could the Huaxia forces exhibit such formidable combat prowess? In John's eyes, the Huaxia soldiers were poorly fed and inadequately clothed, rendering them incapable of effective combat. Moreover, their weaponry was outdated, and heavy firepower was scarce. Logically speaking, such an inferior force would surely crumble before the invincible Eagle Army, resulting in inevitable defeat. However, the reality he faced left John utterly bewildered. The Huaxia forces stood firm, akin to iron, resisting wave after wave of Eagle Army attacks. This situation was as perplexing as someone pointing a finger at John's head and asserting that 1 + 1 does not equal 2. And upon testing it himself, John discovered that indeed, 1 + 1 seemingly did not equate to 2. Have our troops rest and prepare for tomorrow's assault on the Huaxia positions. John issued the command while privately contemplating whether the artillery fire had not been sufficiently intense, leading to his inability to secure a victory. Perhaps he should request a few bombers from higher command to deliver a more devastating strike on the Huaxia positions. Comrades, you have all worked hard. I understand that you lack heavy firepower. 40 self-propelled artillery pieces have already been delivered to your positions. The transport commander has brought the artillery units here. At this moment, the self-propelled artillery units stood ready behind the defensive lines, awaiting the signal to unleash their might. As he gazed upon the self-propelled artillery, resembling colossal steel beasts, Commander Liu excitedly exclaimed, "Excellent! With these at our disposal, we shall surely make the American forces pay dearly." The transport captain, equally exhilarated, responded, "Commander Liu, I am acutely aware of the hardships you and your men have endured while holding the line. However, with the support of the self-propelled artillery this time, you can finally take a stand with pride. The munitions have been amply supplied, with several batches of ammunition, sufficient for you to strike from night until dawn." After a brief exchange, Commander Liu expressed his gratitude to the transport captain. "Prepare our soldiers. Under the cover of darkness, we shall launch a significant counterattack against the American forces." Commander Liu's strategy was straightforward. Had the self-propelled artillery not arrived, he would never have organized a night raid on the American encampment. After all, their previous attempt had decimated the American advance troops. Now that the Americans had suffered a setback, they would undoubtedly be more vigilant. It was likely that heavy artillery had already been positioned around their encampment, and a reckless assault would surely lead to disaster. Yet, the situation was now transformed. 40 self-propelled artillery pieces. Since his enlistment, Commander Liu had never fought a battle so well equipped. With the cover and bombardment of this artillery, our soldiers would follow closely behind to initiate a counteroffensive, inflicting significant casualties on the American forces. Does anyone have a cigarette? Damn it, I've run out. In the dead of night, at the American defensive line, several soldiers huddled together, smoking. "Do you think the Huaxia forces will dare to attack tonight?" One soldier scoffed. "What nonsense. Do you think we are Hank's troops? Look around you. Our positions are bristling with heavy machine guns and artillery. If the Huaxia forces dare to assault us, they will pay with their lives." Just then, a sound akin to a whistle pierced the air. The soldiers froze momentarily, then someone shouted, "Damn it! It's artillery! Get down if you don't want your backside blown off." Chapter 68, Night Battle. The American forces suffer heavy losses. Boom, boom, boom. A relentless barrage of artillery rained down upon the American positions, transforming the encampment into a hell of fire and anguished cries. Where did these shells come from? It's impossible. The Huaxia forces cannot possess such heavy artillery. Organize a counterattack. Quickly, organize a counterattack. Where are our artillery units? Ah, my God. My backside has been blown off. In an instant, the American encampment was filled with wails of despair. This initial bombardment had undoubtedly claimed over 1,000 American lives. The reason was simple. Commander John had underestimated the Huaxia forces, believing they lacked heavy artillery. Fearing a night assault, he had concentrated his troops in a tight formation, with soldiers too lazy to dig even basic foxholes. This severe attack left them with no means of escape. Commander John, in a frenzy, began to roar. Artillery fire spread across his positions, and a recent shell had nearly claimed his life. This cannot be. How could the Huaxia forces possess such heavy firepower? Just then, a messenger rushed in. "Commander, the enemy's artillery is fierce. Our armored tank battalion has suffered devastating losses." Taken aback, John quickly inquired, "What is the casualty status of the armored battalion?" The messenger replied, "Currently, only 2 tanks remain operational. If the enemy's bombardment continues, we may lose those as well." This news struck John like a thunderbolt. "Where are our artillery units? Tell them to counterattack at once." The messenger reported again. "When the enemy initiated their first barrage, one of our artillery battalions was completely annihilated." Hearing this, John was thoroughly panicked. The tank battalion had been decimated, and the artillery units entirely wiped out. The infantry had also suffered significant losses. Surely, this was the end. According to previous intelligence, the Huaxia forces could hardly muster a respectable artillery unit. Yet now, his own encampment had been subjected to relentless bombardment. The ferocity of this artillery fire had likely surpassed that of an entire Huaxia army. What in the world was happening? Had God sent them this artillery? "Comrades, our reinforcements have arrived. The artillery has reached the American positions." Nearby, in the underbrush, a throng of soldiers crouched in anticipation. Commander Liu stood at the forefront, delivering a final rallying cry to his men. "Once our artillery has concluded, I want you to charge the American positions with all your might. Bring me the heads of those foreign devils." Liu's words were laced with determination. The day's successive battles had cost many of their comrades' lives, and he had long since held the Americans accountable. The time for vengeance had arrived. At this proclamation, the surrounding soldiers surged with fervor, having gritted their teeth in anticipation for this confrontation. They were poised to unleash all their pent-up rage upon the Americans as soon as the artillery ceased. Just then, the sounds of gunfire from the American positions began to diminish, and smoke gradually enveloped the area. "The bombardment has stopped, bugler. Sound the charge. Comrades, forward." A wave of shouts erupted, mingling with the sound of the charge. It was as if the cries of vengeful spirits from the depths of hell had been unleashed. "Charge! Avenge our fallen comrades from the day. Drive those foreign devils into the sea. Those who fear death shall not escape it. Comrades, follow me. We will confront our enemies head-on." In an instant, a dark mass of soldiers surged toward the American lines. Meanwhile, within the American encampment, soldiers lay dead or wounded, while those fortunate enough to remain unscathed were left disoriented by the bombardment. As these soldiers attempted to regroup for a counterattack, they were met with a cacophony of roars approaching from the distance. The American soldiers initially froze, their faces illuminated by the campfire, reflecting their growing fear. Suddenly, 1, 10, hundreds of soldiers emerged before them. The sound of automatic rifles erupted, and the unprepared American soldiers were mercilessly cut down by gunfire. Instantly, the American encampment was filled with frantic screams. "Oh my God! I want my mother! I want my mother! Where did these devils come from? Our reinforcements have yet to arrive. At this rate, I won't even be able to hold a proper funeral." The air was thick with despair. The Americans had just endured a brutal artillery barrage, and now they were being assaulted in close quarters by the Huaxia soldiers. Their forces were disintegrating. Aside from a small group of soldiers who managed to flee, the encampment was now littered with the fallen or those surrendering in fear. "Ha ha ha! At last, we have secured a resounding victory. Indeed, we have successfully held the position and taken so many American lives. Thank goodness for the self-propelled artillery sent from above. Otherwise, how could we have achieved such commendable results? After the battle concluded, the soldiers began to clear the battlefield. Inform the commander that these men are not the Huaxia forces at all. They are a band of demons. Only with God himself donning a steel helmet could they be defeated. In the depths of the forest at night, Commander John, accompanied by a small squad of soldiers, fled in haste toward the rear. As they ran, they often glanced back, fearful that the Huaxia soldiers would pursue them relentlessly and capture them. Damn it, Commander John, it seems our forces have dwindled to just this number. One soldier exclaimed, an artillery battalion and an armored tank battalion have been obliterated. Unable to contain his despair, John gazed at the few remaining soldiers behind him, feeling the sting of tears welling in his eyes. Chapter 69. Achieving Great Merit. First-Class Honors Awarded. Report, Director Chung. Our frontline soldiers not only held the line but also nearly annihilated the counterattacking American forces. In the command post, the telegraph operator relayed the frontline developments. Upon hearing this, Director Chung and the senior officers erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha! Splendid, truly splendid. Inform the frontline troops that I shall commend them, Director Chung proclaimed joyfully, while secretly contemplating the implications of this success. Initially, it was believed that with such ease in the first battle, the Eagle Army would have been on guard for the subsequent encounters. However, to everyone's astonishment, the second battle unfolded with even greater success than the first. Director Chung exclaimed, thanks to the valiant soldiers on the front lines. After this engagement, the Eagle Army will likely think twice before recklessly attacking our frontline positions. This fierce confrontation has significantly afforded our troops the time needed to secure a foothold on the island. The Chief of Staff, equally exhilarated, chimed in. Director Chung nodded with a smile and instructed the telegrapher to report on the situation at hand, including the casualties suffered by the Eagle Army. The telegrapher reported, during our nighttime assault on the Eagle Army's encampment, the entire operation proceeded remarkably smoothly. Our forces, utilizing self-propelled artillery, launched a vigorous offensive, resulting in a staggering number of enemy casualties. Ultimately, we annihilated approximately 3,000 adversaries, including a fully equipped artillery battalion and an armored tank battalion. The officers present erupted in jubilation. Ha ha ha! Remarkable! We even obliterated a tank battalion of the Eagle Army. Our soldiers have truly earned their accolades. Indeed, as we prepare for future operations on the island, we will undoubtedly face the Eagle Army's tanks head-on. Following this victory, our troops' morale will surely soar. Winning this battle sends a resounding message to the world. The Eagle Army's aircraft and artillery are not as formidable as they once believed. Director Chung felt an undeniable surge of excitement within. This battle was not only strategically advantageous, granting our forces both space and time, but it also significantly bolstered our troops' morale, showcasing to foreign adversaries that the forces of Huaxia are far from ineffectual. At that moment, the Chief of Staff interjected, Director Chung, while we celebrate this victory, we must not forget to acknowledge the unsung hero behind it. Upon hearing this, Director Chung nodded in agreement. Indeed, I am aware. The frontline soldiers are not the sole contributors to this success. Logistics Minister Su Yun has been instrumental, ensuring the first armaments factory operated at full capacity, playing a tremendous role in this battle. Without Su Yun's mobilization of artillery support, the operation could have proven far more arduous. Were it not for the foresight of the armaments factory in producing a substantial quantity of both light and heavy firepower in advance, such a resounding victory would have been unattainable. After a moment of contemplation, Director Chung declared, let us duly recognize the contributions of our frontline warriors. The efforts of the supporting forces are equally deserving of acknowledgement. I propose we award the entire armaments factory with the first-class collective merit and grant Su Yun an individual first-class merit. I will personally present the awards. Meanwhile, in the armaments factory, Director Zhang, feeling somewhat uneasy, approached Su Yun and remarked, why has Director Chung already conferred a first-class merit upon us while the frontline troops are still engaged in battle? Listening to this, Su Yun chuckled and replied, Director Zhang, there is no need for concern. The achievements of our soldiers on the front lines are indeed noteworthy, but our workers in the rear have toiled tirelessly to ensure production. Their contributions will not go unrecognized. Reassured by Su Yun's words, Director Zhang felt his apprehensions dissipate. He marveled at how the armaments factory had attained such significant recognition. Not only he, as the factory director, but all the workers in the factory could take pride in this honor. Director Zhang expressed his sentiments. It is truly remarkable that our factory can achieve such great accomplishments. Just then, Director Chung arrived at the armaments factory. Ordinarily, an award of this magnitude would warrant a celebratory feast, and it would not be excessive for Director Zhang to host a banquet. However, given the wartime context and the factory's critical production status, halting operations was simply not feasible. Thus, Director Zhang gathered everyone momentarily to allow Director Chung to present the accolades, after which the workers cheerfully returned to their vital tasks. By all rights, I should host a banquet for our workers, as they have made substantial contributions to our operations on the island. Director Chung mused. He subsequently awarded Su Yun the individual first-class merit. Su Yun, your foresight has been invaluable. Had you not mobilized artillery support ahead of time, our soldiers would not have been able to engage the Eagle Army so effortlessly in the face of their counterattacks. Director Chung praised Su Yun profusely, finding it increasingly difficult to determine where to begin with his commendations. This young man not only excels as the logistics minister but also ensured that our troops had sufficient ammunition transported to the front lines. Moreover, the self-propelled artillery, a formidable asset on the battlefield, was a product of Su Yun's innovation. Had you not prepared in advance and delivered the artillery to the front lines, not only would our forces have struggled to eliminate the Eagle Army, but our casualties could have multiplied several times over. Upon hearing Director Cheng's words, Su Yun smiled and responded, Director Chung, these are merely our duties. As long as our soldiers are bravely combating the enemy on the front lines, we, as researchers in the rear, will tirelessly strive to provide the very best for our troops. Director Cheng nodded, deeply moved by Su Yun's words. After further discussions regarding Su Yun's work, Director Chung remarked, By the way, Su Yun, there is a significant development I have yet to share with you. Do you recall our visit to the Bear Nation, where we requested their assistance in sending experts in mushroom egg technology? At this, Su Yun's eyes brightened noticeably. Director Chung, are you implying that the Bear Nation has dispatched the experts? Director Chung smiled and nodded. Indeed. The experts who have arrived are genuine authorities on mushroom egg technology. Chapter 70. Where are the promised mushroom eggs? Could it be a ruse? Su Yun's excitement was palpable as he heard Director Cheng's words. The concept of mushroom eggs had lingered like a heavy stone in Su Yun's heart. Our nation had suffered greatly on the international stage due to the absence of mushroom eggs. Not to mention previous incidents, just considering the current conflict with the Eagle Nation, their audacity to directly bomb our territory, demanding we remain silent under threat of conflict, is a testament to their arrogance. Their confidence stems not only from their military might, but also from their possession of mushroom eggs, a formidable weapon. Prior to this, the Eagle Nation had even used this as leverage against us, forbidding our deployment. Now that we have taken action, the mushroom egg threat looms ominously over Huaxia. Should we develop our own mushroom egg technology? The implications would be monumental. With this capability, we would no longer fear the Eagle Nation's mushroom eggs, and while we may not dominate the international landscape, we would certainly rise, free from foreign oppression. Director Chung, have the Bear Nation's experts arrived? Su Yun inquired eagerly. Director Chung responded, the experts from the Bear Nation are indeed here, and preparations for their courses are already underway. They will directly teach our military experts the methods of producing mushroom eggs and share their experiences. At this news, Su Yun could hardly contain his excitement. Director Cheng, although I currently serve as the logistics minister, I can certainly manage both attending classes and planning these endeavors simultaneously. I must attend the Bear Nation's lectures. It is no wonder Su Yun made such a request. He harbored doubts about other experts, fearing they might not succeed in imparting the knowledge necessary to produce mushroom eggs. This concern was compounded by the fact that the initiative in sharing mushroom egg technology lay firmly in the hands of the Bear Nation. It is essential to recognize that mushroom eggs are not to be trifled with. They are not freely given. What if the Bear Nation's experts fail to teach us the crucial technical details once they arrive? However, Su Yun possessed the ability to seize knowledge, alleviating his fears. As long as the Bear Nation sent experts in mushroom egg technology, he was confident he could master the production techniques. Ha ha ha, Su Yun. I knew you would be eager. In fact, if I had not allowed you to attend, I would have insisted on it. Director Cheng chuckled, clearly pleased with Su Yun's enthusiasm. He continued, the list of military experts we are sending to attend the course has been finalized. You need not worry. I have included you. Upon hearing this, Su Yun nodded appreciatively. Director Chung then added, however, the Bear Nation's experts are indeed a handful. Upon their arrival, they have made various demands regarding their living conditions, all of which we have naturally accommodated. Moreover, they have stipulated that the number of experts attending the lectures cannot exceed 15. Furthermore, if any of the experts from the Bear Country deem a student unsatisfactory, they may request that the student be replaced. After this explanation, Su Yun couldn't help but furrow his brow. Why do the experts from Bear Country have such demanding requirements? It truly is quite difficult to please them. Therefore, Su Yun, when you attend the lectures, be sure to exercise caution and avoid provoking the experts from Bear Country. Otherwise, if they refuse to allow you to attend, we will find ourselves in a precarious situation. Director Chung remarked, half in jest and half in earnest. The demands of the Bear Country representatives are stringent, but at present, we are in need of their assistance, so we naturally must comply. Su Yun nodded earnestly, assuring him, rest assured, Director Chung, I will study diligently. I will strive to develop the mushroom egg for our nation as soon as possible. In the military chapel, the class was about to commence. At the front of the room stood a burly military expert with a distinctly Slavic appearance. His expression was exceedingly serious, as his gaze swept over the dozen or so students from Huaxia's military industry, seemingly scrutinizing their shortcomings. Any hint of dissatisfaction would likely result in a student being expelled from the classroom. This individual was Alevsky, the mushroom egg technology expert dispatched by Bear Country. The students present were naturally experts in Huaxia's military industry, and Su Yun was among them. At this moment, as he observed the mushroom egg technology expert on the podium, Su Yun found himself with little time to listen to the lecture. His gaze was firmly fixed on the expert. Simultaneously, the system's voice rang in his mind. Alevsky. Research capability, upper level. Learning capability, middle level. Physical fitness, lower level. Airborne missile manufacturing technology, lower level. Su Yun's attention shifted from the mushroom egg to the entries, but upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. Where was the promised mushroom egg technology expertise? Was he perhaps not looking closely enough? No, he had already read everything. Just as Su Yun pondered this and prepared to investigate further, the system's voice sounded once more. Ding! System activated. Actively plundering entries for the host. Ding! Locking on. Plundering target Alevsky. Plundering skill anti-air missile technology. Middle level. Ding! Triggering 10,000-fold critical hit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the entry capability. Stinger Man-Portable Air Defense Missile Manufacturing Technology, upper level. The Stinger Man-Portable Air Defense Missile is undoubtedly one of the best weapons for individual air defense in the future. Moreover, in the current era, both fighter jets and helicopters are not exceedingly fast. Once this weapon is manufactured, it would be capable of downing an enemy aircraft with ease. It goes without saying that this is a remarkable asset. However, at this moment, Su Yun found it impossible to smile. The technology he sought to plunder was not the Stinger missile technology. Where was the promised mushroom egg technology? How could the expert sent over lack any relevant skills? Furthermore, the system usually plunders the most formidable entries of these experts. With this thought, Su Yun was momentarily stunned, followed by a look of confusion directed at the mushroom egg technology expert on the podium. Could it be that Bear Country had no intention of teaching us the mushroom egg technology? Perhaps they had intentionally sent a fake expert to deceive me. Chapter 71. What a joke. Are they truly trying to pull a fast one on us? A thought crossed his mind. This expert, lacking even the entry for mushroom egg technology, could only be seen as a ruse. Yet at this moment, Su Yun dared not voice his concerns. After all, he still had not fully grasped the nature of the system. It was possible that the system's failure to display the mushroom egg technology entry was due to its own limitations. The only way to ascertain whether this Bear Country expert was genuinely knowledgeable would be to observe what he taught in class. At this point, the Bear Country expert began to draw a curve on the blackboard, writing down some reference numbers. The students present, all experts in Huaxia's military industry, took up their pens, ready to take notes. Everyone displayed an attitude of seriousness, as none wished to be expelled from the classroom by this demanding expert. Only Su Yun remained indifferent, fixating intently on the content being written on the blackboard by the Bear Country expert. However, this scrutiny brought forth a frown from Su Yun. As his confusion deepened, it must be said that most domestic military experts are quite specialized in their fields, meaning they are only proficient in the technologies they have developed. Due to a lack of knowledge in other areas, especially in heavy industrial weaponry such as missiles, our experts are not particularly well versed in these subjects. Thus, during the Bear Country experts lecture, no one else seemed to notice any irregularities. But Su Yun, as an overseas returned military expert, possessed a broad spectrum of knowledge. From the onset of the lecture, he had already detected discrepancies. The Bear Country expert was discussing missile trajectory theory, which consisted solely of theoretical concepts without any practical knowledge to impart. Most importantly, none of this bore any relation to the mushroom egg technology. Could it be that this expert truly lacked understanding of the mushroom egg technology? In an instant, Su Yun's frown deepened. If the system had failed to detect the Bear Country expert's mushroom egg skills, that was one thing. But now the content being taught bore no relation to the mushroom egg at all, which prompted further suspicion. At this moment, it seemed that the Bear Country expert had also noticed Su Yun's unusual demeanor. While the other students diligently took notes, Su Yun remained frowning at the blackboard, as though he were searching for faults in the lecture. This elicited some irritation from the Bear Country expert. "Student, do you have any objections?" The Bear Country expert inquired, his gaze and finger directed at Su Yun. At that moment, the attention of the surrounding military experts turned to Su Yun, their curiosity piqued. After all, it was evident that the Bear Country expert was displeased, and in such a situation, the domestic military experts were eager to see who had the audacity to provoke the expert. Su Yun rose and calmly replied, "Professor Alevsky, I have no objections to the content of your lecture." Upon hearing this, the Bear Country expert, Alevsky, furrowed his brow tightly. "Then why do you appear so skeptical? Staring at me with doubt? I thought something in my lecture was amiss." The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Yet, Su Yun spoke again. "Mr. Alevsky, the content you are presenting is not incorrect." Alevsky stared at Su Yun intently for a moment before responding. "If you have any questions, feel free to ask. However, if you cannot provide a reasonable explanation for your earlier behavior, I will ask you to leave my classroom." Faced with the Bear Country expert's words, Su Yun did not reveal any sign of trepidation. Under the gazes of many, he inquired, "My question is quite simple. Professor Arifsky, what technology are you here to teach us this time?" As soon as these words were uttered, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. The military expert from the Bear Nation was taken aback by Su Yun's unexpected inquiry. He hesitated momentarily, then muttered under his breath. Chapter 72. What is the significance of blind learning? Observing the expert's demeanor, he wished to say something but found himself at a loss for words. On the other hand, Su Yun had already discerned the underlying meaning. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, he spoke again, fixing his gaze intently on the bear expert. "You have come because the Bear Nation initially promised to send mushroom egg development experts to China to teach us the technology and manufacturing experience related to mushroom eggs." Upon hearing this, the students present nodded in agreement. Suddenly, all eyes were drawn to the bear expert. "Indeed. Where is the promised mushroom egg manufacturing technology? You have lectured for quite some time without imparting any knowledge on that subject." Upon hearing Su Yun's words, the bear expert was momentarily taken aback, and a fleeting look of guilt crossed his eyes. However, he quickly concealed it, and his expression transformed into one of indignation. "I am the teacher sent here to educate you. It is not the place of students to remind me what to teach." As he spoke, the anger on the bear expert's face intensified. How could the people of China be so difficult to please? With your current backward military conditions, how could you possibly hope to learn the technology of mushroom eggs? My presence here is already a tremendous favor. Must you all complain as if you were being served spoiled food? The bear expert's remarks were clearly intended to muddle the situation. Su Yun was not inclined to indulge him. He firmly stated that he wished to learn the mushroom egg technology, and the Bear Nation had previously agreed to send someone to teach it. Thus, he could not tolerate this breach of promise. "Mr. Arifsky, even as students, I believe we have the right to know what we will be learning next. So please inform us when you will teach us the mushroom egg technology." Su Yun's words rendered the bear expert momentarily speechless. After a pause, the bear expert finally responded, "I have already taught you the mushroom egg technology. You simply did not hear me clearly." Su Yun smiled lightly and replied, "Mr. Arifsky, would you like me to reiterate what you just taught in class? Everything you spoke about was entirely unrelated to mushroom egg technology." The atmosphere instantly became exceedingly awkward. Su Yun's assertiveness left the bear expert at a loss for words. His neck and face flushed with indignation. clearly provoked by Su Yun's remarks. At that moment, one of our military experts interjected, "Comrade Su Yun, what are you doing? Do you not realize that the person standing at the podium is the expert from the Bear Nation here to impart knowledge? If you continue in this manner, and he becomes enraged and refuses to teach us, what will we do?" Hearing his compatriot take the side of the bear expert left Su Yun feeling somewhat helpless. "Have you all forgotten what technology we are here to learn? We are here to study the crucial mushroom egg technology for our nation. The bear expert is unwilling to teach us this technology. So why should I not inquire about it?" In reality, the remarks from our military experts were not intended to favor the bear expert. The primary reason was that our country was currently at a significant disadvantage. The bear expert had made an effort to come and lecture. Naturally, they wished to learn whatever they could, as it would greatly benefit our nation in the future. "Comrade Su Yun, you cannot speak like that. Regardless of what the bear expert teaches, we still have something to learn. If he refuses to teach, we will learn nothing." Another military expert chimed in, urging Su Yun to apologize to the bear expert so that everyone could continue the lesson. "It does not matter if you do not wish to learn. Others are still eager to attend the class. As for whether he is teaching mushroom egg technology, we will simply learn whatever he decides to teach." Upon hearing this, Su Yun felt a surge of frustration. "Comrades, awaken. We are indeed in a situation of overall technological scarcity. However, that does not mean we should allow ourselves to be manipulated. The Bear Nation initially promised to teach us the mushroom egg technology, and now they are going back on their word. Am I not even entitled to inquire about it? The experts sent from the Bear Nation are here to teach mushroom egg technology. Su Yun came here to learn that very technology, and if your people are insincere about teaching it, then I shall not spare them any leniency." At that moment, a military expert, realizing the situation was escalating, hurriedly left the classroom to seek the principal. After all, the mushroom egg technology is of utmost importance to our nation. While we indeed lack other technologies, we cannot engage in blind learning. Su Yun's words jolted the experts present into a realization. Yes, we are here to learn mushroom egg technology. The bear experts are evading the issue. This is simply an attempt to fool us. How can this be acceptable? As the military experts finally ceased their interruptions, Su Yun turned to the bear expert and inquired, "Mr. Air of Sky, when will you be able to teach us the mushroom egg technology? The Bear Nation is known for its integrity. Having made a promise, you would not go back on your word, would you?" Su Yun's words cornered the bear military expert. "Either you teach us properly, or if you wish to leave, we will not stop you. But do not blame us for speaking ill of the Bear Nation's lack of credibility afterward." Seeing that the bear expert still did not respond, Su Yun pressed on, "Could it be that you do not even know the mushroom egg technology?" This remark seemed to strike a nerve with the bear expert. Suddenly, he could no longer contain himself. "Is this how you treat teachers who impart knowledge?" Chapter 73. What you bear experts can create, we can achieve as well. If you do not wish to learn, then I am free to leave right now, the bear expert declared, preparing to rise from his seat. This situation sent the students into a panic, and they quickly stood up to block the bear expert's path. "What is happening?" At that moment, a hurried voice broke through the tension, revealing Principal Ma from the military school rushing onto the scene. Upon seeing the bear expert about to leave, he hastily intervened. "Mr. Air of Sky, why are you leaving so soon? Is there something lacking in our hospitality? Please let me know, and I will rectify it immediately." It was no wonder Principal Ma was so anxious. After all, this was an expert in mushroom egg technology from the Bear Nation. It had taken considerable effort to bring him here, and if he were to leave in anger, the principal would surely bear the consequences. He disrespects the teacher. Therefore, I believe this class should not proceed. The bear expert pointed at Su Yun, his eyes filled with fury. Upon noticing that it was Su Yun who had angered the bear expert, Principal Ma felt a pang of discomfort. If it were anyone else, I would have given them a couple of slaps, but it's this kid who has upset the bear expert. Su Yun, who had returned from overseas, was a military expert who had made significant contributions to the country. Serving as the logistics minister and receiving first-class honors twice, he was a favored individual in front of Director Chung. And who would dare to provoke someone like him? "Comrade Su Yun, what is happening? Why are you in conflict with the bear expert?" Su Yun addressed Principal Ma directly. "Sir, you may not be aware, but the expert sent by the Bear Nation is supposed to teach us the mushroom egg technology. However, this expert is not only unwilling to teach us, but may very well not even be knowledgeable in this field. He might not understand the manufacturing technology of mushroom eggs at all. Upon hearing this, the room fell into stunned silence, and Principal Ma could not help but scrutinize the bear expert. He pondered whether what Su Yun said could possibly be true. Little did he know. The bear expert, upon hearing Su Yun's statement, not only refrained from offering any explanation but instead retorted, "You people in China are so backward. If I were to truly teach you the mushroom egg technology, would you even be able to grasp it? Even if the technology for mushroom eggs is mastered, can it truly be manufactured given the industrial standards of our great nation?" Upon hearing this, Su Yun spoke directly, stating that since the conditions were already agreed upon, whether or not to teach the mushroom egg technology was entirely your affair. Whether we could learn this technology was a matter for us to concern ourselves with. So you need not worry. As he spoke, a flicker of resentment shone in Su Yun's eyes. Furthermore, although our nation may currently lag behind, it does not signify that we will remain so forever. The tides of fortune change, and one day we shall once again stand tall at the pinnacle of the world. With a grand gesture, Su Yun realized that the individuals from the Bear Nation had no intention of imparting their mushroom egg technology and looked down upon his country. In such circumstances, if the Bear Nation was not sincere in their cooperation, then there was no need for continued collaboration. Mr. Olivsky, if you intend to leave, then do so promptly. Our nation, too, does not welcome those who lack integrity. After this outburst, the attendees from our nation felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, with even Principal Ma internally praising Su Yun. At that moment, Principal Ma understood that the expert from the Bear Nation had no intention of sharing their technology. Moreover, it was uncertain whether he even possessed it. Thus, what reason was there to keep him around? Principal Ma released his grip on the Bear Nation expert's arm. "If you wish to depart, then go ahead. Since the Bear Nation shows no sincere intent to cooperate, we shall not beg for your presence, however." Contrary to expectations, the expert from the Bear Nation did not leave. Instead, he spoke up, admitting, "I concede that I am not an expert in mushroom egg technology. However, I was sent by my superiors to provide assistance." He then informed those present of his situation. In light of the shifting global landscape and the ongoing conflict between our nation and the Eagle Empire on the island, Mr. Olivsky, an expert in air defense missile technology, was here to help our nation swiftly establish an air defense missile system to defeat the Eagle forces. You are not unaware. The Eagle forces rank as the world's foremost air force, and the destructive power they unleash in war is indeed terrifying. As it stands, our nation lacks even a decent set of defensive weapons and can only endure the Eagle forces' relentless bombardment. In such a situation, it would be imprudent to think of developing mushroom eggs when we should first focus on producing simpler air defense equipment. The expert from the Bear Nation laid bare his thoughts. There is no denying that the expert's words contained a measure of truth, and his statements were indeed factual. Upon hearing this, our military experts could not help but lower their heads in shame. Indeed, our country lacks an air defense system and is currently in a state of war. It is highly likely that the entire nation will face the Eagle forces bombardment. Under these circumstances, it would be unwise to entertain thoughts of developing mushroom eggs. The expert was not entirely wrong. After expressing his views, the Bear Nation expert believed he had the upper hand, thinking he had said all that needed to be said and vented his frustrations. Just as he was about to leave, Su Yun's voice stopped him. "Who says our nation has no air defense weapons?" The Bear Nation expert was momentarily taken aback, then responded, "That is not merely speculation but a concrete fact." Su Yun retorted directly, "Perhaps that is because Mr. Olivsky is not well acquainted with our nation. What you from the Bear Nation can accomplish, we of the great nation can achieve as well. What you possess, we shall also possess in time." This statement left the Bear Nation expert momentarily speechless. "Are you implying that our nation has air defense weapons more advanced than yours?" Chapter 74. The bet is established. The Stinger begins development. Are you jesting? Your nation is even lacking in the most basic ground-to-ground weaponry. How could you possibly have air defense weapons? The Bear Nation expert scoffed, a look of disdain plastered across his face. It seems the people before him had been provoked into speaking nonsense. While we currently lack air defense weapons, we have already mastered air defense weapon technology that surpasses yours, Su Yun replied once more. Upon hearing this, not only the Bear Nation expert but even the military experts present, including Principal Ma, were left dumbfounded. "Su Yun, my brother, we may banter and jest, but do not let it be misinterpreted as boasting. Especially in front of foreign experts. If this continues, we will be embarrassed beyond our borders." Predictably, the Bear Nation expert was amused by Su Yun's words. What a joke. Your nation possesses air defense weapon technology more advanced than ours? Are you dreaming? Su Yun chuckled coldly, raising 3 fingers, stating emphatically, in 3 days, within a mere 3 days, I will produce air defense weapons far superior to those of the Bear Nation. This declaration left everyone present in shock once more, particularly the military experts, who regarded Su Yun's proclamation as the wildest fantasy. To develop air defense weapons more advanced than those of the Bear Nation in just 3 days. Such a statement was as absurd as claiming one could paint the moon white. Mr. Olivsky, if you doubt my words, let us wager. Seeing that the Bear Nation expert had taken his earlier remarks as a joke, Su Yun seized the moment to inquire whether the expert had the courage to accept the wager. The Bear Nation expert was initially taken aback, not anticipating Su Yun's response. Then, he could not help but laugh. Very well. Let us make a wager. I bet that you will not be able to develop air defense weapons within 3 days. As he spoke, the Bear Nation expert burst into laughter. Being an expert in air defense weapons himself, he understood better than anyone the difficulties involved in their manufacture and development. This was not merely about lightweight infantry weapons. It was far beyond what even heavy industry could manage. To the Bear Nation expert, Su Yun's words seemed to come from someone utterly deranged. However, this young man was rather entertaining, attempting to wager on something utterly impossible. If you fail to develop the air defense weapons within 3 days, you must publicly apologize for your behavior today, the Bear Nation expert declared, his gaze locking onto Su Yun intently. Furthermore, you must completely withdraw from my study group. There is no room for someone who speaks so boastfully in my group. In response to the Bear Nation expert's words, Su Yun retorted, very well. It is settled. However, if I win, what will you do? Mr. Olivsky, the Bear Nation expert chuckled, do not be too hasty. We shall see if you can even develop the air defense weapons within 3 days. If you manage to do so upon hearing this. A smile spread across Su Yun's face. That would be splendid, Mr. Olivsky. Let us draft a written agreement, for words alone are insufficient. Upon hearing this, the Bear Nation expert nodded and replied, very well. Let us formalize the wager. Ensuring that neither party can renege, as the two proceeded to establish a formal wager before the gathered crowd, Principal Ma and the domestic military experts were left in a state of disbelief. Su Yun, are you truly not joking? This wager should not be made lightly. If you fail to fulfill it, you will be expelled from the study group. Principal Ma urgently interjected, suggesting that perhaps Su Yun should apologize to the Bear Nation expert, who might then allow him to remain. The reasons behind Principal Ma's actions shall remain unspoken for now. In utter disbelief, he could not fathom that Su Yun could actually produce air defense weapons within 3 days, let alone ones more advanced than those of the Bear Nation. Such a feat was simply impossible, and failure to meet the wager would not only result in humiliation but also expulsion from the study group. Do you have any idea how precious a spot in the study group is? Once someone is expelled, it is unlikely anyone will fill that vacancy. Principal Ma continued to quietly urge Su Yun to reconsider. However, Su Yun confidently replied, rest assured, Principal Ma, I am confident that we will not lose. Upon hearing this, Principal Ma nearly shed tears. What confidence do you possess? 3 days. 3 days to manufacture air defense weapons. Is that even remotely feasible? Do you think air defense weapons are as simple as an old lady stitching shoe soles at the village entrance? Daring to wager on this matter, I truly cannot fathom your thoughts. Nevertheless, since you refuse to heed my counsel, I shall refrain from intervening. Observing Su Yun's obstinacy, Principal Ma likewise ceased to offer further advice. After a round of discourse, Su Yun publicly established a bet with the expert on the bear, declaring that if he lost, he would apologize and exit the study group, whereas if victorious, the expert would depart and demand the presence of a genuine mushroom egg specialist. In that moment, those present speculated that in 3 days, Su Yun would likely be departing from the study group. I cannot comprehend what Su Yun is thinking, daring to engage in such a wager with an expert on the bear. Indeed, it seems we are likely to lose a valuable position in our study group. Meanwhile, after the bet with the bear expert, Su Yun abandoned his classes and proceeded directly to the research and development facility of the military industrial school, where he commenced the fabrication of a new type of man-portable air defense missile. It must be noted that although this is a school, the equipment and materials here far surpass those found in military factories, providing Su Yun with an optimal environment for development. Starting with the meticulous crafting of various components, It will not be long before Su Yun successfully creates the new air defense missile. Chapter 75. The airborne formation seeks a venue. The Eagle Army strikes again. Scoundrel, John, how could you lead the troops in such a manner? I entrusted you with so many soldiers, yet what have you returned to me? The battalion suffered the loss of a tank regiment, an artillery battalion, and even an enhanced regiment. In the command room of the Eagle Army headquarters, the commander-in-chief was vociferously berating John, seemingly intent on unleashing all the rage bottled within him. It is no wonder he was so incensed. John's counteroffensive force had been utterly annihilated overnight, from the last war to the present. The Eagle Army's losses faced against the Huaxia forces have surpassed the total incurred during engagements with the Jindaong forces. Report to the commander-in-chief. There was an error in intelligence. The Huaxia forces possess heavy artillery and firepower. John cried out in despair. Their shells fall like raindrops, and even the Almighty would be blown away. Our soldiers simply cannot withstand it, resulting in our catastrophic defeat. Upon hearing this, the commander-in-chief fell silent. His mind swirling with confusion. In truth, he was already aware that John's defeat stemmed from the sudden support of substantial artillery by the Huaxia forces. He was left bewildered. Had it not been established that the Huaxia forces were devoid of heavy firepower aside from their sheer number of soldiers? How is it that they now possess fully automatic rifles and even large artillery pieces? In a moment of perplexity without answers, the Eagle Army commander's face was etched with fury. Damn those Huaxians. They have systematically decimated so many of our troops. This time, we must show them what we are capable of, declared the commander-in-chief. Relay my orders. Assemble an airborne formation. Let our air force bomb the territories occupied by the Huaxia forces. This time, we will utterly annihilate the Huaxia troops. The Eagle Army's intent in battle remains to leverage its unique advantages to obliterate the Huaxia forces. Admittedly, such tactics may appear somewhat oppressive, yet they are undeniably effective. I acknowledge the formidable combat capabilities of the Huaxia ground forces. However, it is a fact that their air force is lacking. Moreover, in terms of air defense, they possess no effective means to counter our aerial forces. This operation must demonstrate to the Huaxia troops the destructive might of the Eagle Army's air force. Buzzing. Across the skies, aircraft emblazoned with the emblem of the white-headed eagle roared past, seemingly declaring to the world that the blue skies belong to the Eagle Army. Behind the fighter jets trailed numerous large bombers. Having learned from previous encounters, the Eagle Army not only absorbed lessons but also dispatched an entire airborne formation for retaliation, comprising fighters, reconnaissance aircraft, bombers, and more. Comrades, quickly take cover. It's the Eagle Army bombers. The Eagle Army bombers are here, shouted numerous soldiers on our front lines. As the alarm sounded, the thunderous roar of incoming aircraft echoed through the air. Suddenly, a multitude of regional fighter jets surged forth from the clouds. Our soldiers hurriedly sought refuge, but at that moment, the bomb bays of the bombers opened, mercilessly releasing incendiary bombs. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, the ground erupted in flames as bombs struck, cloaking our positions in darkness. Many soldiers, unable to evade in time, perished in the inferno. Our forces lacked any aerial units, allowing the Eagle Army's fighters to unleash unrestrained fire from above, with the raging flames consuming the battlefield. Large-caliber bullets rained down like fiery sparks. Although we were equipped with air defense weapons, they were rudimentary and severely lacking in ammunition. Against the scale of the Eagle Army's air forces, these defenses proved utterly ineffective. In an instant, our positions lay in utter disarray. Damn it! Those scoundrels in the Eagle Army are intentionally bullying us due to our lack of air support, shouted one soldier in frustration. What a pack of rascals! If they have the guts, let them come down and face me in a real fight. Enough with the cursing. Assess the casualty count and report to the higher-ups. Report, Director Chung. Our forces at the island stronghold were suddenly attacked today by the Eagle Army's air forces. Due to the absence of our air defense systems, the Eagle Army established absolute air superiority, resulting in significant casualties among our troops. Over 500 soldiers were killed or wounded on the front lines, with more than 30 warriors reported missing. In the frontline command post, upon hearing this, Director Cheng's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated the Eagle Army's aerial capabilities to be so formidable. Director Cheng, we must devise a strategy. We cannot allow the Eagle Army to continue unchecked, interjected a member of the general staff. Every soldier on the front lines is a hero. Theo have them perish on the battlefield without cause is heartbreaking for the general staff. As for the missing personnel, it is not merely a matter of being lost. They were clearly incinerated by the Eagle Army's incendiary bombs. Bang. Director Chung slammed his fist onto the table. These scoundrels. We cannot allow them to remain so arrogant. We must find a way to bring down that great bird hovering over us. It is not only the general staff that felt the weight of sorrow upon hearing of our casualties. Director Chung, too, was deeply pained. Yet, faced with such circumstances, even he felt somewhat helpless. While there may be ways to counter the Eagle Army's ground forces, our current situation leaves us utterly defenseless against their aerial combat units. The absence of an air force is one matter, but even our most basic air defense weaponry is alarmingly scarce. Even at the highest levels, officers are plagued with headaches over this issue. Damn it! How on earth can we bring down those pieces of scrap metal in the sky? Chapter 76. A joke? Is this your research? Principal Ma, please persuade the bear expert. Ever since he wagered with Su Yun, he has ceased to hold classes for us. Now, Su Yun is off researching air defense missiles, and in his peak, the bear expert refuses to teach, leaving us in the lurch, in the principal's office. A dozen military-industrial experts gathered, imploring Principal Ma to persuade the bear expert to abandon his sulking and resume teaching. Observing the military experts, Principal Ma sighed in resignation. Students, do you think I haven't tried to persuade the bear expert? I did, but he refuses to budge, insisting on waiting to see Su Yun's research on air defense weaponry. Otherwise, he won't conduct any classes. What can I do in such a situation? He added with another sigh. I can't just drag the bear expert here to teach you. Upon hearing this, the military experts were left exasperated. After all, they had come to learn, and now, due to this situation, they found themselves deprived of knowledge and wasting precious time. This predicament was intolerable for these devoted military experts, I say. Su Yun is simply too impulsive. If there were matters to discuss, he could have done so privately with the bear expert instead of undermining him in class. Now, we all bear the consequences of his actions, remarked one military expert. As these words were spoken, others around nodded in agreement. Regardless of right or wrong, it was evident that Su Yun had instigated this debacle, thereby hindering everyone's learning. Alas! Principal Ma let out a heavy sigh once more. The pressing question at hand was whether Su Yun could indeed develop anti-aircraft weaponry within a mere 3 days. As soon as these words were uttered, a palpable silence enveloped the room. The wager with the expert from the Bear Nation had already been established, and it was now beyond the point of merely being denied a lecture. Should Su Yun fail to produce the so-called advanced anti-aircraft weaponry, purportedly superior to that of the Bear Nation, within the stipulated time frame, he would undoubtedly face derision from the bear expert. This would not only be a significant loss for the entire institution, but also for the military industry of Huaxia. Moreover, Huaxia would find itself without a valid defense. The fault lay squarely with them. They would be left with nothing but the bitter taste of losing both sesame seeds and watermelons while being branded as disrespectful to their teachers, with no recourse to express their grievances. Amidst the silence, a student spoke up. I firmly believe it is absolutely impossible to develop an anti-aircraft weapon in 3 days. Even if Su Yun manages to create something, it certainly won't surpass what the Bear Nation has. This wager has put Su Yun in quite the predicament. It seems that we will end up losing not only our dignity but our reputation as well. As these words echoed through the room, a chorus of agreement arose. After all, in everyone's eyes, this assertion was not without merit. Developing an anti-aircraft weapon, particularly one more advanced than that of the Bear Nation, within 3 days seemed a feat beyond reach. The military equipment and talent of Huaxia lagged far behind that of the Bear Nation. Such an endeavor was akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The naivety of youth could only lead to ridicule. This not only delayed our learning process but also squandered precious time. I am perplexed as to why Su Yun would undertake such a venture. As a talent in military technology, he should typically be quite rational. What else could it be? He probably believes he has developed a few remarkable technologies and, being the favored protege of Director Cheng, feels invincible, one remarked. Time flew by, and the 3 days vanished in the blink of an eye. On the morning of the deadline, the bear expert stood in the classroom, observing the students at work. His demeanor was not only marked by inherent arrogance, but also tinged with a simmering anger. The appointed time had arrived. I believe we shall forego our class today. Let us all go find Su Yun and see if he has indeed produced the anti-aircraft weapon, the bear expert declared. His gaze filled with an unspoken anticipation, a desire for retribution rather than mere curiosity. Upon hearing this, the military experts could not help but sigh. Yet, since the bear expert had spoken, and as he was their instructor, respect dictated that they follow him. Thus, they departed for the military research laboratory to seek out Su Yun and ascertain the situation. As they made their way, trepidation gripped their hearts. They had already come to a silent consensus that Su Yun could not possibly fulfill the wager within the allotted time. Their greater concern was whether the bear expert would still be willing to teach after chastising Su Yun for his failure. Inside the lab, Su Yun was still diligently occupied, organizing various components. In the days leading up to this moment, he had scarcely enjoyed a decent night's sleep in his fervent quest to expedite production. At last, fortune favored the diligent, and he had nearly completed his work. Just then, a voice rang out, "Su Yun, the time for the wager has arrived. I have brought the other students to find you." Turning toward the source of the voice, Su Yun saw the bear expert accompanied by his students. "So, within these 3 days, have you succeeded in developing the anti-aircraft weapon? One that is even more advanced than our finest in the bear nation?" the expert inquired, an expression of disdain mingled with a hint of expectation in his eyes. He anticipated that Su Yun would emerge, crestfallen, to apologize, ultimately facing expulsion as per the terms of their wager. Before Su Yun could respond, a student interjected, "Su Yun, why not just apologize to the teacher? This matter is not of great consequence. It does not touch upon any fundamental principles. If you sincerely apologize, I am sure the teacher will forgive you." The implication was clear. A simple act of humility might allow them to move past this incident and continue their lessons. Witnessing a fellow student attempt to mediate, Su Yun could only manage a resigned smile. "Why should I apologize?" With that, an abrupt silence enveloped the room. Even the bear expert, who had been prepared to receive an apology, was momentarily taken aback. The other students regarded Su Yun with a mix of pity and frustration. It was understandable. After all, it was Su Yun who had initiated the wager, and now, having failed to deliver, he was stubbornly clinging to his pride. If the bear expert were to storm off in anger, their opportunity to learn would vanish, and no one would be pleased with that outcome. "Since you refuse to apologize, does this mean you have indeed succeeded in creating the anti-aircraft weapon?" the bear expert pressed, his gaze fixed intently upon Su Yun's face. If Su Yun dared to shake his head, fury would surely follow. The atmosphere grew tense, and once more, silence reigned. Observing the skepticism in the eyes of those around him, Su Yun chose not to offer an explanation. He walked directly to his workstation and produced an object resembling a bazooka, albeit with additional mechanical components. Upon seeing this contraption, the audience was momentarily stunned, before the bear expert erupted into laughter. Ha 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 ha. However, once the laughter subsided, the bear expert's expression turned grave. "Su Yun, are you jesting? This trivial device is what you call an anti-aircraft weapon? And you dare claim it surpasses our bear nation's technology? I no longer consider you merely arrogant. I suspect you may be suffering from some form of delusion." The expert's words bore the weight of indignation. As a specialist in anti-aircraft systems, he was acutely aware of the capabilities of both his nation's equipment and that of the broader landscape. The device in Su Yun's hands was nothing more than a simple infantry rocket launcher. To assert that it constituted an anti-aircraft weapon was an affront he could hardly tolerate. Not only did the bear expert express his outrage, but the other military experts present also felt a deep sense of embarrassment. It was not merely a matter of pride. They, too, sensed the insult inherent in Su Yun's claim. After all, what he held was clearly a rocket launcher. If it proved effective against tanks, they might overlook the blunder. But to suggest it could target aircraft was beyond comprehension. It was akin to insisting a dog could be a cat, an insult to their intelligence. "Su Yun, one must be honest. Deceiving others may be permissible, but it is crucial not to deceive oneself. Indeed, Su Yun, this is utterly unacceptable. You should sincerely apologize to the bear expert. It is not too late." Someone else urged. "This is merely a rocket launcher. Hitting a swiftly moving aircraft is an impossibility." The atmosphere once again erupted into chaos. The bear expert, however, remained calm, stating, "Su Yun, if you have not fulfilled our wager, yet sincerely apologize and acknowledge your misjudgment. I may be willing to overlook this matter, But as it stands, as he spoke, he shook his head, and Su Yun interrupted. Are we to consider our wager concluded? With that, he waved the Stinger portable air defense missile in his hand. This device is significantly more advanced than your bare nation's anti-aircraft systems. Are you so quick to dismiss it without even a trial? At this, silence fell over the room once more, leaving the Huaxia students feeling a profound sense of embarrassment. What was he doing? Clinging to this argument was utterly futile. Despite the lack of immediate rebuttals, the bear expert responded, this device, by its very appearance, lacks the capability for surface-to-air defense. Not only does it not surpass our anti-aircraft systems, but I also doubt it could even launch successfully. As he spoke, his expression was one of utter contempt. The military students' present wore faces of discomfort and dismay. As compatriots, they felt the sting of embarrassment at Su Yun's insistence. Yet they could not deny that the bear expert's critique held merit. Tio put it plainly, everyone is aware that you, Su Yun, are an elite military industry professional returning from abroad, and you value your reputation. However, is it truly necessary to treat us this way? Presenting such an item and claiming it can engage in air defense. Are you not underestimating our intelligence? If there are doubts, let us conduct a live experiment. I shall demonstrate the capabilities of the air defense weapon I developed and see if it surpasses the defenses of the bear's equipment. Su Yun spoke directly. Given the current situation, he was utterly disinclined to offer further explanations. There was no point in prolonging the discourse. Since people already doubted him, it would be better to let them witness the truth with their own eyes. The bear's expert wore an expression of impatience, thinking that by all rights he should no longer engage in this absurd game. Yet, as an ancient Chinese proverb states, a good deed should be carried through to the end. Since you wish for it, I shall accompany you in this endeavor. The bear's expert was keen on details, and at that moment, he was solely focused on observing what excuses Su Yun might conjure after the experiment. Unwilling to admit defeat, the military experts present felt a sense of helplessness, secretly murmuring among themselves. But this is a school. Where are we to find a suitable test aircraft? At that moment, another student spoke up. Su Yun remarked, is there not a functioning aircraft in our school? Since the weapon has been developed, let's utilize the available aircraft for our testing. Upon hearing Su Yun's suggestion, the crowd found themselves at a loss for words. The bear's expert, however, was pleased, saying, very well. We shall proceed as you suggest. Let us see if, in the end, you will still maintain such bravado after failure. Chapter 78. The on-site test. I must say, there is no need to escalate matters to this extent. Principal Ma interjected. For the aircraft to take flight, approval from Principal Ma was essential. However, observing the individuals present and the air defense weapon in Su Yun's hands, Principal Ma genuinely lacked the desire to authorize the aircraft's takeoff. It is not that I am unwilling. Rather, our aircraft has fallen into disrepair over the years. If it were to take off without proper caution, any mishap could lead to dire consequences. Principal Ma had not anticipated that the bear's expert would be upset. And now Su Yun was also joining in on the discontent. Furthermore, the item in Su Yun's possession was clearly a rocket launcher. How could it possibly engage a fighter jet? It would be more reliable to recall the times when soldiers used their belts to strangle enemies on the battlefield. Yet, Su Yun spoke up, Principal Ma, just yesterday, I observed staff members conducting maintenance on the fighter jet. How is it that upon reaching you, it has suddenly become a relic? Upon hearing this, Principal Ma was rendered speechless and wore a bitter expression. How is it that Su Yun just wouldn't relent? Before Principal Ma could respond, the bear's expert could no longer contain himself, urging, Principal, let the aircraft take off. You claim to be so advanced, having developed air defense weapons superior to those of our bear nation. If you speak so confidently, why not allow us to witness it firsthand? Is it possible that you are not as formidable as you profess? This statement was laced with sarcasm. Upon hearing this, Principal Ma was momentarily taken aback and then furrowed his brows in contemplation for some time. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and addressed the crowd. Very well. Since the matter has escalated to this point, it is futile for me to continue to obstruct. All right, I will now arrange for our aircraft to take off. Outside the campus, in an open area. The bear's expert, Su Yun, Principal Ma, and military students had all gathered. The bear's expert wore an expectant expression, anticipating Su Yun's embarrassment. Principal Ma's face reflected regret, and the surrounding students, except for Su Yun and the bear's expert, appeared increasingly tense, their blood pressure seemingly rising. Su Yun, You better prepare your excuses, Principal Ma whispered to Su Yun. Upon hearing this, Su Yun feigned ignorance, reiterating that since no one believed him, there was no need to rush to explain. He would let the facts speak for themselves in due time. At this moment, Su Yun calmly replaced the warhead on the Stinger missile with a training dummy round. This was something he had developed for testing purposes. It would be unwise to use a live missile against his own aircraft. With a demeanor of confidence, he shouldered the rocket launcher, readying himself for the shot. The onlookers could not help but sigh. One had to admit, despite his flaws, Su Yun possessed remarkable inner strength. Suddenly, the roar of an aircraft engine echoed from afar, and a fighter jet swiftly passed overhead. This spectacle caused the crowd to frown in unison. Su Yun, what is going on? Did we not agree that the aircraft would take off for your test? Why is it already flying by? Yet you have yet to fire, Principal Ma inquired, his patience wearing thin. Given that Su Yun was one of their own, he had instructed the pilot to reduce the aircraft's speed and altitude, hoping to give Su Yun a fair chance. If he could indeed hit the aircraft with his weapon, it would afford them some semblance of dignity in front of the bear's expert. Yet here we are, Su Yun. Why are you not firing? The bear's expert shot Su Yun a disdainful glance, likely thinking that the weapon's development had been too rushed, rendering it incapable of firing. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them, realizing that the longer this dragged on, the more humiliating it would become. Su Yun then stated, "It is not that I cannot fire, but rather that the aircraft's speed is too slow and its altitude too low. There is no challenge in such conditions. I possess only one training round, and I do not wish to waste it." The crowd was momentarily dumbfounded by Su Yun's words. Even the bear's expert looked at him in disbelief. Amidst Principal Ma's sorrowful expression, there was an unexpected hint of admiration for Su Yun. Goodness. Setting aside everything else, his audacity is commendable, and his mental agility is impressive. However, after this moment of admiration, Principal Ma was left in a state of bewilderment. Ultimately, no matter how Su Yun tried to cover it up, he would have to test the rocket launcher eventually. If he failed to hit the aircraft, his current actions would only lead to greater embarrassment. So, Su Yun, what exactly do you intend to achieve? Principal Ma pressed on, trying to maintain composure. He instructed that the aircraft's speed be increased and its altitude raised. As he spoke, Principal Ma's expression darkened. But helplessly, he complied with Su Yun's request. Shortly thereafter, the fighter jet flew past once more, and Su Yun still did not fire the weapon. Witnessing this, the crowd could no longer contain themselves, exclaiming, "Su Yun? Why have you not fired yet?" Principal Ma lamented, but Su Yun responded, "The aircraft's altitude is still insufficient. Its speed is also lacking. Raise the fighter jet's altitude and speed." This statement left everyone momentarily stunned. Good heavens, has it not already reached a considerable height? Su Yun, you cannot possibly be suggesting that this fighter jet's speed is too slow and its altitude too low for you to fire? At that moment, the bear's expert, clearly losing patience, interjected, Chapter 79. A direct hit. The fighter jet executed a complete rotation in the sky, ascending to a higher altitude before rapidly heading towards the direction where Su Yun and the others were located. At such velocity and altitude, had this been a battlefield scenario, the fighter jet would have been incapable of conducting ground strafing attacks. The ground troops, armed with their weaponry, would similarly find themselves powerless against the approaching aircraft. Even anti-aircraft artillery would struggle to respond in time, likely allowing the fighter jet to escape their range. In mere seconds, the aircraft had reached a position directly above the onlookers. Subsequently, in the blink of an eye, it would soar past them, disappearing into the distance. Witnessing this spectacle, the bystanders could not help but sigh inwardly. "I think, Su Yun, you might as well refrain from launching. At this point, whether you fire or not would only serve to humiliate yourself. There's no escape now." Su Yun remained unfazed by the opinions of those around him. As the fighter jet approached from afar, he had already locked onto its trajectory through the sights of the Stinger missile launcher. Bang! With a muted thud, flames erupted from the rear of the missile tube, in the designated area. The test round soared skyward with remarkable speed. Eluding the naked eye point, one could only trace the missile's trajectory by observing the spiraling smoke trailing behind it. The fighter jet continued to accelerate, yet the missile's velocity exceeded that of the aircraft significantly. Bang! The missile shot forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the air. With a piercing roar, it struck the swiftly moving fighter jet with a resounding impact. Instantly, the once speedy aircraft began to decelerate. Its fuselage shuddered twice under the watchful gaze of the crowd. Although the missile did not inflict damage upon the aircraft, it was highly likely that the pilot was startled by the near miss as the jet slowed. A conspicuous white mark appeared on its body. Observing this scene, the onlookers were left utterly astonished. No way! Did I really see that correctly? It actually hit. This is unbelievable. How could this be possible? The rocket's projectile should never have reached such heights. What incredible speed! And the accuracy is astonishing. Instantly, a chorus of astonished voices erupted from the crowd. Initially, the spectators wore expressions of disdain and impatience, but soon their faces transformed into blank stares, followed by expressions of sheer panic as the realization dawned upon them. The weapon that Su-Yun wielded, resembling a rocket launcher, was simply terrifying. My heavens! Su-Yun, you truly developed this anti-aircraft weapon. They were astounded that such a compact device could fire projectiles with such speed and precision. How on earth did you achieve this? Principal Ma exclaimed, his words nearly bursting forth in excitement. It was no wonder he felt this way. After all, what Su-Yun had just demonstrated was nothing short of miraculous. Principal Ma's face was a mix of disbelief and exhilaration. Su-Yun, the front lines are struggling with anti-aircraft weaponry. You have rendered us a tremendous service. Not only Principal Ma, but also the military engineering students around them were left speechless, exchanging bewildered glances with one another. Did you hear that? This is real. They could hardly believe that the small device Su-Yun had just showcased was indeed capable of downing a fighter jet with a single shot. It was understandable that the military experts were astounded. Due to the constraints of the times, it was common knowledge among military engineers that the best existing anti-aircraft artillery consisted of large-caliber anti-aircraft guns. Yet here was Su-Yun, with a diminutive device that had accomplished what heavy artillery could not. The impact of this revelation was monumental for the military experts present. Furthermore, Su-Yun's anti-aircraft weapon was not only precise and rapid-fire, but also incredibly portable for the soldiers to carry. If conditions permitted, each squad could easily be equipped with such a device. In stark contrast, traditional anti-aircraft guns were bulky, cumbersome, and required multiple operators. Compared to Su-Yun's invention, they seemed akin to a lady's pocket pistol delivering the firepower of a heavy machine gun. In that moment, the atmosphere was charged with excitement and curiosity. In just 3 days, he created this marvel. Su-Yun is simply a genius. Yes. How on earth did you accomplish this? The technology behind this weapon is extraordinary. I must admit, I misjudged you. Su-Yun, I had no idea your research capabilities were this advanced. Everyone was eager to learn how Su-Yun had developed this remarkable device. Meanwhile, the experts from the neighboring nation remained frozen in disbelief, mouths agape as they struggled to comprehend the situation. A fighter jet flying at such high speeds, and you took it down with a single shot? Is this even real? Am I dreaming? Silence enveloped the room, akin to the stillness of a stagnant pond at midnight. All eyes were fixed upon Su-Yun, each gaze filled with incredulity. How did you achieve this? It's impossible. One of the experts approached Su-Yun, vigorously shaking his shoulder in disbelief. Those who understood the context recognized it as a genuine inquiry. Others might have mistaken it for a personal vendetta. The scene startled the onlookers, prompting Principal Ma and a few students to quickly intervene, pulling the expert aside. After a moment, the expert composed himself. My apologies, I got a bit carried away. At last, he managed to utter a coherent thought. However, those present, including Su-Yun, Principal Ma, and the students, seemed unfazed by the episode. In truth, they could empathize with the expert's sudden outburst. After all, individuals in military engineering often harbor a sense of pride, not only in their personal accomplishments, but also in their technical expertise. As one of the foremost experts in anti-aircraft technology, Olivsky had dedicated years to achieving his current standing. Now, to hear that someone could disregard his years of research and create an incomprehensible anti-aircraft weapon, one that was lightweight, easy to operate, and remarkably accurate, was nothing short of a blow to his ego. You don't believe me? Allow me to demonstrate. Such a declaration shattered the expert's internal illusions, leaving him on the brink of disbelief. Naturally, the crowd found it difficult to hold his earlier behavior against him. At this moment, Both the military engineering students and Principal Ma appeared relieved and excited. They no longer worried about feelings of embarrassment or the potential waste of a valuable learning opportunity. If anyone should be concerned about losing face, it would be the expert from the neighboring nation. I'm genuinely curious. How did you manage to achieve this? A launcher of this size shouldn't be able to inflict damage on a fighter jet. The expert inquired once more, prompting the audience to share in his bewilderment. After all, the device in Su Yun's hands resembled a bazooka, which typically required close proximity to effectively target a tank. How could it possibly harm a fighter jet soaring at such high speeds? To the spectators, this notion seemed almost far-fetched. Yet witnessing the once arrogant expert now fervently questioning Su Yun brought a sense of quiet satisfaction to the crowd. In response to the expert's question, Su Yun chose not to dwell on past grievances but instead elucidated several key principles behind the Stinger missile's design. While these points alone would not enable the expert to replicate the missile, they would clarify why the Stinger achieved such remarkable results. The crux of the matter lay not solely in the launcher itself. Modifications had also been made to the missile targeting airborne aircraft, which contributed to the weapon's extraordinary effectiveness. The expert nodded thoughtfully, grasping the implications. So, the Stinger missile's precision stems not only from unique enhancements to the launcher, but also from entirely new technology in the ammunition used? Su Yun nodded in agreement. It was undeniable that the expert possessed a keen intellect. Despite his succinct explanation, he had managed to pinpoint the essence of the matter. Su Yun acknowledged his understanding. A glimmer of excitement appeared in the expert's eyes, however, that expression quickly vanished as if he had just recalled something significant. The expert's demeanor shifted, and he appeared lost in contemplation. The gaze of the bear expert gradually grew intricate. Yet, almost immediately, the complexity and evasion in his expression transformed into resolute determination. Suddenly, the bear expert turned to Su Yun, bowed deeply, and spoke. Mr. Su Yun, I sincerely regret what transpired earlier. I am uncertain if my apology is still timely. According to the terms of the wager, Su Yun had indeed succeeded, and the bear expert was obliged to offer an apology. However, the manner in which he expressed his regret seemed to stem from genuine sincerity rather than mere obligation. Su Yun, smiling, nodded in acknowledgement. Mr. Arifsky, there is no need for such formality. After all, you are our mentor. To be honest, even if you did not apologize, I would not have raised any objections. Upon hearing Su Yun's words, the bear expert's face flushed, as if a particular matter had rendered him somewhat embarrassed. No, I must apologize. I truly underestimated you all before. I never anticipated that there was such a military expert as Mr. Su Yun in Huaxia. Not only have you surpassed us in air defense technology, but I am also profoundly impressed by your scientific spirit. This statement, aside from other considerations, demonstrated that while the bear people may be arrogant, they could indeed recognize merit when it was evident. In accordance with our previous agreement, my abilities are indeed insufficient. I shall promptly submit a request to my superiors to dispatch more specialized experts to provide you with instruction, specifically, our nation's mushroom egg technology experts. Upon hearing this, Su Yun's eyes gleamed with excitement, and the expressions of Principal Ma and the other students mirrored his enthusiasm. If the bear truly could send mushroom egg technology experts, it would be a remarkable boon for everyone. Thank you, Mr. Arifsky. I hope you will honor your promise. Su Yun replied with a smile, even giving the bear expert's shoulder a friendly pat. This gesture was not one of condescension, but rather an acknowledgement of the other's character after coming to a comprehensive understanding. The atmosphere grew harmonious until the bear expert spoke again. Mr. Su Yun, I have a request. Upon hearing this, Su Yun, still smiling, replied, please, feel free to voice any request. The bear expert, showing no signs of hesitation, stated, Mr. Su Yun, could you teach me the technical principles behind this air defense weapon? This request left the room in astonishment. Teach you? Aren't you the teacher? Why are you asking your student for guidance? Chapter 81. Mass Production. Stinger air defense missiles. On Su Yun's side, after considerable persuasion, he managed to calm the bear expert's emotions, preventing any further disturbances. Indeed, the bear expert was genuinely eager to learn about air defense technology, and his attitude was most sincere. However, how could Su Yun so readily share such advanced knowledge? Setting aside the matter of what the bear would offer in exchange, the previously promised mushroom egg technology had yet to be arranged. Su Yun, you have truly accomplished a significant feat this time. We should promptly report this news to the higher-ups. especially since your air defense weapons are precisely what our frontline soldiers currently require. At this moment, Principal Ma interjected. Upon hearing this, Su Yun nodded and replied with a smile, "Otherwise, let us first report this matter to Director Chung, who commands the frontline troops. Damn it. One day, I will find a way to shoot down those big birds from the Eagle Army." Director Chung bellowed from the command post, his face flushed with anger. The officers and senior military officials nearby bore expressions of barely concealed rage. It was hardly surprising, given that, for days, the Eagle forces had seemingly discovered a weakness in our military. Aware of our forces' inability to contend with the Eagle Air Force, they frequently deployed fighter jets and bombers to assault us, while we remained powerless to counteract their air superiority. The entire military, not just the frontline command, felt an unquenchable frustration against the Eagle's aircraft. "Everyone, devise a strategy. Find a way to bring down the Eagle's planes," Director Chung continued. Upon hearing this, the senior officers present wore expressions of concern. "Director Chung, it's not that we are unwilling to find a solution. It's just that our military equipment is far too outdated. We hardly possess any effective anti-aircraft artillery. This is simply an insurmountable challenge," one officer lamented. The others nodded in agreement, echoing his sentiment. Director Chung erupted in fury. "That's unacceptable. If we cannot find a solution, no one will eat today. What do we, the senior command, exist for if not to protect our soldiers? Are we to stand by and allow our warriors to perish in vain on the battlefield?" His words rendered the room silent as they contemplated the fallen soldiers on the front lines. And shame washed over the officers, causing them to lower their heads. Just then, amidst the tense atmosphere, the telegrapher responsible for relaying and receiving information suddenly stood and announced, "Director Chung, a message from the rear." It's from Su Yun. Without a second thought, Director Chung, puzzled by how Su Yun had sent a telegram to the frontline command, commanded, "Read it." The telegrapher quickly responded, "Report to Director Chung. During his training with the Bear experts, Su Yun has researched and developed advanced air defense weapons. These portable air defense systems can be operated by a single individual with remarkable accuracy and lethality, effectively targeting enemy fighter jets, bombers, reconnaissance aircraft, and more. As the telegrapher detailed the performance of the air defense weapons, the listeners were left in shock. Even Director Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is this for real?" Director Cheng asked, his voice tinged with excitement. It was crucial to note that the items described in the telegram were urgently needed by the military. A single portable air defense weapon could potentially take down an enemy fighter jet. If what the telegram claimed were true, Director Chung could even establish an air defense company or battalion with this single weapon. If that were the case, even if the Eagle's air formations arrived, our Huaxia warriors would no longer have to live in fear. Nevertheless, the attendees were still somewhat skeptical. After all, developing air defense weapons was no simple task. "Report to Director Chung, Su Yun, along with Principal Ma from the Military Academy and our military experts, are all willing to vouch for the fact that Su Yun has indeed developed a weapon capable of destroying enemy fighter jets single-handedly," the telegrapher reiterated. This declaration ignited excitement among Director Chung and the others. "This is fantastic. Su Yun has truly accomplished another significant feat." Director Chung then declared, "Any issues that arise during production, including financial concerns, can be directed to me. In summary, we must ensure the rapid and large-scale production of these air defense weapons and transport them to the front line immediately. Such air defense weapons must be produced without delay." It was no wonder Director Chung was so anxious. Our Huaxia military was gradually advancing onto the island but faced frequent resistance from the Eagle Air Forces, resulting in numerous casualties among our soldiers. The quicker these air defense weapons were produced, the fewer lives would be lost. Naturally, this called for expedited action. After this exchange, the officers present, though excited, also breathed a sigh of relief. Once the air defense weapons were delivered, they likely would no longer have to worry about defense issues. If these weapons proved as effective as the telegram suggested, the Eagle forces would soon be the ones in trouble. At that moment, the telegrapher spoke again, "Director Chung, Su Yun has one more interesting matter to share with you." Director Chung nodded, signaling the telegrapher to continue. Under normal circumstances, he would not entertain any trivial matters. But with the major issue on the verge of resolution and the good news concerning Su Yun, he was inclined to listen. The telegrapher proceeded to recount the friction between Su Yun and the Bear expert at the military academy and how the situation ultimately resolved. He emphasized that the bear expert would soon request the dispatch of genuine mushroom egg technology experts to Huaxia for teaching. Upon hearing this, the senior military officers could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, that Su Yun is full of clever ideas. He always brings us delightful surprises. Chapter 82. Distribution of Stingers. 7th Interspersed Connection Unit. Director Cheng's orders were swiftly conveyed to the first armaments factory in Dongbei. Factory Director Zhang and the technical experts were already on high alert. Upon acquiring the technology for air defense missiles, in a bid to expedite production and thus reduce the bloodshed and sacrifices of the valiant soldiers on the front lines, Director Zhang, accompanied by the factory's experts and workers, commenced an intense and frenzied effort to manufacture these weapons. In a short span of time, the first batch of Stinger air defense missiles was loaded onto vehicles and dispatched to the front lines. However, due to the pressing timeline and the intricate manufacturing process involved in producing the Stinger missiles, the initial supply was limited, insufficient for a complete outfitting of the frontline troops, but nonetheless, these weapons were a significant enhancement compared to having none at all. At the very least, they provided the soldiers with a means to retaliate against enemy bombings. On the battlefield of the small island, our troops had gradually crossed the border to engage in combat. Yet, the overwhelming air superiority of the Eagle Nation's forces rendered our advances both perilous and sluggish, resulting in frequent casualties among our ranks. The soldiers were compelled to guard against the sudden swoops of enemy aircraft while remaining vigilant against surprise attacks and counteroffensives from the adversary. The arduous journey took a toll not only on their physical stamina but also on their morale. Where is the 7th Infiltration Company? Here. I am Wu Qianli, the commander of the 7th Infiltration Company. May I inquire about the orders from higher command? The company had been prepared for some time, eagerly awaiting directives from above to commence their march. Commander, what orders have been issued? At that moment, Wu Qianli faced his company of soldiers, among whom was his younger brother, Wu Wanli. He could not suppress a sigh before addressing them. The higher-ups have conveyed their orders. Our forces are to launch a full-scale assault on the enemy entrenched in the Changjing Lake area. We have been tasked as the vanguard to infiltrate deep within enemy lines. Upon hearing this, the soldiers were momentarily taken aback. Although their faces betrayed no hint of fear, it was evident that a wave of unease washed over them. Commander, we must carefully strategize this undertaking, the deputy commander interjected. Wu Qianli nodded in agreement. Indeed, our route to the infiltration point is under constant surveillance by enemy reconnaissance aircraft. The terrain is treacherous, and a single misstep could result in significant casualties before we even reach our designated location. As they spoke, both Wu Qianli and the deputy commander felt a heavy weight in their hearts. Wu Qianli's words, however, only scratched the surface of their concerns. Should their unit be detected by enemy reconnaissance, it would inevitably lead to aerial bombardments and ground forces attempting to encircle them. In such a scenario, the threat of losing their entire company was a very real possibility. Commander, should we not consider slowing our pace? A reduced speed would allow our soldiers to proceed with greater caution, significantly decreasing the likelihood of detection by enemy aircraft, the deputy commander suggested. His proposal was indeed sound, as the primary concern for the 7th Infiltration Company was the risk of being spotted by the enemy. If they could remain undetected, they might reach their target unscathed. Yet, Wu Qianli shook his head resolutely. That is not an option. We have received strict orders to arrive at our designated location within the stipulated time frame, no later. It seems we must take a gamble this time. The mission assigned to the 7th Infiltration Company was of paramount importance. Any misstep could have far-reaching consequences for the entire operation. If Wu Qianli's men were to fall in battle, it would be a tragic, albeit accepted, loss. However, failing to meet their timeline and consequently jeopardizing the mission was something neither Wu Qianli nor his superiors could countenance. Upon hearing Wu Qianli's determination, the deputy commander could only nod. Very well, I will instruct the soldiers to gather their gear. We shall depart at once. At that moment, a supply officer approached, carrying an object resembling a rocket launcher, which he handed to Wu Qianli. Commander Wu, this is an advanced weaponry item specially designated for your unit by the Chief of Supply. The ammunition is included. You must carry it during your march. Observing the peculiar item, not only were the soldiers intrigued, but Wu Wanli also inquired, what is this for? Is it meant for tanks? The supply officer chuckled, shaking his head. It is not designed for tanks, but it is quite effective nonetheless. This is a newly developed weapon from our rear supply depot, intended for downing enemy aircraft. Upon hearing this, Wu Qianli and his men widened their eyes in astonishment. This small device could potentially take down enemy fighters. To the soldiers of the 7th Infiltration Company, the notion of a handheld weapon capable of destroying enemy aircraft seemed implausible. They envisioned heavy artillery or anti-aircraft guns for such a task. Commander Wu, do not underestimate this device. It can prove vital on the battlefield. Besides, its operation is straightforward. You will understand its effectiveness once you try it in combat, the supply officer said, waving his hand as he departed the 7th Infiltration Company's encampment, leaving Wu Qianli and his men gazing in bewilderment at the unusual air defense weapon. Enough staring. Take this with you. We march now, Wu Qianli commanded, tossing the Stinger missile to a soldier who was scrutinizing it. With that, the entire unit prepared for departure, led by Wu Qianli as they advanced towards the enemy. Do you think this thing will be effective? One soldier questioned skeptically. I doubt it. Even anti-aircraft guns struggle to bring down enemy planes. What difference will this small device make? Stop the nonsense. Keep your wits about you. We are already in enemy territory. Chapter 83. Danger. Reconnaissance aircraft approaching. After receiving their orders, the soldiers of the 7th Infiltration Company, led by their commander, quickly made their way along a country lane. Buzzing sounds suddenly echoed from above. And the commander shouted, "Not good. It's an enemy reconnaissance aircraft." The deputy commander immediately called out. The 7th Infiltration Company, comprised of the finest among our frontline forces, reacted swiftly, seeking cover or dropping to the ground. Ordinarily, once they concealed themselves, the reconnaissance aircraft would pass overhead without incident. However, this time, the aircraft not only lingered but began to circle directly above the soldiers. Wu Qianli's heart sank at this realization. He turned to the deputy commander beside him. "This is bad. We've been spotted." The deputy commander forced a smile. "Commander, look at our surroundings. This area is desolate. The soldiers cannot find suitable hiding spots. So it is inevitable that the enemy's reconnaissance will detect us." He then attempted to offer a silver lining. However, according to intelligence, there are no enemy infantry stationed in this vicinity. This means that if the reconnaissance aircraft calls for support, only aircraft will come to bomb us. The absence of ground forces means we will face significantly less pressure. The deputy commander left unsaid the unspoken fear that lingered in their minds. If the enemy deduced the true intentions behind the 7th Infiltration Company's movements, they could very well dispatch a substantial force of fighter jets and armored units to eliminate them. Being discovered is a risk we must accept. Our unit must continue to move swiftly. Ahead lies a wooded area where the reconnaissance aircraft will struggle to target us, the deputy commander insisted. Wu Qianli concurred. "Indeed. We have no choice. Let us press on. If we are exposed, we cannot afford to linger." With a decisive command, the soldiers rose and continued marching forward, undeterred by the circling reconnaissance aircraft. "Commander, did we not receive an air defense weapon? Why aren't we using it to shoot down the enemy's reconnaissance aircraft?" Wu Wanli exclaimed anxiously as he approached Wu Qianli. The persistent hovering of the reconnaissance aircraft weighed heavily on the soldiers' morale. Though the aircraft posed no direct threat, having it constantly surveilling them was disheartening for anyone. Wu Qianli replied, "It's not feasible at this moment. Although the anti-aircraft weapons have indeed been provided, the ammunition distributed from above is rather scarce. If we expend all the shells now, we might find ourselves at a disadvantage when enemy bombers arrive." In truth, Wu Qianli harbors another concern. The anti-aircraft weapons dispatched from above, these seemingly trivial gadgets, might not inflict significant damage on enemy aircraft. Who can ascertain whether they will function as intended when the enemy's fighter jets appear? The recent bombardment of the 7th Infiltration Company by enemy aircraft is a foregone conclusion. The lives of the soldiers in the Infiltration Company are inextricably linked to these small devices. Should the weapons prove ineffective, it would spell disaster, leaving the soldiers powerless against enemy bombardment. In such a scenario, suffering heavy casualties would be a fortunate outcome. As the company commander, Wu Qianli cannot help but feel anxious. Ultimately, we should conserve our ammunition and wait for the enemy bombers to arrive before engaging. Coordinates XXX. Enemy troops sighted. Approximately the size of a company, the target remains unclear as they advance southeastward. Requesting support from headquarters to eliminate these foes. In the reconnaissance aircraft, the pilot scoffed at the sight of the marching Huaxia soldiers below. He couldn't fathom the mindset of these Huaxia individuals. Having been discovered, why wouldn't they disperse and flee? Instead, they continue to march forward. It is nothing short of suicidal. Yet, It must be acknowledged that while the combat prowess of Huaxia soldiers is lacking, their audacity in facing death is indeed commendable. If that is the case, let them wait. The bombers shall soon arrive, and they will send you soaring to meet your maker. Just then, the pilot received a message from the command center. Received. Our bombers have taken off and are en route to the designated location. A fully loaded bomber roared to life, taking off from the airfield and heading towards the coordinates provided by the reconnaissance aircraft. Excellent. This time, we can strike at Huaxia's forces again. It is said that this bombing mission involves an entire company. On board the bomber, two pilots could not suppress their excitement as they discussed the impending task of sending Huaxia soldiers to their demise. It had been days since they last received a mission, and they felt an itch in their hearts at the thought of not having bombed Huaxia forces even once that day. It must be said that in the pilots' minds, Huaxia's troops were by far the easiest adversaries they had encountered. In previous conflicts, every bomber mission had been fraught with anxiety, fearing interception by enemy fighters or ground-based anti-aircraft defenses. However, when it came to such defenses, Huaxia's capabilities were utterly lacking. Thus, in the eyes of the Eagle Nation pilots, executing bombing missions against Huaxia forces was the easiest and most exhilarating task imaginable. With no danger involved, they could take pleasure in obliterating their enemies. This hardly resembled the grim reality of warfare. It felt more akin to the whack-a-mole game played back home. The Eagle Nation's aircraft were the mallets, while Huaxia soldiers were the moles. Good morning, Huaxia forces. Prepare to meet your grim reaper. Chapter 84. The fury of the Stinger missile. The roar of engines thundered like distant thunderclaps from the sky. The company commander exclaimed, "This is bad. The enemy bombers have truly arrived." The deputy commander replied, his expression tense. Even the soldiers of the 7th Infiltration Company furrowed their brows. In the past, Huaxia soldiers had been utterly helpless against enemy bombers. These aircraft flew high and fast, raining bombs down from above. The Huaxia soldiers could neither strike back nor escape. Their legs could never outrun the wings of an aircraft. Even if they scattered to divert the enemy's attention, they would still suffer heavy losses. Presently, the 7th Infiltration Company found themselves in the open wilderness, lacking trenches or tunnels for concealment. With the enemy bombers approaching, the soldiers were akin to fish on a chopping board. "Commander, what should we do?" the deputy commander anxiously inquired. Wu Qinli gritted his teeth, saying, "Finally, they come. I can hardly wait." He then shouted to the nearby soldiers, "Bring me the newly issued anti-aircraft weapons." As his words fell, a soldier hurriedly approached, carrying a Stinger missile and a box of ammunition. "Here you go, brother." Wu Qinli took the Stinger missile from Wu Wuli and gazed at the bomber's outline, which was drawing ever closer. His heart raced with trepidation. Would this small device be effective? If it failed, the 7th Infiltration Company would be doomed. Admittedly, while this little gadget was compact, it was quite user-friendly. As Wu Qinli adjusted the missile launcher, preparing to load a round, he muttered, then turned his steely gaze to the approaching bomber. "Damn it! Let us do this. The outcome hinges on whether this little device can deliver. Everyone, scatter. If this weapon proves ineffective, Deputy Commander, take my place and continue leading the mission," Wu Qinli bellowed, rising to his feet and shouldering the Stinger missile. His standing was twofold. First, to clearly mark himself as the target to the enemy aircraft, a bold provocation in their eyes. The bomber's pilot would undoubtedly aim to strike Wu Qinli first. Yet, Wu Qinli intended to use the enemy's bombardment to better aim and fire at the bomber. Witnessing their commander's selfless courage, the deputy commander felt a lump in his throat. However, orders were orders, and the deputy commander led the soldiers to disperse and hide. Wu Qinli swallowed hard, gripping the Stinger missile tightly on his shoulder. There was no turning back now. It was time to go all in. The roar of enemy aircraft echoed ominously, a sound reminiscent of a wild beast. Wu Qinli's pupils dilated as the bomber's mechanical form loomed larger. "Am I seeing things? That Huaxia soldier is fleeing?" Inside the bomber, the Eagle Nation pilot voiced his astonishment at the sight of the tiny figures on the ground. "What a fool's errand." The pilot then erupted into arrogant laughter. "These Huaxia soldiers must have been rendered stupid by our bombers. They see us and yet forget to run. But it matters not. Even if they tried to flee, they would be unable to escape." As the bomber circled above Wu Qinli's position, it refrained from immediate bombardment, instead reducing speed and hovering ominously over the Huaxia troops. "What is the delay?" We VE reached the target, and the enemy has been spotted. We should drop the bombs. Patience. Let them stew a little longer. These Huaxia troops have no means of resistance. Let them feel fear before death arrives. Upon hearing this, the previously questioning pilot could not help but chuckle indeed. Huaxia's ground forces posed no threat to their aircraft beyond a few outdated rifles. It would be more entertaining to instill fear in these soldiers before delivering their demise. After all, why not enjoy the moment? Could Huaxia soldiers possibly shoot them down with mere rifles? Ha ha ha, come at us. Aren't you Huaxia troops formidable? Well, since you refuse to strike, I shall commence the bombardment. With the anti-aircraft weapon hoisted on his shoulder, Wu Qinli continuously aimed at the bomber above. Initially, he made a few miscalculations while adjusting the aim, being inexperienced with the device. Yet, to his surprise, the enemy bomber, upon reaching the designated area, did not immediately unleash its payload. This unexpected turn of events granted Wu Qinli the opportunity he sought. Firmly gripping the launcher, he locked his gaze onto the enemy bomber's fuselage. Bang! He pressed the button with determination, and a missile surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, soaring directly towards the still-flying bomber. As the missile launched, Wu Qinli's throat tightened, fearing he might miss the target or that this gadget would prove unreliable, failing to reach the bomber's altitude. Yet, what transpired next left Wu Qinli utterly astonished. All right, obliterate them. At that moment, the pilot of the enemy bomber grew weary of the routine. He prepared to adjust his angle, intent on annihilating the foes below. Bang! Just then, the bomber shuddered violently, as if struck by a mighty blow. What on earth was that? We've been hit by the anti-aircraft weaponry of the Huaxia forces. We redoomed. The aircraft is going down. Amidst the fierce shaking of the fuselage, an Eagle Army pilot exclaimed, "Damn those Huaxia troops! I will use bombs to obliterate them." Wait, bombs! At this proclamation, the two pilots in the cockpit froze in disbelief. Exchanging a glance fraught with despair, boom! Chapter 85, New Weapon. The heavenly maiden scattering flowers, bang, bang, bang. In the sky, a series of explosions erupted. The warhead of the Stinger missile pierced the bomber's cabin, triggering a catastrophic chain reaction of the bombs stored below. Instantly, the sky was ablaze with flames, as if it sought to darken the heavens themselves. Smoke billowed into the air, resembling a mushroom cloud blossoming amid war. Suddenly, the bomber vanished from sight, its debris raining down upon the ground. With even small fragments striking the soldiers, the searing heat not only made the soldiers acutely aware of their survival, but also scorched large holes in some of their cotton uniforms. My goodness! Gazing at the dazzling scene above, Wu Qinli could not help but murmur, "The heavenly maiden scattering flowers." Then, in a remarkable moment, he glanced at the launcher resting quietly in his hands. The scene fell into a profound silence, as all the soldiers of the 7th Interspersed Company, regardless of rank, exhibited expressions of bewilderment. Did we really hit it? Did we truly bring it down? The soldiers stood transfixed, their gazes fixed upon the lingering flames in the sky. Even as the fireworks danced before their eyes, every person present wore an expression of utter confusion. Despite witnessing the bomber's destruction before them, the soldiers remained incredulous about the reality unfolding. After several days of relentless bombardment by enemy bombers, their spirits had been thoroughly worn down. Yet now, the very aircraft that had robbed them of sleep had indeed been shot down, and so effortlessly at that. The very device in the hands of the squad leader had accomplished this. My heavens, we really did it! After a few seconds of stunned silence, the first soldier suddenly shouted in astonishment, his voice trembling with excitement. Instantly, a cacophony erupted among the soldiers. We've won. The bomber has been brought down. The squad leader is truly formidable. It's hard to believe. Who would have thought the enemy's aircraft would be so fragile? The uproar echoed through the air. With the immediate threat lifted and such exhilarating news at hand, even during their mission, it was impossible to quell the jubilant voices of the soldiers. Observing their elated expressions, Wu Qinli could not help but smile with genuine satisfaction. This battle had proven remarkably successful. After days of relentless enemy bombardment, the morale of the soldiers had visibly dwindled. Yet now, the foreign bombers had been shot down by their own hands, significantly boosting the spirits of their troops. Comrades, all enemies are mere paper tigers. Aircraft and artillery can indeed be penetrated and destroyed. As long as we stand united, we can dismantle the enemy's aircraft and tanks. Seizing this fortuitous opportunity, Wu Qianli was determined not to miss the chance to rally his troops. Upon hearing his words, the soldiers erupted with excitement. The fear they once held towards enemy aircraft and tanks had vanished, replaced by a fervent desire and fury to obliterate them. One day, we shall drive the Eagle forces from this island and restore peace here. No longer shall we fear aircraft, tanks, or artillery. United, we shall face all as mere paper tigers. Now, I wish to see what else the foreign devils can muster beyond their planes and cannons. The soldiers were in a frenzy, and similar scenes unfolded across various battlefields on the island. All units equipped with Stinger missiles were experiencing this very moment. Squad leader, I never expected this little gadget to be so powerful, the deputy squad leader exclaimed with enthusiasm. At first, I thought it was just a rocket launcher. But to think it could actually bring down a bomber. Too bad we only have one, he lamented. If only we had 10 or 8 more, along with sufficient ammunition, I would dare to take on the enemy's flight formations. Upon hearing this, Wu Qianli nodded in agreement. Indeed. Who would have thought our military-industrial comrades could develop such formidable weaponry? If production could be ramped up, our fight against the foreign devils would become increasingly manageable. At that moment, Wu Wubai approached, his eyes fixed intently on the Stinger missile cradled in Wu Qianli's arms. Brother, let me carry it for you. No need. It's too heavy. You're still growing. Allow me to hold it. Come on, brother. Let me help you out. Get lost. Don't make me kick you. This is our precious weapon against the enemy aircraft. If you break it, what then? And who told you to call me brother? In the army, you must address me as squad leader. Since the moment they shot down the enemy's bomber, Wu Qianli had held the Stinger missile tightly, refusing to let anyone else touch it. This was a valuable asset, crucial for the safety of his comrades in the upcoming mission. Naturally, Wu Qianli would not entrust it to anyone else. He needed to keep it close for peace of mind. Deputy squad leader quickly organized the troops and urged them to quicken their march. Also, ensure the ammunition for the anti-aircraft weapons is well protected. In the midst of discussions, Wu Qianli issued a command to the entire company to increase their speed. Given the recent events, calling for a rapid march seemed somewhat unnecessary. The exhilarating news of the enemy bomber's destruction had already invigorated the soldiers, who autonomously quickened their pace in no time. The 7th Interspersed Company, unscathed, resumed their mission. Chapter 86. The Bomber's Destruction? What sorcery is this? What is happening? We lost a bomber today. What are you all doing? At the Eagle Army base, the commander-in-chief erupted in a fit of rage, his voice ringing through the air. The surrounding officers fell silent, each grappling with disbelief. No had anticipated that the Huaxia forces could bring down an Eagle bomber. It was well known that bombers were precious instruments of war for the Eagle forces. The loss of even one was enough to make the upper echelons of the Air Force feel as though they were bleeding from their hearts. What was even more humiliating was that it had been taken down by Huaxia troops. The most advanced bombers of the Eagle Army had been felled by a mere light infantry unit. This was a disgrace. A tremendous disgrace. The commander-in-chief raged once more, recalling the recent skirmishes with Huaxia forces, during which the Eagle Army had already suffered significant losses in both personnel and armored units. Now, to have lost a bomber as well was simply unbearable. At this moment, an Air Force officer interjected. Commander, I suspect there is something amiss. Before the Air Force commander could elaborate, the commander-in-chief bellowed again. What do you mean something is amiss? If anything is amiss, it's in your Air Force's minds. You allowed Huaxia's troops to humiliate us to this extent. You should all strip off your uniforms. Seeing the Air Force commander's helpless expression, he said, Commander, please let me finish. I believe the Huaxia forces are incapable of downing our bombers. After all, if we think about it, our bombers fly at such heights that their weaponry simply cannot reach us. How could they possibly bring us down? Upon hearing this, everyone in attendance paused, including the commander-in-chief, who fell into deep contemplation. It must be said, this line of reasoning held some merit. The notion of Huaxia forces downing an Eagle bomber was indeed rather outrageous. Could it be that their rifles could reach the planes in the sky? Moreover, such an occurrence had never happened before, rendering it all the more perplexing. For a moment, all present were left in a state of confusion, pondering who could have shot down the bomber if it were not the Huaxia forces. Could it have been the troops of Jindeong? That was even less likely. Commander, do you not think that the recent incident involving the bomber crash might have been orchestrated by the bear? The Air Force commander spoke again. Considering the current situation, the only entities bold enough to shoot down an Eagle aircraft would be the bear and Huaxia. Since Huaxia lacks the capability, it must have been the bear's doing. Upon hearing this, the commander-in-chief narrowed his eyes slightly and replied in a deep voice, "Are you implying that the bear has covertly entered the fray in this war?" The words hung in the air, causing every officer present to furrow their brows in concern. After all, the bear is undeniably a formidable opponent for the Eagle forces at this juncture. If they were to join the conflict, the Eagle military, already grappling with Huaxia's troops, would face an even greater challenge. The outcome of the battle could become uncertain, raising questions about whether the once invincible Eagle forces might even face defeat. At that moment, one officer could no longer contain himself and spoke up. "I believe this incident bears the hallmark of Huaxia, which has likely acquired some new type of air defense weapon, leading to the destruction of the bomber." The room fell silent at this assertion, but the Eagle Air Force commander quickly retorted, "From Huaxia's current state of technological lag, it is evident that their military-industrial capabilities are also subpar. I refuse to believe that Huaxia could develop an air defense weapon capable of threatening us." His words elicited nods of agreement from the assembly, even silencing the officer who had just spoken. Indeed, given Huaxia's backward condition, it was inconceivable that they could produce such weaponry. Thus, it must be the bear's machinations. The commander-in-chief declared angrily, "Those scoundrels. When did they start resorting to underhanded tactics? Collaborating with the Huaxia military to target our bombers is truly despicable." Yet, despite his words, the commander felt a significant portion of his anger dissipate. His initial outrage stemmed from the embarrassment of having their most advanced bomber destroyed by Huaxia's forces. Now, understanding the full context, he realized that while the bomber may have been downed, it was by a major power such as the bear. This comparative understanding alleviated some of the humiliation he felt. Knowing that the bear had already engaged our bombers, it was inevitable that they would continue to shoot them down in the future. "I believe this matter requires careful handling," the Air Force commander suggested. Hearing this, the Eagle commander nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we must take measures to thwart them. However, given the current situation, it seems unwise to initiate an attack against the bear." Upon his words, the officers present nodded in consensus. After all, the Eagle forces had yet to fully seize the island, and the entry of Huaxia's troops had significantly reduced the territory they had occupied. In such circumstances, declaring war on the bear before resolving the issue with Huaxia would be tantamount to inviting disaster upon themselves. "I propose we inform our homeland of this situation, urging them to condemn the bear's sudden aggression on the international stage," the Air Force commander suggested once more. Initially taken aback, the others soon nodded in agreement. It must be said that while this idea may seem lackluster, it was indeed the most prudent course of action available. The bear's unexpected involvement in the conflict could be framed by the Eagle forces as an affront to international peace, compelling them to rein in their actions. Should the bear disregard this warning and continue to assist Huaxia in targeting our bombers, then even if we were compelled to retaliate, the Eagle forces would be morally justified in doing so. That is a commendable idea. I shall immediately relay this to our homeland, urging them to vocally denounce the shameless actions of the bear on the international stage. Chapter 87. So, the Eagle has its day? At the United Nations, I hereby accuse the bear of brazenly launching an attack on our Air Force. You are instigating international discord and deliberately disrupting world peace. In the large conference room, representatives from various nations had already taken their seats. The Eagle representative, brandishing a formal statement, was vociferously berating members of the bear delegation. Meanwhile, several representatives from the bear could not help but scratch their heads. Having grown weary of the Eagle's routine, they felt little but exasperation at the Eagle's incessant accusations, longing for some fresh rhetoric. Bear representatives, do you have anything to say? If you admit this was an accident, we might forgive you, but you must compensate for the bomber's destruction and the families of the pilots. The Eagle representative demanded aggressively, believing his remarks had cornered the bear delegation with no room for rebuttal. The Eagle forces, however, were not inclined to escalate tensions with the bear. Thus, the Eagle representative conveniently offered a way out, if the bear would agree to compensation and assurance that such incidents would not recur. They could show magnanimity and let bygones be bygones. Look, if it weren't for our Eagle forces maintaining peace, the world would have already descended into chaos. Why should we offer compensation? The bear representative replied leisurely. At this, the room fell into a momentary silence. Then, the eagle representative clenched his teeth, his face alternating between shades of red and white, because it was your bear that destroyed our bomber, as he spoke. The eagle representative's expression turned serious. Do you think the bear can bully us? Is this an attempt to provoke us into war? With that, he crossed his arms, adopting a posture of disdain. We, the eagle forces, have never bullied the weak, but we will not shy away from provocation. If the bear truly wishes to bear the responsibility for instigating international disputes, we are more than willing to engage. The eagle representative's words unequivocally conveyed the stance of the eagle forces. Should the bear continue to deny their involvement, the eagle forces would not hesitate to confront them. At this moment, the bear seemed to be left with only two options: apologize, guarantee and compensate, or prepare for war. Suddenly, the bear representative interjected, "You've said so much, yet I have but one thing to say. We, the bear, did not deploy troops, nor did we shoot down your bomber." This statement left the eagle delegation momentarily stunned, their confusion palpable. What nonsense are you spouting? If our aircraft wasn't shot down by you, then who else could it be? The bear representative shrugged and replied, "Who are you currently battling? The forces of Huaxia." So naturally, it was the Huaxia troops who shot it down. The eagle delegation was left dumbfounded. Just then, the bear representative continued, "You, the eagle forces, proclaim to uphold world peace while igniting conflicts across various regions. Now, you come with baseless accusations to provoke us. I ask the representatives of all nations present, who is truly seeking to instigate international discord?" The bear's words caused all representatives to turn their gazes toward the eagle representative, leaving him momentarily speechless. This was quite the predicament for the eagle delegation, grappling with the realization that the bear may not be lying. Historically, the bear had not shied away from acknowledging their actions when warranted. However, if the bomber was not downed by the bear, then who was responsible? Surely it could not be Huaxia. Director Chung, good news. The air defense weapons developed by Su Yun have successfully shot down an eagle bomber. Moreover, this incident has become an international joke. Rumor has it that the eagle representatives still refuse to believe their aircraft was brought down by us. In the command center, a high-ranking officer spoke excitedly, his face alight with joy. Upon hearing this news, Director Chung felt his spirits lift instantly. Ha ha ha! Who would have thought that the eagle forces would find themselves in such a predicament? Director Chung laughed heartily. While also reflecting on Su Yun's remarkable contributions, Su Yun truly is a talent. Many of our successful engagements against the eagle forces have relied on the weapons he developed. The officers present nodded in agreement. Indeed, a single air defense missile was able to bring down an eagle bomber. Once our forces are fully equipped with such technology, the eagle aircraft will surely fall like rain. What a satisfying turn of events. Let them experience the consequences of their arrogance. This is just the first bomber. There will be a second, a third. The room erupted with laughter. Due to the incident involving the Eagle Nation's aircraft, the officers had been holding back their anger for quite some time. At this moment, a collective sigh of relief surged within their hearts. Although the issues regarding air defense weaponry had been resolved, the war must still persist. Director Chung, serving as a military advisor, began to confer with the officers about the next operational plan for the troops. A significant contingent of the Eagle Nation was stationed nearby. Our soldiers had already commenced their march in that direction, and it would not be long before they engaged in battle with the Eagle Nation, Director Chung stated, pointing to the map where the Chongjing Lake area was marked. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the surrounding officers grew grave. Director Chung, according to intelligence from the front lines, the area is occupied by the Eagle Nation's most elite division. If we are to engage, our troops must be adequately prepared. In response, Director Chung nodded, "Indeed. I have already contacted the military factories at the rear. In no time, a new batch of air defense weapons will be delivered to our frontline soldiers. Additionally, other supplies such as winter clothing will be distributed as soon as possible. With these aids, I am confident that our frontline warriors will fight with even greater valor." Chapter 88, March of the Troops. A great battle is about to unfold. Director Chung's words prompted a series of nods from the officers present. At this juncture, Director Chung spoke again. Let the news of the 7th Infiltration Company's success in downing an Eagle Nation bomber spread throughout the troops. It will surely uplift our soldiers' spirits. Upon hearing this, the attendees nodded in agreement. Despite Director Ching's comments about morale, the underlying purpose was to bolster the fighting spirit of our forces. It was well known that just days ago, our troops had been nearly demoralized by enemy bombers. Many frontline soldiers trembled in fear upon learning of incoming enemy aircraft. There were even those who expressed that they feared death at the hands of the Eagle Nation S-bombers more than from ground combat. After all, it is a most bitter fate to perish before even stepping onto the battlefield, deprived of the chance to retaliate. However, now that the air defense weapons were being dispatched, coupled with the acknowledgement of the infiltration company's achievements, the soldiers would undoubtedly feel emboldened to fight back. As they arrived at Changjing Lake, the deputy company commander, holding a map, reported to Wu Qianli, company commander, "We have reached the location designated by higher command." After glancing at the map, Wu Qianli nodded. "Let the soldiers rest for the time being, but ensure they remain concealed and avoid detection by enemy forces, especially the Air Force." It was no wonder Wu Qianli was so cautious. After all, the 7th Infiltration Company was currently situated in an enemy-occupied area. Moreover, while they had acquired a trump card against the Eagle Nation's Air Force, they were still outnumbered in ammunition compared to the enemy aircraft, necessitating careful measures. The deputy company commander nodded and smiled. "We have reached the designated location, and I believe the supporting friendly units will arrive shortly. Once they do, we will encircle the Eagle Nation and deliver a decisive blow." With the arrival of the 7th Infiltration Company, other supporting units began to rapidly assemble at Changjing Lake. Due to their delayed departure, these subsequent units received additional supplies and support. In addition to essential provisions such as winter clothing, ammunition, and food, every attacking unit was equipped with our military's latest air defense weapons. The morale of the soldiers soared, each one filled with fervor, determined to leave the shameless Eagle Army stranded on the island. Since they had come, they would not depart unscathed. Company commander, "Take a look at the supplies sent down from above. They are truly impressive," exclaimed a young soldier, who, after receiving supplies, approached the company commander while hoisting an air defense missile. "I heard that the soldiers of the 7th Infiltration Company used this to shoot down an Eagle bomber." Observing the young soldier's exuberance, the company commander felt a wave of gratification. At present, every company had been issued a single soldier air defense missile, and the soldiers' morale was instantly elevated. Previously, the company commander had been concerned about the troop spirits, but now, witnessing their eagerness to confront enemy aircraft, he had nothing more to say. "All right, hand over the air defense weapons to your company commander. These will be invaluable when encountering enemy aircraft," the company commander instructed. He then promptly ordered his troops to march towards the Changjing Lake area after receiving the supplies. "Our current position is too exposed. If discovered by enemy aircraft, it could lead to casualties," the deputy company commander remarked during the march. Upon hearing this, the company commander waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. We'll take the main route, which will expedite our arrival. As for the enemy's aircraft," he said with a hint of excitement, "being an advance company, we have been allocated 3 single-soldier air defense weapons. Our ammunition is plentiful. If we encounter enemy aircraft, I will ensure they receive a proper greeting." Word of the 7th Infiltration Company's exploits had reached the local commanders, who thought of Wu Qianli, who had managed to shoot down an enemy bomber with just 1 air defense weapon. Surely, with 3 at their disposal, they would not fall short in comparison. With this in mind, the company commander shouted, "Everyone, stay alert. Not only must we watch for enemies on the ground, but we must also keep an eye on the skies. Should enemy aircraft appear, fire at will without waiting for my command. I will shoot down several of those Eagle Nation planes to avenge our fallen brothers." Upon hearing this, the soldiers responded in unison, "Rest assured, Commander. As long as the enemy aircraft dares to approach, we will ensure they don't leave." The weapons were not only lightweight but also equipped with highly precise targeting mechanisms. "Once the enemy aircraft appears, I am confident I can bring it down with an 80% chance," they exclaimed. With air defense weapons in hand, the soldiers no longer feared the bombings from foreign aircraft. Instead, they were now eager, waiting for the enemy to arrive. "Commander, the soldiers are highly enthusiastic. The distribution of air defense weapons has indeed instilled a sense of confidence among our troops," the deputy regimental commander remarked from atop a hill. The regimental commander, observing the troop movements through binoculars, replied, "Indeed, in all my years of combat, this is the first time I have witnessed logistics playing such a significant role. In the past, not only were air defense weapons scarce, but some soldiers received only a handful of bullets before battle. Though the Eagle Nation may be formidable, our forces are gradually improving. However, we must remain prepared. The higher-ups have devised a plan for a major confrontation with the enemy at Changjing Lake. We are about to face the enemy's most elite units. Inform the officers below to ensure the soldiers' morale remains high, but also to prevent them from becoming overly exuberant. The upcoming battle will not be an easy one. In response, the deputy regimental commander nodded. Indeed, the Eagle Army still possesses formidable combat capabilities. However, if we achieve victory at Changjing Lake, we can completely expel the Eagle forces from the northern part of the island. This battle is essential. Chapter 89. The great battle begins. Night, as dark as ink. A fierce wind swept through, and snow fell in torrents. Beneath the shroud of darkness, the ground shimmered with a multitude of lights. The Eagle Army's encampment stood tall in the Changjing Lake area, akin to abscesses on a body, festering wherever they were located. Each large tent could accommodate a company of Eagle soldiers, and every tent was equipped with a stove for warmth. In the night, Eagle soldiers braved the snow, tending to campfires while sipping coffee to keep warm. The roar of engines echoed like beasts, reverberating through the blizzard. Tanks were neatly lined up in the courtyard of the encampment. As night deepened, the Eagle Army's armored units also required rest. Look over there. That's an Eagle aircraft. What do they call it? A helicopter? I hear it can take off and land without a runway. Our Stinger missiles will be specifically aimed at that, from the shadows of the bushes near the Eagle camp. Concealed soldiers listened attentively. Wu Qinli spoke, his heart filled with awe. I must say, the weaponry of the Eagle Army is truly advanced. I wonder when our forces will possess helicopters that don't require runways to take off. Everyone, stay alert. Once the Northern Army begins their assault, we must follow closely behind. The war could ignite at any moment. We must not relent for even a moment. Wu Qinli spoke, as the soldiers of the entire company quietly echoed his call. Suddenly, a beam of moonlight illuminated the earth, revealing the once pristine white ground now dotted with clusters of soldiers. A rough estimation indicated that at least 4,000 to 5,000 warriors had spread out, forming a battalion that had infiltrated the Eagle Army's position. This moment, centered around the Eagle Army's stronghold, our forces had completely encircled them. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted from afar, causing Wu Qinli to furrow his brow. The distant troops had fired the first shot. Bang. A crimson signal flare shot into the sky, illuminating the heavens. Charge! Wu Qinli bellowed, and the soldiers of the 7th Infiltration Company sprang to their feet. Howling like ferocious beasts ready to devour their prey, they dashed towards the Eagle Army's stronghold. The battle had officially commenced. Around the Eagle Army's encampment, waves of soldiers continuously emerged, rushing towards the enemy's position. In an instant, gunfire erupted, and the Eagle Army troops reacted with surprising speed. At the very least, the sentry soldiers had begun firing upon our advancing warriors. Rat-a-tat-tat. The soldiers of the 7th Infiltration Company found themselves closest to the enemy, exploiting their weak defenses. Soon, under Wu Qinli's leadership, the infiltrating soldiers breached the Eagle Army's camp area. The warriors dispersed, storming into the tents of the Eagle Army. Within the tents, the Eagle soldiers, startled awake by the cacophony of gunfire, hurriedly donned their uniforms. Yet, just as many were still struggling to dress, several frostbitten warriors from Huaxia burst into the tents. Rat-a-tat-tat. The firepower of the automatic rifles reached its zenith at that moment. Instantly, torrents of blood splattered across the Eagle Army's tents, as an entire company of Eagle soldiers was mercilessly slaughtered by just a handful of our troops. We must exercise caution. The Eagle Army has likely caught on. Wu Qinli cautioned the 2 soldiers behind him. He then led the charge into one tent after another, catching the Eagle Army unaware. The air was filled with the panicked cries of the Eagle soldiers. Damn it! There are Huaxia soldiers here. Kill them. Are these Huaxia warriors emerging from the ground? We can't hold them off. Retreat. Quick, retreat. Faced with such a force, even God would flee. Total war erupted, as soldiers from all directions surged towards the Eagle Army's positions. In no time, the Eagle troops, caught off guard, began to regroup and retreat to the rear. Dio would not let a single one escape. The armor units of the Eagle Army played a crucial role at this moment. Tanks and armored vehicles positioned themselves before our soldiers, unleashing a hailstorm of bullets. Boom, boom, boom. The Stinger missiles, known for their devastating impact against aircraft, also proved effective against ground armored units. This battle had utterly bewildered the Eagle forces, as tank after tank exploded in a series of fiery eruptions, illuminating the fierce visages of the soldiers. Rumble, the Eagle tanks, in a shocking display of cowardice, abandoned their soldiers and turned to flee. Damn it! These rascals are actually running away. Are your tanks afraid of infantry? A bunch of cowards. To let these people drive tanks is an insult to armored warfare, bastards. Enough talk. Why don't you try driving a tank yourselves? We are not resisting an army. We are battling demons. Report to the commander. The Arctic Bear Regiment has been completely annihilated by Huaxia forces. The regiment commander is dead, and the regimental flag has been lost. Inside the Eagle Army commander's tent, upon receiving this news, the commander erupted in furious curses. Damn it all! Where did these Huaxia forces come from? Is it possible that God truly stands with them? The commander seethed, his mind a tempest of despair. The sudden emergence of so many Huaxia soldiers attacking from all sides had overwhelmed them. They had lost the capacity to counterattack, dispatch orders, ensure our troops regroup and retreat quickly. They must hurry, or our entire force will meet our maker. Buzzing. Helicopters ascended into the sky, but rather than attacking our soldiers, they were desperately fleeing to the rear. Stinger missiles. At this moment, the 7th Infiltration Company had penetrated deep into the enemy's territory. Seeing the Eagle helicopters ascend rapidly, Wu Qinli shouted, hoisting a Stinger missile onto his shoulder. In the midst of the wind and snow, Wu Qinli's gaze grew increasingly serene. Boom! With a resounding blast, the helicopter scattered, leaving a shower of sparks in its wake. Chapter 90. The weapons prove their worth. The enemy forces are completely annihilated. The Eagle helicopters, akin to sparrows caught by the tail, flapped and trembled in the air for a moment before plummeting from the sky, crashing to the ground in a fiery explosion. This scene ignited a wave of exhilaration among the soldiers of the Infiltration Company. Well done, Company Commander. As the helicopters fell, the soldiers of the 7th Infiltration Company were filled with unparalleled excitement. A glimmer sparkled in Wu Qinli's eyes. They say the Eagle's weaponry is the best in the world, yet it seems not so formidable after all. Continue the pursuit. Do not let the Eagle Army escape. Wu Qinli shouted. The Eagle Army's most elite division was stationed in the Chongjing Lake area. This battle must lead to their complete annihilation. Amidst the chaotic battle cries, an unusual sight emerged. Eagle soldiers, equipped with elite weaponry, were frantically retreating. The roaring tanks were part of this chaotic scene, while our soldiers charged forward, shouting and firing their weapons. Not a single one must escape. We must ensure that all of them remain here. Isn't the Eagle Army the best in the world? Are they truly the best at fleeing? Chase them down. Not a single one can be allowed to escape. Our soldiers shouted, their weapons firing incessantly. However, soon a troubling development arose. While the Eagle infantry was manageable, their armored units, unable to shake off our soldiers, began to turn their guns towards us. Rat-a-tat-tat, bang, bang, bang. Bullets and artillery rained down upon our soldiers, instantly stalling our advance. Countless warriors, left with no choice, sought cover. What should we do? If we cannot deal with the Eagle tanks, their main force will surely escape. Just as the chaos reached its peak, Wu Wanli's figure suddenly appeared before the crowd, carrying a Stinger missile on his shoulder. Boom! The missile launched, and a tank was instantly destroyed. The anti-air missile can also be used against tanks. In that moment, all the soldiers realized what they needed to do. They began to hoist the issued Stinger missiles. Tanks, unlike aircraft, were significantly slower. Once locked onto by a Stinger, they would be obliterated. In an instant, the Eagle armored units unleashed a storm of destruction upon us. Several tanks were destroyed in succession. At this point, the enemy's armored forces were dwindling. The remaining heavy weaponry had lost the will to counterattack, quickly turning to flee. Charge! Our soldiers would not allow the Eagle Army to escape. In an instant, a surge of warriors raced towards the Eagle forces. They fired at every soldier in sight and launched missiles at every tank in no time. The defensive lines set by the Eagle Army for their retreat were shattered by our forces. Numerous Eagle soldiers fell, some pierced by bullets, while others simply discarded their rifles and surrendered. Damn it! Let God himself fight this battle. I will never participate again. Please, stop. I surrender. I shall surrender. Oh God, this is truly the end of the world. What have I done to deserve such punishment? The eagle soldiers screamed as they fled. Just then, our intercepting forces finally arrived, completely blocking the retreat path of the eagle army. At this moment, the eagle army still retained some strength, being the elite of the elite. Seeing themselves surrounded and unable to escape, the eagle soldiers hastily set up defensive lines to regroup, hoping to engage in a final struggle against our forces. Little did they know, our troops adopted a strategy of encirclement without direct confrontation. Just as the eagle army found themselves bewildered, a barrage of artillery suddenly rained down upon their positions, catching the eagle soldiers off guard. The self-propelled artillery once again played a monumental role in this battle. Bang, bang, bang. As the sound of the shells gradually diminished, Wu Qinli shouted, leading the soldiers of the insertion company towards the eagle army's positions. Charge! Annihilate the eagle army in this battle. No one shall hold back. Fire all the ammunition. Ha ha ha. It's time to make dumplings. The positions had just been baptized by artillery fire. Countless soldiers of the eagle army, caught off guard, realized too late that our troops had already surged forward. At this moment, most of the eagle soldiers had lost their fighting spirit. Some even raised their hands in surrender, kneeling on the ground in desperate plea for mercy. As for those who remained unyielding, they were mercilessly riddled with bullets from automatic rifles. Thus, an entire division of the eagle army was completely erased from existence. We have triumphed. We are victorious. This battle is ours. Our soldiers erupted in cheers, while others busied themselves collecting various spoils of war, in the biting cold. Waves of eagle soldiers were continuously pushed back towards the rear. Wu Qinli, while observing the captives, savored a piece of compressed biscuit seized from the enemy. This foreign delicacy is quite delightful and has a satisfying chew. While eating, Wu Qinli smiled and offered another piece to his younger brother. Wu Wanli. The war had concluded, and the soldiers relaxed. Wu Wanli, grinning, asked, "Brother, did you really fight in actual battles before? Is it true that every time we win, the enemy kneels in surrender?" As Wu Wanli had just joined the war, he naturally lacked his brother's experience. Wu Qinli took a bite of the biscuit, contemplating as he said, "Not exactly, it's quite peculiar. We have fought against the little devils and the bald-headed ones, but it seems that only the soldiers of the eagle army surrender by kneeling. Truly remarkable. Our soldiers have achieved great merit in this battle. We have utterly destroyed an entire division of the eagle army. I never anticipated such significant results." At the frontline command post, the officers could not contain their excitement. Their faces beaming with joy, they promptly reported the battle's outcome to the command headquarters. Chapter 91. A Nation in Celebration. Su Yun ascends to new heights. Ha ha ha. This time, our frontline soldiers have secured a resounding victory. We have completely shattered the eagle army's front lines. The soldiers at the front are commendable. As long as they emerge victorious, our factory workers' toil will be worthwhile. As it stands, the eagle army is not so formidable after all. Just wait. In the next battle, we will drive them into the sea. At the first armaments factory, news of the resounding victory at the front arrived, and the entire nation erupted in celebration. The factory workers, too, could not be left behind. Witnessing the excitement among the workers, Director Zhang's eyes sparkled with joy. "Comrades, the weapons wielded by the frontline soldiers are the products of our labor. Therefore, the smooth progress of the war is also a testament to our contribution." Upon hearing Director Zhang's words, the workers became even more exhilarated. He continued, "However, the war at the front is still ongoing. While other regions of the country can celebrate and even rest, we must not allow ourselves the same luxury. Moving forward, we must intensify our efforts and focus on production, ensuring our frontline soldiers can conclude this war swiftly." At this, the workers erupted in fervor once more. "Rest assured, Director Zhang, our frontline soldiers are sacrificing and shedding blood. We have no right to rest. Absolutely. We must ramp up production and ensure our soldiers are well equipped with arms and ammunition. During wartime, we must prioritize war efforts. Rest assured, Director Zhang, we will have no complaints for the victory of this war." With these words, Director Zhang felt deeply moved. Our military's victory is not solely due to the valor of the frontline soldiers. It is the unity of the entire nation that is the fundamental reason for our success. Both soldiers and workers possess such awareness. What do we have to fear about winning future battles? He then smiled. But do not worry. While we will intensify production, celebrations are certainly in order. Tonight, We will improve our rations in the cafeteria with pork stew and vermicelli. This battle was truly remarkable. Not only did it disrupt the Eagle Army's strategic objectives, but it also forced them to retract their defenses, allowing us to seize a vast territory. At the command post, Director Chung exclaimed with excitement. The surrounding officers also laughed heartily. It is no wonder that everyone is in high spirits. This offensive is undoubtedly a monumental victory for our army. Not only did we achieve a significant strategic triumph, but we have also begun to gain the upper hand in this war. Furthermore, the elite of the Eagle Army has been decimated. This incident has completely embarrassed the Eagle Army on the international stage. Ha ha ha, Director Cheng, you may not know. Our diplomats were harshly berated by the representatives of the Eagle Army on the international front, who accused us of lacking ethics and decorum. Our representatives remained silent, merely smiling, nearly driving the Eagle representatives to the brink of madness. Upon hearing this, the officers at the command post burst into laughter again. Director Chung then summarized, "This is also good. Our victory in this battle not only forced the Eagle Army to retreat, but also demonstrates to other nations that our country and our troops are not to be trifled with. This victory will bolster our national prestige. As long as we triumph, we can secure decades of peace for our country." Upon hearing this, the attendees nodded in agreement. At this moment, the Chief of Staff spoke up. "Speaking of this significant victory, we must acknowledge the contributions of the weapons developed by Su Yun. Our soldiers' firepower has improved exponentially compared to before, which is one of the crucial reasons for our success in this battle. Had our troops remained at the previous level, victory would have been far from easy." Upon hearing this, everyone present nodded in agreement. Though Su Yun did not personally engage in battle, no one dared to deny that each victory of our army is closely tied to his contributions. A wave of admiration swept through the crowd. Indeed, although Su Yun is young, his contributions surpass those of many frontline commanders. I recall that the proposal to confront the Eagle Army originated from Su Yun, and he even presented this view in the capital. Not only that, but since Su Yun became the Minister of Logistics, our soldiers have never had to worry about supply issues again. After this exchange, Director Chung fell silent. His silence was not due to any reservations about Su Yun. On the contrary, listening to the discussions around him made him increasingly aware of Su Yun's exceptional capabilities. Setting aside the military industry, even in his role as Minister of Logistics, Su Yun's foresight in preparing winter supplies for the soldiers was akin to anticipating that the war would extend into winter. Moreover, when our troops first engaged in combat on the island, we faced a critical shortage of artillery. Su Yun had already mobilized self-propelled artillery to our positions. Logically, Su Yun should not have been involved in military command, yet he accurately identified where the troops needed these weapons the most, ensuring proper distribution. Consequently, our army has achieved several victories relying on Su Yun's manufactured weapons. Before the troops move, the provisions must be in place. And the meticulous allocation of equipment has greatly benefited the entire force. If one does not ponder this deeply, it may easily go unnoticed. However, if one truly reflects, Director Chung felt as if Su Yun could foresee the outcomes of every battle, large or small. After a long contemplation, Director Chung addressed the officers present. "I would like to ask you all one thing. I'm saying if you believe Su Yun possesses a talent for strategic command, how would you feel about promoting him to a member of the Strategic Committee?" Upon hearing this, the officers were momentarily taken aback. The position Director Chung mentioned would essentially involve Su Yun in the strategic planning for the entire campaign against the Eagle Army. To put it simply, only officers of at least the rank of general are permitted to participate, and it also depends on whether the higher-ups recognize his abilities. Just as everyone was pondering this, the Chief of Staff suddenly spoke. "Director Cheng, I believe this is a viable proposition. Do not underestimate Su Yun's youth. From the perspective of strategic vision, he is certainly on par with our seasoned generals. Elevating him could yield significant benefits." Chapter 92. Rise in status. Attendance at the meeting. Su Yun. "No, I should now address you as Comrade Su," exclaimed Principal Ma with excitement within the military academy. At this moment, Su Yun and others were still at the military academy, awaiting the dispatch of mushroom experts from the Maoxiong side, but everyone's emotions were intensely charged. This time, it is undoubtedly due to our military's resounding victory in the conflict on the small island. Upon hearing Principal Ma's words, Su Yun could not help but feel somewhat surprised. "Principal Ma, what do you mean by that?" Su Yun queried, his confusion not stemming from the victorious outcome of the war, but rather from the fact that Principal Ma referred to him as Committee Member Su. Haha, you may not be aware, but the success in this battle has garnered you high praise from Director Chung and his team. They remarked that without your military-industrial weapons and the meticulous arrangements for logistics, it would have been impossible to secure such a string of victories so effortlessly, Principal Ma exclaimed with enthusiasm. Given that the war was still ongoing, Director Chung could not send anyone to convey the news in person, hence I took it upon myself to relay this message to you. You have now been elevated to the position of Strategic Committee member in our military. At this revelation, Su Yun nodded in acknowledgement, astonished that Director Cheng's team had elevated his rank so significantly. It is worth noting that a Strategic Committee member is a senior military officer who directly participates in the entire war. Providing strategic deployment advice in that moment, Su Yun felt a sense of appreciation. Director Chung and his team truly valued him. He wholeheartedly agreed with this development, as he had several insights to share regarding our military's tactical deployments in the forthcoming battles. However, his previous rank had restricted his ability to voice these opinions. Now, as a Strategic Committee member, this presented an excellent opportunity. The other military-industrial experts present were equally astonished upon hearing this news. Congratulations, Su Yun. You are undeniably the youngest major general in our country now, exclaimed one. You truly are a genius, not only excelling in military-industrial advancements but also demonstrating remarkable talent and strategy. Another added, indeed. Everyone has witnessed Su Yun's performance during this period. His ascension to the position of Strategic Committee member will undoubtedly provide immense assistance to our military's future endeavors, they collectively remarked. Amidst the discussion, Principal Ma interjected once more, Su Yun, since you have no objections regarding the appointment, you must depart promptly for our military command center. Upon hearing this, Su Yun inquired, Principal Ma, what could be so urgent that I must leave immediately? Can it wait a moment? It was understandable for Su Yun to feel this way. While the war's affairs were undoubtedly critical, the matter of the mushroom egg was of paramount importance. Balancing the demands of the war with the situation surrounding the mushroom egg had left Su Yun quite overwhelmed. Principal Ma replied directly, Su Yun, I am aware of your busy schedule. Director Chung and the others hope you understand this matter. We have achieved our first victory at the front lines, and how could the next strategic deployment proceed without you? Our military's committee member. With those words, Su Yun refrained from saying more and responded, very well. I shall set off for the command center immediately. However, Principal Ma, please be sure to inform me as soon as the experts from the Bear Nation arrive. Although the domestic military experts could learn about mushroom egg technology, Su Yun's presence would undoubtedly provide added assurance. He had become quite the busy individual, unable to fully commit to either task. Little did he expect that he would become a Strategic Committee member. At the capital's Research Institute, a multitude of overseas returned military-industrial experts gathered. Their reactions to Su Yun's promotion were filled with astonishment and admiration. One overseas expert remarked, it is true that in the eyes of us returnees, Su Yun has made the greatest contributions. Not only has he developed numerous weapons to assist our military, but he has also excelled in logistics. It is only natural that the higher-ups value him. While this praise was directed towards Su Yun, an inexplicable complexity began to stir within the hearts of his peers. After all, as fellow overseas experts, they found themselves stagnant in their own progress while Su Yun soared to such heights. Amidst their reflections, one individual suggested, why don't we regard Su Yun as a benchmark among the overseas returnees? Let us learn from him and strive to contribute even more to our nation. This proposal received enthusiastic agreement from the others. The command center. Prior to the meeting, Director Chung stated, I believe we should celebrate Su Yun's achievements. Additionally, we hope he continues to excel. The room erupted in applause, creating a lively atmosphere. Su Yun smiled at the scene, astonished at how his contributions had garnered such recognition. Since his arrival at the command center, many had approached him to extend their greetings, showering him with compliments. Once the pleasantries were exchanged, the atmosphere turned serious as they began discussing matters pertaining to the battlefield. The victory in the Chongjing Lake region had laid a foundation for our military's future campaigns. However, the enemy forces in that area had not been completely annihilated. A significant portion of the Eagle Nation's troops was currently retreating, on the verge of escaping our military's encirclement. AS Director Chung spoke. He marked the retreating positions of the Eagle forces on the map. Our military had just endured a major battle and required recuperation. Thus, the primary topic of this meeting was whether we should pursue the retreating Eagle troops or take the opportunity to rest and regroup. This remark prompted a flurry of discussions among the military officers present. Shortly thereafter, one officer stood and expressed, "I believe our troops should take a moment to recuperate." Chapter 93. Blockade? Is this how we fight? Please share your thoughts, Director Chung prompted. The officer continued, "While our forces are valiant, they have been on the march and engaged in combat for an extended period without a chance to rest. Moreover, we have incurred significant logistical losses and both combat and non-combat casualties during this battle. It is imperative that our soldiers have an opportunity to recuperate." Upon hearing this, most of the officers in attendance nodded in agreement. It was undeniable that this proposal bore considerable merit. Our military had recently endured a series of intense battles and genuinely required a period of rest, as for the enemy that had escaped. If circumstances allowed for their total annihilation, that would be ideal. However, given the current situation, it would be best not to pursue them relentlessly. At that moment, another officer stood and added, "I concur with this viewpoint. Our victory in the Chongjing Lake region has granted us control over a significant strategic area. The most pressing task now is to ensure that our soldiers recuperate and solidify our hold on these territories. Only by stabilizing this region can we effectively launch further offensives against the Eagle Nation's occupied territories." This perspective gained further consensus among the attendees, consolidating our control and allowing our soldiers to recover, while a more conservative approach positioned our military in a strategic state of readiness. Moreover, the Eagle forces retained a measure of combat capability. Our troops were already fatigued, and pursuing the enemy further could jeopardize our strategic objectives and result in unnecessary casualties. Consequently, the consensus emerged that a temporary cessation of hostilities was prudent, while planning for the elimination of the Eagle forces would be required. As the room fell into silence, Director Chung suddenly turned to Su Yun and asked, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" Without hesitation, Su Yun rose and spoke, "I believe our military should pursue the retreating forces." At this moment, the Eagle troops were demoralized and their fighting spirit was waning as they retreated. Seizing the opportunity to annihilate them would significantly diminish their strength. The room fell silent at his assertion until Director Chung inquired, "What is your plan?" Su Yun nodded affirmatively and approached the map. After a brief examination, he pointed to a specific location on the map. "Here, at the water bridge. This is a crucial point through which the Eagle forces must retreat. There is a bridge here sturdy enough to accommodate their heavy machinery." As he spoke, Su Yun outlined the operational plan to eliminate the remaining Eagle troops to those present. "Our military should relentlessly pursue the Eagle forces, continuously engaging them. This would not only further deplete their fighting strength, but also hinder their retreat. Only by doing so could we deploy forces to infiltrate the area surrounding the water bridge. If we could destroy the bridge, the heavy weaponry of the Eagle Nation has been rendered ineffective, losing the protective cover it once provided. Our forces will annihilate the Eagle Nation with the ease of autumn leaves swept away by the wind." At that moment, whether the Eagle Nation retreats or resolutely holds its ground, our army possesses the capability to completely eradicate them. Upon the utterance of these words, Director Cheng's gaze sparkled with a fierce brilliance. It must be said that Su Yun indeed possesses remarkable foresight. Not only does he advocate for a pursuit, but he has also meticulously crafted a pursuit plan. What is more commendable is that Su Yun's strategy is exceptionally sound. Currently, our troops are equipped with anti-aircraft weaponry, rendering the Eagle Nation's air formations incapable of inflicting significant damage upon us. As soon as we deploy, the remaining forces of the Eagle Nation will undoubtedly be annihilated by our soldiers." Su Yun further elaborated. However, upon hearing these statements, the officers present exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a complexity of emotions, silently astonished. The idea of having our forces ambush the Eagle Nation at the water bridge, while indeed possessing merits, is, in essence, somewhat audacious. Observing the officers' reactions, Director Chung discerned their sentiments and directly invited them to express their views on Su Yun's operational plan. Following several prior events, the officers were naturally reluctant to underestimate Su Yun. Yet, given the strategic implications at stake, differing opinions must be voiced. One officer boldly declared, "I believe this action is somewhat too risky. Moreover, achieving it would be exceedingly difficult. Firstly, it is quite challenging for our forces to reach the water bridge region ahead of the Eagle Nation. After all, they are a mechanized force and can march faster than we can. Furthermore, should we attempt to ambush the Eagle Nation, they may fight to the death. Consequently, this could result in unnecessary losses for our army. The risks of ambushing the Eagle Nation outweigh the potential rewards. With this statement, the scene was immediately engulfed in a flurry of discussions. It must be said that the officer's words were not without merit. To date, every battle we have fought against the Eagle Nation has been won under the cover of night or through unexpected maneuvers. Although the Eagle Nation has suffered successive defeats, their combat capability should not be underestimated. If we force them into a corner and engage them head-on, the outcome remains uncertain. Indeed, should we reach that point, even if our army emerges victorious, it would come at a considerable cost. It is prudent to consolidate our gains for now. Pursuing immediate results could lead to significant problems. Moreover, this is under the condition that our troops have been fatigued for an extended period and have not had adequate rest, rendering the chances of success quite slim. Amidst the discussions, it became apparent that many believed that engaging the Eagle Nation in battle at this juncture was somewhat unrealistic. Director Cheng nodded in agreement. The officers' opinions were undoubtedly important, and their observations reflected objective reality. The risks associated with the ambush at the water bridge were indeed substantial, a fact that was self-evident. At this moment, Su Yun spoke again. I acknowledge that under the current circumstances, ambushing the Eagle Nation is indeed quite challenging. He stated, but has not every battle our soldiers have fought been born out of adversity? Even the victory at the Changjing Lake was achieved at great risk. Where there are risks, there will be achievements. Should this pursuit succeed, it would yield only benefits for our army. His words rendered the assembly momentarily silent. It must be said that his reasoning was quite sound. After all, in warfare, every battle carries inherent risks, which is an objective reality. However, significant risks often correlate with greater rewards. At this juncture, Su Yun continued, articulating the tangible benefits if our forces can completely annihilate the remaining troops of the Eagle Nation at the water bridge. It would not only have a tremendous impact internationally, but would also enhance our nation's prestige. Moreover, with the Eagle Nation suffering such considerable losses, they would likely experience a severe decline in morale and may even have to retreat along the front lines to avoid further devastation. Upon hearing this, the attendees could not help but nod in agreement. Su Yun's argument was indeed compelling. If we were to achieve a resounding victory in this battle, it would yield significant rewards across various domains, especially strategically. Should the Eagle Nation become fearful and withdraw their forces, they would relinquish control over vast military territories. Consequently, our army would be able to reclaim a substantial amount of territory without a fight, greatly benefiting the overall situation of the war. However, at that moment, another officer interjected. While winning the war would indeed yield such outcomes, I have great confidence in our army's combat capabilities. However, as the Eagle Nation is currently in retreat, for us to ambush them at the water bridge, our forces must march swiftly. Given the icy and snowy conditions and the prolonged lack of rest for our troops, it is challenging to intercept them before they reach the water bridge. This statement essentially expressed a concern that our army's marching speed may not keep pace. While this concern is not without justification, Su Yun suddenly replied, this issue is quite manageable. Our munitions factory has recently produced a new batch of armored personnel carriers, which have already been dispatched to the front lines. He elaborated on logistical matters, asserting that once the armored personnel carriers arrive, the speed of our vanguard units would not pose a problem. Although these carriers cannot transport all soldiers to the ambush site, if a portion of our troops can arrive at the water bridge in advance and establish combat preparations, subsequent units will arrive in a continuous stream to provide support. At that point, the Eagle Nation will inevitably face complete annihilation. This statement finally led the officers present to realize that deploying troops to ambush the Eagle Nation at the water bridge was, in fact, a feasible plan. A lively discussion ensued as everyone began to express their opinions. Ultimately, the consensus emerged that with the assistance of armored vehicles, our army's operational capabilities would be significantly enhanced. If the Eagle Nation's forces were indeed annihilated at the water bridge, it would represent a monumental achievement. I find Su Yun's proposed plan to be viable. Since we have resolved to eliminate the entire Eagle Nation force, we cannot afford to leave any behind. Following this vigorous debate, all present ultimately agreed to the plan to ambush and completely annihilate the Eagle Nation. Very well, let us now discuss the comprehensive operational strategy. Director Chung announced. In a matter of moments, the officers began to strategize and organize the next course of action. The plan was not complex. The retreating Eagle Nation, fearing progressive annihilation, was moving at a slow pace, with all their soldiers congregated together, making them particularly vulnerable to our forces' decisive strike. Our army was to dispatch units to trail behind the Eagle Nation for a pursuit, thereby delaying their advance. Additionally, utilizing the speed of the armored vehicles, we would infiltrate the Eagle Nation's retreat location at the water bridge, destroy the bridges, and implement a strategy of encirclement and interception. Should the plan unfold successfully, the Eagle Nation's forces would be completely obliterated at the water bridge. In this battle, the Eagle Nation would be driven into a corner, and while a cornered beast may fight desperately, I have faith that our soldiers will prevail. Director Chung remarked, and with the plan now established, the next step was to inform the subordinate units to launch a further assault on the Eagle Nation. After the meeting concluded, Director Chung retained Su Yun for a private conversation, wishing to convey some important matters. Director Chung had been a significant mentor to Su Yun during his time at the munitions factory, providing considerable assistance. In their private exchange, they engaged in pleasantries. Su Yun, the recent victories of our forces are largely attributable to your efforts. I find myself at a loss as to how to reward you, Director Chung expressed with a sigh. When it comes to rewarding Su Yun, he truly did not know what to offer. Yet, Su Yun responded, Director Chung, you flatter me. For the sake of our nation, what rewards could I possibly seek? My sole desire is for our country to grow ever stronger and to triumph in this ongoing war. His words stirred deep emotions within Director Chung. Su Yun's return from overseas had imbued him with youthful vigor, and his sense of duty was truly admirable. Director Chung found it difficult to identify any flaws in this young man. Su Yun, there is one more thing I must share with you, and it is indeed wonderful news. Upon hearing Director Cheng's statement, Su Yun directly inquired, Director Chung, what is the matter? Director Chung, with a smile, patted Su Yun on the shoulder and replied, Su Yun, due to your previous contributions, the mushroom bomb experts have now arrived in our country. I cannot entrust this task to anyone else. You must personally learn the techniques from the experts. Chapter 95. The experts arrive. The plunder of knowledge. Everyone needs to be on high alert. The mushroom bomb experts from the Bear Country have truly arrived, and no one can afford to be complacent. These are experts with genuine technical prowess. It is imperative that everyone adopts a professional attitude. In the military academy, Principal Ma excitedly addressed the crowd. At the entrance, a large group of individuals had gathered, all of whom were the nation's foremost military industry experts, dispatched to learn the mushroom bomb technology. Su Yun was among them and had been assigned the primary responsibility for welcoming the guests. Before long, several cars arrived at the academy's entrance, and a rather gaunt-looking expert from the Bear Country stepped out with a smile. Instantly, applause erupted in the crowd, a warm welcome for the military expert from Bear Country. Su Yun stepped forward and was the first to shake hands with the expert. However, upon seeing the expert's appearance, his heart stirred. It seemed that Bear Country had indeed sent a true specialist in mushroom bomb technology. In his past life, Su Yun had heard of this individual, the top expert from Bear Country, Chekhovsky. Not only did he hold the most advanced mushroom bomb technology of the time, but he also possessed profound knowledge in various other military technologies. He had not only developed the mushroom bomb technology, but had also created numerous advanced military weapons that would influence high-tech military technology for generations to come. The successful island wars had likely made Bear Country aware of our true strength, prompting them to send a genuine expert to teach Su Yun and others. Hello, Mr. Chekhovsky. Su Yun greeted with a smile. To his surprise, the Bear Country expert also shook Su Yun's hand and said, Hello, Su Yun. It seems you are even more excited to see me than I am to see you. This unexpected exchange left not only Su Yun puzzled, but also Principal Ma and the other military experts, who were equally curious. Could it be that these two were previously acquainted? However, the Bear Country expert soon clarified the situation for everyone present. Su Yun, I have long admired your accomplishments, the fully automatic rifle, copper-coated steel bullet technology, and the individual air defense missile. Each of these inventions is a pinnacle of military technology. With this revelation, the crowd's confusion dissipated, and they understood that Su Yun's weapon technologies had made a significant impact even in Bear Country. A sense of pride welled up in Principal Ma and others. Indeed, producing a talented individual like him brought honor to their nation. The surrounding military experts exchanged smiles, their gazes towards Su Yun now tinged with a hint of resentment. They, too, must strive to improve themselves. It must be noted that in contemporary China, Su Yun was undoubtedly among the elite military experts, perhaps even the foremost among them. Moreover, it was rumored that he had played a crucial role in several recent island conflicts. You are a well-rounded talent, unmatched even in bear country, the expert continued. One could not deny that this time. The visiting expert was far more courteous than those from previous occasions. For the moment, aside from all else, everyone hoped to learn the true mushroom bomb technology. Hearing the bear country expert's words, Su-Yun smiled and exchanged pleasantries, yet he refrained from overly praising the expert's various technological research. After all, he was unaware of which technologies were currently under study and which were future prospects. Flooding the conversation with excessive praise might complicate matters. After a round of greetings, every military expert, along with Principal Ma and the academy staff, shook hands with the bear country expert before they all entered the classroom. The visiting expert from bear country wasted no time. After a brief introduction, he immediately began writing extensive notes on the blackboard outlining the foundational steps for mushroom bomb production. Excitement rippled through the assembly of military experts. The war had already commenced, and they were determined to enhance their capabilities, swiftly mastering the technology to ensure their nation possessed this formidable weapon. When that time came, the so-called nuclear coercion would merely be a joke before their military. As the bear country expert commenced his lecture at the podium, Su-Yun naturally began to probe the expert's entries. Upon inspection, he was taken aback by the expert's extensive capabilities and technologies. Truly a marvel of modern science. Chekhov's sky. Research level, intermediate celestial. Learning ability, intermediate celestial. Electromagnetic expert, lower celestial. Supersonic missile technology, lower celestial. Mushroom bomb technology, unknown level. Su-Yun instinctively felt a surge of excitement. Given the current situation, he could no longer afford to be distracted. He activated the system to initiate the plundering of the expert's entries. Ding. System activated. Initiating plunder of entries for the host. Ding. Target locked for plundering. Chekhov's sky. Plundering entry. Mushroom bomb technology. Unknown level. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a 10% mastery of the core manufacturing technology for mushroom bombs. Unknown level. The system's notifications continued to chime. Yet upon hearing the final one, Su-Yun couldn't help but furrow his brow. What was going on? A 10% acquisition of the core technology. Did this imply that he had yet to fully grasp the manufacturing process of the mushroom bomb? According to past experiences, such a situation should not arise. Su-Yun found himself puzzled. Just when he was deep in thought about this issue, the system's voice resonated once more. After hearing the system's explanation, though somewhat resigned, Su-Yun felt a sense of relief. Regardless of the circumstances, the mushroom bomb technology was indeed within his grasp. Chapter 96, Electromagnetic Missiles. This time, what a windfall. System, why was only 10% plundered this time? Su-Yun asked, feeling a bit helpless, especially since the issue arose regarding such a crucial technology. He was initially reluctant to inquire, knowing that the system might not respond. However, the situation now necessitated his inquiry. Before long, the system's mechanical voice filled the air again. Ding! The level of mushroom bomb technology is too high. Complete plunder for the host is not possible. Ding! The 10% progress in mushroom bomb technology has provided the host with preliminary conditions to acquire the technology, aiding the host in learning it more swiftly. Ding! The host must diligently continue studying, and once the progress bar for mushroom bomb technology reaches 100%, the host will fully master the core manufacturing techniques. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Su-Yun felt somewhat resigned. Yet, upon reflection, he recognized that the mushroom bomb technology was among the most advanced and lethal technologies of both the present and the future. This technology had taken Eagle Nation nearly a decade to develop with nationwide efforts, and Bear Country was not far behind. With the system's assistance, he estimated that he could master the mushroom bomb technology within a year or even within a few months. This was akin to having a cheat code, and thus Su-Yun found little to complain about. Moreover, with the war against Eagle Nation just commencing, rapidly increasing the progress bar to 100% and subsequently manufacturing the mushroom bomb would not be a waste of time. Just as Su-Yun resolved to focus on mastering the mushroom bomb technology, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! System activated. Initiating plunder of entries for the host. Ding! Target locked for plundering. Chekhov's sky. Plundering entry. Electromagnetic expert. Lower celestial. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a 10-fold critical hit. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the entry for electromagnetic missile manufacturing technology, unknown level. As the system's mechanical voice echoed, Su Yun's eyes immediately lit up. To his astonishment, the system was not only plundering the mushroom bomb technology but had also added another top-tier technology. Clearly, the system would never shortchange him, recognizing that he had stumbled slightly with the mushroom bomb. It promptly compensated by plundering another technology. As Su Yun reviewed the specifics of the electromagnetic missile technology, he couldn't help but feel a surge of exhilaration. It was no wonder he felt this way. Although the system had previously revealed advanced technologies, they were all products of the 20th century. To call them advanced was an understatement. It is simply incomparable to the pinnacle of military industry in the 21st century. The electromagnetic missile technology that the system has unveiled is remarkably advanced, even in this era, and it is a technology that many nations have yet to master. The so-called electromagnetic missile is not akin to an electromagnetic cannon that launches energy missiles to obliterate targets. Rather, it is a technology designed for soft strikes against local military industries. To illustrate, in the future battles of the world, a plethora of mechanical and electronic military technologies will abound: drones, robotic dogs, automatic machine guns, and so forth. Such weapons will find their greatest vulnerability in electromagnetic missiles, which embody this soft strike technology. Although they inflict no external damage to military products, they can severely disrupt the internal currents of these electronic devices, leading to paralysis or even total destruction. Furthermore, they can sever all electrical signals and impede the operation of electromagnetic devices. What excites Su Yun the most is that this technology is not only a formidable weapon for the future, but also, in the current age, it proves utterly ineffective against forces like Huaxia, which lacks an abundance of electronic military products. However, when it comes to countering the Eagle's forces, the Eagle military currently employs the most advanced radio technologies in the world. And their helicopters utilize electromagnetic technology. The electromagnetic missile is, in fact, the nemesis of these technologies. Once a shell is fired, while it may not cause any external damage to the Eagle's equipment, the internal electromagnetic currents would be irrevocably compromised, leading to a complete breakdown of radio communications and rendering helicopters incapable of flight. Those airborne would lose balance and plummet to the ground due to a lack of propulsion. This scenario would undoubtedly instill fear in the Eagle's ranks, as they have never encountered such a weapon before, which could terrify the most advanced military in the world. Su Yun felt a surge of excitement and could not help but marvel at the invaluable assistance provided by the genuine experts dispatched by the Bear. With the electromagnetic missile technology in hand, all of the Eagle's electrically powered military equipment would become ineffective against our forces. This development could be said to have set back the Eagle's military capabilities by over a decade. Should this technology be deployed, it would undoubtedly wreak havoc on the battlefield. Yet, at present, Su Yun was not in a hurry to immediately develop the electromagnetic missile. After all, while this technology is crucial, he still had more pressing military technologies to learn. The mushroom egg technology is the cornerstone of our nation's existence in the world. Hence, other technologies must be set aside for the time being. Su Yun calmed his thoughts and listened attentively to the lessons from the Bear's expert. After several twists and turns, Su Yun astonishingly discovered that the esoteric theories articulated by the Bear's expert were exceptionally clear in his mind. Following the expert's guidance and mentally reviewing these theoretical technologies, Su Yun was astonished to see that the progress bar for the mushroom egg research had indeed increased compared to before. It had risen from 10% to 12%. Although it was merely a 2% advancement, Su Yun had not attended the class for long. In that moment, he couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. Given this pace, with just a short listening session, the progress had surged by 2%. It wouldn't be long before his mushroom egg technology reached a complete 100% in the classroom of the Bear's expert. Chapter 97. A Mutual Pursuit. Su Yun was overwhelmed with busyness. He had to follow the Bear's expert in class to enhance the progress of the mushroom egg technology while also diving directly into practical applications. The Bear's expert, astonished by Su Yun's brilliance, promptly appointed him as the class representative. In essence, the military experts attending the class alongside Su Yun were not making the same rapid progress. Many of them needed to seek out the Bear's expert after class to clarify concepts they had not grasped. As the newly appointed class representative, Su Yun took it upon himself to assist these students in their learning. Although he felt somewhat reluctant, he understood the importance of teaching them, as they were the future pillars of military technology for the nation. On another front, Su Yun was not only busy at school, but also had to find time to meet with the command center to establish further operational plans. In summary, while he felt fatigued, he pressed on. All right, class, today's lesson ends here. Just as the bear's expert departed, a throng of people quickly surrounded Su Yun. I didn't quite grasp the further manufacturing progress of the mushroom egg. Could you explain it to me? I also didn't understand this part. Could you help me out? The atmosphere grew chaotic as everyone clamored for his attention. Facing their eager gazes, Su Yun felt a wave of helplessness. I am sorry, everyone, but I need to attend a meeting now. If you have any questions, please consult the bear's instructor. Upon hearing this, the crowd became considerate and ceased to disturb Su Yun, recognizing that he was managing multiple responsibilities and that time was of the essence. Once freed from the inquiries, Su Yun hurriedly boarded a car and headed towards the command center. Su Yun, you've certainly become quite the busy person lately. Observing Su Yun's hasty arrival, Director Chung and other officers chuckled teasingly. Su Yun was familiar with most of the attendees, and thus, exchanging lighthearted banter was perfectly acceptable. However, he was genuinely pressed for time. Director Chung and everyone, is there something specific that you called me for today? Su Yun inquired. Director Chung directly responded. Rather than saying we called you for a meeting, it's more accurate to say we convened to discuss solving a particular issue. As he spoke, Director Chung outlined the various challenges encountered in the military's current operations. Following the recent meeting, the water bridge ambush had commenced and was unfolding as anticipated. The Eagle forces, surrounded by our military, had indeed displayed extraordinary combat capabilities, resulting in our failure to eliminate this contingent thus far. Director Chung remarked, logically speaking, the Eagle forces should have been completely overwhelmed by now. They are entirely encircled, unable to receive supplies. By all rights, they should have been subdued long ago. He elaborated on the root causes of the problem. It turned out that the Eagle forces had managed to hold their ground thanks to their air force. The primary issue lay with the Eagle's helicopters, which could ascend and descend vertically without the need for runways. They not only provided reconnaissance but also played a significant role in transporting supplies and even casualties. This capability had stabilized the morale of the Eagle forces, allowing them to continue engaging our military. If this situation persisted, our troops could suffer significant casualties. Director Chung sighed heavily. The Eagle forces truly deserve their reputation as the world's foremost military power. The disparity between the two nations was indeed vast. At this moment, the Eagle's helicopters were particularly vexing. Their ability to fly vertically rendered our individual anti-aircraft weapons largely ineffective. If this continued, the Eagle forces would keep receiving supplies, and our soldiers might face grave losses. A profound silence enveloped the room. Just then, Director Chung suddenly asked, "Does anyone have a solution to counter the Eagle's helicopter issue?" Upon hearing this, Su Yun immediately spoke up, "Director Chung, I have a comprehensive solution to the problem." The room fell silent as everyone looked at him in astonishment. A complete solution? Then, an officer excitedly inquired, "Su Yun, does this mean the mushroom egg technology has shown promise?" Given that Su Yun had just mentioned a complete resolution, it was natural for the attendees to associate it with the mushroom egg technology, as that was indeed his primary focus of study. However, Su Yun shook his head helplessly and explained, "Not quite." Although a hint of disappointment flickered among the crowd, they remained silent, knowing that developing the mushroom egg technology was no simple feat. At this juncture, Director Chung asked, "So Su Yun, what exactly do you have that can specifically target foreign military helicopters?" It was then that Su Yun decided to unveil his insights, addressing the gathering, Director Chung, and everyone. This recent study of the mushroom egg technology has indeed been of immense benefit to us military personnel. While learning about the mushroom egg technology, I also grasped some advanced techniques within its fundamental principles that can specifically target the Eagle's helicopters and all electronic devices, the electromagnetic missile soft strike technology. Upon hearing Su Yun's declaration, the attendees were initially taken aback. Certainly, the officers present were not researchers, and they lacked understanding of the specifics of the electromagnetic missile technology Su Yun mentioned. Their primary concern was whether this technology could effectively counter the Eagle's helicopters and all electronic devices. Chapter 98. Urgent. Accelerate manufacturing. Su Yun, are you joking with everyone? Is there truly technology capable of constraining the formidable helicopters and electronic devices of the Eagle Nation? Su Yun's remarks plunged the gathering into yet another wave of discussion. After all, the helicopters and electronic systems of the Eagle Nation are considered to be among the most advanced in the contemporary world, not to mention that they are the latest innovations deployed on the battlefield. Even if such constraining technology exists, it is unlikely that it could be developed so swiftly, is it not? Observing the astonished expressions of those present, Su Yun promptly elucidated, asserting that indeed such technology exists. Once an electromagnetic missile is launched, it would inflict catastrophic damage upon the helicopters and electronic devices of the Eagle Nation. Everything reliant on electromagnetic functionality would be rendered inoperative. With this statement, the chatter among the attendees intensified. It must be said that the concepts Su Yun articulated were rather difficult for the military officials of today to comprehend. It seems that no military research department globally possesses any notion of such weaponry. How could such a thing possibly come into existence? Indeed, I have yet to hear of anything capable of inflicting soft strikes on electronic devices. This matter feels rather implausible. The technology pertaining to electromagnetic missiles is far too unfamiliar to us. The officers in attendance engaged in animated discussions. Although they were not bona fide military engineering experts, their understanding of various weapons was by no means superficial. Following their deliberations, they collectively deemed Su Yun's proposition as somewhat far-fetched. At least in the current era. Not only these officers but even military experts, upon hearing Su Yun's ideas, would likely harbor skepticism regarding the matter. Su Yun, could you elaborate for us, to enable a better understanding of your perspective? At this juncture, Director Chang interjected. He too harbored doubts about the technology of electromagnetic missiles. Yet, given that Su Yun is a foremost military engineering expert in our country, who has previously accomplished countless miracles, his words warranted attention. Following Cheng's prompt, Su Yun wasted no time in discussing the principles of electromagnetic missile technology and the immense impact it would have once deployed on the battlefield. Specifically, he articulated that once the technology is developed, the Eagle Nation's advantages in helicopters and electronic devices would be entirely obliterated. Without their cutting-edge technology, should the Eagle Nation confront our forces, their combat effectiveness would diminish significantly, rendering them akin to a mere child-s brigade, easily annihilated by our soldiers. In essence, if we were to employ electromagnetic missile technology on the battlefield, the Eagle Nation's troops would be wholly vanquished in this water bridge ambush. Su Yun proclaimed. His fervent discourse aimed to simplify the manufacturing principles of electromagnetic missiles and to incessantly convey the potential benefits to the military personnel present. After all, each officer in attendance was a pivotal commander for forthcoming battles. Without their support, even if Su Yun's plan were accepted, it might not yield the desired outcomes in the future. However, after hearing Su Yun's explanation, the officers appeared somewhat dazed. They were not military engineering professionals and struggled to grasp the implications of Su Yun's technical discourse. It felt as though his various technological assertions were somewhat nebulous, leaving them perplexed. Consequently, regarding the advantages of deploying electromagnetic missiles on the battlefield, they felt a profound lack of certainty. The endeavor to thwart the Eagle Nation could not afford any missteps. Yet I still find Su Yun's ideas somewhat impractical. Indeed. If we were to execute Su Yun's plan, success would indeed benefit our forces, but the crux lies in the feasibility of its success. If the electromagnetic missile fails to perform as Su Yun suggests, our soldiers could suffer devastating losses during the ambush. The officers continued their discussions. Military conferences pertain to the survival of the nation and the lives of soldiers alike. Both aspects are inextricably linked. The life of a soldier equates to the preservation of the nation. In deliberating national matters, individuals naturally set aside personal pride, articulating their thoughts candidly. At that moment, one officer stood and addressed Su Yun. Please clarify for us, what is the likelihood of your proposed technology succeeding on the battlefield? Su Yun responded directly 100%. He then proceeded to recount the detailed process, stating, I possess the technology for electromagnetic missiles. However, I have not yet commenced development. Upon hearing this, the officers present grew increasingly skeptical of Su Yun's assertions. The reason was simple. With war looming, allowing Su Yun to develop and manufacture weaponry seemed impractical. By the time it was ready, the Eagle Nation would likely have already breached our encirclement. Moreover, once the weapon is developed, it must be deployed to the battlefield. By Su Yun's calculations, time simply would not suffice. This approach appears hasty and ill-conceived. I cannot concur with this proposal. We should consider alternative strategies. Indeed. Our soldiers are more than capable of utterly defeating the enemy. The crowd erupted in discussion. Noticing the concerns reflected in their expressions, Su Yun recognized their apprehensions. Primarily, it stemmed from a lack of faith in the weapon he described, which he did not blame them for. After all, the technology of electromagnetic missiles was indeed avant-garde. And their skepticism was understandable. It was akin to informing ancient people that future aircraft would engage in aerial combat, a notion they would likely struggle to accept. Additionally, the matter of time loomed large. With the war imminent, the dual demands of development and experimentation could lead to the unfortunate possibility of allowing the Eagle Nation to escape due to time discrepancies. Nevertheless, Su Yun asserted, "Please trust me. This plan is entirely feasible." Chapter 99. Swift Production. The Emergence of Electromagnetic Missiles. Su Yun declared. As for the time required for subsequent experiments, I propose we forego them entirely and directly deploy the technology on the battlefield to strike the Eagle Nation. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the attending officers shifted dramatically. It must be noted that they found Su Yun's suggestion audaciously bold. The technology for electromagnetic missiles was inherently unproven. How could one deploy it on the battlefield without thorough experimentation? Testing it in combat? If any issues arose, would it not risk the lives of our soldiers? Su Yun, this approach is highly imprudent. Should electromagnetic missiles be deployed, our forthcoming operational strategies would revolve around this formidable weapon. To utilize untested technology in combat would pose excessive risk to our forces. I cannot endorse this plan. With these words, the officers present echoed their agreement. After all, the lives of our soldiers are invaluable. If the electromagnetic missile malfunctions, not only could the Eagle Nation escape, but it could also result in significant casualties among our troops. The odds of success were already slim, and failure would exact a heavy toll. There was no way they would acquiesce. Just then, Su Yun interjected once more, "Ladies and gentlemen, if we do not harness electromagnetic missiles, our forces will be utterly incapable of halting the advance of the Eagle Nation, allowing them to escape our encirclement entirely. In that case, the entire ambush loses its significance." This statement stunned the assembly momentarily before they collectively regained their composure. Regardless of the circumstances, Su Yun's words bore a kernel of truth. Yet, even with that truth, the notion of electromagnetic missiles still felt excessively risky. At that moment, Su Yun straightened his posture and declared, "Please place your trust in me. I am willing to put my career on the line." The deployment of electromagnetic missile technology on the battlefield will undoubtedly yield significant results. It will completely aid our forces in reversing the tide of battle and annihilating the remaining troops of the Eagle Nation. Should any issues arise subsequently, I am willing to accept any consequences. His declaration left all the military officers present, including Director Cheng, momentarily taken aback. A military pledge. It was astonishing to witness Su Yun's confidence in this matter. One must understand that failing to meet the objectives of such a pledge could result in immediate consequences. Historically, only the legendary warrior Guan Yu has evaded punishment after failing to fulfill such a vow. "Please believe in me," Su Yun reiterated, his words concise yet brimming with determination. This sentiment stirred the officers present, evoking a sense of admiration. Were it someone else, even with a military pledge, they would likely reject such an impractical proposal. However, Su Yun was different. He consistently innovated and unveiled astonishing advanced technologies in military engineering. Strategically, this has provided tremendous assistance to our Army's overall operations. Now, he is resolutely prepared to issue a military order to execute this plan. It must be said that the hearts of the people have indeed been somewhat swayed. At this moment, Director Cheng suddenly spoke, suggesting that everyone might as well place their trust in Su Yun this time. We should wholeheartedly cooperate with his plan. After all, Su Yun has never let us down before. Upon hearing this, the officers present pondered for a moment and came to the consensus that Su Yun is indeed trustworthy. Subsequently, one by one, they raised their hands to express support for his methods. In light of this, we can only take the risk. Su Yun is still deserving of our belief, and now that a military order has been established, we must fully cooperate with him. We hope Su Yun can accelerate the development process so that the electromagnetic missile can be deployed to the battlefield sooner. The crowd resumed their discussions. Since this meeting has resolved to adopt Su Yun's approach, there is nothing more to address. The assembly dispersed, leaving only Su Yun and Director Cheng. "Thank you, Director Cheng, for speaking up for me just now," Su Yun remarked. Had it not been for Director Cheng's proactive endorsement of his plan, it would have been nearly impossible for his proposal to pass in the meeting. However, Director Cheng remained silent, instead offering a reassuring pat on Su Yun's shoulder. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. "Su Yun, I am aware of the immense pressure you are under. However, when it comes to military technology, I genuinely cannot offer much assistance. From here on, it will be entirely up to you. Please Please do not let me or everyone else down. Director Cheng's words served as both encouragement and support, especially in light of the misunderstandings surrounding Su Yun. He also hoped fervently that nothing would go awry for Su Yun during this counterattack. Rest assured, Director Cheng. Ultimately, we must annihilate all the enemy forces within the encirclement. Su Yun then secluded himself in the research room, determined to focus. With the war looming, there was no time to waste. If he did not expedite the weapons development, our army's combat effectiveness would be significantly diminished by the enemy's forces. Moreover, the besieged enemy troops might exploit helicopters and various electronic devices to break free from the encirclement. Developing the electromagnetic cannon for launching electromagnetic missiles required distinct materials and manufacturing techniques, which heightened Su Yun's tension during the research process. The so-called electromagnetic missile is characterized by directed propagation, slow attenuation, and a broad spectrum of transient electromagnetic waves. On the other hand, its powerful energy can be harnessed to generate electromagnetic waves, utilizing its slow decay properties as a directed energy weapon for hard kill strikes against traditional missiles and other targets. This represents a revolutionary advancement in launch technology, excelling in speed, range, lethality, and responsiveness. Currently, Su Yun's most pressing task is to develop the energy system for the electromagnetic cannon. In this endeavor, he is unable to rely on anyone's assistance. Once the critical components are fabricated, the subsequent processes will be considerably simpler, allowing him to enlist help from others to refine and assemble the barrel and other parts using specialized materials. Chapter 100. The enemy is about to break through. The electromagnetic cannon is ready. Humph. Can the forces of Huaxia truly encircle us and annihilate us completely? Indeed, a backward army is matched by a backward mindset. At the Eagle Command headquarters, the commander surveyed the map of the Shuimin area with disdain. At this moment, an Eagle officer reported, "Commander, 20 helicopters have been dispatched for support. These helicopters will deliver war supplies to the trapped troops in Shuijiao and evacuate the wounded." This time, the Eagle helicopters not only facilitate supply transport but, under safe conditions, can also evacuate injured personnel, thus maintaining troop morale. Hearing this, the commander smirked. The Huaxia forces blockade is already losing momentum. It won't be long before our troops, with the support of the Air Force, break free from their encirclement. Reflecting on previous defeats inflicted by Huaxia's armed forces, this time he was determined to showcase the might of the Eagles. All helicopters, coordinate fully with the troops for the breakout. Let the Huaxia forces experience the taste of defeat. Director Cheng. The electromagnetic cannon has been developed. Su Yun rushed into the command center and addressed the assembly. This demonstrated to everyone Su Yun's prowess in military technology. Remarkably, within just a day and night since the meeting, he had successfully manufactured the electromagnetic cannon. Such capability is likely unparalleled across the globe. At this moment, Director Cheng and the others were troubled by the mounting casualty figures in the ongoing battle against the Eagle forces. Su Yun's arrival was undoubtedly a timely blessing for our army. Su Yun, can you guarantee that the electromagnetic cannon will indeed be effective? Director Cheng inquired, his primary concern being the cannon's operational efficacy. Su Yun nodded resolutely, asserting, "Please trust me and Director Cheng." Once deployed to the battlefield, the electromagnetic cannon will undoubtedly produce earth-shattering results. Director Cheng's eyes reflected newfound determination. Given the circumstances, further discussion was futile. Very well. Relay my orders to deploy the electromagnetic cannon to the front lines in the Shuijiao area to confront the Eagles. What are we to do now? At the temporary command post for the Shuijiao counterattack, General Liu gazed through binoculars at the ongoing clash between our forces and the Eagles, his expression betraying concern. Despite our army having effectively blocked the Eagles' retreat, their combat prowess remained formidable. After encircling the enemy, our soldiers relentlessly assaulted the hastily constructed Eagle positions. Logically, the Eagles, isolated in such a manner, should be at their last gasp. However, with aerial support from helicopters, the flow of supplies has not only sustained but actually augmented the Eagles' defensive firepower. Consequently, our soldiers found it increasingly challenging to advance toward the enemy's positions. General Liu? If this continues, our forces may be eliminated before we can destroy the Eagles, exclaimed the anxious chief of staff. Upon hearing this, General Liu responded, "We cannot retreat. Orders have been issued from above to annihilate the Eagles' reinforcements in the Shuijiao area at all costs. We cannot simply withdraw." Though he spoke resolutely, General Liu was acutely aware of the urgency of the situation. With our troops struggling to breach the enemy lines while the Eagles, bolstered by helicopter support. We're gaining strength. If this stalemate persisted, the remaining elite Eagle forces might indeed escape. His words were tinged with a sense of frustration. Just then, a messenger rushed in urgently. Report, Commander. The higher-ups have sent the electromagnetic cannon. At this announcement, General Liu and the others were momentarily taken aback before swiftly regaining their composure. The electromagnetic cannon had been mentioned by senior officials in the command center as a new weapon capable of disrupting the Eagle's electronic communications and potentially incapacitating their helicopter units. Initially skeptical about the existence of such a weapon, General Liu found the concept far-fetched for contemporary military personnel who might easily disrupt the enemy's electronic devices. However, now that the electromagnetic cannon had indeed arrived, he wondered aloud, does this cannon really work? The soldier delivering the message shook his head, indicating uncertainty rather than ineffectiveness. General Liu, at this juncture, our troops are unable to eliminate the enemy and may soon be overwhelmed by the Eagles breaking through the encirclement. In my opinion, regardless of the cannon's effectiveness, since it has been delivered, we should deploy it and see what it can do. The Chief of Staff urged, his urgency palpable. With all high-ranking officers in the ongoing counterattack against the Eagles having exhausted their options without a viable means to eradicate them, the arrival of this weapon presented a glimmer of hope. Very well, deploy the electromagnetic cannon to bombard the Eagle stronghold. A uniquely designed artillery piece, devoid of traditional shells but reliant on energy cells for power, was transported to the front lines by elite soldiers. After some maneuvering, they oriented the cannon toward the Eagle's defensive positions. This really can work, right? A soldier, gazing at the oddly shaped artillery, could not help but express his confusion. He then observed the squad leader, who was surveying the Eagle's position, abruptly exclaiming, "Enough chatter! Quickly aim!" At that moment, the soldiers dared not inquire further. Fire! Just then, the squad leader suddenly shouted. A crackling sound of electricity reached the ears of those present, followed by a muffled explosion emanating from the Eagle's stronghold. Bang! Chapter 101. Helicopter crash. What happened? Bang! A deafening roar erupted within the Eagle's position. In an instant, the soldiers defending the stronghold cried out in alarm. My heavens! What was that? Something just exploded in our position. No, if it were artillery from the Huaxia forces, we would have been dead long ago. Enemy artillery fire. Quickly prepare to find cover. In a moment, a single cannon fire threw the Eagle's position into disarray. The entire unit was already trapped within the encirclement of the Huaxia forces, and continuous enemy shelling could inflict severe damage on the Eagle's troops. However, as the soldiers hastily flooded into the trenches for shelter, they were astonished to discover what just transpired. Wasn't the Huaxia forces supposed to bombard us? Ha ha ha, could it be that they have run out of shells? I knew it would come to this. It seems that God is still on our side. Everyone, prepare for defense. Soon we will break free from encirclement completely. In the makeshift command post. Report, sir. The Huaxia forces just conducted a shelling against us. However, it was only a single round, and it caused no impact on our troops, the messenger announced. Upon hearing this, the frontline commander, deeply ensnared, could not help but laugh mockingly. Ha ha ha, it seems the Huaxia forces are indeed backward. They lack the ammunition for even the most basic shelling. As he spoke, the commander secretly lamented, unable to comprehend how such a backward army had previously managed to defeat the Eagle troops in one fell swoop, even forcing them into a hasty retreat. Then, glancing at the map, the commander spoke again, relay my orders. Although the encirclement by the Huaxia forces is tight, they are already at their wits' end. It won't be long before we can break free under the cover of our helicopters and ground forces. Just then, another messenger rushed into the tent. Report, sir, bad news. Upon hearing this, the Eagle commander furrowed his brow. Could it be that the Huaxia forces have breached our defensive line? The commander was filled with concern. If the Huaxia forces were to break through the defenses at this moment, the entire unit would be doomed. The messenger quickly clarified, no, sir, it's our helicopter units. For some unknown reason, they suddenly began to fall. And the helicopters that landed on the ground cannot take off due to unknown causes. At this revelation, the Eagle commander nearly lost his footing, stumbling to the ground. Are you joking? Our helicopters suffered no strikes. How could they possibly crash? The messenger, at a loss for words, thought to himself, you ask me, but who the hell should I ask? In an instant, the previously defiant Eagle commander became flustered, It was no wonder he was so perturbed, as helicopters had played a pivotal role in this conflict. Without the continuous supply of resources and aerial support from the helicopters, the Eagle troops would have likely been annihilated by the Huaxia forces in the Waterbridge region long ago. Now, with the helicopters suddenly malfunctioning and crashing to the ground, it was not merely a significant loss for the Eagle Air Force. It posed a risk of annihilation for the Eagle troops, who could have safely broken free. In a moment of urgency, the Eagle commander was at a loss for how to proceed. But our helicopters were not under attack. Why would they suddenly lose control and crash? At this juncture, the chief of staff also spoke up, his face etched with confusion. Could it be the Huaxia forces are behind this? The chief of staff ventured. The commander waved his hand dismissively. Impossible. How could the Huaxia forces have the capability to make our helicopters suddenly plummet to the ground? It must be some unknown external force. Damn it. Without the cover of helicopters, our troops are likely to be annihilated in the water bridge area. The situation became increasingly dire. The chief of staff urgently declared, I will personally contact headquarters and request a large number of aircraft and helicopters to provide support. Under the current circumstances, all remaining helicopters of the Eagle forces had already been shot down. If they wished to survive, they could only contact headquarters and request air support anew. However, the subsequent turn of events left everyone in the makeshift command post utterly stunned. Report, Commander. Our radio communication equipment has completely malfunctioned. We have now lost all ability to contact headquarters. Upon hearing this, the commander's brow furrowed even deeper, incredulously shouting, What nonsense is this? Our helicopters crashing for no reason is one thing, but how could the radio also malfunction? The soldier who had just spoken urgently added, Report, Commander. Not only is the radio down, but all our electronic devices are currently inoperative. At this revelation, all the officers present were left dumbfounded. Amidst their fear and panic, they were filled with profound bewilderment. What on earth is happening? Helicopters crashing inexplicably and electronic devices rendered useless. Could it be that God has truly sided with the Huaxia forces? What astonished them further was that the electronic communication equipment employed by the Eagle forces was among the most advanced in the world. In other words, as long as there was power supply and the equipment wasn't directly destroyed, it should theoretically not have been susceptible to failure. Now, with the helicopters destroyed, the Eagle soldiers had lost their greatest trump card in the defensive battle. With the communication equipment entirely incapacitated, they could not reach headquarters for support. The officers in the makeshift command post were left in a state of shock. This is madness, truly madness. We're doomed. If this continues, our troops are likely to be completely annihilated by the Huaxia forces. Chapter 102. Establishing Advantage. A counterattack. Helicopters suddenly plummeted to the ground without warning. In fact, one helicopter crashed directly into the Eagle's position, killing several soldiers. Damn it. What is happening? Why are the helicopters in the sky starting to fall? The enemy has not inflicted any damage on our helicopters. What a farce. Could it be that we are truly cursed? The Eagle soldiers, witnessing the sudden crash of their helicopters, were thrown into a state of panic. This scene, however, invigorated our forces entirely. Ha ha ha, splendid. I never expected that this so-called special weapon sent by the higher-ups would actually prove effective against the Eagle's helicopters. In the command post, observing through the binoculars as one Eagle helicopter after another fell, General Liu burst into laughter. He never anticipated that this seemingly unreliable electromagnetic cannon sent from above would have such a significant impact on the battlefield. While marveling at the fact that this electromagnetic cannon hardly resembled a product of the current era, General Liu loudly proclaimed, The Eagle forces have lost their helicopters, akin to birds deprived of their wings. Their offensive capability severely diminished. Order our troops to seize this excellent opportunity and launch an all-out assault to eliminate the Eagle forces in the Waterbridge region. With the Eagle forces having lost their most significant reliance on helicopter units, our troops immediately began their counterattack. Within the Eagle camp, soldiers frantically called headquarters for support, yet ultimately could not connect to any signal. Report, Commander. Upon hearing this, the Eagle commander could no longer hold his composure. This is impossible. How could such a backward army like Huaxia have the ability to sever our advanced equipment's communications? The commander shouted vehemently, but soon his face was clouded with confusion and conflict. It was no wonder he felt this way. Despite his reluctance to believe that their communication equipment had been cut off by the Huaxia forces, The evidence was undeniable before him, leaving him no choice but to accept it. Just then, a messenger rushed in. Report, Commander. The Huaxia forces have begun organizing an assault on our defenses. This offensive is exceptionally swift. Our troops are on the verge of being unable to hold. With those words, the Eagle commander could no longer contain himself, as the situation had become exceedingly urgent. The defending troops have lost the crucial air support of helicopters. Should the Huaxia forces truly breach our defenses, their ultimate fate would be annihilation. Contact the artillery in the rear. Request immediate fire support, the commander bellowed. Yet, a voice soon reached him that rendered him utterly weak. Commander, we are unable to establish contact with artillery support. Upon hearing this, the Eagle Army commander felt his vision darken, nearly collapsing to the ground. He quickly shouted again, then send a messenger. It must be swift, or the Huaxia troops will tear through our defenses completely. Charge! Avenge our fallen comrades. Those who fear death shall not escape their fates. With the failure of the electronic communication system, all helicopters fell from the sky. Our soldiers, under the leadership of their superiors, immediately launched an assault on the Eagle Army's positions. The soldiers surged forth like a gust of wind sweeping through the jungle. Indeed, the Eagle soldiers rained down bullets at that moment. However, deprived of aerial cover, our warriors soon breached their lines. The sound of automatic rifles firing echoed across the battleground. In an instant, the area was filled with the anguished cries of Eagle soldiers. It's over. Our positions have been breached. I fear I shall never see my mother again. Damn it. Even if God himself donned a steel helmet and entered the battlefield, he could not withstand the onslaught of the Huaxia forces. Stop shooting. I surrender. This is my family. For their sake, please do not kill me. In that moment, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Although the Eagle Army was formidable and equipped with advanced high-tech weaponry, the downfall of their helicopters stripped them of their greatest support. The malfunctioning communication equipment severely hampered the Eagle Army's command and coordination. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Consequently, all the troops previously stationed in the Chongjing Lake area have been completely annihilated, exclaimed General Liu, setting down his binoculars in excitement. At present, our soldiers continued to fight valiantly against the Eagle soldiers, but the Eagle Army's defenses had already been breached, and their total annihilation was merely a matter of time. Indeed, the higher-ups will surely be overjoyed upon learning this news. We must acknowledge that our victory in this battle greatly relied on the electromagnetic cannon sent to the front lines. Otherwise, how could we have achieved such an easy triumph? Initially, I had my doubts about the effectiveness of the electromagnetic cannon. Who would have thought it would cause all the Eagle Army's helicopters to plummet to the ground? The other officers in the command post could not contain their excitement either. This battle has completely obliterated the retreating forces in the Shuijiao area. Not only have we secured a significant strategic victory, but we have also gained considerable strategic space. Perhaps this will enable the world to truly understand what the Huaxia people are capable of. Stop shooting. I surrender. On the Eagle Army's positions, witnessing our troops pouring into their defenses, many Eagle soldiers had already abandoned resistance. Even the armored units saw soldiers raising their hands and leaping from their vehicles, completely surrendering to our forces. It must be said, while the Eagle Army's combat capability was formidable, their fighting spirit left much to be desired. Chapter 103. All frontline troops annihilated. Why have we yet to re-establish contact with the Shuijiao forces? In the command center, the Eagle Army's supreme commander furiously interrogated several of his officers. Just moments ago, the Shuijiao forces had abruptly lost communication with the command center. This situation immediately sent the Eagle commander into a panic. The troops withdrawing from Shuijiao were the elite of the Eagle Army. Having already sustained considerable losses in the previous Chongjing Lake battle, the remaining elite forces could not afford any further mishaps. These bastards! Why have we suddenly lost contact with the command center? Don't they understand the importance of communication in such circumstances? The Supreme Commander, in a fit of rage, could not help but curse. His various reactions clearly indicated his deep concern for the safety of the frontline soldiers. One officer suddenly spoke up. Sir, when contact with the retreating frontline troops was lost, we dispatched several helicopters to investigate the situation in Shuijiao. Upon hearing this, the Eagle commander could no longer contain himself. With the frontline troops' messages severed and our helicopters also out of contact, could it be that our forces have encountered a calamity? It was no wonder the commander was so furious. After all, the safety of the retreating troops not only affected the strength of the Eagle Army, but also its international reputation. If any mishap occurred, he would have no face left to show the world. Yet, despite the tension, no one suspected that the sudden loss of contact with the frontline troops was due to their annihilation by the Huaxia forces. After all, the commander had been reporting that everything was normal just prior to the communication breakdown. It was inconceivable that an entire unit could be wiped out in such a short span of time. But why had the signal to contact the frontline troops suddenly been severed? The Supreme Commander questioned, perplexed. The Eagle Army utilized top-of-the-line communication equipment, and under normal circumstances, contact should not have been interrupted. Just then, an officer hesitantly interjected, "That is absolutely impossible. A backward army like Huaxia, which cannot even obtain decent food, how could they possess the capability to sever our communication equipment?" This statement rendered the room silent. However, ultimately, no one could ascertain why contact with the frontline troops had been abruptly lost. At that moment, a messenger hurriedly entered. "Sir, the reconnaissance team we sent out has returned with intelligence. Something has gone wrong in the Shuijiao area." Upon hearing this, the officers present were taken aback. The Supreme Commander suddenly erupted in fury. "Impossible. The frontline troops are equipped with numerous tanks and armored vehicles and have aerial support. How could anything go wrong?" The messenger then stated, "According to the reconnaissance team, the loss of contact with the retreating frontline troops is indeed significant. They have also dispatched a separate reconnaissance unit." This news shocked the officers once more. Yet, when they truly processed the information, they were met with disbelief. Damn it. How could the Huaxia forces, who can barely feed themselves, possess the technology to cut off our radio communications? Indeed, even our forces currently lack the capability to disrupt such advanced communication systems. This was nothing short of madness. Ever since we engaged with the Huaxia forces, why have they consistently produced various weapons and equipment that counter our army? The officers began to murmur, their faces filled with panic. Should the Shuijiao forces be entirely annihilated, it would bring disgrace to the entire Eagle Army. At that moment, the Supreme Commander still refused to believe, stating, "Impossible. Even if communications fail, with aerial support, how could the enemy breach our defenses so easily?" Even now, the commander remained unwilling to accept that his elite troops had been obliterated. The messenger spoke again. "Sir, our reconnaissance team has confirmed that the Huaxia forces have completely occupied our positions, and all soldiers have been annihilated. Moreover, regarding the helicopters you mentioned, according to the frontline reconnaissance units, those helicopters that were supposed to provide cover for our troops inexplicably crashed to the ground." Upon hearing this, everyone present was left utterly stunned. What the hell? The electronic communication failure is one thing. Could it be that the Eagle soldiers truly encountered a calamity on the battlefield? This is simply inconceivable. If circumstances permitted, I would personally go to the battlefield to witness this insanity. It was indeed madness. Ever since encountering the Huaxia forces, our war has never progressed smoothly. This place, this island, is truly cursed. In an instant, the command post erupted into chaos. The expressions of all the officers, even that of the esteemed Supreme Commander, were not only filled with shock and disbelief, but also an overwhelming sense of confusion and uncertainty. Yet, it was clear to everyone present that the Eagle Army's most elite forces had been thoroughly annihilated by the Huaxia troops. Setting aside the losses incurred in the war, it was likely that the Eagle Army's reputation on the international stage would also be irreparably tarnished.